Well, there we casted that event. It was very fun.
We did
and
indeed.
we did Liverpool sector as well. We're making a bit of a habit of this. But it is also worth noting, Yonas was the player who went 9-0 yesterday.
Yes.
Finished with a 9-0 perfect record. That gives them 2 extra wins above the majority of the field here in day 2. We had a few players at 8-1. Yonas at 9-0, I believe the only 9-0, and then the majority of players who get into day 2 get there with a 7-2 record. That means that Yonas needs literally 2 fewer wins than the majority of the field to book that spot in top 8. And this is going to be a difficult match against one of, everyone knows Josh is one of the best players in Star Wars Unlimited. But if you can get a win like this, go to 10-0, you might be like 1, maybe 2 wins away from top cut at that point. And the confidence level, you're going to be confident coming in at 9-0. But starting day 2 on stream against Joshua Freeman Birch for a win, that is going to put you in the driver's seat. And look, you've already won 1 regional. If you win this one, there's been 2. You've won them both. You're the only person who is apparently good enough to win a regional.
Yeah, certainly so. It's a good point that you make, though, Ross, about that advantage game that Yonas has, as Yonas is going to show off that glorious day 2 map for us as well on camera so we can get a real good look at it in person. Beautiful, stunning artwork, as they always are on Star Wars Unlimited playmats. It feels like GameGenic really hit it out of the park in combination with the talented Star Wars Unlimited artists that we have for this wonderful game. But you make a good point about the 9-0 advantage there. We've only got 5 rounds to work with to get those wins here. And unlike yesterday, where a flat X2 record is good enough to make you into today's action, you are now looking for when, if at all, you pick up those losses, and if your opponents start doing well and continue to do well throughout this day 2 Swiss period. You want to make sure that you are in best position for that entry into top 8 and best seeded as well when those quarterfinal pairings get made later today.
Yeah, seeding is going to be important, and also, of course, we got tiebreakers and such, and the better you do early, generally speaking, the better you end up when we get to the end, when we look at win percentage and things like that. We don't need to worry too much. All I need to tell you is the more you win, the better players you play against, and generally speaking, your resistance, your opponent's win percentage goes higher. And look, we are miles away from this being relevant, let's be clear, but I am looking at the list, at the standings right now, and actually, right now, Yonas does have the best tiebreaker. We're away from it being relevant, but I'm just saying right now, they are not only number 1 on standings, they are also, shockingly enough, number 1 on tiebreaker as well. So they're in a very, very good position. They still need to keep winning today. They can't go 0-5 and just kind of saunter into top 8 and be like, no, mate, I went 9-0 in day 1, we're good. But it's such a huge advantage. And one of the things, when I spoke to Joshua after his game yesterday, one of the first things, as we were walking backstage for the interview, I congratulated him on making day 2, and one of the first things he said to me was, now I need to win round 9.
Yeah.
Because he knew that 7-2 wasn't, and you can see he did win his round 9. 7-2 wasn't what he was looking at. He knows the difference between 7-2 and 8-1 coming into day 2.
Yeah, all the players from 15th down are those that have qualified with 7-2 records. And there are some really talented names among there. Philip Skularek is one of them, reigning Galactic Champion. Oliver Simons as well, also arguably one of the top players in the UK right now. There's so much talent that is in there. Alexander Chevalier as well. He's a name that stands out. Andrei Potop, one that I am a very, very big fan of from Season 0. Played a lot of Obi-Wan Kenobi in Season 0. Really, really top talent and players. So it is an absolutely stacked top cut stage in day 2 here.
And that's the thing I love about this. When we get a situation like this, so, when we get a situation like this, we get these big tournaments, it's really nice to be able to just, see all these great players, these top players. You see, pretty much everyone came out for Bilbao. It's the first regional of the season, not just in Europe, around the world. We've got a couple of players come over from the US for this. But also, we've got all the best players in Europe.
Yeah, certainly so. It's going to be an amazing tournament, an amazing day 2 to go into as we are getting ourselves prepared for the start of day 2 itself. Both players shuffling their opening hands away here, interestingly, going for the mulligan. So clearly either didn't see enough early phase plays for them to be happy or wanting to go ahead and keep, or they're just not happy with what they're looking for, particularly in this matchup generally.
Well, we've got probably some newer Star Wars Unlimited fans watching, so quick reminder here, this is what we call the mulligan. When you draw your opening hand of 6 cards, you have the opportunity to draw a mulligan, which is to say, I don't like my opening hand, I'm going to shuffle it away and draw a new opening hand of 6 cards. Good news is you get a redo, that's wonderful. Bad news is your new hand of 6 is what you will start the game with, no matter how bad it is. And then when you draw that opening hand of 6, you put 2 down as resources. That's your opening resource pool for the game. The other 4 become your opening hand for the game. And then after every main phase, we have a resource phase where you draw 2 cards and you have the opportunity to put 1 down as a resource, and you will for the first few turns, but every deck has a point where they don't need any more resources, and then it's just draw 2, don't bother resourcing.
Yeah, and funnily enough, speaking about resources as well, it's important at this point to mention the Han Solo Audacious Smuggler ability, because it's all about accelerating temporary resources into play. On its leader side, as an action, you can exhaust the leader, put a card from your hand into play as a resource, and ready it. That's important, because generally in Star Wars Unlimited, everything comes into play exhausted, unless a card text says otherwise. But at the start of the next action phase, you have to defeat a resource that you control. So it's only a temporary resource, and you drop down as the action phases continue on.
Well, we are going here, and we start off with an Oggo Boggo over on Jonas's side of the board, but Joshua's going straight into I'm going to make your day not very nice, a Spark of Rebellion, allowing you to discard a card from hand. There's 3 there, and it is that Itinerant Warrior. It comes in shielded, it's a force unit, which means it generates a force with your base, and it lets you heal as well.
Yeah, really, really great pick there from Josh. The other card's Jedi Lightsaber. You can't really attach that onto something without it being a force unit to get the -2/-2 on attack triggers. And then the Poe Dameron, while we are a few resources away from it, Han Solo Worth the Risk's ability does allow you to play characters and units into play with a lower cost range. As we see here, it's being used to play out another Itinerant Warrior that it looks like Yonas was able to draw into during the regroup phase.
And we did see the Oggo Boggo was also played. You might be looking at that going, hang on a second, isn't that too expensive for a turn 1/2 resource play? Not with Han Solo. And worth noting that the Ogdo Bogdo there can only attack when it's damaged, which makes it even better in a Han deck. And I'm just checking, Ben. There's a Great Dragon in Jonas's hand. It did not hit the resources. I think he's thinking about bringing that out. Oh,
Ooh.
no. No discussion there. Josh goes for another Spark of Rebellion, and he's like, mate, I want your Poe.
Yeah, because that Poe has the opportunity to be played on this action phase with the Han Solo cost reduction as well. So good work there from Joshua. Very well done to even find the second copy of Spark there as well. And it just makes Jonas's remaining actions on this phase a little bit more awkward. We're going to go with the Ogdo Bogdo here to crash into the Yoda, which is going to allow Joshua to draw a card when defeated. Did Yonas take damage back in the attack there from the Yoda?
I believe he did, because when this unit attacks and defeats a unit, you heal 2, and Yoda
so
does
it cancels
2,
out.
So they just kind of cancelled it out. It did 2, and then it healed 2, and that's really good, because Ogdo Bogdo can't attack when it's not damaged. So throwing it at the base can often be really annoying. You throw it at the base, you heal 2, now you can't attack anymore.
Yeah.
So throwing it into units is great because it then takes a little bit of damage back. And as long as you're taking 1 or 2, we heal the 2 that was on there, and then you get 1 or 2, and then it's just sitting there as a beat stick against units. And that lightsaber has come down on the Itinerant Warrior as a force unit.
Yeah, very nice indeed. But now we're starting to see the power of this Han Solo Audacious Smuggler deck. You can generally go on your 5 resource action phase from 5 to 7 temporarily at the very least. We've used the Han Solo leader action to get up to 6 resources. Han Solo Audacious Smuggler is a 6 resource deploy leader. Han Solo Worth the Risk is a 5 resource deploy leader, which as we've got there manually, and Yonas has gone ahead and deployed Han Solo leader unit in this next action. Joshua now in a little bit of a pickle here on 17 damage. And
he's picking it up. And that means that Joshua is going to lose game 1. Yonas will be winning game 1. And we are heading on to a quick game 2. The start from Yonas with the turn 1 Ogdo Bogdo, the turn 2 Itinerant Warrior, the lightsaber, the leader deployment, too much, and Joshua goes, I know when I'm behind, let's go over to game 2.
Yeah, just didn't really have the onboard presence there, I think. Joshua Freeman Birch did have the double Spark of Rebellion to try and limit the options that Yonas had access to, which was nice, but still hit a strong opening curve of that Ogdo Bogdo on action phase 1, getting the damage on it with the Han Solo worth the risk leader action to make it so that it was going to be eligible to attack. And then even after hitting one copy of the Itinerant Warrior with Spark of Rebellion, second Itinerant Warrior did come down, attach a Jedi lightsaber onto it, meaning the Itinerant Warrior was hitting for 7 damage each action phase with the shield still intact as well. So it would have taken a lot there for Josh Freeman Birch to be able to get through it. And he realizes, you know what? I know when I'm losing, and I don't need to give up any further information about cards in the deck. Let's just go to game 2.
Yeah, information. Now, time less of an issue here, but still something you want to think about. Don't go for a time. Make sure you can play 3 full games. And like you say, information. The more games I play against my opponent, the more information that I give them. That is not what we want to do. Hey, Chris Shiv. Having a very serious conversation there with Joshua Freeman Birch. I'm sure it's very important. I'll ask him what that was about later. For now, we are in the sideboarding portion of the game. Now, what that means is every player can have 10 cards which are not in their deck, but they're in their deck box, shall we say. And now you always have to start game 1 with your stated 50-card list. But between games 1 and 2, you can swap in as many or as few of your 10 sideboard cards as you like. And we already see Josh looks like there's 5 going in there. I did see a couple of Rivals Fall going in. Just defeats a unit straight off. So that's something he's clearly chosen to go for there. And I kind of like it because it just gets rid of a unit. And of course, he saw Crate Dragon in the main deck there. So thinking, hang on a second, I need at least something if that does hit the board. Or any of these other big units.
Yeah, the great thing about Rivals Fall as well is it is just defeat a unit. Unlike quite a lot of hard removal events in the game that say defeat a non-leader unit or deal damage to a non-leader unit, Rivals Fall can target leaders, so if Josh is feeling too threatened in that early to mid-game stages, like we saw there, on that 6-resource action phase in combination with the Han Solo Audacious Smuggler leader action, you could just go ahead and Rivals Fall away the 5-resource deploy of Han Solo and get a little bit of board tempo back into the game as well.
No, absolutely. That's a card which is very, very nice. Over on the other side, we have some options there. Chamson Dulla, I would imagine, probably will be coming in here because it's just a unit, and when you play it, if you're behind on resources, you can play the top card of your deck as a resource. You can ramp 2. Well, you're playing against a deck that ramps pretty aggressively, and that's why Chamson Dulla might be the MVP of sideboard cards right now.
Oh,
and pretty much since it came out. Because there's a bunch of decks, especially in Commands, that love ramping, and then obviously Han Solo. So anytime you're behind, you just play that, and it gets you an extra resource. Not always a great main deck card, because if you're not behind on resources, you're just playing an underspec'd card. But if you are behind on resources, it's phenomenal.
Yeah, Chamson Dulla, like you say, mainly in there for the command and more control-y type matchups with obviously cards like Super Laser Technician, Resupply, things like that being so prevalent. Even the mono aspect command event that we saw in Captain Rex in day 1 yesterday, which is an absolutely phenomenal matchup, by the way. The footage in the stream is archived from yesterday on Fanfinity's YouTube channel. So if you haven't already, be sure to tune in. But do that tomorrow once you've stuck with us and finished here on day 2. But yeah, Chamson Dulla really, really good against those ramp matchups. And particularly, like you say, in this matchup here, while Han Solo Audacious Smuggler is gaining extra resources, those are temporary resources where if you match that up for yourself with a Chamson Dulla, your resource stays around. So you're actually +1 for a permanent stat in resources as compared to your opponent.
Yeah, I really like that. It's, as I say, it's a kind of card. There's a lot of matchups where it's not good. You don't see it in the main deck, or it's occasionally, depending on the meta. Most of the time, it's a hard sideboard card, but in the right matchups, it becomes awesome. So both players now have made their decision as to whether they take something out the sideboard or not. We're not very long into this game. We've got plenty of time left. Yonas, of course, playing that very fast deck, and it was only a few turns. That was a very, very quick game 1. I'm not sure it was quite Captain Rex quick, but it was still pretty gosh darn quick. But the thing is, Joshua is one of these players who knows the metagame inside and out. He knows how to play against this deck.
Yeah, real student of the game is Josh Freeman Birch, and immediately keeping the opening hand as well definitely signifies that they could be in for a bit of a better start in this game too here. Only 10 minutes passed from when we go ahead and started as we see Spark of Rebellion on action phase 1 with Itinerant Warrior, Poe, the Anakin Champion of Mortis, and the Cassian Andor being revealed. Straight away grabbing that Itinerant Warrior.
And last time you got the Itinerant Warrior, and Yonas just top-decked another one and played it straight away on turn 2. Any chance he's been able to match that again? I'm not seeing it in hand. And that's the awkward thing with Yonas here. Generally speaking, you put, like there was a Luke went into the resources because you're too far away from being able to play it. You need the other stuff. But anything you keep in hand, you know it's just going to be potentially Spark of Rebellion as an R2-D2 comes down here, lets you discard a card from your hand and replace it from your top 3. Really nice little draw bonus there.
Yeah, this R2 not necessarily as prevalent as some of the other R2s, like the Spark of Rebellion one. Even the Pilot R2-D2 maybe sees a little bit more play than this one, but it is a fantastic filter option in this unit. It's only a 2/4 for 2 resources as well, so really nicely statted up against the heavily damaged Cassian Andor and the Owen Lars that is on the board as well now for Yonas with some damage on it as well.
Yeah, the damage, generally speaking, who see them with damage on it means they've been played for 1 less using Han Solo's phenomenal leader skill. Now, we do see Ahsoka Tano coming down here. That's going to make the opponent discard from their hand, and it's not a unit, so that means that nothing is getting exhausted here. It is a power of the dark side.
Yeah, and this is actually a bit of a shame here for Josh Freeman Birch, because what this has essentially done is allowed Yonas a free window to get the Anakin Champion of Mortis effects on the line. It's just been a free discard of that villainy card, which is one of the main reasons why it's being included here off aspect to activate both of the when played -3/-3 abilities of the Anakin Skywalker Champion of Mortis there. So Ahsoka Tano, while a very, very strong card, and it has been for ages since it got revealed and released in Jump to Lightspeed, in this situation, feels like it's actually been a little bit more of a detriment in the long game for Josh.
Yeah, lets you get an off-aspect card into your discard pile here without having to pay an aspect penalty. That's pretty big. Now, we did see Yonas throw Owen Lars into, I believe it was Ahsoka here. Doesn't actually do any damage. There's nothing to restore because there's no damage on the base, but it is activating that when defeated skill and goes for a Chua Imwe here, one of the most absurd cards from Shadows of the Force. It's a Sentinel, but you get to, when defending, or when you're attacked, you can use the Force to give the attacker -2, and here we go with a Cham Syndulla. As predicted, came straight out of the sideboard there. It's too good in this matchup not to put in.
Yeah, this is a bit of an odd one, though, because Cham hasn't ramped here. Josh Freeman Birch didn't use the Han Solo leader action, so Yonas simply playing this down as a 5/4 for 4, probably because Yonas doesn't have the Force right now. There's not a Force unit that has attacked during the course of this game yet, so that Force token hasn't been generated from the Night Sister lair at the moment, meaning that that fantastic ability of the Chirrut Imwe that you were just talking about, Ross, isn't online yet. It would still need another action phase to be online, because Chirrut would have to be played and then proceed to attack in to generate the Force. Instead, Josh Freeman Birch would just be able to go, oh, okay, cool, I can maybe do some damage into it or ambush into it while you don't have that token to reduce the power of my target.
Absolutely. Excellent point there, Ben. Well, Cham Syndulla has gone into the base, dealing an extra 5 damage. Ahsoka did take down Cassian Andor, taking a little bit of damage back. And now we got R2 and Ahsoka damaged on Josh's side of the board. And over with Yonas here, we've literally just got the Cham Syndulla, and you're right. You know, it got sideboarded in as predicted. But it never, even if you sideboard it in, you know, in a good matchup, you don't feel good when you get to play it and you don't get the ramp. That is not the point of the card. A 4-cost 5/4, frankly, we have other better options, but a 4-cost 5/4 that gets you a resource, that is when Cham Syndulla really shines here. And right now, it's not there. R2 swinging into base, though, 2 damage.
And just a pass action, it looks like, being declared here from Yonas as well. I think waiting for Josh Freeman Birch potentially to deploy the Han Solo leader here. So maybe there's the indication that Yonas has some kind of removal to try and deal with the Han Solo. Instead here, we're seeing Zori Bliss
getting smuggled out here from the resources. And then we see Han Solo being deployed by Yonas. And then it's attacking in, and it is going into base here with a Han dealing 3 to the base.
Yeah, so I think a pass action there declared from Joshua after deploying the Zori Bliss. This is a really interesting card that's been included here. 4-7 for 5, which draws a card on attack, and at the start of the regroup phase, discards a card from hand. So slightly random looting, but here...
I'm going to jump over you here, Ben, because what we've got is the Anakin. Now, important with Anakin, it's not a -6/-6 if you've got a heroic and a villainy. It's 2 separate -3/-3, targeted Ahsoka and targeted the R2 to take both of them out. And now we see the leader deployed, and I think this is what you were getting at. If the leader was deployed before Anakin came out, Anakin could have immediately taken it out. Not an option here.
Yeah, it's the beautiful thing about the pass action in Star Wars Unlimited. It's basically saying to your opponent, I'm not quite done with my action phase just yet, but I want to see what you do first. I want to lull you into that false sense of security that I don't really have too much anything to do for the rest of the action phase, and to get an opportunity to do something further that's going to benefit me now, as we see the discards away from the Han Solo leader action at the start of the action phase. Tranquility and Morgan Elspeth in the discard pile for Josh Freeman Birch here, trying to activate maybe his own Anakin Champion of Mortis.
And this is the card I was talking about. Morgan Elsbeth is the one that is making everyone go, ooh, but right now we've got Anakin Champion of Mortis on Jonas's side, going and attacking into the base. A lot of damage starting to build up. Looks like we're up to 24 here. And then we got damage on Han Solo as well. Now we got more going up. I believe we're now on to, yes, it is 24. Now, the reason that works, Zori comes in, draws, oh, but then Han Solo rushes in and takes out the Han Solo leader. Oh, there's a lot happening here. Basically, Zori comes in, draws a card. You have to discard later. Oh, look, it's my villainy card. Now I've got Anakin on board. There we go. That's what I was trying to say.
Oh,
but now Fel the Dragon comes in and takes out Han Solo.
Yeah, that's a real shame there. 7-cost Han Solo. Such a great unit. 6-6 for 7 with ambush, but shoots first, as to say, deals combat damage before the defender. So it's essentially sort of a free ambush if you are definitely defeating the unit that you are going up against. But here, having that Fel the Dragon, that hard removal to take care of it, and Joshua is in a real piece of strife here. If there is something like a hotshot blaster in the resources for Yonas, he could be able to smuggle that out, attach it to the Anakin, attack with it straight away, and close the game in one action. Would have to pay an aspect penalty for it being smuggled out, even with the card being an aggression card. It changes its aspect to cunning while it's in the resources. So would have to pay the 5 for it. But if he can, this game will be over in one action if there's no answer to Anakin.
I'm not seeing a hotshot blaster in the list. Am I being silly?
Doesn't look like it, which, I mean, it makes sense. It's not surprising that there isn't a hotshot blaster. I'm just saying that if there was...
Oh, if there was something along those lines, yes. Absolutely. Because, yeah, right now there's 6 damage left on Joshua's base. Anakin Champion of Mortis is only dealing 5. Josh does have the initiative, so... I mean, ideally, you kind of want to get rid of Anakin here so your opponent has no real attacking threats this phase, and you can start to regroup and build your board, whereas otherwise Anakin is going to put you just a hair's breadth away.
And annoyingly as well, both the units on Joshua's side of the board, they're both 4 power units. Anakin has 5 HP left remaining. So it's not as easy as Josh Freeman Birch just going ahead and saying, okay, I'm going to trade my Zori Bliss into the Champion of Mortis as a 1-for-1 trade and removal here. He needs a damage modifier as well of some description to be able to deal with that Anakin or some kind of hard removal. A straight trade won't cut it here.
And that is not what you want, because essentially, if Anakin can swing here, you just swing with Anakin, play some units, and hope one of them gets through next turn, and that's it. You're 10-0 and in prime position for top 8. I mean, at that point, you're kind of in prime position for the entire title, but we've got a bunch of rounds to go before we can quite get there. clearly a big decision being made by Joshua here. The amount of resources being turned keeps changing. He's thinking very hard, which tells me there isn't a good, obvious answer. Oh, it's a Spark of Rebellion, and there's an Anakin, there is a Luke, and there is a Crate Dragon. So you go after the Luke here, but there's some good options coming out for Yonas here in the very near future.
There's some really good options here, but it goes from bad to worse as well, because the card that really Joshua Freeman-Birch should be worried about in the resources in this matchup is actually Cassian Andor, because when you play Cassian from the Smuggle, it enters into play and ready, so it's able to attack on that action phase. So if it's there, and again, has 5 HP...
Well, hang on a second. We're having a look here. Is it in the resources? Did you see it there, Ben?
I don't know if I quite saw it there for Yonas, but if it is trouble being spelt for Josh Freeman-Birch. Again, unless he has hard removal, it's not there. It is just going to be a second Anakin defeating the heavily damaged one with the unique rule, but 2 for 1ing there in the trade-up with the -3/-3s.
That's absolutely perfect. You take out the Zori Bliss, you take out the leader, you completely clear the board, and like you say, you do have to replace it because unique units, they got that little symbol next to Anakin there. You can only have one of them on the board at the same time, but you can play over to essentially, like you said here, you want the on-play skill, so play that over, absolutely, and this is getting bad. And we did see a swing with Anakin before that happened, which does mean that we've got 1 health remaining on the base. There is an Anakin Champion Immortis out. Is there any kind of removal? Because if Josh has no removal, and it looks like he's picking up his cards, and there's the fist bump, and Yonas is going to 10-0 at the regional championships here in Bilbao, undefeated, won the last regionals in Lille, now sitting at 10-0 at this regionals, in prime position for a top 8 berth at least.
Yeah, really played there from Yonas. I mean, it goes to show that the traditional method of playing this Han Solo worth the risk deck is still very strong and very capable. And unfortunately for Josh Freeman-Birch there, it just never really felt like he was in the running and in the race from either of those 2 games. Game 1 was far too quick for JFB to be able to try and go up against and reclaim. Game 2 was a little bit closer, but again, just didn't have those immediate answers and removal options for the units that Han Solo worth the risk can bring out for that reduced resource cost.
And it does feel like Yonas was really in control of that game all the way through. We need to go back quite early in the game when we did see the power of the dark side getting discarded from the Ahsoka Tano, which then opened up the double -3/-3 on Anakin Champion Immortis. We saw 2 Anakin come down. Both of them actually got a double character removal, double unit removal when they came in. So that was absolutely huge having that use there. But even with that said, you know, we had a Crate Dragon, which I think could have come in that phase, or the next phase would have been potentially an option. We know what Crate Dragon does when it hits the board. So it felt like Yonas was in control there. And honestly, at this stage, you went 9-0 yesterday. You've taken down one of the best players in the world on stream round 1 today. Your deck is humming. You've got a phenomenal list. Really does feel like this might be the play this event.
Yeah, certainly so. Well, there's plenty of players that are also looking for that strong start, and 2 of them are in our feature match 2 area as well. So let's go have a look and see what they are playing in feature match 2. And I've got a spoiler alert for you, Ross. It's really cool. We've got Carmine Petrone here on Ray Data Vault, the deck that Josh Freeman-Birch played in the last regional championships here in Lille for Season 0, up against Mikolai Vendowski on Han Solo worth the risk, but with Energy Conversion Lab.
Yes, not the same one we just saw from Yonas here. It is a very different build of the deck. And actually, we've already got, so we have a quick look at the board. We've got the Obi-Wan there acting as a Sentinel if you've played a Force unit. And there's Gunji being played, so there is the Force unit. There is Sentinel for Obi-Wan. And then we've got Moisture Farmer and your favorite, Ben,
yes,
Village Protectors, the shielded Sentinel, although it looks like it may have lost its shield, unfortunately.
Yeah, but that is the beautiful thing about the Village Protectors, with it being a Sentinel and having a shield on it as well. It's just so difficult to try and remove in that early game stages because it's only a 3-resource unit. It gives you so much value, and unless you're going up against something like Vigilance, Villainy, and an Aspect Pair, pairing that power of the dark sides you in response, and you don't have another unit out to be able to sacrifice away for it, it's just such an annoying unit to try and deal with in the early game. One of my favorite cards from that set, absolutely.
Phenomenal card, brilliant card. Anytime I can get it into a deck, you better believe. You know, if I'm playing Vigilance in a heroism deck, I am getting Village Protectors in there. So we're still very early on here. No damage on either of the bases. This is very much an early game kind of, let's feel it out. We see a swing here from Obi-Wan, but of course it has to go into Village Protectors. And it does, and they go down. But now, you know, Obi-Wan, you know, has got an upgrade on there and has really not done very much. You got General's Blade on an Obi-Wan, and yet what have they done? They've, like, used 2 hits to take out Village Protectors, but it's a trap!
Oh, Admiral Akbar coming down now onto the board. This unit has been seeing a little bit more play and popping up here and there. The Restore one, which when play is allowing you to deal damage to a unit equal to the number of units you control in its arena. So being able to put 2 damage extra onto that really, really big Obi-Wan unit right now ordinarily would be enough to be able to defeat it. But with that General's Blade giving Obi-Wan plus 2 HP left to work with here for Mikolai.
Absolutely. So, seems like we've got quite decent little setups from both players here. Playing the game at a bit of a relaxed pace right now, but it seems like both players have been kind of stifling the other. Mikolai's there, got some nice units out, which is lovely, but the Village Protector has been putting in some work. Admiral Akbar's getting some cheeky damage. Moisture Farmer is just sitting there, you know, doesn't do any damage. It's a Moisture Farmer. They're not good at fighting, Ben, but they are good at getting damage off of your board.
Interestingly enough here, actually, Moisture Farmer, if it does attack, will do damage because it's got an experience token on it. And that's been generated by the Ray Leader action, which allows you to pay a resource, exhaust the leader, and give an experience token to a unit with 2 or less power. So you'll see quite a lot of them generally in this Ray Data Vault list. You're seeing 2 of them on board already with Moisture Farmer and Admiral Akbar. The Village Protectors as well. That counts cards like R2-D2, Tech, Regional Governor, Gungi as well is a potential option to be able to boost up with this Ray ability and make something that on face value doesn't necessarily hit that hard, hit a lot harder.
And of course, in Sealed this weekend, we've been seeing things like Obi-Wan Kenobi, who can give an experience token to a unit that doesn't have an experience. Worth noting that Ray can double up. So the Moisture Farmer could potentially get 3 experience tokens from Ray, because you give it 2, they've got 2 power, then you could go and give a 3rd. I'm not sure you ever would, but I'm just saying you can if you want to.
Yeah, it's a great call, Ross, and I don't see why you wouldn't, especially on this board state right here. You've got that Obi-Wan that's got 2 HP left on it. You've got the Gungi that at the moment has 4, so you could go with either sort of a double trade into the Gungi here, or just go and tag it down that Obi-Wan, make it so that you've not got that easily accessible Sentinel that Mikolai can continue to be able to loop with all of the Force units that are undoubtedly in this list now with the Legends of the Force support.
Yeah, it's worth noting that Obi-Wan, you have to play a Force unit in the phase to give it Sentinel. So, it, you know, phase starts, it doesn't have Sentinel, and it gains it when you play a Force unit, which means there are opportunities to essentially go around it as a Sentinel, depending on what your opponent does. So that is something to keep an eye on when that Sentinel is active and when that Sentinel is not active.
Yeah, and we've been seeing a few sort of saboteurs now making their way slightly into the format at the moment here as well. Predominantly more in Sealed is where you see that saboteur keyword get the opportunity to shine. Saboteur, of course, being an ability that lets you go around shields and sentinels when you try and attack and deal damage. So Obi-Wan, however, is going into the discard pile, so Carmine isn't going to have to worry about it anymore unless Mikolai can find a new one.
Absolutely. That one's gone now. Still no damage on either base. So we're a couple of turns in here, but it still feels very early game. Neither player's got an overwhelming board presence right now. Neither player has been able to get much damage on the board, but it's worth noting that Han is supposed to be the aggressor in this matchup. They are supposed to be getting the early damage down, and it looks like we have got a judge call, which is going to be happening in that feature matchup. So, you know, take a minute or two, let them figure out the judge call, and then we can go from there. No, we're already back. Jobs are good, and what we've got here is we finally entered the space arena because Blue Leader's come down as a ground unit.
Yeah, this card is absolutely phenomenal from Jump to Lightspeed. Just so much versatility, either as a 3/3 for 3 that can ambush into the space arena, but when played, you can pay an extra 2 resources, and if you do, Blue Leader will swoop down Skirmish on the ground and become a 5/5 for 5. Importantly, in Han Worth the Risk, though, you can play it with that resource reduction here. So Blue Leader able to come down that 1 action phase sooner and come down on the ground arena as Ross. Now there are 2 of them.
There are 2 of them. Both players have just played an R2-D2 back-to-back. This is the one you were mentioning a minute ago that sees a little more play. Essentially, let's look at the top card of your deck, and you can either leave it there or put it on the bottom of your deck. But it's an on-play and on-attack skill on a unit that has 4 HP. And, of course, Ray can boost that up with experience tokens as well. So it's one that can sit there and give you that little bit of extra consistency, help you draw into what you need. So both players now entering the resource phase. You draw 2, you have the opportunity to resource 1, but we're early enough in the game that I think both players are obviously going to.
Yeah, it's a real powerhouse card, R2-D2, in quite a few decks at the moment. Yoda at the moment is one that springs to mind that really benefits from this R2-D2, along with C-3PO as well, the 2 companion droids really helping to facilitate that leader action and even draw into the combo of the Ray from Legends of the Force that, when drawn in the action phase, allows you to deal 2 damage to a unit and 2 damage to base. Whether we're going to see that combination here, that remains to be seen. What we will see, though, is Carmine mirroring Mikolai with a ambushing Blue Leader in the ground arena to those experience tokens.
Absolutely, and it's, you know, like you say, it's a 3/3/3 or a 5/5/5. Either way, it has ambush, and it looks like it is going to ambush in on the Gungi here. So that is going to take that down, take a couple damage back, but it doesn't matter because you've got 5 HP. You are going to be absolutely fine. And now, basically, both players here are just fighting for control of that ground arena. Right now, Carmine in a decent position here. And one thing that's worth noting, Han, the supposedly aggressive deck, has not been able to really establish much of a board presence or get any damage on the base here, which means as this game goes along, Carmine is going to be feeling better and better. For now, however, we've got Obi-Wan, and you get Sentinel, because it is a Sentinel. It's a Force that counts itself, so the first time it comes down, it always is going to have Sentinel.
Yeah, it's been a real measured game, like you say here, between these 2 players. Even with Mikolai Wandowski on an energy conversion lab build, you'd expect that to be a little bit more aggressive, but we are at the deploy phase here for Han Solo, so that is going to be flipped on at this action phase. Rey can only deploy in 6 or more resources, so Carmine is still 1 action phase away from being able to deploy their leader and start granting experience tokens on attack, as opposed to having to pay the resource for them.
Absolutely. Now, we are having a decision to be made here. R2 is just going to swing into base. We've finally got some damage on base. It's only 1, but it is activating R2's skill here. So it looked like top of the card, not good, top of the deck, not good enough. Let's put this card to the bottom, and we'll try again in a moment.
And we've got Cassian Andor now being played down as well, using the Han Solo leader unit actions. Just an activatable action, not once per phase, interestingly enough, as well. You can just play a unit from your hand, and it gets that resource reduction. Still takes the damage, unfortunately, as the trade-off. But when you're getting now what is a 3/3 for 3, you don't mind that too much.
No, absolutely you don't. And the fact that it's not limited to once per phase, you don't have to rest the leader unit or any of that. It's just whenever you feel like it. It is pretty gosh darn nice. We see a swing into Admiral Akbar here, taking that off of the board.
Yeah, and I like that there from Mikolai, removing the only restore outlet that was on the board for Carmine. Such a key keyword in so many of these Vigilance Heroism decks, to be able to restore and get that 33 HP of Data Vault. Just look a little bit further out of reach for Mikolai, and he's going to need every single little bit of damage advantage that he can on that Data Vault base when he's only on the 25 starting HP with that energy conversion lab as well.
I mean, basically, Carmine is starting with 1/3 extra HP, so even with a 6 damage on, Carmine is still ahead in terms of base damage here as it goes. But Mikolaj will have that epic action to ambush in one of their units later, which is going to be very interesting. But I will say, it's taken a few turns, but Mikolaj here has done what we've been asking them to do. They've now got the Obi-Wan down, and they've got the Andor down, and they've got the blue leader down, and they've got their leader deployed. So now there is a significant offensive threat in that ground arena for Mikolaj here. That is looking quite nice. On the other side, there is a blue leader and an R2, which is cool. But certainly we are starting to see that disparity, and this is where Mikolaj needs to start, really getting ahead before we start seeing some of those big ships come down with the big restore and things of that nature.
Yeah, well, we mentioned about Josh Freeman-Birch being a real student of the game. So is Mikolaj Wendowski, top 4 at the Liverpool sector qualifiers in Season 0.
Hello there, everyone. Welcome.
Consistent player in the European region. So undoubtedly will have done his due diligence in preparation of this weekend. Likely tested this matchup, maybe not as much as some of the other matchups that they were expecting going into this format, like your Sabine Energy Conversion Labs, like your Cad Bane Tarkin Towns, like your Han Solo Worth the Risk and Audacious Smugglers. But I imagine there would have been some consideration for the Rey Data Vault matchup, so I can only assume that this patience is a deliberate idea and a deliberate strategy for Mikolaj Wendowski. Here comes a takedown, though.
Yeah, takedown unfortunately takes down the blue leader, and because takedown is a removal card which is dependent on the amount of remaining HP of a unit, it does actually make it a little bit better against Han Solo because, of course, they are damaging their own units, lowering their HP naturally, makes takedown just that little bit better. We are seeing a swing with Cassian Andor into base here. That is going to put us up to 12 total here, and it looks like Rey is going to... Are we getting an experience? Are we deploying the unit? What are we doing?
Yeah, Carmine's kind of torn here about whether to use the leader action first and then deploy, which is generally what you want to do if you have a leader that has an activatable action in the leader zone before you flip, because you then sort of get double duty when the leader goes ahead and deploys.
Oh, yeah.
But Rey is such a nice and strong statted leader. 2/6 for that 6 deployment with restore and the on-attack ability to gain experience tokens. But Carmine here decides, yes, it is worth me burning the extra action, getting R2 up a little bit stronger. Oh, here comes Wrecker, though.
And you get to defeat a resource to do 5 damage to a ground unit, and Mikolaj here goes, yeah, you know what? I will happily do that. Down goes R2, which, to be fair, was probably going to get another experience token in a moment anyway. So let's take it out with Wrecker while we have the opportunity.
Yeah, it certainly does. And what it also spells for Carmine is a little bit of danger to actually deploy that Rey leader unit now, because Wrecker has 7 power and has the Overwhelm keyword as well. So Wrecker for Mikolaj represents an easy 1-card answer on board for the Rey leader unit. Takes barely any damage back in the response as well, with only 2 power on the leader unit, and trickles 1 extra damage into the Data Vault base as well, thanks to that Overwhelm keyword. What Carmine's really going to want here is either something like a Village Protectors to pair with the Rey, some kind of lightsaber or damage modifier, or even just health point modifier here to make sure that Rey is going to live through any attempt of a Wrecker swing.
Yeah, you're absolutely right here, Ben. Just deploying it means that next phase it is not going to last very long against that Wrecker. But Wrecker can't attack. It was played this turn. It's exhausted. So the question then becomes, do you have any... I think you've got a 2-card hand there for Carmine. Is there anything in that hand that can... Well, I think you said it very nicely. Help you to protect Rey. Look at the decision being made here. Carmine has reached for Rey multiple times and then decided against it. Instead, just goes to claim. Does not want to deploy that Rey until there's some measure of protection. The problem is, now when you deploy the Rey, that Wrecker is going to be allowed to attack. So it does make things even more awkward until you can maybe get rid of the big 7-6.
Yeah, it's really unfortunate here that Carmine is just being forced to claim the initiative. The other line that Carmine could have taken if he really just wanted to make sure that Ray did deploy, get 2 damage in and restore, was to go ahead and deploy the Ray and just hope that Mikolai didn't want to attack with the R2-D2 to get the extra card, though. There is the answer that we were looking for, however. Fell the Dragon, taking care of the Wrecker and making things a little bit easier for Carmine to deploy here.
That's beautiful. Gets rid of a non-leader unit with 5 or more power. It's very, very good for a 4 cost, but it only takes out those bigger units. But, you know, Vigilance has so many options again, you know, just for straight removal. That is your go-to for big, bad threats. Now, here we see Mon Mothma coming down. Always a fun one. You get to search top 5 cards of your deck for a Rebel card on play. Did we not hit one? Did we whiff?
We missed with the Rebel search there from Mon Mothma. This was a card that I thought was going to see a little bit more play, if I'm going to be honest with you, when it first got revealed in Spark of the Rebellion, especially with how popular the Rebel tag was with something like Sabine Wren. But Sabine Wren just ended up saying, you know what, we go too fast to actually go ahead and start searching on action phase 1. So instead here is now being brought in this Ray Data Vault list. Obviously, as we're seeing here with Carmine as well, is a 1 power base stat unit, so does have the opportunity to get the experience token from the Ray leader, but there's not as many Rebels maybe as you'd like to hit.
No, but there's a lot of ships, things like the Tantai 4, things like Bright Hope. These all have the Rebel tag home 1. The big ships in the list do have the Rebel tag, and those are things that can make a big difference in this game. Having Restore and having big power as well. Anything like that would have been great. Luke Skywalker has the Rebel tag. That might have been a fun pickup. There are some good, not just pieces, but high-end pieces in the deck that could be searched out with Mon Mothma.
Oh,
Whipping
no.
is bad. It's another Wrecker.
Oh, this is heartbreaking here for Carmine in this situation. Defeating our own resource, dealing with the Mon Mothma that we've just used the next action for Carmine to power up a little bit further with the Ray leader action. And the thing for Mikolai here as well, when you initially play Wrecker, you look at it and you think, oh, okay, burning 5 into a ground unit is cool, but I'm losing a resource when I do so. Because you're in that Han Solo deck, though, the resource pool for yourself doesn't really matter too much because you are able to cheat out those units with the reduced cost on the leader side here. So the defeating of a friendly resource isn't really as detrimental as it looks like on face value for Wrecker in this list.
It's not even really that different to just discarding a card from your hand a lot of the time. So yeah, that's not too bad, frankly. So here we come with the Wrecker. Now it's ready to attack, and it is just going to go straight into that Ray, take it out, and then you get the overwhelms. You get, like you said, 1 extra damage is trickling over onto the rail. 2, I believe it was, actually.
Yeah, it's more damage that's trickling over here because Ray took a trade and a swing into the Cassian Andor that was on Mikolai's side of the board. Not 100% sure why Carmine favored getting rid of the Cassian Andor in that situation, just 3 less damage being taken to base and getting a little bit of restore off. But speaking of restore, we're now taking to the skies in a big way with home 1.
And we get Village Protectors down. And this, I think, is where we can start swinging the game for Carmine. Get your big ship in. We know that Han has no real respect, ironically, for the space arena here. So we've got home 1 coming in with Restore 2. Every other friendly unit gets Restore 1. And incidentally, you got the Village Protectors from the other, you know, the other skill from home 1 lets you play a Heroism unit from your discard cheaper. So now, essentially, you've got 2 protections in the ground arena. 1 from the shield on the Village Protectors, 1 on Village Protectors. Then you've got home 1 there in the space, which can start swinging for 7 a turn while also restoring 2. And maybe this is your route back into victory. And you've got to think this is the kind of thing Carmine was looking for from Mon Mothma a minute ago.
Yeah, certainly so. Would have loved it if that Ray leader unit was still online here as well to help stack up that restore that Ray has in the leader kit herself. But we have to play on the board state that we're given as Mikolai with a Kelleran deck that we played out using the Han Solo leader action, finding a Battlefield Marine, finding another 3 damage that Carmine Carmine has to be worried about here. And I can't help thinking, Ross, but going back to that action phase where Carmine decided to trade in the Ray and swing into the Cassian Andor there. We got rid of the 3 power on that action phase, but Mikolai has just replaced it here with an equally dangerous unit in terms of stat line from that Cassian.
Yeah, Battlefield Marine, we also saw that another Obi-Wan Kenobi has come down as well. We saw the Village Protector being taken out by a combination of R2 and Obi-Wan. Luke does come down here to get rid of Wrecker, which is lovely. Friendly unit was defeated this phase, so you do get the -6, -6. But the problem is you got 13 health remaining on your board, and there's a lot of characters and more keep coming. We see 7 from Keller and Beck here. That puts you up to 27. Ben's doing a bit of counting. I count more than 6 available.
Yeah, but we do have the Restore that is on the home one, so I think
one off.
That Mikolai is going to be one off, like you say. Carmine is just going to be safe unless there's something like another Cassian Andor that's in the resources for Mikolai to be able to play with a smuggle, get it entered into play ready, and then able to swing in on this action phase. We are seeing the Battlefield Marine is just going to continue to chip the damage into the data vault. Do we have the Cassian Andor, or do we have some kind of damage modification?
We've got something coming down. It's Poe Dameron, and that is going to be enough to do the last couple of bits of damage to the base. Poe using its skill to discard a card, do 2 damage to the base, and that is going to be enough to see another victory from Han Solo there. Mikolai taking game 1 in pretty impressive fashion.
Yeah, really, really well played there from Mikolai Vendowski. Exactly what you'd expect as well from a player of his quality and his knowledge level. Played a very measured and controlled game in that early game stages, and with those double wreckers coming down, delaying the deployment for Carmine of their Ray leader unit. And when they did, just saying, okay, cool, you've gone for a trade into one of my 3 power units. I'm now going to swing for 7 and overwhelm into the base as well, even with the experience token that Ray granted herself. And in the end, just too much aggression and too much consistency that Mikolai was able to find.
No, unfortunately, could not get over that. The double wrecker was back-breaking. That Poe at the end is like an aggression all-stars coming out as you get to the end game there. So Poe Dameron being able to do that extra 2 cheeky damage to the base by discarding a card, got them over the line, but it really was the double wrecker. That meant that Ray, the leader unit, never really got very much done. And when you've got these leaders that deploy a bit later like Ray, you really need just a little bit more value from them as a leader unit, and I don't think we got there in that game. Whereas, I mean, did you see how many units were cheated out a little bit cheaper using Han Solo worth the risk there?
Yeah.
About 1 million, Ben.
Yeah, it's such a strong leader, and it has been pre-force throw suspension, even post-force throw suspension. But what that suspension has allowed is for players to go a little bit more experimentative in what aspect and base that they pair it with. It's not all of a sudden just, oh, you have to play Han Solo worth the risk with the Force Vigilance base, because that is the most strong all-round combination. We're now seeing the experimentation of things like the Energy Conversion Lab. Potentially there's even room as well for a 30 HP base to mix in there as well, because you're just playing that strong aspect with the Han Solo.
I think we've seen, 2 games in a row here. We've basically seen, well, hang on a second. We've got 2 different builds of it. So, yeah, they're both actually really very good. I think we might even have the next game of the feature match ready. So let's go and have a look at that as well. So we've got game 2 coming in here with Mikolai up 1 game on that Han Solo, and then Carmine there on Ray. And this is your classic, well, we're in the sideboarding phase here. Anything you see in either list, Ben, that jumps out to you?
Choose sides could be really, really cool. In the Ray list, being able to choose sides against a Wrecker that's cheated out for a couple of lower resources, as well as the Keller and Beck that we saw from Mikolai is a 7/7, so can get some really nice damage into the base. If we've got something like Home 1 that's going to remain pretty uncontested in the space arena for Mikolai, maybe an extra copy of the Moisture Farmer as well or 2, just to get some of that early restore going and ward off any early pressure that Mikolai decides to put on if they decide to go with the early aggression play instead of the more conservative approach that we saw in game 1.
No, absolutely. I think that might be the play here. Either way, both players, it seems like, have made their decision. We are shuffling up. And, I mean, look, it seemed a slower game plan from Mikolai last game, but it worked beautifully. And, you know, it took a few turns. It was very cat and mouse, back and forth. Couple of units out, couple of units gone. But then it was when we started getting those wreckers out that it really started to change. Carmine has plenty of bigger units in their list. Things like Luke that we saw. Things like some of those big ships that we saw. Can we get some of them out a little more reliably? And can we just protect the ground arena? Because that was a real big issue in game one. Carmine could not ever really establish in the ground arena, and when they ran out of steam a little bit, Mikolai just ran them over.
Yeah, and that is the big point here, is that value game that you are playing with these two leader units. Because you're having to pay the one resource for the Ray leader action, and because it relies on having units on board with power 2 or less to gain the experience token, Mikolai is just able so much easier and so quicker to be able to get those 3 or high power units onto the board because of the Han Solo leader action. You can get them out that one action sooner and just really, really threaten, while Carmine is having to take a little bit of time, play these smaller, understated units, and then boost them with the Ray leader action. So definitely the value game is with Mikolai at this point in time, unless they have a really, really awkward start.
Yeah, and if they have an awkward start, that is going to make things a lot more awkward. But otherwise, I think you're absolutely right. It seemed like Mikolai was kind of in control a lot that game. Didn't seem to be under too much pressure. And it just seemed to be, you know, let's kind of play around. Let's buy a bit of time until I can really take over the ground arena and go from there. So, does seem like we've got decision made from Carmine. We've got resources. We've got an opening hand. Mikolai here looks like they are keeping their hand now. And they are putting down their resources, and we are going to get rolling for Game 2 of Round 10 at the Bilbao Regional Championships between Carmine Patron's Ray and Mikolaj Vendowski's Han Solo Worth the Risk. And it's an R2, Ben!
Yeah, R2 coming down, a really nice phase 1 action play here for Carmine. But here immediately, what we were saying about that value game, Sabine's masterpiece being able to make its way onto board in action phase 1 with that resource economy is a very wounded Sabine's masterpiece, however, with just the 1 HP. But it is a way that Mikolai can early, or for low resource value, contest in that space arena.
And it's now going to force some kind of response. Maybe a Concord Dawn Interceptors, if it's still in the list, could be something you need there just to try and stop your opponent a little bit from, you know, sitting there doing free damage a turn. But it's not just free damage, it's also an extra damage to a unit or base if you've got an aggression unit, for instance, which you often will. Or maybe you can ready a resource because you've got a command unit, for instance, or things along those lines.
Well, it's
no,
not
experience token. Sorry, Ben.
Well, it's not going to matter because immediately Blue Leader comes in, ambushes in the space, and takes that 1-for-1 trade against the Sabine's masterpiece. So Mikolai will pivot back down into the ground arena. Thought, you know what? Space isn't for me. Flying's for droids. We're going to go with a Grogu.
Who doesn't love a Grogu? We see 1 damage going there from R2-D2. And I love that we've got this big kind of battle in the regional championships, and we've got R2-D2 against Grogu right now.
The true Star Wars battle of R2-D2, the little astromech droid that could, and Grogu, the mysterious child that was protected by a lone Mandalorian with a very, very kind heart. But here, there's going to be no kind-heartedness between these two players. They are wanting to secure that victory and these all-important match points to get them on the right foot in what will be 4 remaining rounds before the top 8 cut this afternoon.
I mean, they can still be friends, Ben. They don't have to be, like, mean to each other, mate. They can still be friendly while they compete for a place in top 8. But either way, we got 4 resources each. 4 resources are being used, but it's actually more than 4 resources because Blue Leader is coming down, ambushing in the ground arena, able to come down with the damage from the Han Solo ability and the damage from taking out R2 and surviving. And now we've got a 5-power unit there. And of course, Grogu is phenomenal in a Han Solo deck, because what Grogu does is you exhaust it to move 2 damage from a unit to another unit, And it doesn't have to be from one of yours to one of your opponents, but it's probably going to be from one of yours to one of your opponents.
Yeah, as you say, this Grogu is just such a menace in this list here, essentially wiping out the drawback that the Han Solo worth the risk leader action goes ahead and develops to your units when you play them out for cheaper. We see resupply being taken here for Carmine as well, trying to get that one action phase closer to being able to deploy that Ray leader unit, and one action further away from Mikolaj just being able to answer it or delay the deployment with the Wrecker like we saw in Game 1.
Yeah, that Wrecker, and that's the thing, because you're bringing things out cheaper here, it really does make such a big difference. Things like Wrecker coming out earlier than they should be able to is such a huge advantage. So we're going up to, I believe, is that 6? Oh, 5 resources, but 6 because you've had the resupply from Carmine. So 5 or 6, depending on whether you've ramped. And now it seems like, okay, we got the initiative, and Mikolaj here not mucking about. 5 damage on base with the blue leader. Let's go.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense for Mikolaj, just claiming the initiative there. No need to burn the Grogu action and have your own Grogu get damaged and potentially get ambushed in by Carmine's own blue leader or something like that, and taking very little damage back from the attack here. Just claiming the initiative, making sure that first action of the new phase is going to be a swing in for 5, and now that game of cat and mouse begins yet again. Carmine is at 6 resources thanks to that resupply from the last action phase, so is able to deploy Rey here along with Mikolaj being able to deploy Han Solo. But before the deployment, we are just going to see the takedown on the blue leader.
Love the takedown on blue leader, because not only was it representing damage on the board, it was representing a pool of damage from which Grogu could, well, withdraw and then throw back at you. So now we see the Han Solo unit deploying, and it seems like it is going to be able to attack straight away. Carmine, was that a pass there?
Potentially so, just wanting to see exactly what Mikolaj went ahead and did there. Maybe is again scared of that potential of something like a Wrecker play, something like a Poe Dameron play, the 5 cost that we still have the energy conversion lab access available to, can ambush it in, deal 6 damage, and then burn 2 into the base or into a unit. There is that Poe, so Carmine was very, very right to be able to wait for it before immediately snap deploying that leader. A claim of the initiative, and Mikolaj happy to pass with no more resources.
Well, the good news is you did get to claim, because you let your opponent do a bunch before you actually claimed the initiative there. We saw Poe come down, we saw the deployment of the leader, and then the attack. But now, once again, you know, Mikolaj, oh, we see a Fell the Dragon coming down, taking out that Poe Dameron. There's a trick we've seen before, and that's good, because that Poe was going to be an absolute menace, because Poe is not just, well, it's an on-attack skill. So, yeah, that's pretty impressive, quite frankly. You do not want to let them have it turn after turn after turn.
Yeah, and the versatility of that on-attack action as well, being able to discard up to 3 cards and either deal 2 damage to a unit or base, defeat an upgrade, so get rid of some of those pesky lightsabers that might be in this Vigilance Heroism deck, or force the opponent to discard a card from their hand. It's one of the big things about Star Wars Unlimited is that card advantage and hand size, because you're having to spend one of them each resource phase and regroup phase to put in the resource row. At some point, yes, you do stop, but when you aren't stopping, you are losing cards and cards, as Mikolaj is seeing that and goes, you know what? Card advantage. That sounds like a good idea. Let's play Kelleran.
Kelleran Beck comes down. That lets you go and potentially get a second unit here, and it looks like we have got an option off the top 7 cards of the deck. We're thinking. Are we playing? We're still thinking. We're not playing. We're thinking again. We're not playing yet. No, we're not playing. We're thinking. We're not playing yet, but we are still thinking, Ben. Thinking it's happening. It's the Obi-Wan with Sentinel. And remember, the phase it comes down, it will always have Sentinel straight away. That's not a bad 2 for 1 when you didn't even pay full price to begin with.
Yeah, and it means that this Rey leader unit as well, with the deployment of it, is going to have to crash straight into the Obi-Wan Kenobi here. And now Mikolaj using that activation of the Grogu action to remove remove the 2 damage that was just dealt to Kelleran from the Han Solo leader action to get rid of the shield from the Village Protector's Sentinel. So Sentinels on both sides of the board at the moment for Carmine and Mikolai, but Mikolai's looks a little bit better on this board state at the very least, because it's just going to be able to run in the way of Rey.
Well, unfortunately, we are running out of time for this game because the next round is going to be starting. Mikolaj, as you may have suspected, did go ahead and win game 2, take the 2-0 victory. That Han Solo deck, an absolute menace. We got 2 matches in on this round, Ben. Han Solo worth the risk won the first one, went to 10-0, good work. And then Han Solo worth the risk won the second one. And it seems like right now that might be the deck to beat. But regardless, we are going to be... Look, we're going to be stepping away for like a few seconds. The round 2 is about to start. We're showing you extra games so we don't have to actually leave you, lovely ladies and gentlemen. So grab yourselves a nice cold beverage. Don't go anywhere. We're back with round 11 action. So quick, might not even be worth getting out your chair, honestly. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you did not go far. Round 11 is starting. My name's Ross Gilbert. I am back. And I had to get rid of Ben for a minute, which makes me sad. But I've replaced him with Christian, which makes me happy. How you doing, sir?
I am absolutely fantastic, Ross. Pleasure to be up here at the caster's desk with you once again. We've never cast together, really, before this weekend, and I've been having an absolutely fantastic time doing it. And it's been a super great weekend so far. And today, of course, the most exciting day, really. You know, we're in day 2. We've got Top Cut. We've got loads of exciting decks. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling pretty good. You're right. We've kind of been like circling each other on the casting circuit for a while now, just kind of never quite ending up at the same events. This weekend, we managed it, and I'm good. Today, I wake up in Spain, and I go to bed in Spain. The only day that's actually true, so it means that I get to be here at the start of the day, which I didn't manage the last couple of days, and really just soak it in. And this is the best day to do it. We've got players going through for the top 8. We've got finals. And, of course, let's have a look at 2 of the players we are going to be featuring here. And it's going to be a game that might not be the quickest. We've got Win Sen against Daryl Nunn. Apologies, as always, for any mispronunciations. We have got ourselves Han Solo, Audacious Smuggler with Command against Kira, Data Vault. And we're already off with a Millennium Falcon.
Yeah, this is a matchup that has sort of maybe haunted many of those Han players since the Jump to Lightspeed format, really, where we saw Kira Data Vault come into its own. And it's definitely a matchup that has improved with Legends of the Force for Han, but it can be a little bit of a dicey one. Generally speaking, you're trying to go nice and wide or apply lots of pressure. A fast Falcon, as Han players like to call them, the Falcon that comes in and is able to ready immediately and get those attacks in, is not a bad start. Generally, you're trying to see that resupply on turn 1, go into some sort of, a Poe, build that wide board, be insulated from Power of the Dark Side, which is exactly what we saw there from Daryl. But it's really not the worst situation to be in for Win here. Going into his 5 resource turn, of course, which is essentially the flip turn for Han, thanks to that leader ability. Though Daryl, playing this Super Laser Technician out, having a resource open, able to use that Kira ability and therefore threaten with that Kira flip, which clears Han exactly. So a little bit of a dicey situation for both players, and it will be interesting to see how they choose to navigate it here.
It will indeed. We saw a Power of the Dark Side come down, get rid of the Millennium Falcon. We do see that Kira ability taking out the Super Laser Technician, popping it straight into the resources, and double leader deployment here. But Han did deploy first.
Yes, and we are seeing here, so Han will be able to trade with Kira if Win chooses to. Daryl will be able to trade with the Han. It'll be interesting to see what is in these players' hands. I mean, having a look there, Daryl's hand doesn't seem too amazing. Oh, and Win is going to see the perfect out here. This is exactly what you want to see as Han, the blue leader, comes in with those experience tokens as a 5/5, exactly clearing the Kira. This is a fantastic thing to see for Win. He's going to be able to now use that Han ability and basically keep his Han, and that's the big thing. In order to get that value generation, you keep essentially getting those extra resources, always being ahead of your opponent. And I think on this next turn, what we're really going to want to see from Win is something like a U-Wing reinforcement, something like a Kelleran Beck, potentially even a Han Solo or an Enfys Nest, depending on what Daryl plays, who of course has the initiative. But either way, a little bit of a dicey situation for Daryl now that Win has basically seen the perfect out to his play.
Yeah, getting that blue leader coming down, taking out the Kira, absolutely phenomenal. And now you're sitting there, you've got your Han leader ready to go. You've got yourself the blue leader. And actually, we do see that, the U-Wing you wanted to... Yeah.
Yeah, there it is, yeah. And we do see also in Daryl's hand a devastating gunship, and this is going to be a nice way to answer that blue leader, which has survived and is representing 5 damage. Good chunk, we see swinging for that large amount of damage. A couple turns in a row can get you very, very close to lethal. Here we go. Coming down is going to defeat it, but that's going to be, essentially Daryl tapped out. We're probably going to see a Kira leader ability here. Devastating gunship, a phenomenal card in Kira. Does have that grit, so it's basically going to become a 5/3 with a shield, but Win here going, wow, you know what? That's fine. It's not actually that scary. I'm going to start putting damage on your base.
And it seems like we've got a hot shot blaster coming down onto Han here. Very appropriate little upgrade there. And that means that Han can swing for 6, I believe, into base. So we're already up to 13 on Daryl's base here, while Win has been able to keep his base a little bit okay for now. And now what we're going to see, it is going to be that 2 damage and the shield onto the gunship, like you said, with the grip. It's not just 2 damage, it's +2 power. And it also means you've got the shield there, making it much harder to take out. As we see L337 coming down. Nice little shielded ground unit.
Yeah, and really the biggest advantage of this card, outside of course, the shield, which, if there is any of that, I don't think Kira plays any of that outside of barrage. Specific direct damage, unlikely to really come up. All of it would survive a barrage for what it's worth. But really the advantage here is that insulation from Power of the Dark Side.
Yes.
Merciless Contest, those sorts of cards. I don't think we're looking through Daryl's list. He's on Merciless Contest, but it's an option.
We do have a Vigilance right now, and that's going to mean that Han goes away.
And I think we're going to see, the heal 5.
Yeah, heal.
But again, as Win here, I'm like, that's fine. I kind of want to just U-Wing here, Kelleran. I want to just keep this board wide. We are coming up to that Super Laser Blast turn for Kira. 3 copies in the deck. Don't see it in Daryl's hand just yet. Caught a glimpse earlier of some Reinforcement Walkers. I think his opening hand had 2 of those. Oh no, there was the Super Laser Blast. So that is obviously going to be ideal for Daryl. Going into this next turn, he's going to be able to just clean up this board. But again, Win, one of the issues, really, with this Han deck is once you reach these, it can kind of do it all. In the early game, you're able to have that aggression. You're able to play out these aggressive units like the Millennium Falcons in space. You're able to put pilots onto them. put out a huge amount of damage, and obviously by accelerating those resources, make things really, really scary for your opponent. But also you're able to pivot into that late game, and you're able to play these value cards like Tech, like U-Wing Reinforcement, like Keller and Beck, and see some really incredible stuff there.
Well, we did see the Han Solo coming down a minute ago from Win. That Reinforcement Walker you mentioned has hit the board. Let's look at the top card of your deck. It's either a draw it, or you discard it and heal free from your base, which oftentimes is what you want to do, unless it is, you know, a particularly good card. Now we can see swings from L337, but then on the other side, we've got the Droid Missile Platform getting a little bit of a swing as well. Damage really starting to build up on each player's base here. So things are starting to go, but like you say, Super Laser Technician, Super Laser Blast.
Yes.
Kind of hiding there, it's waiting.
Exactly. I'm curious why Daryl chose to hold it off. I mean, Reinforcement Walker is an amazing stabilization card. Maybe deciding this board isn't really the scariest from Win. It is 2 units, but the combined damage output of 6 cards, and now Daryl being rewarded for that patience as Win does finally go, okay, I'm going to play the U-Wing Reinforcement here. And another thing that is going to be quite nice about this situation is very often against Kira, we see Han players looking for Chewbacca from Jump to Lightspeed because that cannot be defeated by enemy card ability, so it would survive a Super Laser Blast. But Daryl here choosing to play that Reinforcement Walker and therefore having a way to attack into that Chewbacca, remove the Chewbacca first, and get that Reinforcement Walker on attack ability, heal some more damage potentially. Yes, okay, going to take a little bit of damage back, but then you can Super Laser Blast and find yourself in a very nice stable position if that's what Win pulls out of this U-Wing.
No, absolutely. So the U-Wing's coming out here. It's letting you play some units. Here we see a Tech coming down, and we see a Kira coming down as well. And Kira's wonderful because you can look at your opponent's hand and go, okay, well, that card's going to cost 3 more for as long as Kira is in play. What do you think they might go for here?
I mean, I think it's probably the Laser Blast, although for what it's worth, it doesn't really matter because I suspect this Reinforcement Walker is going to immediately attack into the Kira first action next turn.
I think so.
Yeah, so I mean, you are locking off that Super Laser Blast as a first action play, and thankfully for Win, Daryl doesn't have an extra resource open to give a shield to this Reinforcement Walker, which would make things even more annoying to deal with. But yeah, definitely not ideal. Win probably hoping to potentially has another Kira in that row, in those resources. You know, this Tech is out there. Tech is live. Daryl doesn't have a great way to answer it. We know he's going to try and set up the Super Laser Blast. I mean, Avenger wouldn't really help here because of how many units Win has to just sack off. So definitely a potentially sticky situation for Daryl, though I think really close to just flipping the game and having the advantage in his corner.
Absolutely. He's not there yet, though. There's a little bit of work to be done. So are we going to see the Reinforcement Walker just immediately take out the Kira, open the door? Because as soon as Kira leaves the board, then that skill is gone. The +3 cost is gone away, and you are then able to just play the Super Laser Blast. But it does, at the very least, it will give Win a bit more time, you know, one more action that they wouldn't have had pre-Super Laser Blast. And it looks like we're Reinforcement Walkering. But is it into the... It does look
like it's going into base. And I think, to be fair, an understandable decision from Daryl here because, well, that's 16. It's going to be 5 more going into the base from space. It's going to be up to 21. If we play an Avenger this turn, I think we might be winning the base race here. So, understandable why Daryl's chosen to do this. Of course, if Win does have any of those powerful removal tools like Waylay hiding in his row, Daryl may come to regret that decision. We will really just have to see what Win has tucked away back there. And this is the power of Tech. Gives you access to so many of those extra resources. Now, choosing to do 2 damage here to that Reinforcement Walker is very, very interesting. Win potentially just going to try and remove this Walker through hard damage alone, through swings on board.
Is doing that. Might also still be fearing the Super Laser Blast, thinking I might as well get some benefit out of these units while they're still on the board. But also, it's sitting there, it's healing free damage from the base, and it is a 6/9 when it starts out. It is a significant threat if you ignore the healing. Now, here comes a Hotshot Blaster again onto Han Solo, and that is going to do enough damage to take out that Reinforcement Walker. I adore that. So he smuggled it out there, which meant you can attack immediately, and that took out the reinforcement walker.
Yeah, this is a really tough situation for Win now, because what do you give up here? I mean, if you give up the tech, you lose access to your row. If you give up the Kira, your opponent can Super Laser Blast, and I guess you're less concerned about that now that you're facing down lethal in space, but it's definitely a little bit of a rough
board.
one. Exactly.
Go on then, Super Laser Blast, see if I care.
And we are just going to see the scoop there from Win saying, I have no way to deal with this.
So there takes Daryl. Daryl takes game one. It wasn't a Super Laser Blast in the end. It was just building up big space units, taking over really both arenas in the end and winning the base race. Daryl goes up 1-0 with that Kira Data Vault. Not in the traditional way we normally see it win, but you know what? A win's a win.
Exactly, a win is a win. Unfortunately, not for Win in that first game, but we'll see if he can bring it back in the second. And looking through here at their players' sideboards, I think we're seeing some consideration. We'll start off with Daryl's, and you know, he has Supreme Leader Snoke there, potentially really useful against these go-wide strategies. You're going to give that -2/-2 to your opponent's full board, and we do know that that is what Han likes to do. It likes to build that nice wide board. Of course, it is a dangerous card to play. We know that Han plays Waylay, and there are very few blowouts bigger than, oh, I play Snoke, I tap out, cool, I'm going to bounce that back to your hand, and my board is now back to full damage output, and you've basically done nothing this turn. But definitely a good option. The Annihilator, probably too slow. Similarly, the Devastator, potentially too slow, though we did see the game go up to 9 resources there, so I could see an argument for bringing that in. The Relentless, unlikely to come in here. No. 3 copies of Supremacy Tie. This is a 3/3 Sentinel in space. I think that is very likely to come in if Daryl is concerned about Win just going for a very aggressive play a Millennium Falcon on turn 1, suit it up with a Chewbacca on turn 2 game plan, which can be very, very scary. Of course, Daryl, if he has Traitorous, which we also see in that sideboard, Traitorsing a suited up Millennium Falcon is a very, very fast way to turn that game right on its head. So it is a risky strategy, but it is something that, you know, Han players do when push comes to shove. Definitely some really, really nice options here in the board, and I think we can safely say those Tyrantotechs in the main deck are going straight out.
Yeah, they are brilliant against Force units. They are terrible. Well, that's unfair. They are underwhelming when you're not against a Force deck, and you are very much not against a Force deck here. So you don't get the ambush with no Force unit on your opponent's side of the board. So you just end up with an underspec'd unit, which is not doing enough for you. So get it out. Don't need it. Move on with your life.
Exactly. And, you know, yes, Win's playing an Obi-Wan. I'm not sure I would want to be keeping a Tyrantotech just for Obi-Wan, especially with how early Win is likely to play that out. So that is my guess. But definitely something, you know, Daryl will have played this matchup a lot, I'm sure. Oh, yeah. And, you know, it's entirely possible, actually. Tyrantotech is very, very good. But now looking through Win's sideboard here, and I think, you know, there's just some good, solid top-end things here. We have another copy of Enfys Nest. We have another copy of Caloran Beck. I definitely think I'm bringing in that third Caloran Beck. I am trying to go really wide, apply as much pressure. I think one of the issues with Win in this first game is while he was able to go wide, because Daryl was able to ramp up, kind of keep pace, not fall too far behind, and get to that Super Laser Blast turn, it just wasn't fast enough. And Win's going to want to try and go really, really fast. Ideally, I think seeing that ideal line into Kira, where you see that resupply on turn 1 when you use that Han Leader ability, meaning into turn 2 you have 4 resources. You can play out a Poe Dameron, although looking at Win's list, I don't think he plays the Poe, which is going to make things a little bit more challenging, as traditionally that you could play that line, that would give you 2 units on the board, allowing you that safety going into your 5 resource turn to flip that Han Leader, go up to 7 resources, play that U-Wing reinforcement, and pull a Chewbacca out from your deck. When not having access to this line may make things a little bit more challenging, but of course, Kira, a little bit more of an inconsistent deck, says it's 60 cards, so maybe Win is going to see that ramp, and Kira won't. It really can come down to that simple difference in resources.
Very well explained. I love listening to you just go through all the sideboards there, explain everything, let everybody know what the options are. Absolute treat for everyone who gets to listen to you do that. So we are going to be heading into game 2 here, and this is very important because with 14 rounds of Swiss, we were chatting about this before we came on air, it seems like 2 losses will probably get you into top 8.
Yes.
And there may well be an opening there for one or two free loss players to get into top 8 as well. Both these players are already on 2 losses, which means in theory, if they keep winning, they finish on 2 losses, they get into top 8, jobs are good, and that's what everyone wants to be. If you take a loss, you're not eliminated from top 8 contention, but you're now, your best case scenario is, I am one of a bunch of 8 for, what are we going to be? We're going to be 11 frees. There we go. I'm one of a bunch of 11 frees. I hope my resistance is good enough. That's not where you want to be.
Yeah, and of course, tiebreakers, we have to decide somehow, and it goes both ways. Luck sometimes goes in your favor. You find yourself squeaking into that top 8, but more often than not, you see yourself in that 9th or 10th place on the leaderboard, and you can go, they call me Bubble Boy. Unfortunately, didn't make it this time, but there is always the next. But both these players, of course, exactly as you just explained there, Ross, very much still in contention. We're not liking the look of that first hand. Going to go ahead and throw it back. And we'll see, Daryl seems to like it, and I think that is a resupply in his opening hand, so I can see why he does.
Yeah, resupply, always a nice early game card. Go and get those resources up nice and quickly. Kira's a kind of deck that most of the time, you're just kind of hanging on and you're waiting for the end game where those big units are going to come out, where your big capital ships are going to hit the board. Things like your Snoke, if they're there, are going to hit the board. That's what you're looking for. Whereas, you need to ramp up to get to the point where they're actually even going to be live.
Exactly. This is going to be an interesting match to see here. Wynn drawing up that opening hand. Does he? I'm trying to soul read how happy he looks. He doesn't look super happy, but he doesn't look super unhappy. So this is potentially a slightly more average hand. Looking through that Kira hand, I'm seeing an overwhelming barrage, I believe. And I think that's a Fell the Dragon as well in there. So a good hand with some nice removal. We are going to see Wynn having the initiative here, using that Han leader ability, debating what to put down. And as someone who has played a lot of Han 1, I can assure you these resourcing decisions can get brutally difficult. We see the resupply. This is huge news for Wynn. It's exactly what he's going to want to be seeing there. And potentially now, I think Akira on this turn would probably be his best case scenario, shutting off whatever Daryl's next turn play would be. Daryl has the initiative, and I think we saw resupply there, so we're likely going to go ahead and just see that resupply. And I think, yeah, that U-Wing reinforcement falling out of the resource row, showing just how brutally hard these resource decisions can be as Han when you are forced to put away some of your best cards like that.
Well, there comes a resupply from Daryl. No Dr. Pershing turn 1, which is a bit sad. We love that turn 1 play to draw a bunch of cards. But you do get that perfect turn 2 with a resupply. Go up to 4 resources. And it is a tech from Wynn. So now the entire resource row has smuggle. Any of them can be brought out for their regular cost +2, including its aspects.
Yeah, this is a very decent option for Wynn, primarily because he was able to smuggle it out, thus somewhat kind of regaining the cards in hand that he lost on that first turn in order to use that Han leader ability. And being relatively efficient with those resources. Daryl now, at this 5 resource turn, is probably sitting there thinking, what do I do here? I can just flip the Kira. Okay, we are going to flip the Kira, and this is a huge moment for Wynn, because if he has that blue leader one more time, this is going to be a pretty big blowout turn, potentially.
I mean, it happened in game 1. It could absolutely happen here again in game 2. What does Wynn have? Kira's been deployed. It's on Wynn. We see 5 coming down, and it is the blue leader coming down as a 5/5/5 in the ground unit, taking out Kira immediately. 2 games in a row, exactly the same plan. And again, is that exactly what we saw last game?
I think it's exactly what. So I'm sure our lovely assistant doing the card view is having a nice, easy time keeping up with all of this, since it's basically been the exact same game so far outside of that tech. Definitely a very, very nice game so far for both players. I don't really feel like either has a huge advantage at this moment. I think we do have to see that Han deploy, though, because you don't want to hold off on that. You do want to keep the pressure up, going to that 7 resources. We've seen that barrage in Daryl's hand, and we do know going up to the 6 resources, we can go ahead and use that Kira ability on the gunship, pushing it up to 5 power thanks to that grit, and then you can barrage for 7. Looking at this board, that wouldn't be able to answer everything, but it would be able to answer the Han leader. But it may be a little bit slow, and that's what Wynn is really going to be hoping to see over this turn and the next turn, trying to apply as much pressure as possible, building that nice wide board, and ideally blocking Daryl off from doing any efficient board wipes.
Well, we do see ourselves here. What was that one? I missed
There was a
that one.
bamboozle
There
and
we go,
a
thank
resupply.
you. So bamboozle and a resupply. And it looks like we are just getting ahead here.
Just a
Oh,
power.
it's a power of the dark side. Yeah, but you got to lose one of these now,
That
and
is
they're
a tough
both
choice.
really good.
I think it's got to be the tech here.
Gotta be tech.
You always want to go up to the 7 resources as win. And, you know, odds are you're just going to go ahead and see another one anyway. Okay, we are going to Kira. This
Nice.
is nice. This is definitely very, very nice. There's a second power of the dark side. I think that is going to have to be the play. But as win here, you are going to be very concerned about that overwhelming barrage coming down next turn.
Yeah, and they got Vader there and that reinforcement Walker, which did so much work back. That's a nice little hand there for some cards that are going to make a difference. Looks like we're damaging and shielding up that devastating gunship. Of course, with Grit, that makes it 5 power, and now it's got a shield. Han is going to swing into base here, getting more damage there, putting it up to 10 in total. And did we get confirmation that it was Power of the Dark Side?
It must have been, because Daryl would definitely have just used it immediately after that. You either answer the Han leader or answer the card that's stopping you playing your overwhelming barrage, presumably. So, yeah. And I think Win hopefully has a 3-drop he can use here, again, to just have that slight little insulation, build that wider board. He knows he's going to be losing this Han first action. Oh, the Waylay is huge.
Love it.
Absolutely huge.
That is a card you pointed out between games here. It's a free cost that pumps any non-leader back to hand. So you've got your 5 power shielded devastating gunship, and all of a sudden it's off the board. It's going to take a lot to replenish it here. That was a very nice pickup, and that is going to help. You know, you need to get back in the game. And look,
There's the Vader.
Oh, here comes Vader ambushing in, and of course, he can bring friends.
He can bring friends, and will be interesting to see what friends he does bring. We do see the Annihilator has come in from Daryl's sideboard. It looks like there's a Death Trooper there, which is definitely a nice option. It's going to allow Daryl to immediately answer that Han leader. This is the ideal card to see off of that Darth Vader unit. You know, came out in the very first set and has been phenomenal ever since. Such a strong card.
Yeah, and it can damage itself without being defeated, which is exactly what we choose here. So Vader takes down Han Solo, and now all of a sudden you've got a pretty nice little board, a couple of decent characters there. And here comes a U-Wing. We talked about it before. It came down in the last game. Is it going to work this game?
This is going to have to be a... Oh, and there's the Han 7-cost unit. That is going to be a really, really nice pickup here to immediately answer that Darth Vader. There's also, though, I think there was 2 Kellerans. That's also really good and also really bad, because Win has just seen some of his best 7-drop units all in one U-Wing reinforcement, which means those are all going to be going to the bottom of his deck. It's going to be a while before he's able to see those again, and I'm not sure if he's going to be able to grind this game out long enough to be able to loop back around to those. Of course, this may incentivize him to choose that Kelleran to then search through a whole load of more cards, and then hopefully bring those bottom cards back up closer to the top of his deck.
And that is an awkward situation, because you're right. I think you laid it out beautifully there. If you play U-Wing reinforcement, you just grab a unit, all the others go to the bottom of your deck, and you need to do some kind of... Well, you need to do something to try and cycle them back up, which is very, very difficult to do. But if you get Han Solo, you at least get to answer the Darth Vader. Do you want to leave Vader on the board for a potential overwhelming barrage next turn? Well, it seems like the
We have the Chewbacca.
And we have an R2 as well, so it was neither of the big 7 costs.
Yeah, and I didn't even see the Chewbacca there in that search initially. I mean, this is a very, very difficult decision that Win has had to make here. It's going to be really hard to know what's right, basically, until the game plays out. We know the power that Chewbacca has there in being insulated from that effect removal. Death Trooper is not going to be able to instantly defeat the Chewbacca with an overwhelming barrage that would only be 5 damage, which is obviously great news for Win. And I don't think we saw Win use that R2-D ability there, so clearly very much valuing that card he has in his hand. We are going to see a resource up to 8 here. And looking through Win's list, one of the things I've noticed is I don't see any copies of Home 1. Now, this is a really powerful 8-cost unit that can help you play those grindy games, those longer matches. Win not seeing it here is potentially going to make things a little bit more difficult, or indeed not playing it.
Well, indeed. We see another Vader coming down. So the first one got taken out by Kira on the previous turn, but now we see a second Vader. Look at the top 7 cards, and what have we got? It's a Pike Sentinel, and then immediately ambushing into R2-D2. So that is pretty wonderful here. So now you've got a Sentinel, you've taken out R2, and you've got that big Vader body on the board as well.
Yeah, and this is going to be annoying for Win, because if he doesn't instantly answer this Pike Sentinel, I'm pretty sure Daryl's going to be throwing a shield on that unit, which is going to get really, really annoying for Win to deal with. Obviously, while that Han deck does have Waylay, don't really want to be using it on just a 2-cost unit. Oh, we are going to see the Plo Koon coming in from the sideboard here, ambushing in. This is a potentially extremely scary unit. We are going to shield up the Darth Vader here, which is, again, also extremely scary. Lots of very scary threats from Daryl, and this is the point in the game where Kira becomes absolutely terrifying due to that sheer density of threats that the deck has access to. You know, we were talking about all the 7 drops that Han has access to and all these powerful value units, but just looking through Kira's deck listing, of course, we have the Darth Vaders, both old and new.
Yeah, we do.
We have the Reinforcement Walkers, we have the Mauls, we have the Avengers, we have the Devastator, the Relentless, you know, the Annihilator we saw coming from the side. It's just absolute haymaker after haymaker, and Win is doing his best to really just start pushing that damage through. I think realizing that he just needs to get there now, and he's got to hope that there isn't a laser blast coming down from Daryl to answer this whole board in one clean sweep.
That would be annoying. Well, we did see the Millennium Falcon come down, deal 3 damage to the base, which is quite lovely. I mean, you're on 18. It's not enough for now, especially when Daryl is bringing out those big units. But you've at least got them for the time being. What have we got here? 5 resources being used. There is the overwhelming barrage, which is going to go after the Plo Koon and the Chewbacca as well. So we haven't taken out the Plo Koon, but we have taken out Chewbacca.
Yeah, and this overwhelming barrage has been sitting in that hand for so long that Win had to know this was coming.
Yeah.
You know, and it's good that he was able to sort of delay that action, get the Chewbacca to at least soak up that attack. And, you know, unfortunately losing Coordinate here, which would have been huge to be able to pump lots of damage through. Plo Koon would have been swinging for 6 there. We're seeing 3 resources. It looks like it's going to be a Hotshot Blaster. This is still going to be a swing for 5 into base, pushing Daryl up to 23. We are getting really up there in terms of damage for Daryl. Win really winning, pun not intended, the base race here. And, you know, if we see any of these Han pilots in Win's hand, ideally, if he has another copy of Chewbacca, he can just throw onto that Millennium Falcon.
That would be nice.
Things are going to start getting very, very scary for Daryl.
Well, Plo Koon is unfortunately gone. Vader took him out before he ever got a chance to coordinate. Of course, you could always play units and reactivate the coordinate, but it's not an option now. We're up to 26 over on Daryl's side of the board, and it looks like we've got a power of the dark side. No choice to be made because there's only 1 unit available. It is the Millennium Falcon. So Daryl is very close to being eliminated here from base damage. There we go. But very much winning the board position right now, trying to take control and then do what Kira does with those big units in the late game.
Yeah, I think we are probably seeing a claim here from Win, it sounds like.
No, something.
No, we are asking, just checking some things, and then we are going to play something for 3. It looks like another Millennium Falcon here. Daryl, I think Win probably saying, well, if you have the Avenger, I'm probably locked out of this game at this point, but and of course Daryl draws it. Daryl just rips it off the top of his deck exactly when required.
So we got the Avenger there. That is going to be very awkward. That's going to kind of shut down the space arena for a little while when it comes out. And here we see the Avenger. So that's unfortunately going to get rid of that Millennium Falcon. Now there's nothing on the board for Win. And you look, we got Vader. That's a pretty big unit. Avenger, that's a pretty big unit.
We are seeing the Han pilot, and this was lethal. So, as I was about to say, because that Millennium Falcon gains +1 power with the Han pilot, that's going to be... oh, no, I just can't count. It's 1 off lethal.
It would not have been quite, but it would have been very close.
Very close. It's pushing down to the point where, at any point, if he just taps out and Win has another one of those Spark of Rebellion Millennium Falcons, that is just going to be the game. But it does look like Win is here in just a tough position. Needs something like a U-Wing reinforcement, something like a Kellerin Beck, just to build a board that isn't going to immediately capitulate to this Avenger. I mean, you know, it's getting to the point of really, really scary for Win. And I think if that Annihilator is still in Daryl's hand, we are live for an Annihilator, which I don't think we see very often, but would remove every single copy of Millennium Falcon from Win's hand and deck.
It's one of my favorite cards in the game because it seems so spiteful. Like, I'm not just going to get rid of your card, I'm going to look at your hand and your deck and get rid of all of those cards so you can't hurt me again. We do see the Death Trooper there just attacking into the base, putting Win up to 6 here. And this is the slow, grindy comeback from Daryl. Although Avenger swinging for 8 is going to make it a little bit faster.
Yeah, absolutely. And we see Win just trying to durdle a few actions there. Oh, I'll resupply, spend some resources, try and make you do some actions. I'm just trying to delay, trying to make you hopefully not have the exact thing that's going to ruin my day. Here we do see the Kira coming down, which we can have a full look now, and we see just Daryl has everything. He has the Devastating Gunship, Super Laser Blast, Overwhelming Barrage, Felt the Dragon, Reinforcement Walker. I mean, this is rough. We are just going to see the concession.
And there is a handshake. Daryl is going to take this 2-0 because Win just got a look at Daryl's hand and went, nah, mate, I am not dealing with that. Daryl takes the win 2-0, stays alive for the race of top 8. Win still mathematically alive, but the route just became a lot more difficult.
Absolutely. And I think they're, you know, maybe not respecting the control deck enough in his deck building. You see there's a couple of very useful tools that Han decks played in the jump to Lightspeed format that have potentially fallen out of favor in this format, and not necessarily a knock against Win there for not playing those cards, because we're obviously seeing a huge amount of priority for the decks that are extremely popular. We're talking about those mid-range decks, things like the Han 2s, the Han 1 Mirrors, which of course there will be plenty of, and we have seen that over the course of this event, and obviously things like those, you know, weird aggro-y decks and weird other things, Boba Data Vault, the random things like Von Reg, you know, so you have to put in cards to handle those, and maybe that just means that you go, well, it's only 5-6% of the field, what are the odds? And sometimes, unfortunately, Han doesn't ask for the odds, and maybe he should have this time.
Yeah, never tell me the odds, or maybe just this once you should have known the odds. And that's the thing about deck building. You cannot have, if there was a deck that had a perfect matchup against everything, everyone would be playing that deck. So what it is take your best deck and just try and beat as many different decks as you can. And inevitably, you're going to have some matchups that you're just kind of going, come on, there can't be that many of them, can there?
Exactly. And, you know, sometimes that goes your way. You manage to dodge those bad matchups and see yourself all the way into Top Cup, potentially winning a whole tournament.
Yep.
Sometimes it doesn't work out for you. That's why we love trading card games and we love Star Wars Unlimited. And we hope you love Star Wars Unlimited as well. You better be, because you're watching us right now. And we have a whole... I mean, it'd be terrible. We have a whole second feature match for you right now in this round 11. We're jumping right over into that. And let's have a look at what we've got here. We have got another Han, and we have Boba on Data Vault, the exact deck I was just happening to mention.
You love Boba!
I love Boba.
How happy are you?
I'm
Random
over the
Boba.
moon. I'm over the moon. I'm over the moon. Those who weren't tuning in yesterday, I made no secret of my of my displeasure about this particular version of the Boba from Jump to Lightspeed. Although most of that is rooted in the fact that I'm a hardcore Kylo ECL player, and this is a pretty bad matchup for me. So I promise it's not personal bias whatsoever. But here we do have another fantastic matchup here, and we're seeing Nelson here with a lovely blinged out Han deck there. We're seeing the Hyperspace Foil Echo Base, the Showcase Han. Lovely to see. As a magpie myself, I do thoroughly enjoy when I get to see nice shiny cardboard at the table.
Well, we're going to see very similar things from Han that we saw in the last game, but we do have a Boba Fett deck here, which is going to be largely space. Boba loves the space, but there are a few ground units there we can be having a cheeky play with, especially in the early game, so it's going to be interesting to see how that one comes around. So we got one deck very similar to what we saw previously, and then another deck which is going to be quite different, although we did get it on stream a couple times. There's a fist bump. We are rolling here, and it looks like Nelson on Han will be taking the first action, and it's gonna be
Han action.
Yeah, that's it.
And you know, Han having the initiative here, really nice, but this is putting, this is going to put, Pablo is putting Nelson here in a bit of an awkward spot. Ooh, okay. Very interesting, a little awkward spot for both players here. Pablo is going to be able to get that initiative, and this is ideal because Allegiant General Pride here, as we see basically Boba's ideal turn 1 play. Yep. It's pretty much a 4-3, and as we were discussing yesterday, if I had access to a 4-3 at all times, I'd be playing that all the time as a 2-drop. Of course, Nelson here going, okay, you have a 4-3, that's not too bad. How about a 4-5? What do you think of that?
Yeah, that's not too bad, but when it goes down, your opponent can play it from your discard for free, so it's not like we saw in the Kazuda deck yesterday where you can turn that off and not have any risk. the risk is there. But it looks like we are just discarding that Han. Of course, you do have to get rid of that extra resource at the end of your turn. So, and it looks like over on the other side, we're going to start with a Legion General Pride, putting 2 into base with 2 indirect damage. Oh, it's all going into base. And of course, Boba pops it up by another one as well. That's 5 in total.
It's a lot of damage to start out the game. For the first time ever, I may be sad that this is the Han from Spark of Rebellion and not from Shadows of the Galaxy, because when you said worth the risk there, the immediate pun jumped into my head, because of course that is the subtitle on the Han 2 leader. But we are looking at Han 1 here. We see the Disabling Fang Fighter come out here. So Nelson, good thing he chose not to put any pilots onto that stolen 80 hauler. If he did have one, now having a look here at the hand, and we're seeing some interesting stuff. The blue leader here, really, really nice. Unfortunately, Pablo maintaining this initiative is going to keep having this huge unit on the ground that is just pumping damage into that base, being very, very scary for Nelson to deal with here.
And the thing is, against the Han deck, because they're often, they're using their leader skill every turn, that's one more action they're using. It means you're going to keep the initiative for the first few turns here, and it's going to make a Legion General Pride even better in this matchup than normal. Looks like we are swinging with the Disabling Fang Fighter here, going up to 8 damage already. Lots of damage coming out early here from Pablo.
Yeah, and I think this is what Pablo needs to do, because we did see there, because that Disabling Fang Fighter came down, Pablo didn't have any ramp abilities, which would allow him to keep pace with Nelson's Han 1 here. But because we're not seeing that, we are going to potentially see a third use of the Han ability. I did see a blue leader in Nelson's hand there. We're just going to see some trading happening here. We're going to see that Millennium Falcon, I believe that is the Millennium Falcon, jump to light speed. And here we go again. We are seeing the 2 swing in, and we're just going to throw it all onto the base. And two of the indirect damage is going to go onto that stolen 80 hauler.
It has to be the jump to light speed because it's a prestige version.
Oh, that's absolutely
Only
right.
jump to light speed had the prestige. First time we had the Carbonite packs full of... if you want random Star Wars knowledge, anyone at home, you hit me up. I got ya. Now, we are using the hand here, and we are getting an extra resource coming down. And that means we are going to pass over to Pablo using all of the resources for a Fett's Fire Spray.
Now, this is going to be a little bit awkward. Although, to be fair, we can see a nice little situation here where Nelson is probably going to use his blue leader next action. He's going to go ahead and defeat that General Pride, have this nice body on the ground in that blue leader. And now Pablo's thinking, oh, if I claim here, Nelson's going to be able to just trade that stolen 80 hauler into my fire spray, and I'm not going to be able to get it for free. But if I pass, Nelson can just claim, and potentially, if he has a Han pilot or something else, is going to be able to deal with my my Fett's Fire Spray that way, and then I'm not going to be able to get that stolen AT hauler, and I'm going to lose the initiative. Especially going into Han's flip turn, that can be a little bit of a big deal. So, going to see a decision point here, I suspect, for Pablo coming up very, very shortly.
Now, you've laid it out really nicely. Of course, stolen AT hauler only lets it be stolen by your opponent on the phase it goes down. So if you can lose it late enough in the phase, and your opponent isn't actually able to steal it after all. Regardless, we are seeing, as suspected, blue leader coming down here, getting rid of that Legion General Pride, taking 2 damage back. And now, the ground arena is not one where Boba is really excelling. That blue leader could put in some damage.
Absolutely. And I think, to be honest, I don't think there's any situation as Nelson here where you don't just claim. I believe that last card in his hand is a Enfys Nest. I think we saw that just a little bit earlier. Okay, so potentially we saw a claim from Pablo there, rather than, well, I'm not sure what we saw there. Be interesting to see.
Must have been a claim.
Because
we are going to the regroup phase here, drawing 2 and putting down a resource.
Oh, sorry, it must have been a pass, because if it was a claim, I think there's no reason Nelson there doesn't just go, okay, let me just go ahead and do that nice little trade. So Nelson choosing, you know what? You can make the trade. Why don't you do it? I'd like to get some damage onto your base. And something also, I feel like I just haven't mentioned until this point. This is a Boba Fett, not paired with Data Vault, but paired with just the normal 30 HP base, which does mean this is a much leaner deck. It's going to be significantly more consistent. So, of course, unfortunate for Pablo here that he didn't see any of those 6 ramp cards he plays in his deck. but it does mean that that density of threats is there. He's going to have much easier access to that top end. We see 3 copies of Planetary
Oh, it's an
Bombardment in the main deck.
overwhelming barrage
Ooh.
coming down, and that is going to take out Blue Leader, it looks like.
It's perfect. It's going to take out Blue Leader, and it's going to take out the Stolen 80 Hall. It's also going to throw 2 damage down onto the ground, onto that Blue Leader. Thankfully, not a full board wipe as far as Nelson's concerned, but this is not ideal.
No, it's got the Blue Leader is just hanging on there just a little bit with 1 HP remaining, but it has cleared the Space Arena, and of course, that Stolen 80 Hauler just happens to be in the discard now after being defeated this phase.
Absolutely, this is a really sticky situation here for Nelson. Not really a way he could have played around it, unfortunately. Because there was that issue with, okay, well, if I trade it in, Pablo pass, he's just going to take the AT Hauler, would have actually been even worse, because then Pablo would have had the AT Hauler, and he would have fully board cleared Nelson, and so we wouldn't even have 13 damage up on the base. We are just making 6 for 22 damage. This is getting a lot of damage. Nelson is looking very, very close to losing the game here, though obviously we are in the Han flip turn. There's a huge amount that can change on this turn, and Pablo is tapped out. We're probably just going to see a claim. The ideal thing, I think, for Nelson
We need to play the 80 Hauler.
Well, he'll need to,
then claim.
Yes, yeah, but at most sort of 2 actions exactly,
Yes.
as you were saying there, whereas Han has at least 3 before, we're even remotely close to done 4, likely, because we have to, create the resource, flip the leader, attack with the leader, and then play whatever it is we're playing. I think Nelson here probably really wants to see something like a Waylay. The Enfys Nest there was a really nice counter, but unfortunately, because of the overwhelming barrage giving +2/+2 for the phase, is not going to be able to return that Fet's Fire Spray to the hand when played, which I think was probably what Nelson's plan was, to answer this card and sort of really having a spanner thrown in the works there by that overwhelming barrage, which now, on the next phase, when Pablo just goes, okay, I'm just going to go ahead and throw my Boba Leader onto that, is representing lethal damage.
I was going to say, the 80 Hauler is also representing lethal damage here.
Yeah,
because that's 4 + 4 from the Boba is 8, so looks like it's... And now it's going to take kind of 3 action, well, 2 actions, 1 to deploy and then 1 to attack. But it does mean that Boba is representing lethal next turn, and Nelson absolutely not right now. Needs to deal with, basically needs a way to deal with these ships which are going to be there, because if a piloted Boba unit gets to attack next turn, that's going to be game.
Yeah, this is not good. Oh, we do just see a claim here from Pablo, who's saying, I don't even want that Stolen 80 Hauler, which maybe he has just forgotten that he could have gotten that.
I was going to say, why else would you not want it? It's a free 4/5 space unit.
Yeah, I suspect probably just forgot there. Now, I mean, it's not ideal here. We are just going to be able to play down a Falcon, but unless we have some way of really answering this Fire Spray in space, things are looking very, very scary. Thankfully, Nelson is not staring down lethal damage now immediately. There is going to be at least 1 action that's required. Looks like we are going to smuggle something out. I'm thinking either a blaster or maybe a tech, something like that, just to, yep, it looks like it is going to be a blaster. Probably going to throw it onto the Han leader there. I'm not sure what Nelson was hoping for earlier, choosing not to just do that on that first Han swing. We would have had 2 extra damage on the base, and we would be representing lethal in 2 swings here for Nelson, or just a surprise strike in 1. So maybe that's going to come back to bite Nelson just a little bit. We'll have to wait and see what Pablo has in his hand, and whether this is just going to be a straight, okay, let's flip that leader and deal some damage to your board.
And it could be just as simple as flip the leader and then swing for game the following action. It could be, you got the first action here, so that's good. We're going to have to wait and see how this actually comes down, but as it stands, and then those were the resources being returned from the Han leader you put out. It's always a bit weird sometimes when you're watching, if you're not that into, this Han deck, you see those random cards being put back at the end, but you're just returning what you borrowed with your Han leader. So, I think there's a discussion going on here.
We may just see, I mean, if Nelson doesn't have a way to answer this Fire Spray immediately, there are multiple ways. There are multiple ways, right? If you have the Han pilot, which unfortunately Nelson had to put into his resource row there to flip his Han leader. Obviously, really, really unfortunate for him there, because I'm sure he would have loved to have that right now.
Yep.
It would have been able to deal a good amount of damage to the base. And if Pablo chose to slow roll a little bit and not flip the leader immediately onto space, although to be fair, Pablo could also just deal the 4 damage to the Falcon. That wouldn't have even really done anything. So it's just a sticky situation. Really, Nelson just needs some way of stopping this this fire spray from just immediately dealing that lethal damage for game.
Unfortunately, that is where we are. We are just going to see the leader flip straight away, and then it is as simple as, if Nelson has an answer, that's fine. If he doesn't have an answer, Pablo has game right now. So there is a discussion going on, and then, and then obviously there's, damage coming down from the Boba leader. This isn't the most relevant. The blue leader goes away. That was never going to answer the fire spray. It's really simple. Nelson answers fire spray with Boba Fett. No, he doesn't answer it. Pablo wins game 1. The fire spray with the Boba Fett doing enough damage to take out that base, and Pablo takes game 1.
Yeah, and this is something we see time and again with this matchup. It's just how close it is. It's literally just a difference of 1 action. If there'd simply been slightly more time over on Nelson's side there, he had that lethal on board. It was literally just like 1 extra point of damage, 1 extra little thing here. It's a really, really tight matchup, and we see every point of damage really, really mattering there.
Oh, it really did. And, had there been an answer to the Fett fire spray, all of a sudden there's no board, and you've still got your Han Solo with your blaster, you've still got your Millennium Falcon, and you've now got both, you've got a threat in both arenas, so anything that comes down, you can start answering, and you're actually pretty close to winning the game as well. So I think it was just, if you answer the Fett fire spray, you probably win, but unfortunately you didn't, and that's not ideal.
Exactly. Now, we are going to go ahead and have a little treat for you now. Just before we get back into the action, we do have the meta breakdown for today, which I think we are going to get up on screen here. So this is going to be nice and interesting. So let's go from top to bottom there. We see Cad Bane Tarkin Town with 5 players in day 2, 9% of the meta game. I believe that is exactly the same as it was in day 1. So we are seeing an exact conversion rate here. Han, 1 Echo Base, 4 players into day 2, a definite overperformance relative to the number of players who were playing that on day 1. Of course, what we are seeing here, though, Han 2, ECL, 4 players in, wasn't even represented in the top players there. And, we know who some of these players are. We're talking about Beton, the Galactic Champion, Sip, his teammate, phenomenal player as well, Big O Notation on the Nexus, hugely powerful and impressive player as well. So we're talking about, I'm not sure who the 4th player is, and I'm sorry that I haven't mentioned your name. Nothing personal, I just happen to know the other 3. And these are all incredibly strong players, so I'm not super surprised to see Han 2 ECL doing well there. Of course, we do, as we see Sabine, as always.
Yeah, Sabine is there, 4 copies. If you go down to the bottom, it's kind of, Boba Fett only getting 2. That is an underperformance compared to what we saw yesterday. That was a 2nd most played deck, and by a bit of a margin. But we do have 2 Thrawn, 2 Iden Versio, 3 Yoda. And what I find really interesting, the 2 and 3 and the 5 and 6 decks are Han Audacious Smuggler as 2 and 5, Han Worth the Risk as 3 and 6, different builds of them, but 4 of the top 6 decks are Han Solo in one form or another, and actually the numbers there are even. So we've got 7 of the Audacious Smuggler, and we've got 7 of the Worth the Risk.
I think it's... Oh, yes, no, you're right. Sorry, yeah.
But with a caveat here that we know at least we've got Joshua Freeman Birch, who is playing Han Solo Audacious Smuggler, but it's not Echo Base, and it's not Command. It's actually something different again.
Yes,
Vigilance.
it is that Vigilance base there, exactly. And we do see, so I don't think this is every single player. This is just the most represented ones.
Yes, absolutely.
There are a few ones up here, but yeah, we are seeing, perhaps unsurprising to players who've been following the format, especially since that force throw suspension.
Yeah.
Han continues to perform incredibly well, and it is just a phenomenally powerful leader, both from Spark of Rebellion and from Shadows of the Galaxy.
No, absolutely. The 2 of the best leaders we've ever had, 2 of the best leaders in the game right now. Cad Bane is still kicking around, though. That is something we cannot be sleeping on. But, of course, I've got my eye on, the 10-0 player in the room right now coming into round 11. Our only regional champion so far, who weirdly could remain our only regional champion if they win today, with that Han 2 and looking like an absolute powerhouse. Ben and I got to see that deck in action last round. It was impressive.
I mean, absolutely. Just a phenomenally talented player. Yeah. Really, really great to see him showing up and representing so well for a deck that many people maybe didn't think was going to survive as we moved into this post-force throw suspension. Though, of course, we did just see a really great Kira player. This is a deck that has maybe risen in popularity over the last few weeks, now that we are sort of moving a little bit away from a hugely dominated meta by Han 2. And I think we have a little interview that we can show to you all. So don't go too far. We are running very close into round 12, I believe now, which is going to be coming up extremely shortly. So do not go too far at all, because we're going to be back extremely soon. And I mean it, do not go too far. You can grab a drink, maybe.
Back to the interview area here in Bilbao at the Star Wars Unlimited Regional Championships in Day 2 with Premier. We've got the winner from our Round 11 feature match, Daryl here. Daryl, congratulations first and foremost. 2-0 against Han Solo with the command base. How did you think that one went?
So I think that one went exactly how the game plan wants to be. You want to basically keep the Chewbacca off the Falcon as best you can. So being able to dark side game 1 to get rid of the Falcon stops any very serious concern of early pressure from the Chewbacca. And generally when it goes to the late game, you know, you got your Super Laser Blasts, you got your Avengers, Devastators. So usually you can clean up the board relatively comfortably. And like you saw when you looked at the hand, like both games, like you just had answers to both options of game plan. So it's just unfortunate it was a rough spot for him.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of Vigilance Villainy aspect pairings with all of those hard removal options that you mentioned there. Why land on Kira Datavolt in particular, though? It's seen a bit of a resurgence now post-force throw suspension. Why do you think that that is?
So, funny enough, I've been playing Kira Datavolt since Shadows, so I have not given up the deck. I come from a Magic the Gathering background, and from doing many big tournaments, I've just learned that you're better off playing what you know best as opposed to playing the top deck. So I've risen through with Kira through, you know, the hard times during like set 3 when Django was around and everything, up until the slight resurgence in set 4 when we got to No Glory. And then set 5, honestly, it's been pretty comfortable meta. What you don't really want to see like the bigger control decks like Iden, and the hyper aggro decks like Sabine or we saw there was a Monreg, I think, in that made Day 2. So generally want to avoid those hyper aggro matchups, and most of the mid-range matchups you're very comfortable trying to do 1-for-1s or 2-for-1s in that sort of spot.
Amazing. How did your Day 1 go? Obviously pretty well, because you're here in Day 2 doing pretty decently here. What kind of decks did you end up going against in Day 1? Was there one that surprised you that you went against at all as well in your travels?
Yeah, so we started off Day 1, 2-2. So it was quite the task to make it here where I am now. So I'm very, very happy. Honestly, there were 2 decks that stood out. A side that was outside of the meta, we played against a Captain Phasma. Was it Captain Phasma Command Base, if I'm not mistaken? No, sorry, Captain Phasma ECL in round 7, and then in round 9 we were in the backup feature match where I played against Akbar Datavolt, which game 1 did not go as all what we wanted and never played against Akbar, so had to adapt very quickly. And games 2 and 3, you know, Supreme Leader Snoke kind of did the job in that matchup.
Amazing. Just goes to show that you've got to try and be prepared and adapt on the fly to those matchups. And to come from 2-2 to qualify and then get on the feature match game 2 as well and do really, really nicely there, that is a very, very strong performance indeed. Hopes, aims for the rest of the tournament, of course, that top 8 contention looking potential here if you continue to do well.
Yeah, top 8 was coming, so I'm originally from Canada, from Montreal specifically, so the goal initially was just a Day 2, would be very happy, collect those qualifier points for Worlds, try and get to that 100 benchmark to kind of take it easy there. So the goal was just to get some points there and make it there, so having as deep of a run I'm having now, very, very happy with it. Try not to think too far ahead because I've just learned like one game at a time, because, you know, if you start thinking of like, oh, if you do this, you kind of start getting sidetracked and not focusing on what's important, which is the game that's in front of you. So honestly, right now it's just one game at a time, and you know, we're honestly happy with the result at this point. So, yeah.
Absolutely amazing. Well, thank you so much for joining us. Thank you for the game, and thank you for traveling all that way as well to come and join us. We're absolutely honored to have you. Congratulations, Daryl, on your win in the feature match area. Well, we've got plenty more action still to come here on day 3 of this Star Wars Unlimited Regional Championship weekend, including, of course, that top 8 cut and winners from both the Premier and Limited Regional Championship. So be sure to stay tuned because we've got more action coming up after this.
Hello there, everyone. Welcome back to the Star Wars Unlimited Regional Championship here in Bilbao. I am here. My name is Krish. You may know me online as Ibo. Welcome back. I said not to go too far. We'd be right back. And I, of course, am joined by my good friend, Al. How are you doing?
I'm doing amazingly. You've caught a wild owl and dragged me up onto the casting desk, so thanks for that. Yeah, I'm doing brilliant. I think we've had a fantastic weekend so far, but this is the day I was really looking forward to. You know, we get to see the final rounds of the Constructor, we get to see the final of the limited event, and then obviously the last top cut for Premier as well. So,
yeah. I mean, just, you know, phenomenal players, incredible games, really exciting moments, great storylines as well. I know there's a few players who our viewers at home will have been watching some of those rogue picks that have just managed to make it into day 2. I'm thinking of your Von Regs. I'm thinking of, you know, your Thrawns, your Idens, you know, maybe less so those Bobas. I'm not going to make any secret. I'll stop it now. I'll stop it now. Boba players, I respect you. Please do not worry. No more hate coming from me. But we are going to be jumping into a new feature match very, very shortly. We're here in round 12. But before we do, I think we have some standings we can show off. We can take a little look. Is Yonas still undefeated? I am genuinely curious. Let's have a look. He is! He is still undefeated. Absolutely incredible. And we are seeing some heavy hitters coming in here in that top spot. I mean, of course, we have Yonas, our previous regional, back when it was called the regional qualifier winner. Of course, now it's a regional championship. 11-0. I think pretty much locked now for top 8. I don't, even if he loses the next 3 games, I believe he is still locked, which is incredible. We have Sunny D, who you may know as one of our, I believe, 2 American players who came from across the pond alongside Alex Blandon. Made it into day 2 here on that Han 1. I think going to be an incredibly exciting player to follow. And I'm sure our friends who, perhaps they're not awake right now, as I believe it's rather early doors over there, but will be cheering him on. Al, I think you may know positions 3 and 4 there.
Yeah, I certainly do. Yeah, Mikolai and Philippe, both arguably the most successful players on Team Enigma. I mean, fantastic to see them do so well coming into this day. I think Mikolai had 1 loss coming in today, still at 1 loss, and then Philip also had the 2. So they both won all their games so far today. So really glad to see them doing so well. You'd expect it from both players, I think. Very well known at this point.
Yeah, and I mean, I've personally been cheering on Mikolai very much so, as I'm dying to see him in a top cut, an event I'm at. It's been, you know, heartbreaking watching him come so close so many times. So definitely the player I am most excited to see at the moment. Of course, wasn't there in the standings at the moment. Lots of players that I am personally following and really looking forward to see how they do. So of course we'll be up with lots and lots of updates for you. But you know, again, just before we jump into this match, we have some pairings we can talk about some of those interesting ones. And of course, table 1, I think a matchup you're going to be very, very interested in seeing there. We have Yonas versus Mikolai. So maybe this is going to be, one of us is going to be sad either way here. You know, either Yonas is not going to be undefeated anymore, or Mikolai is going to go. We're seeing huge number of really big names there flashing across the screen. Lots of players that we will have seen do really, really well. There's so many names I can't even go through all of them.
I just want to say as well, there are so many English players here that have done really well. Josh, Oliver,
oh, seeing an English team kill there on table 12. Heartbreaking. We're seeing, you know, players from all over Europe, all over the world coming out here.
Ali there, Alistair Grant,
going up
15.
against our previous stream player just now.
Former sector champion there,
yes.
Ali.
Yes, I mean, just so many incredible players. Saw Oliver Simmons flash across there. Thomas Rose, I believe those players go to the same local, so this is basically just going to be the average week for them. Yeah, I mean, looking through just heavy hitter after heavy hitter, so many phenomenal players, so many exciting matchups, and I don't even think many of these players are out of the contention just yet.
Absolutely, yeah. And I mean, we think we now know, because of the number of rounds that's been selected, I think you can have 3 losses and still make the top cut, right?
I believe so.
Yeah.
I believe so.
And if that's the case, then, that's fantastic for the players, because, it really takes a little bit of the pressure off, because 2 losses is so hard to keep up on top of, but 3 is a lot more manageable. Just wanted to say as well there that I'm surprised to see, honestly, with such an open meta, it's great for everyone playing in it, it's great for the game, but it can be very difficult for competitive players to get a real foothold and really dominate a meta in that situation, because there's so many random things you can come up against. But we've still seen, even then, these top players are still getting to the top tables, they're still managing to get through. It's just showing the discrepancy between, there's a lot of really great players here, but that top 1% is just so good, so skilled.
Absolutely, and there's a huge amount we can learn from them, and potentially some that we're going to learn from them right now, as we're going to go ahead and hop right into that first feature match for round 12 today. And we are going to be seeing a British player, I believe, here over on the right, who I think is playing this CAD Tarkintown. And this is going to be Alec Drinkwater. I hope he likes to stay hydrated. That was awful. And Sazan Abassi, who is a local, playing Talzin. So I believe our only Talzin who made it into day 2.
Yeah, CAD Tarkintown here for Alec, and again, another representative from the British Isles there, so fantastic to see them doing so well. CAD Tarkintown, obviously the most popular deck yesterday, also the most popular deck in the top cut as well. I think, not really because it's a dominant deck, but mainly because it's a strong deck, and there were just so many of them yesterday as well. So yeah, I'm not super surprised to see some CAD Tarkintown, but honestly, Talzin, the only one making, who would have thought back when Galactic Championship was happening that Talzin, after winning the event, Talzin would only make one, player make day 2 here with, I think, how many players do we have in day 2?
I think it's 52.
52, yeah, so only one of those on Talzin. I think Talzin took a really big hit with Force Throw.
Yes, no, I completely agree. And actually, this is something, some of my teammates on LXO, we were very excited about Talzin for a long time, talking to me about how powerful they thought this deck was. And even following that Force Throw suspension, they have been telling me that this deck has some real power, some real potential. Hopefully, we are going to see that here in a matchup that is going to be extremely popular. Oh, we're seeing the double fist there. Remarkable sportsmanship right from the off, and we are going to get right into the action. Now, Al, I suspect you have played against CAD Tarkintown a good few times in your day. Have you played against this newer version filled with all of these 1-drops?
Indeed, yeah, it's very, very scary, honestly, and it makes me wonder why people didn't put more 1-drops in earlier, because honestly, this deck is just so scary. It can be really aggressive when it needs to be. The double 1-drop means that you can't do any of the past shenanigans that you used to be able to do. If you're playing like a Sabine into this, normally what you do is your opponent passes, you use your leader ability, they pass again, you claim, and you play a 3-5 on turn 2, and you can avoid that Tarkintown usage. But here, with double 1-drop, they can just open with a 1-drop and force you to play something.
Exactly, and it's phenomenally scary. And we also have just this huge density of scary units here in that Tarkintown deck. It looks like Sazan was not ready resourcing yet. Alec going, my bad. You knew exactly what I was going to do anyway, so it's all good, but just going to hold my horses just a little bit here. Now,
things like that can matter because, at the end of the day, now Sazan can look at his cards and think, okay, my opponent's not starting with a 3-1 necessarily. They're starting with a Guardian Antagonizer. That might change what your resources. So you've really got to be careful with stuff like that. You've got to take your time, wait, make sure your opponent's ready. You don't want to give them any information at this level that you didn't have to.
Absolutely, totally agree. And we're going to be seeing what Sazan puts down here. I'm thinking something like Acolyte of the Beyond or one of these classic early plays. I don't think we are going to be seeing things like Witch of the Mist so much. I'm going to go ahead and I will pull up these lists that these players have here, but I definitely think that is a deck that once we lost Force Throw has been probably slightly harder to justify in the list now that you kind of lose that ability to just go ahead and throw it down on turn 1.
Yeah, and honestly, Talzin, even while Force Throw was around, is one of those decks that was still really difficult to pilot. Force Throw being the power card that it was, you could get there, even if you weren't that experienced on the deck. But after Philippe won the Galactic Championship, lots of people picked up the deck and just couldn't play it. It was just too complicated, too difficult to know the lines. And then, so credit to Sazan for sticking with the deck even when it got such a hit in power level.
Yeah.
Secretive Sage there being, one of the strongest cards from the new set. Arguably, it might even be the most impactful card from the new set, especially when Force Throw was around, because Crafty Smuggler, already such a incredibly powerful card. Adding Force Trait onto that is just amazing.
Absolutely agree. And we're seeing here this basically being the ideal start I mean, not that Alec's deck actually doesn't have ways to handle it. Traditionally, when you were going up against one of these Tarkin Town decks, if you had one of these 2/2s with a shield, you knew that you were safe. Your unit was going to survive that initial phase, that initial ping. But nowadays, these CAD Tarkin Town decks, they are playing Criminal Muscle at 3 copies, which returns a non-unique upgrade to your opponent's hand, which means you are able to immediately go ahead and return it. We are seeing, I think, is that a Battle Fury? And then we see a surprise
fallen
strike.
lightsaber.
It was a fallen lightsaber, right?
Yeah,
right.
so that's one of the ways that Assassin can actually get a really aggressive start and get ahead there. But unfortunately for him, Alec did have the answer with the surprise strike. If Alec had have had that Criminal Muscle turn 1, it would have been devastating for Assassin. And that's the power of that card. Shields, you know, if you have it, it doesn't even protect you from the Tarkin Town. There's almost no units in the game that won't be defeated on turn 1 if you have the Criminal Muscle. But luckily for Assassin, he didn't have it, but he did have a surprise strike.
Yeah, absolutely, and also a huge deal here is that Cezanne was kept off that force throw. Force token, which prevents that Mother Talzin leader ability. And you know, the fallen lightsaber here would have been absolutely massive.
Talzin's Assassin as well, right? He could have just opened up the turn now with the Talzin's Assassin, cleared off the Guavian, drawn a card, and be in a much better position.
Absolutely, and then of course the Fallen Lightsaber, he would have actually been able to deal with it last turn because simply attacks into the Antagonizer, does that 1 damage over onto the 2/1, and is sitting really pretty there. Nice with a clear board and a unit that isn't going to get immediately, that will get defeated by the Tarkin Town, but I think you're feeling pretty good when the aggressive deck, I think Alec, safe to say, is likely the aggressor in this situation, is sitting there with an empty board and not a huge amount to do.
Yeah, I mean, it's difficult, right? Because Talzin doesn't exactly have huge top end. I mean, there's not like the threats that we've seen so far today, reinforcement walkers and the like, that can actually just really grind out the game. These both reasonably aggressive decks, still not use the Tarkin Town for Alec there, and it's just looming over Saturn's head. Honestly, I always thought ECL was like the base where, you know, you're always going to get some great value out of it. But I think Tarkin Town, you know, takes the biscuit there. Tarkin Town always does something great.
Absolutely. And here we are seeing both players slam down some of their valuable 3-drops, some of these scary cards. Boba Fett from Spark of Rebellion, an absolute menace ever since he came out. 3/5 for 3, great stats, and potentially swinging in for 6. Just a really powerful card. We are also seeing the Grand Inquisitor there, a hidden unit with Raid 1, basically swings in for 4, a 3-cost 4/4. We do know these cards are really powerful, and actually looking over at Cezanne's list, some interesting stuff in there. We actually 3 copies of General Grievous from Twilight of the Republic, the 3-cost 4/4, and it seems like Cezanne's very much on this, you know what, I want to throw some lightsabers around. I want to play some scary big units. I want to have stats on the board, and I think, you know, we see a copy of the Sun there, which we did, of course, see Beton use at the Galactic Championships to great success, likely being the way that we're seeing these big stats get even bigger, really, really scary, and just suddenly a lethal appears out of nowhere.
Yeah, General Grievous is a card that was tested in Talzin quite extensively by the swoop racers to try and find, you know, just to see what best turn 2 play you have. And I think in certain metas it can be great. Maybe this is one of those, but the problem mainly with it, it's not a Force user. Okay, so obviously General Grievous, he may have the lightsaber, he doesn't have the Force, so it doesn't generate that token. So yeah, unable to provide that, and that's actually a card from the
Yeah, that's the wrong General Grievous, but don't worry.
We get to look at it anyway, right?
Yeah, we'll get to have a look. It's a cool card though.
Absolutely.
Definitely, you know, 2-cost 3/3 is always nice to see. I think we are just going to go ahead and see the swing here into the base from the Antagonizer. Coming into the 5-resource turn, we are at deploy for Mother Talzin, so this is going to be basically one of the pivotal turns of the game, this turn and next turn, when Alec comes into his Cad Bane deploy, and we do see, you know, that Cad Bane potentially getting 3 bonus damage. The Tarkin Town still not used over on Alec's side, where Tarkin Town would be able to exactly defeat this Grand Inquisitor. So obviously Alec holding back those resources, though, doesn't want to play a unit just yet. As much as tempting as that value is from being able to remove that Grand Inquisitor, appreciating that, you know, there are some very, very powerful 5-drops in Alec's list.
Yeah, interesting here that Assassin decided to attack into the Boba. Right? He could have cleared the Guavian and he could have drawn the card immediately. Now Grand Inquisitor can just be pinged off with a CAD leader ability, right? So Tarkin Town still doesn't need to be used. If he would have traded into the Guavian, maybe then. I suppose the Boba would have been able to trade him for free, so no good options for him here for this attack. Yeah, really awkward board state for Assassin.
Yeah, and I think that's exactly right. And even still here, Boba is going to be able to pick off that Grand Inquisitor for free, saving the Tarkin Town for Alec. Although saving Cezanne some damage, and that may be really what he's concerned about right now. I don't want to take this extra damage to base. we are going to go ahead and see it there. But still, you know, the moment Sand just plays, okay, we see the nice clear there with the force token spent from Mother Talzin. Alec realizing, okay, yeah, that's it was not long for this world. Having a little peek at his hand there, we see a Mist Hunter, and we are going to get that ping to go ahead and defeat the Grand Inquisitor unit. I caught a little glimpse of a Greedo in Alex's hand, but Alex's hand. I think we're running really low on cards in hand and really low on resources. Alec is going to have to probably hit some pretty nice stuff. Surprise Strike and Greedo. Surprise Strike doing nothing here. He's just going to have to go ahead and play the Greedo. It's going to be defeated immediately by that Talzin.
Yeah, Surprise Strike, usually, you know, one of the strongest cards I've seen from the start of the game. A bit unassuming for newer players maybe, but honestly in this situation really not doing it very much at all. You really need actual threats to play on the board, and a hand of Surprise Strike and Greedo, he's going to really hope for some good top decks here.
Yeah.
We're not sure what's in the hand of Assassin, but I'm sure he's got a better hand than Greedo Surprise Strike.
Yeah, I mean, my guess is going to be Mother Talzin, Talzin's Assassin due to that. Yep, exactly. Yeah. Because otherwise, why would that -1 go over into the space arena? Are going to go ahead and spend the force there. And this is a scary board that Alec is now facing down. You know, a 4/4 and then 3/7, but if you squint a little bit, kind of a 4/8, maybe.
Yeah, I think that's a part of the power of Talzin, and maybe why she went a little bit underappreciated when the cards were revealed, because, you know, at the end of the day, she often basically is a 4/8, and better than a 4/8 in a lot of circumstances where you can spread the damage out as you wish. And we know that, you know, Boba, leader from Sparker Rebellion, was one of the strongest leaders, probably the strongest leader we've ever seen, and mainly because he was a 5-deployed 4/7, just the pure stats. So Talzin really having premium stats as a leader. There aren't many better than her.
Absolutely. And here we are coming in to the next phase here. Players look ready. Do wonder what Alec is going to do. He's thinking, he's applying those mental energies. And I mean, looking at the hand, we still have the Greedo, we have the Surprise Strike. I think there's another Antagonizer there, just peeking out. It's not great. It's a lot of very, very cheap units. And of course, very, very scary in the early game when you're able to flood them out, but a lot less scary at this stage.
Absolutely, and this is part of the price you pay for running so many 1-drops. You know, the advantage of playing 2-drops in any deck is that generally as the game goes on, you have more things you can do, more plays you can make. But when you start top decking these 1-drops, in the mid to late game, it really does cause problems for the deck. And it's a less consistent deck after turn 1. It's absolutely true to say. It's just that the power level of the double 1-drop on turn 1 is so great that you're willing to take that risk usually.
Exactly, and indeed it may be something where Alec probably wasn't expecting to play against many Mother Talzins. You know, a lot of these 1-drops that his deck plays are 1 HP. They get cleared really, really easily by the Talzin leader, which obviously is not ideal when you're basically getting a free clear every single time you attack. You're able to just go into base or deal with 2 units at once, 2-for-1ing. Unfortunately, Alec there missing the Greedo activation.
Yeah, it would have been really handy there, just to put a bit more damage on. I mean, you know, this card's going to deploy, which obviously is going to even up the board a little bit. The board seemed a bit more in Assassin's favour just because he had the leader deploy fans. But power on the dark side, that is absolutely brutal.
And Alex just going to go ahead and pack up there, which I think makes total sense. It's looking that was looking pretty unwinnable, honestly. Not really drawing anything particularly scary. I know, looking through the list, we do have some scarier top-end cards. You know, we have the Zuckuss, the 5-cost Zuckuss. We have some things that are scarier boards in that mid to late game. We did obviously see the milling there of the IG 3000, but as you were saying, you know, in order to see those 2 1-costs on turn 1, you've got to play a pretty high number of them. Yeah,
we're talking about cards as well that were so powerful in Spark Rebellion, have remained powerful and dominant throughout. Power of the Dark Side probably is the #1 card that comes to my mind. You know, really a 10 out of 10 card. It's been so powerful for so long. It's one of the only reasons the deck might skip turn 1 and then just go straight into turn 2. The power level of that card throughout the entire game is so high. And I wonder there whether Alec maybe could have considered playing a unit first. I mean, there was a lot facing him down. It probably would have been traded into anyway. I don't know if he thought about Power of the Dark Side. I don't know if he thought, well, maybe I'll take the risk. But either way, playing directly into the path of Power of the Dark Side and getting heavily punished for that.
Yeah, I think, but looking at his hand, I think it really was one of those situations where he had to go, you know what? If you have it, you have it. There's nothing I can really do here, but hope you don't have this instant 1-card answer. And maybe I can go ahead and stabilize moving forward. Al, having a look here at these sideboards, we've go ahead. I've pulled up the CAD list here. Is there anything that stands out to you? I'm definitely seeing a couple cards that I'd be interested in putting in.
Yeah, I mean, You could always put in the confiscate. You know, you don't want to lose the game to a fallen lightsaber, but honestly, probably not. I mean, at the end of the day, that's probably the only upgrade in the deck, so I don't think that's really worth choosing. There's not a whole lot that's really going to help too much against Talzin. I mean, there's some cards you could definitely bring in. I'm thinking more, what cards can you take out of the deck? Because the deck is a finely oiled machine, and there's not really any cards that are terrible against Talzin.
Yeah, that's a very good point. I mean, I definitely think, you know, I would want to probably put in just that one copy of Cad Bane, the extra Hydra 3000, and some of those Lurking Ties. I think the Lurking Ties would be a really nice addition there, and could probably throw out some of the Mist Hunters.
I suppose so. Yeah. I think Lurking Tie in this matchup probably better than Mist Hunter.
Absolutely, and you know the I think what's called the Nile Marauder is as well. There, you know, a 1/5 that has raid 3, scary, very much potentially, but quite weak defensively, and not something I'm going to be overly enthusiastic about, I think, in this matchup. Definitely going to be looking for a little bit more of that top end. Change of Heart as well, potentially quite nice there. Go ahead and just steal the Sun, maybe? I don't know, just something big that was you're suddenly facing down a lethal and now you're not. These are all potential options, but nothing, Pillage even, not too amazing.
No, this is the thing about playing a mid-range. Both plays on arguably sort of a mid-range strategy, really. I mean, they can be both, can be aggressive, they can be sort of slow, more control. And, you know, with a sideboard, usually what you're doing is you're putting in cards that against aggro really help, against control really help. So when you're in a mid-range matchup, it's a lot more difficult to make those sideboarding decisions. Like you said, I mean, swapping Mist Hunter for Lurking Tide, probably you do it, but it's not like a massive upgrade, really. At the end of the day, Pillage, it might be useful, Change of Heart, but, you know, is the game going to go that long? I mean, in this case, those cards wouldn't have been particularly useful.
Yeah, no, I definitely agree. I mean, to be fair, the game definitely would have gone for a few more turns, but I think Alec there was just realizing there wasn't really anything coming that was saving him, and better to just get it out of the way, move on, and make sure that they have more than enough time to finish out this round. Looking over now to Sazan's list, and I'm looking at the sideboard, and I'm seeing a copy of Anakin. I'm definitely bringing in 100%. A couple of copies of Kiadi Mundi, the off aspect there. I think it's something we saw at the Galactic Championship as well, and something that I think has been really, really exciting. Obviously incentivized due to Anakin Skywalker, but seeing those off aspect cards see play just because they're that powerful.
Yeah, honestly, I mean, Anakin, I think it really speaks more to Anakin than those cards, that Anakin's so good he can warrant playing. I mean, adding 2 cost to almost any card does make it much weaker, but we see the sideboard here, tons of cards that are really there to help against aggro and control. Again, Grenade Strike in the sideboard, which would help a lot.
Absolutely, Matt. I think that Grenade Strike that's the fastest I'm putting any card in my deck ever.
Yeah, absolutely. Against those 1-drops, super useful. Kiadi Mundi out of aspect, really, again, it's just a card that kills control. And I think that card single-handedly has probably caused control to be a really bad spot, honestly. That's probably the only archetype we see that hasn't had that much success here, like the proper hard control, because when you can stick a threat on the board that draws 2 more cards, it's so difficult for control to play against that.
Absolutely. And of course, the Owen Lars as well. I mean, a body that is restoring, so delaying that game, making it very hard for Alec to sink in the damage that he needs to, that also is going to go ahead and dig for my powerful force cards, of course, basically half of the Talzin deck, but, you know, the Anakin Skywalkers is going to be the really big power ones, the Talzin's Assassins, the Sun when you're looking for that lethal, the Darth Tyrannuses. I mean, this does just seem like a matchup that Talzin is really, really well suited to naturally. Coming down here, though, we are in game 2, and we are seeing that lovely copy of Aura Singh coming down. Very, very strong card.
Yeah, no decision there to pass. I suppose Alex looking at, like you said, more the aggressor here, so he can't really afford to have a pass, you know, claim sort of situation. So deciding to play the Aura Singh out means he doesn't benefit from the CAD ability turn 1. I think he would much rather have had double 1-drop there. Criminal Muscle, again, would have been amazing here, so he could have cleared off the Secretive Sage turn 1, put him ahead on board. If you don't get ahead on board turn 1 with CAD, you can run into some problems.
Yeah, I think we are seeing a nice potential option there. I believe that was a McClunky in Alex's hand, which he could then swing with this Aura Singh, and assuming it doesn't let him easily get Power of the Dark-Sided, play the McClunky, use the CAD ping, remove the shield, deal the 3 damage, deal with that Secretive Sage. Could be a nice little option there. Not sure if he kept it. We see a No Good to Me Dead. I believe there was a Lurking Tie we'd have seen come in, and a Nile Marauder, and a Surprise Strike, I believe is
I'm very surprised he didn't just open up. He could have opened up with the Lurking Tie Phantom there and prevented Power of the Dark Side from doing anything, right? So he actually left himself open to it again this game. This time, Sazan didn't have it. It's certainly not on curve anyway, so he was able to protect himself there.
They are playing down the Nile Marauder. I guess Alec there going, well, you clearly don't have the, you don't have it, so I'm happy to go ahead and play down this scary unit. Here comes a Krennic from Cezanne. This is an interesting card. So more of these shielded units, and of course, previously only Cunning Hero was able to play 6 copies of these turn 1 shielded plays. But now, of course, Vigilance Villainy gets to go, oh, how about I also do it?
You get a Crafty Smuggler, you get a Crafty Smuggler, you get a Crafty Smuggler. They're all over the place now, and it's one of the things we've seen with new expansions coming out. In the early days of Stars Unlimited, we were fighting tooth and nail for any playable turn 1 plays, and only certain aspects got them. Now, all the aspects get lots of great turn 1 plays, which does make things a bit more of a level playing field across the aspects.
And we are going to then see, for 1, this Acolyte of the Beyond coming down. So, yeah, this is a classic thing we saw with lots of when defeated cards, cheap bodies. We can flood out onto the board and really contest the opponent. I mean, Alex is having quite a slow start here. Looking at what I don't think he's drawn any card. Oh, has he drawn a resource yet? I'm not 100% sure. Oh, he has. Just couldn't see what that card is that he was resourcing there. But I definitely think, this No Good To Me Dead is going to be held for next turn. That Talzin deploy turn to just really stop Talzin from doing too much. We're just going to keep pumping damage into the base.
Yeah, I'm not surprised here. I think part of the reason he's making that decision is because his hand is No Good To Me Dead, which is a great tempo racing tool. 2 Surprise Strikes, which is the racing tool. And then I think there was a Lurking TIE Phantom as well, so he's going to hope to play that into space at some point. And then if Assassin doesn't have an answer for it, I'm not sure if he runs it or no glory only results. Probably not in this list. And that would mean that there'd be no answer for the TIE Phantom potentially, other than maybe a Talzin's Assassin. And then maybe Alec can sneak the win there through space.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, when you're doming for, 7/7, that's potentially really going to get you there quite quickly, especially against a 20 HP base. We do see the Talzin Assassin come down immediately, which I think Cezanne may very soon live to regret.
Yes, indeed. Yeah, if Assassin's only answer to Lurking TIE Phantom is that Talzin's Assassin, then we could see yet another victim of a Lurking TIE Phantom stealing a game from underneath you and running away with it. And that's the power of that card. I mean, really, at the end of the day, if you have an answer, it's just a 2/2 in space, and it's so terrible. But if you don't have an answer, it just endlessly punches you for 4 every single turn and causes a lot of problems.
Absolutely. And I think here, Alec probably going, do I really care about swinging for 1? Is it really that good? Probably just going to go ahead and do it. We are just going to go ahead and get the trade, though, because I think, going, okay, give me a shield or put some damage onto the Acolyte of the Beyond, and then I'll be able to get my Tarkin Town value at least. And either way, actually, even if you take the shield, then you're definitely going to get the Tarkin Town value once you... sorry, Lurking TIE is not Underworld, so you will not get that CAD ping, unfortunately, for Alec.
Yeah, one of the only non-Underworld cards you can afford to play in the deck just because of the power level of the card. I mean, it would be so much better here if it was Underworld, but unfortunately not. Last game, I don't think Alec actually managed to use Tarkin Town at all, did he? It was one of the rare occasions where you didn't actually get any value out of that.
Yeah, it didn't look like there was a fantastic opportunity. Cezanne here saying, okay, you know what? You can go ahead and have initiative. I'm all right with that. Interesting here. I mean, Cezanne very much winning this board race at the moment, but we know that there is a lot of damage that is potentially going to come out of Alec's board. If Cezanne does not have an out to this Lurking TIE in space, we know this turn is probably going to be Surprise Strike, deal 7, tap down that Talzin, and see what happens from there.
Exactly right. And from Cezanne's perspective, he's probably not worried. He's thinking, okay, well, Talzin's going to be able to clear the TIE Phantom, right? I can give it -1/-1 first, deploy Talzin, give it another 1, and that's my answer. But no, little does he know, No Good To Me Dead. He's going to effectively, last game we saw Assassin use basically what was a 3-cost Rivals Fall, Power of the Dark Side for 3, defeat your opponent's leader. Here, No Good To Me Dead is almost a 2-cost Rivals Fall, because if the game ends before Talzin can get back up again, she's basically been defeated.
Exactly, and that's where we see the power of tempo cards. You're not. It's only a temporary effect, but exactly as you say there, Al, if the game's over by that point, then it may as well have been permanent. I think Alec here, looking at his hand, we see a Ruthless Raider there, which is going to be quite nice. Here comes the Surprise Strike. We are going to go ahead and put 7 damage into the base, pushing Cezanne up to 13.
Yeah, so there is quite a bit of base health left, and 15 is a lot to work with, and it's going to be a lot to get through. We know there's at least 7 more potentially coming from another Surprise Strike there. Where the rest of it's going to come from, we're not sure. There is a Ruthless Raider in hand for Alex, so next turn he's going to be able to play something else to push, potentially even more damage. It's going to be tight, I think. There's like I said, both players now racing. I think that No Good To Me Dead is going to end up being huge here.
I think we are we are in the pass phase. We are in the pass phase.
Oh, no. Here we go. Talzin, and Assassin's thinking, okay, I need this Talzin to connect with an attack here.
Yeah, or potentially, just pass. we're just going to be sitting here. We're going to keep dealing damage, getting the force token, pushing Alec up closer and closer. Maybe Alec wants to just use Tarkin Town, so it's not quite so obvious that he's stalling for something.
Yeah, I mean, I think what you can do, and a lot of players miss this, and I think this is one of the skills that the top players can do, is you pass early enough in the turn where your opponent is not going to claim, and then you use the Tarkin Town, so that the point where they consider, actually, I'm going to claim initiative if it passes again, you can then throw out the Tarkin Town and think, now you can't, right?
Yes,
which is,
exactly.
Which is a nice little trick you can do that I think passing is one of those skills that players could definitely get better at.
Oh, here comes the General Grievous, and we're just seeing a lot of damage on the board right now. I mean, this is 12 damage.
Yep.
Getting very, very close. Of course, Zan doesn't know that there's no good to me dead is there, but this is looking at lethal. Once that talisman comes out, swings, defeats the Lurking Tie into Zan's head, of course, and things are looking very, very dire. Alec is going to finally be able to get this no good to me dead down onto the Talzin.
Yeah, surely it wasn't a surprise at that point. I mean, there are very, very few cards that Cad can play that he wouldn't have just slammed out there. You know, there's very few reasons why he would keep passing and passing and passing. Does mean that, I mean, he decided to play the Talzin before attacking with the Krennic as well, which means that he can't just claim now, right? He's still got more actions to take, which could end up being a little bit difficult here.
Yeah, it does look like we do just see a claim, and then we're going to go ahead, we're going to use the Tarkin Town, we're going to get the value, and Alec now in a position to potentially steal this game, where we see another, if we can get this surprise strike off, it's going to push Cezanne up to 20. This Ruthless Raider is going to push to 22, and the Leader Deploy will then push to 26. Looking at how much damage Alec will be on, it'll only be 18, so it will not be lethal in that one action, and Alec will probably be able to take the initiative. So it's looking a little bit spooky here for Cezanne.
I mean, really all comes down to this. Cezanne had to claim there. Like I said, he lost out the 2 damage, but he claimed, which means that if he drew an answer, Talzin's Assassin, for example, to Lurking TIE Phantom, he would just win the game on the spot, I think.
Oh!
There we
and
go.
This is exactly what Alec did not want to see. It's still not the end of the world.
It's pretty close.
It's pretty close. I mean, what are we going to... So we we do 4 with the CAD, that gets 17. We do 2 more, gets us to 19. The problem is this surprise strike is not going to be enough on its own. Looking at the hand, is that 2 surprise strikes? The surprise strike, a Ruthless Raider, and I think a Criminal Muscle. So none of these are really ideal. If there is a Blaster in the row, that would potentially be quite nice on the next turn. Because I think still at this point, Alec is winning this base race.
Yeah, it's really, really tight here now. The Lurking TIE Phantom, I think, would have definitely sealed it had there not been an answer there. But we see here, like you said, 2 damage. If there is a hot shot, I think that will get Alec there, as you say. But, I mean, there's a lot of damage coming out this turn, right? There's going to be 10 more damage, puts him to 18. Clearly, there'll be more than enough for lethal next turn. So on the next round, Tasman will swing for lethal, so we need Alec to be able to get enough actions, right?
Yeah, I mean, and this is the advantage. Of course, Alec in a very scary position, but he only has 2 more actions to do this phase before he claims. Cezanne, okay, I can swing 4, I can swing 4. If I claim there, my opponent's going to be on 16. I don't think Cezanne has the aggression there if Alec is only on 16 damage to win in enough actions. Cezanne really has to push him to 18, and this is where not swinging with that Krennic is really biting him, and he's going to be sitting there regressing that.
I've got to say, and these players are under a tremendous amount of pressure. They've played so many rounds already over the past couple of days to get to this point, so obviously you're going to see tiny little errors or, you know, slight different lines come in, but honestly, the amount of times I've seen over Star Wars Unlimited that 1 or 2 points of damage end the game, and you could have had it earlier in the game, you know, if that does end up happening, Cezanne's going to watch back this clip and think, why on earth did I not attack with the Krennic first? But we'll
Absolutely.
have to see.
Yeah, and that is the beauty of this game, the action system, the bluffing, you know, the ability to just put your opponent in these awful situations. We do see the 4-4 coming in there. We're going to see Alec go ahead and throw out his own CAD Bane swing here. 4 into the base. Cezanne is up to 19 out of 28 damage here. Both players looking very, very, very close to lethal. I think both 9 damage away.
Who said maths can't be fun? Like, come on, like, when you're sat there in your little maths lesson at school, yeah, you might think, oh, when am I going to use this stuff? But honestly, Star Wars Unlimited competitive play, that's when you're going to use it. The amount of maths
There's the blaster. There's the blaster.
Got it. Okay. So how much is that then? That's at least 11. That's 14, right?
Well, it will be 6 from the CAD and then 7 from the Ruthless Raider with Surprise Strike. That is 13 damage, which is more than enough. In 2 actions. The issue is, of course, that Cezanne's going to get 2 actions beforehand. But looking at Cezanne's, there's also blasters here. So if Cezanne sees a blaster, it's suddenly looking very, very scary. Pushed up to 20. Alec here loses to blaster. I think he just has to go for it.
Yeah. So he's on 20, right? So Blaster would only be 6.
Yeah, I think, to be fair, he doesn't even, I don't even think he has to use the blaster.
No,
he
he
can
doesn't.
just swing 4.
Yeah, the surprise strike
because the
alone
surprise
would be
strike
enough.
is enough.
Yep, yep. So there needs to be an answer for Assassin. He attacked with the Talisman Assassin first, which suggests he probably doesn't have an answer.
Is just going to go ahead and swing it. To be fair, I do understand the logic. If there is a -1/-1, there is something like that. You don't want to be losing here because 13 damage goes down to 10. That's still more than enough. There's the blaster for game.
Wow, he
And
got it.
Cezanne is going to take it. Mother Talzin through in incredible form there. An absolute masterclass in playing Talzin into one of the most popular decks in the new format, taking that that match 2 wins very, very handily.
I mean, how close was that? It was 1 action away, right? 1 action away from winning. It's so unfortunate there that he got there, but at least that 2 damage didn't cost him. Got him with a Hotshot Blaster. He didn't have any surprise strikes, obviously, in his list, so he was really relying on that 1 card as a pump event, whereas obviously Alec had 2. So yeah, fantastic play there. And then we go 2-0.
Yeah, absolutely. And therefore we are going to see Cezanne move through. I believe that is now 10-2. A phenomenal record moving into round 13, which will be next. Of course, we have 14 rounds of Swiss in this regional championship here in Bilbao, which we are on, of course, day 3. And those of you who perhaps have not been with us for the last couple of days, only tuning in to this this final day where we have the day 2, the Top Cup, the finals, you might not know, but we like to spoil you here in Europe. And so we are going to go ahead and throw over to a second feature match. That wasn't meant to be shade or anything. I just like to say that we like to spoil you. So we have a second feature match, which we are going to go ahead and throw over to. We just love spoiling our viewers. And we have Sabine. Al's going to be over the moon.
Oh, thank goodness for this. Sabine.
I'm just going to leave. You can go ahead and take this one.
I'll take this one. Thankfully, I've been very fortunate. I've been able to commentate on several of the decks that I play the absolute most, which is really nice to do. I mean, there's nothing more enjoyable than doing that. Have you had a Kylo?
Not an ECL.
Oh,
No,
how
unfortunately. Yeah, just very few players are willing to take the immediate loss to any space aggro that shows up, which,
Indeed.
fair enough. Not quite as many players are as willing to throw caution to the wind, roll the dice, and see if they can just get that nice little run all the way through into the top cut. But here we have an interesting matchup, not just because of the leaders, but because, of course, Al's going to be very torn. We have Sabine over on the left-hand side. We have a Brit over on the right. Who is he going to cheer for?
I'm so sorry, but Sabine takes the cake every day. We haven't seen a Sabine all weekend, and I'm so glad to finally see one. We saw it was the 3rd most represented deck in the top 52, which is, there was only 4 of them. Which is great to see as well, that only 4 made it. But yeah, there you go. Sabine's not had a good time of late recently, and I don't think she was necessarily the absolute best pick for this meta. But the thing about Sabine is she is always solid. She's never a horrible pick. She always is consistent. And honestly, seeing Maxime's hand here, he's got Green Squadron A-Wing, turn 1, which is great into Vader, and then he's got Sabine's Masterpiece, which is absolutely perfect here. You can ECL it in turn 2, defeat both of Aaron's turn 1 plays and be on the front foot immediately.
Yeah, this is about to be a pretty huge blowout and not at all what Aaron's going to want to have seen here. Because we was going to say there, a pretty strong start for Aaron with those 2 units that are going to get particularly snowed. But there we go. The ping is just perfect. So you didn't want to see a command unit there, because sometimes you do, right? Sometimes you want to see the command unit against those Han decks in particular. They're going to play out a 3-4. The Victor leader here would have been absolutely huge. I mean, of course, Maxime burning this ECL early, but in a really, really favorable trade.
Yeah, I mean, Engine Conversion Lab, one of those things that in this matchup you don't need on the ground, basically, at any point. Your opponent's not playing any ground units, or very, very few. So Sabine's Masterpiece is one of the only ways to get great value out of that, and it's exactly the card you're looking for in the matchup. And again, like you said, one of the rare times we're having an aggression unit instead of a command unit is ideal. And we see here Maxime losing out on 3 damage. It's absolutely the right play. He can now trade into the Victor leader and once again keep the space clear. When you're against Vader, in any aspect combination, Cunning, Vigilance, your #1 priority is to make sure that space arena is cleared. If they cannot deploy, and this is true for any pilot leader, if they cannot deploy their leader as a pilot, they're playing a very underpowered leader indeed, and that's what you've got to really focus on.
Absolutely, and this is going to, I think it's going to be some news that may surprise Al, but during the set 2 meta, I moonlighted a little bit as a Sabine player. I was spending quite a lot of time learning that deck and realizing, it's quite complicated. There's a lot of lines, a lot of thought that goes into it. It's not quite so simple as, I'll ECL that Poe, I'll ECL that Wrecker. which does, of course, happen from time to time. It's nice when it does. But one of the things I learned, and I'm sure Al will be able to tell me if I was just bad or this is true, is that one of the getting those 2-for-1s off your ECL is really that inflection point at which you can take a game that is really, really close, potentially going to be a loss, into I am now in a commanding position here. And Maxime, 2-for-1. Who needs a 2-for-1? I'm going to get a 3-for-1.
Yeah, unbelievable. As you said, that's exactly the power of Energy Conversion Lab. Much like Tarkin Town, when you can use your base as basically an extra card, it effectively defeats one of your opponent's cards. That just puts you in a great position. We see here, is this the entire turn?
I mean, this is just a complete board flood here. You know, we see the Sundari Peacekeeper come down. This is such a powerful tool against those aggro decks. Raid 2 and Restore 2, a 3/5 that heals me. What a phenomenal card. Sabine coming out on that deploy. We have the Green Squadron A-Wing, which is just going to go ahead and keep pumping that damage into base. Al's favorite card, Forge Starfighter, showing up in the Premier format and actually being relevant because, hey, it has hidden. You can't kill this one.
Yeah, indeed, yeah. Finally, Aaron can stick a unit to the board. Wait, was that his entire turn?
That was his entire turn.
Oh, that is terrible for Aaron. I cannot express what a bad turn that is. Forge Starfighter or not, and yes, I love it, but I love it more in Limited than I do in Premier, I must tell you. But yeah, I mean, to basically pay a 4 cost for a 1/1, granted with Raid, is just, I mean, unbelievably bad turn for him.
Yeah, this is really, really, really bad. I mean, we do see that barrage in Aaron's hand. There is the slimmest chance here if Maxime does just see a couple of slightly disappointing cards this turn.
There are no disappointing cards in Sabine.
I know, that's the issue. That is the issue.
So
there
efficient.
just aren't. You know, we're seeing the trades here. You know, if this Vader can flip onto the token, then we maybe get a barrage. But it's just not going to be enough. I mean, you know, this is Sabine. We know this deck. I don't think it's really changed at all since pretty much Shadows of the Galaxy. Maybe you get the occasional things, right? Yoda's lightsaber or General's blade. I know these things started to see more play. I think Yoda's lightsaber in particular as a 2-cost upgrade that's basically the same thing as Darksaber pretty much, but for half the cost.
Yeah.
Pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, the biggest card it's got since then is a card we've seen great effect this game with Sabine's Masterpiece. It just gave Sabine a way to actually fight in space effectively.
Yes.
Because until that point, we were just using Bright Hope to not lose in space. But now Sabine's Masterpiece can actually dominate space. And we see here, for the first 4 turns of the game, Sabine was actually ahead against an entire space deck in the space arena.
Exactly, and it just shows the sheer power. And then we see the Poe come down, and this is literally the only card that Aaron was probably like, okay, well, if you don't have the Poe, I think I maybe have a chance here. This is pretty much unwinnable, I think, even if I flip. I mean, I have to barrage, right? First action, I have to barrage on my, I think, Clan Saxon Gauntlet, I believe that card is called. Sorry, Survivor's Gauntlet. This is a 4/6. We'll hit the 6. We'll be able to answer the Poe. We'll be able to then flip my Vader. So we are doing something.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, that was probably one of the best things he could have had last turn as well for Aaron, because it does
There
give
we
him
go.
the answer to Poe. You know, this is the only route, the only line he could have had, because if that Poe would have survived to attack, it could obviously have defeated the Vader leader with 1 action, and that would have been lights out, I think, for Aaron. So at least the silver lining here, even though he's very, very behind in the base race, is that he can deploy Vader if he wants to.
We are flipping onto the token. But to be fair, I believe that is because Survivor's Gauntlet allows you to attach an upgrade on a unit to another eligible unit. So this is a neat little play here. And there comes another Poe.
Well, I mean, the other Poe, though, to be fair, it's coming down a little bit late. Honestly, what Maxime would have wanted there is some sort of damage to push, because at the end of the day here, that Vader is going to push a lot of damage. He's already pushed 5 there. He's going to move over to the Gauntlet, as you say, and that's going to be another 11 damage coming in.
It's a lot of damage. And obviously, you know, it's not going to survive through to the next action phase. Although you are forcing Sabine here to just not attack. Because I think Maxime has to go, I need to claim the initiative. I need to remove that Vader upgrade as soon as possible. If Maxime, of course, experienced Sabine player, I don't think he's going to get greedy there. Because I think the only real way Aaron comes back into it is if he just gets that extra swing in that just randomly goes, oh, okay, I guess I get lethal.
Yeah, I'm just saying there's no way really, there's no cunning here, so there's no way to pump up this Gauntlet any higher. It's currently at 9 power, and we need, there's 16 damage on the base of Sabine, so we would need, oh no, that's enough, right? 9 power's enough, yeah. So obviously, yeah, you have to claim, of course you have to claim, you have to attack with the Poe, defeat the Vader, and go that way. Although, at least with the Poe here, you can attack into Aaron's base and put him to 25, which means that he's only 2 actions away from winning there as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And the Sundari Peacekeeper becoming so relevant here. Healed 4 damage, and that 4 damage proving to be the difference between the game, because the Gauntlet would have got there if Maxime Gauntlet plus a TIE token would have got there if Maxime had been on 20. And I don't think, I mean, Aaron, Maxime would not have been able to answer all those things in time, but Aaron extending the handshake here, saying, "Ugh, okay, you know what? Rough game for me. I got closer than I thought I would, and absolutely, in fairness to Aaron, got much, much closer. The second Poe there, really huge, because otherwise, I think Maxime was just done.
Yeah, there's a couple of ways he could have got it. I think maybe Rebel Assault might have helped as well, or just some way to trade in. But yeah, absolutely. I mean, there was actually a route there and a way he could have gone on to win that game, which is crazy to think, considering how bad the first 3 turns of the game were. A turn there where he paid a 4 cost for a Forged Starfighter, but there you go. Almost got there. Shows the power of that deck, I think. The Vader, you know, whether it's paired with Cunning or Vigilance, can really sneak and steal games. And again, this is part of the problem with Sabine sometimes. She only, you know, there's a few tricks up her sleeve, but really she plays quite the same way every game. And we saw she had everything she needed there and still only just managed to win.
Absolutely. And, you know, so maybe all that belly aching from your local Sabine player about how the deck's not actually that good, it's really hard, you know, sometimes. Maybe they're actually not just lying to you. There is something to be said for that. Now, I believe we do have this second game of this feature match that we're going to be able to jump into here. Just checking whether or not we are going to have that. But, you know, as we're coming in to round 12 here, are there any players? I know we sort of discussed it at the top of this round. How are you feeling about any players? You know, who are you really cheering for? If you had to just choose one player that you want to take down this whole event.
Oh, it's difficult because there's so many players I think are due a good win. Honestly, there's so many players that do so consistently, do so well across the board, and they keep trying the hardest. I think I've got to choose Mikolai, commonly known as Sip, because I think honestly he's had great results, but he's nowhere near had as many results as he deserves. So I'd love to see him do well.
Absolutely agree. I can't take Sip as my #1 pick because of course I'm going to choose Oliver Simmons, Big O Notation, as my
honestly, he was my
#1
second pick.
That is exactly. But I've been following, you know, Sip for a very long time, and it's been heartbreaking to see him come so close so many times. He's doing so well right now. He was X1 going into this round, so I'm very excited to follow him as we move through the rest of the day. But here we have our players setting up for Game 2 of this second feature match of round 12.
Yeah, we see in the hand there, just sneakily, just seeing it there in the hand. Second card from the right for Aaron. Malevolence there, one of the reasons to be in Vigilance with Vader. One of the only reasons. There's not that many cards in Vigilance you want to pair with Vader, but that's certainly one of the stronger ones because you can get it down as early as turn 2, I think, or turn 3.
Yeah, which is perfect timing, really.
I mean, great, yeah, exactly. You can just exhaust something, stop it from attacking effectively exhausting it, and then just get a huge unit on the board. And there are lots of decks that can't deal with one big unit. And one of them that comes to mind is Sabine. She famously has no way to answer a huge opposing unit. So we'll have to see how it goes from here. Does Maxime have any space presence this game?
And yeah, I think really it's just going to be, okay, so this is already looking like a bit more of a, okay, we are going to see the upgrade coming on here, which is going to go ahead and produce, the pilot, I should say, produce one of those TIE Fighter tokens. Really, I think Aaron's just hoping here, please don't have the Masterpiece. Please don't have the Masterpiece. Looking at the hand, doesn't look like Maxime does. So I think Aaron is going to feel far more confident going into this game. It's going to be much more of a game here. Oh, but he does have the Grenade Strike. Never mind.
Honestly,
never mind.
Just as good. I mean, even better than the Masterpiece there, because the Masterpiece wouldn't have been able to value trade. It would have been defeated by the piloted First Order tie anyway. So all Maxime gets to do there is just save ECL. So it's even better. And that Grenade Strike, I'm assuming, is coming from the sideboard?
Yes, it is exactly. You are exactly right. It's coming in from the sideboard. I mean, so we see looking through, we have some red 5s, Grenade Strike, Rule with Respect. It's an interesting one there. I mean, I suspect that is exactly for these go wide, you know, pilot aggro decks. Just remove all those tokens, capture them all. Take captive as well, lots of capturing, and of course a couple of timely interventions there. Anything particularly exciting there for you, Al?
I mean, honestly, almost all of it. You probably don't bring in the timely interventions, they're more for the slower matchup, so you can ambush twice after you ECL with the Wreck or Rapport. But the Rule with Respect, Take Captive, Grenade Strike, all amazing in these Space Aggro matchups. And what Maxime's strategy coming in today, I'm sure, would have been against Space Aggro is Game 1, hope I have Masterpiece. Game 2, bring in my sideboard and have a much easier time, and it's going according to plan at the moment.
Absolutely. We see the Onyx Squadron Brute coming down here. This is a great card that Aaron's seeing. It's going to allow him to heal 2 when it's defeated, just giving him a little bit more time against this Sabine deck, which does have that inevitability due to the leader ability. Of course, we are rapidly on the deploy turn for Sabine. We're just seeing players, you know, going really, really fast. It's not a huge amount that's coming up here. Oh, we are going to see the this Shuttle Tederium, I believe it's called.
ST149.
ST149, that is the one. Yes.
This is probably the most misremembered card name in all of Stars Unlimited, so don't feel too bad. I mean, who remembers the 149 part? I forget it every single time.
And there's the Yoda's lightsaber. This is going to be coming in for huge amounts of damage. This is not ideal for Aaron. He's already pushed up to half health.
Yeah, and this is the great thing about the Yoda's lightsaber. As you said, it only loses 1 point of damage over Darksaber, but here he gets to play something alongside it.
I mean, and we look at Maxim's hand. It is absolutely incredible. We have a rule with respect, I believe, tucked away there. But more importantly, we have a Poe, and we also have a Rebel Assault. And we do know just how powerful Rebel Assault is from the action compression, the fact that you just get that pump, the extra 2 damage. I mean, already on this board, we're looking at what? 3, 6, 12 damage. A throw on the pump takes us up to 14. That's 2 actions.
Yeah, I mean, you could not have picked a better hand for Maxime, honestly. He has cards for every situation. Aaron, no Overwhelming Barrage this time to keep him in the game. He does have the Malevolence that he can potentially look to play, but doesn't have enough units on the board really to make it very efficient. Yeah, it's going to be really tough for Aaron this game.
Absolutely agree there. And, he's going to have the barrage, but I think, as you were just saying, it doesn't look like he has it. It's the only real way you can find yourself out of this situation. Maybe some things like Entrenched would go some way to get you there. Entrenching the Sabine would be really, really strong. Slow down this deck just a little bit, though obviously we know Maxime, of course, does have the Poe in hand, which means next turn he will simply play the Poe, Rebel Assault, swing Poe into base, discard, remove the upgrade from Sabine, discard, deal 2 damage to base, swing with Sabine, and that is a nice, clean lethal.
I mean, this is, I think, part of the reason why I think Poe is the strongest card from Shadow of the Galaxy, because at the end of the day, even though there's been metas where he doesn't see that much play, and he really only sees a huge amount of play in Sabine, obviously Hand 2 also makes good use of him, but all he allows you to do is, no matter what new mechanics are printed, no matter what happens, pilot leaders weren't a thing back then when they were released, Poe just get better and better, right? His ability to not only deal 8 damage on the attack means that you can win games out of nowhere. If your opponent has a leader like Hand 1 that is particularly low on cards in hand, you can abuse that. If your opponent has any kind of upgrade, you can abuse that too. Entrenched, pilot leaders, anything like that, we can abuse as well.
Yeah, I mean, and looking at Aaron's hand here, it's just, he's got the takedown, and it's just not going to do enough. We do see the Malevolence come down here. It is going to stun the Sabine. I genuinely think, as Maxime here, there's a good argument to just slam the Poe and claim.
Yeah, at the end of the day, your opponent probably at that point has to claim themselves, right? And at least you lose. That means you save 3 damage, right, on the shuttle attack if you do it that way around.
Yeah, it does look like Maxime is just going to keep pumping that damage in, though. Going to go ahead and basically give Aaron the initiative here. I do think Aaron should probably just go ahead and get that value from the shuttle, trade away that Green Squadron A-Wing. Not that it's going to make a really big difference. Obviously, we can see the Poe. I think no, we're just going to swing. We're going to give up the initiative. I guess just realizing, you know what, the Poe's just going to get me there. Although, I mean, a barrage for 9, defeating the Poe, defeating the Sabine.
I mean, that's pretty good, right? Because at least that takes off both ways to end the game for Maxime. He can't attack. No, that's so unfortunate, because he wouldn't be able to attack with the Rebel Assault for 2 units or attack with the Poe to deal a huge amount of damage either way. He doesn't have lethal in 1 action, but he doesn't need it.
Yeah, I mean, well, no, Maxime does, because he's got the Rebel Assault.
Yeah, but that's only... How much damage is that? That's
14.
11, right?
Poe...
Poe can't attack with the Rebel Assault.
Oh, yes!
He's not a Rebel.
Yes, you're absolutely
so
right.
So 11 damage. He's 1 damage short with Rebel Assault, but at the end of the day, I don't think he needs to do it in 1 action. I can't see any way for Aaron to clear this board himself in a couple of actions or deal anywhere near enough damage to win the game.
Yes, no, you're absolutely right. And to be fair, I mean, 3 damage off because of the restore from the Malevolence, but yeah, you're absolutely right. So it's so easy just to assume that all these cards in Sabine are crazy. Of course, I can swing with them and do.
Yeah, why isn't Poe a Rebel? Can we get in a roster?
All right, let's get out away from the designer team. I think that would benefit all of us tremendously.
Can we make Wrecker a Rebel too?
Oh,
throw that in there as well.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, Rebel Assault, what a great card that's ended up being throughout this game.
Incredibly powerful.
So efficient, like
action compression,
yeah.
pumping, allowing you to make use of these on attacks. Just such an efficient card. Aaron here basically going, I think I'm in a little bit of trouble.
Yeah, you've got to assume at this point your opponent's got nothing in hand that can do anything. Of course they do.
Yes.
You've got to assume their hand is Battlefield Marine, A-Wing or something, and then just think, okay, if they've got nothing in hand, how do I actually just stop myself losing this turn?
I mean, to be fair, like Wrecker or something would also be fine, because like, well, I mean, I guess if that's all you've got, I will deal a lot of damage to you. flip my Vader, have lethal if I can claim.
Is there any way he can have lethal, right? That's 10, 15 damage.
No. I mean, because it's the thing, you're staring down 14, 17 damage on board, right?
Yeah, so you'd have to stop some damage and then deal another 6 damage, I think, yourself, which, again, no surprise strikes or anything at all.
Because, I mean, 17's taking up to 35, so you need to stop 3 damage. So you need to deal with the Sabine unit or the Poe. And we do have a takedown, so we can deal with the Sabine unit. We can then swing 7 with this Malevolence and pray that Maxime chooses to swing with Poe first.
That's what you can do. I think Barrage was what was needed here, and even then might not have been enough. But at least, like you said, it would have been exactly enough to clear off both Poe and the Sabine unit, and then that way maybe you can try and get there next turn with another Barrage.
Yeah, well, the thing is, like, Aaron does actually have lethal first action next turn. If he were to attack with the Malevolence, attack with the ST, that pushes Maxime up to 14. Flipping the Vader onto the Malevolence will push that up to 11. So somehow, if Maxime decides to attack with this Poe first, he does, I think, just about survive.
And honestly, this, I think, is part of the reason why I've always preferred Cunning paired with Vader, because just at the end of the day, you get no goods me deads, which here would just be 2-cost removal. You get the surprise effects.
We see exactly that. The takedown does have to come down on the Sabine unit.
That is such a minor inconvenience for Maxime. He loses his 2-cost.
To be fair, he does lose the pump. He does lose the +1 damage there. So, you know, I think we are just going to Rebel Assault for 7.
Yes.
And the handshake is extended. I think Aaron realizing, there's no way I'm going to get the initiative here. It's not going to happen. And that is rough for Aaron, of course. Taking a very unusual version of Pilot Vader with Vigilance here. Not something we see all the time, but it's been amazing to watch his run so far, and he's still not out of contention just yet. But yes, Sabine moves forward all the way into that X2 bracket, getting closer and closer to top cut and closer to Al being a very, very happy boy indeed.
Indeed, absolutely. It's just nice to see. I mean, as much as we've seen Sabine now for 5 sets, 6 sets, do so much work, I think, again, there's been a bit of a lull recently in the past few weeks and months in Sabine results, so it's nice to see her doing a little bit better. And this is the thing, we mentioned it yesterday at some point during the day about how when you don't respect aggro decks, they come out and bite you. They just surprise you and come out of nowhere. The same's true for control as well, it can be, but usually I feel like players, they're more tempted to kind of ignore aggro and get greedier and greedier, just because people like to play with their big expensive cards, and then Sabine comes in and slaps you in the face and says, no, you need to play cheap cards.
Absolutely. And this is one of the really cool things, though, I will say quickly about the fact we do have 14 rounds today, is that, you know what, maybe you can get a little bit greedy. I lose to a couple of aggro decks, it's fine. I lose to 2 or 3 of them, I manage to win the rest of my rounds, and I am going to find myself in top 8, which is really, really exciting. Of course, I'm sure we are all super excited to get into the next round. That's going to be round 13 out of 14, so we're almost at the end of Swiss here, getting very, very close to top cut, as well as the finals here at the Regional Championship in Bilbao, for both the Premier event and Limited, but we've got a little bit longer just before we get into that next round. But don't go too far. We have a fantastic interview coming up very, very shortly. So, you know, maybe grab yourself a drink, grab yourself a little snack, but don't go too far, as I said, and we'll see you very, very soon.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I am here with a player we've just seen get to an impressive record with a deck that some people thought might be past its time. We are here with Sasan, who we've seen on stream win with Mother Talzin. Now, Mother Talzin won Galactics, and then Force Throw got suspended, and everyone thought it wasn't good anymore. So why did you bring it this weekend?
First of all, Talzin is not dead. I think it. When I see the last regional in Philippon in the last week in Portland, I see that Hand 2 Blue is the main deck in the regional. So I think, first of all, Talzin is my main deck, my main deck. So Talzin is so good versus this Hand 2. And the first problem when I play the deck without Force Throw, I see the space decks are so hard to win. So I search a card to have it, and I think I get it the card, and then I will play in like in the last meta, but without fourth throw, not for me, for all. So I can win it.
Okay. So if your bad matchups are winnable, then that sounds very good to me. Now, there was one card that caught our eye. General Grievous. Tell us why General Grievous gets into that deck.
It's simple. In the turn one, the main thing you do when in current meta is play a 2/4. So General Grievous is a nice unit because you can normally they attack first. So then I don't attack. I play General Grievous. Then they play a unit and I reclaim. So General Grievous can attack to her 2/4, and I have more units to win the game.
Sounds absolutely fine to me. So you're in good position. You've made day 2. What were your expectations coming in? What did you want to get out of this regional this weekend?
In this regional, I begin 1-2, so I have now 9 in a row. So the expectations are low in the beginning of the tournament. So now, the last week I win a PQ and have a flight to Las Vegas to the Worlds, and I will go to with my family, and I take a good week with them in Las Vegas. So this is my no me sale la palabra. My goal is done. Now, it's a pleasure to be in this state of the tournament.
Oh, what a lovely answer. So you start 1-2, you get 9 in a row. You've already got your invite to Galactics, so you're sorted. And I was in Vegas this past year. Galactics was phenomenal. Great weekend. Well, thank you very much for your time. Congratulations on 9 in a row. How far can Sasan get? Wow, you're just going to have to keep watching to find out now, aren't you? Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We have a little bit of a break in the action, but we have a big special guest, or should I say, pair of special guests today. I'm joined by BB8 and R2D2, and we're going to have a little bit of a chat about the tournament that we're having. R2, how is the event going for you? Could not have said it better myself. It's been a fantastic event all around. Lovely to see you here. How do you clear time in your schedule to get to an event like this? Okay, yeah, I suppose that does make perfect sense. Now, I hear that actually, when we talk about, heroes and villains, the real hero of our whole Star Wars story here, I hear it is actually the droids. Would you care to comment on that? Yeah. I think everyone at home would agree with that. What a fantastic statement. Thank you so much for that. Now, I know you're busy. I'm going to let you go. But I have one last question before we finish. How do you feel about Darth Vader? Well, I think we can all understand that. Well, thank you very much. I won't take any more of your time. I know it's very precious, but thank you for joining us here at the Star Wars Regional Championships. And don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen, because the action is just heating up. We've got to crown a champion. We haven't even done that yet. Don't go anywhere.
Hello, guys. Welcome back to Bilbao. We're still here, getting ready to get into the next round. We're not going to keep you too long waiting. The players are setting up their table. They're getting into the zone mentally. As you can see in the background, yeah, true. I think this is such a nice eagle nest to watch and cast from. We can actually walk in and see everything happening.
Absolutely. I mean, it's great to see here. We can see, as you see, that little section there, you can see that's all the Premier players getting ready there. The last bunch now, only 52 remaining now into day 2. But yeah, I think we've had a great day so far, seen some really interesting matches. I mean, all weekend we've been treated to some fantastic, close, interesting matches, which is just so nice to see.
Yeah, that's the thing. We try to get as many different leaders as possible on screen for you guys, just to show how diverse the pool is, because as you saw in the breakdown, it didn't fit one screen.
I know, right? And the thing is, normally when you commentate an event, sometimes with these Star Wars Limited events, if the meta is quite top-heavy with a few specific decks, yes, on stream we'll show you some of these, stranger decks, but we're cherry-picking here. We had an absolute bounty of options. We could have just picked a random table and it probably wouldn't have been a meta deck.
Exactly, yeah. And the thing is as well, most of the time, if you want to showcase something more special, some more exotic, you need to go into the tables where there are some losses already.
Yeah.
But that's not the case here.
No.
We already had perfect scoring people who did great with decks that you were like, this leader exists?
Speaking of perfect scoring people, I think we have some standings we can get up on screen to have a look at. There we go again. So we've got Nikolai Phillips slowly creeping up the rankings there. Yonas finally got that one loss. So we no longer have an undefeated player here. It's very rare. I think after 14 rounds, you would end up with an undefeated player. So I'm not surprised to see Yonas finally drop one. But he should absolutely be locked into a top 8 finish now. I think Nikolai is well locked in. There's only 2 more rounds to go. If you get 3 losses, you can still make it to top 8. So yeah, a couple of the players there. Again, the American there, Sunny D, Sunny Delight, as I like to call it, which is a reference to an old British beverage that probably only 10 people watching will ever remember. But there you go, Sunny Delight there, and then a couple of other known players there, but some unknown players as well. Nice to see.
Yeah, some players are doing truly amazing. You see Jakob here with 3 draws actually, also still in the lead to get that top 8 cut for today.
Absolutely, yeah. 52 players, only 8 make it, so it is very cutthroat. It's very difficult, especially if you came in today with 2 losses. It can be very, very hard then to make it all the way. There you see a very familiar face on screen. Well, I won't mention it, keep going on about it. I'll mention it one more time. That is our reigning galactic champion. Obviously a great achievement for him, but we've got Philippe there. You may know him as Beton online, and he is ready for another feature match.
You shouldn't hold back, El. It's a great achievement. It's a prestige title to have.
The most prestigious tournament in Star Wars Unlimited.
So
yeah,
you can say it as much as you want from me.
Okay, I'll say it again. That is the reigning galactic champion, Philip. We've got a local lad here, Adrian Ruiz. Also here playing a deck we haven't seen actually, but a deck that has come to popularity a lot in recent times, thanks to another member of Team Enigma who isn't actually here today, T85 Challenge, or Tim as you may know him as. He actually played this to PQ success, the Yoda mixed with the, or paired with the Jedi Temple, and we'll have to see how it does in this matchup against Philippe's feared, at this point, feared hand to ECL.
I'm looking at Philippe, and the way that he's resourcing was a great way to like start picking your choices. He's like, okay, which cards do I really not want to resource? And he plays them down already. So his mind is already not thinking about them anymore, only focusing on the cards that are left in his hand to pick out to resource. And I think that's a very special and unique way to go about it. Because most of the time when I get my hand, I just keep staring at them until I'm like, okay, what am I going to do with this?
Yeah, absolutely. I think it can be a bit daunting. Being able to resource from hand in this game compared to some others where the resourcing isn't even thought about, you just do it. It means that there's tons of decisions to make, and like I said, it can be daunting.
Philippe looking around as he see that Adrian is power shuffling again.
Yeah, deciding to do the old good old-fashioned pile shuffle there from Adrian. Just making sure, really, the shuffle's only mainly used by players, if you don't know, to kind of count how many cards they've got in the deck. Make sure they do have those typically 50 cards in the deck, although sometimes, obviously, they do run more. Yeah, Philippe, I think, ready to go, already resourced, ready to start. Has the initiative, but he's going to have to wait a little bit longer yet.
I truly love sometimes the faces that the players make. I think sometimes they forget they're on screen at the moment.
No, I think Philip knows. I think he wanted us to see that face. But yeah, I mean, there's no rush here. Plenty of time. You know, we've only just started the round, just a minute over the starting timer there. So there is plenty of time to do this. But as we've seen, some of these games can go very long. Luckily for these players, Philippe is on a rather aggressive deck here, much akin to Sabine, ECL, and you could argue sometimes even quicker than Sabine. So yeah, I don't think we'll go to time here.
Yeah, we've seen Han Solo pump out units indeed faster than Sabine sometimes. And Adrian here on a bit more slower deck, a bit more control-y deck with the command and vigilance. So we're going to see how this is going to turn out. Philippe, 10-2, same for Adrian. One more loss, I think, is allowed to be in the top cut. I'm not sure.
I think it is one more. Yeah, I may need to get confirmation of that, but I believe if my
you'd
maths
rather
is
not have it.
Exactly. I think if my math is correct, you can have one more loss, but obviously there's 2 more rounds to go. So you really do not want to be in a position where you go into that final round needing to win it. You know, we've already got enough single elimination plays in the top 8 anyway. You don't want to play another single elimination match.
And zooming by is the masterpiece that's been crafted herself. But sadly enough, no bonus effects.
Yeah, we saw it come to great use last game with Sabine, basically winning the game off the back of the Sabine's masterpiece. Not as effective here. Really not one of the best starting players you can have, but at least for Philippe, again, the aggressor in the matchup, that does mean that he's going to be able to put some space presence down. And if Adrian here on Yoda does not have an answer to the Sabine's masterpiece, it could end up doing quite a lot of damage over the course of the game.
Adrian answering that question with a Yaddle in the ground unit zone, of course, so they're not being able to fight. Maybe if Sabine flies close enough to the ground, it will be able to. But indeed, Philippe doesn't really matter that much for the on-attack bonuses that the Masterpiece can give. He just want to pump out damage.
Yeah, and we see here, this is really great because not only does Obi-Wan allow Philippe to protect Yaddle from just attacking in and getting the restore. Now, if Yaddle wants to get that restore 1 in this phase, he will have to attack into the Obi-Wan and take a bunch of damage back because it will have Sentinel. And Sabine's Masterpiece here, making great use of the effect, actually, giving the experience token to Obi-Wan Kenobi, making it now a 4/6. And because Adrian didn't attack in first with the Yaddle and decided to resupply instead, it does mean that that Yaddle can no longer attack into Obi-Wan without being defeated.
Looking great here for Philippe, indeed. Now Adrian will have to start answering the units that are getting on the field of Philippe because he will get overrun so quickly with a Han Solo.
Yeah, indeed. And the thing is here, yeah, okay, so he's got the blue leader there. One of the only ways he can use to defeat it. Philip, like, what card was that? I didn't see that there.
It flew by so fast.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. The prestige version there, not the art you would typically see. And there's his own blue leader, much less fancy, but Philip, he's not into fancy things. He just wants to win. So he's playing, you can see no alternate art at all in this deck, I believe, from him.
And once again, our card viewer, indeed, no, there are 2 of them.
Absolutely, yeah. Blue leader there. I mean, such a powerful card coming into the set. Didn't really have such great success early on just because of the force plays mainly happening on the ground. Blue leader, you know, really primarily is a way to interact in space, although obviously it can go over to the ground as well. But it's come into its own now, I think, for these command decks, because it's just a way that you can both fight on space and ground.
Yeah, it's a very flexible unit to have in your hand with only one extra cost. Oh no, it's actually 2 extra costs that you'll have to pay.
Yeah.
You get him into the ground area. And
Yeah, the reason
blasting
why
them away.
this is the great thing about hand 2, right? Like Yoda had to ramp in order to play Blue Leader on that phase, but because of hand 2's ability, Philip could just play it with the ability, and there you go. You play Blue Leader, so do I, but I don't have to pay 3 for a resupply.
The resupply carrier here answering your resupply question.
Yeah, indeed. Another ramp, which now means we're only into round 4, and Adrian will be able to deploy Yoda this round now, which will help a lot to stabilize this board.
Yeah, that's one of the strengths of Yoda here, getting shown, being able to get your resources so high, so quick, and being able to deploy quickly enough to match the tempo that Philippe is pumping out here.
Yeah, so you see Philip, I think, attacking with the absolutely correct unit. They attacked with the Obi-Wan first, even though I think he represented the same damage, both for 5, but knowing that his opponent would want to defeat the Obi-Wan, and despite the fact that Blue Leader hasn't attacked, Adrian's still defeating Obi-Wan with Yoda when he had the choice there, which means Philip, thanks to that correct play, got an extra 5 damage in. And these are the tiny plays that make a big difference over the course of a game.
Yeah, meanwhile, we were just talking. He's already on 14 damage here. Meanwhile, Philip is still in the clear. Adrian is so busy trying to get control over this game that he's losing out on damage on the base. He has to trade, otherwise he's losing this for sure. But meanwhile, his base is getting more and more damaged.
Yeah, Arm to the Teeth, a card that Philip, I know, absolutely loves. Team Enigma guys loving that card in this deck. It's just a way to get a huge amount of damage in a deck that doesn't run Surprise Strike. And here we go. This is a card, a very surprise tech that people haven't usually seen in this deck. They actually took out some of the one-drops like Maz Kanada and things like that, replaced it with the Bounty Hunter's Quarry, which I believe, speaking to Philip at the end of day 1 yesterday, has been very useful in this deck. It's helped him a lot to win a lot of games.
Yeah, so basically you add a bounty to a ship. You get to see the top cards when you get the bounty, or 10 cards instead, if that unit is a unique. And looks like the scoop is already coming up here.
I think it might have been a judge call.
Yes,
let's hope it's not a scoop yet, because neither player was out of that game, so if they scooped, it was too early. But yeah, the Bounty Hunter's Quarry, really good on its own, even better in multiples. In that situation there with Philippe, not at its best, because he doesn't currently have a way to defeat the resupply carrier he put on? Yep. Whichever ship he decided to place it on there, it doesn't have an immediate way to answer it. The real power of that card is when you can play it in like turn 2, and then immediately trade into your opponent's unit, and you can just spam the board with 3 drops as early as turn 2.
Mm-hmm. Correct. I think the judge call might be about the life points, the damage on the base, because I saw there was some kind of mix-up here with the judge and the spotter and stuff and that. So we're getting that checked out, that we're correct on the damage done, and everybody is recalibrated. So
indeed, yeah, it's yeah, absolutely. It's one of those things that can happen. It happens every tournament. It happens every game night you play. Live totals can discrepancies go up because it's just such there's so many back and forth numbers going up and down, and 1 point of damage really matters, which is why it's really, really important especially when you're playing without hundreds of people watching at home, 2 casters watching, all the crew behind, 2 judges. When you don't have all that attention on, you've got to make sure you and your opponent keep good track of that live totals. It's a great habit to get into. Exactly. I always use pen and paper.
You do?
I do.
Oh,
yeah.
okay.
As well as the dice and the base, I do. Yeah.
I use one of those turn thingies.
Yes.
You turn to count the live things.
Well,
math is too hard. I'm not gonna do that on paper.
I love a good maths problem, but I'll tell you what as well. I'm old-fashioned. Right? I'm old-fashioned. Pen and paper is great because you know what? You write it down. If there's a discrepancy, there it is. It's on the pen and paper. No issues whatsoever.
You can go back in time to check what actually happened.
Yeah, exactly. Like a little paper DeLorean. You can go back in time with that one.
And because we know someone in chat is already pointing out, oh, you forgot this. Oh, you forgot that. We've got a whole team actually checking the view. We got a judge extra behind the scenes watching the game so we can get a good as possible game state possible. Of course, some things might slip.
Indeed,
we're only human after all.
At the end of it, there's a song waiting to be sung there. Yeah, we are only human after all. Oh, absolutely, and at the end of the day, it is the player's responsibility as well. Like I said, sometimes they don't both have a judge with them. Most games you play, you won't have a judge stood there over you. It is your responsibility to keep an eye on those live totals and make sure things are clean. Again, these sort of core basic habits, great habits to get into, and something if you've never been to a big competitive event before, it's something I would practice. I would go to your locals and start really paying paying attention to all the game rules and making sure it's all played out properly. You don't want to come to your first event, being Bilbao, regional championship, huge event, hundreds of players, and then, forget about something as silly as live total.
Yeah, certainly if that could cost you a round, cost you a top cut, or cost you a day 2.
Yeah, and there's nothing worse. It's one thing getting cost the top cut because you made an in-game mistake, and you'll kick yourself over it for weeks. And I know, funnily enough, I was speaking to
personal experience. I hear.
Well, yeah. To be honest with you, the other 7 members of Enigma, they hate losing. I'm a bit more relaxed about it, so I don't mind as much. But I tell you what, even when they get day 2. They still whinge about those games they lost and the mistakes they made. But the one thing that really gets you is when you lose because of something like a rules error or being sloppy with your play. I mean, that one, you have sleepless nights over those ones.
Yeah. So the great thing about rules and everything around that and how to play the game is that on the website, there is in great detail explained how everything works, what keywords means what, how does it play out, how are interactions going, and you can just exit it. Everybody can read it. Everybody can be a top-notch rule connoisseur of Star Wars Unlimited.
Absolutely, yeah. And, what's more fun than playing the game? Reading a rules document. Absolutely.
Oh, I love it. Before I go to sleep, I'm just reading through the rule manual.
Right, so we've joined the game back here. We've got a Poe in play. He's come out of nowhere. And then we've also got those bounty hunters in the discard pile. So did those get triggered? Yes, that's what Philippe's doing right now. They've been triggered, so I'm guessing he's going to do it again. He is. So for the first quarry, he gets a Battlefield Marine. So again, that's effectively a 1-cost Battlefield Marine because it was triggered through the quarry. And then what's he going to get second time round?
Battlefield Marine, a great staple. We've seen it in Sabine as well. And talking about Sabine, here she flies by once again with her masterpiece.
Yeah, she heard you. There's Sabine's masterpiece. Not the ideal pick here just because resupply carrier can answer it. So, not ideal. It means that unit's going to be more useful here. Poe getting traded off as you'd expect. But finally now for Philippe, good news that Yoda's off the board. The Restore 2 is going to stop coming in. And he does only have, this is another 5 damage coming in. It's 22. So we're only 6 damage away from lethal here.
6 damage, that's not much. Adrian really has to start pumping out something. I hope he has an answer. We haven't seen his cards. Look like he only has 1 card in hand. I'm kind of scared. I don't think that will be what he needs to answer Philippe here. Taking initiative, so...
Yeah, he absolutely had to answer the Sabine's masterpiece there. It was actually it was representing lethal itself. It had 3+2/+2 from the arm to the teeth, and then another one with its on attack because Han Solo leader unit is aggression. So he would have had lethal there in that swing. So very lucky for Adrian. He did have the resupply carrier, can trade it off, which does mean that he survives another day.
Philippe here with initiative, getting ready to fly with Han. But
only 5 damage at the moment with Han, so he's 1 point of damage away from defeating Adrian in 1 swing, unless, of course, he has a Hotshot Blaster in his resources. Yeah, how many times have we seen that today?
I tried to look at it, but I didn't see it in the resources. Maybe he was pretty quick to show those resources and hide them once again. So we will see. I don't think so.
No Hotshot Blaster. He would have used it immediately, obviously, there. So no Hotshot Blaster. So he does get the 5 damage in now. 1 away from lethal. And, all you need is 1 HP to stay in the game. 27-0 doesn't really make much difference unless your opponent can get there. So we'll have to see. Does Adrian have any way to stabilize?
Makes sense that he crashes with his blue leader here, but Adrian is still thinking about that play. Is this actually what I want to do? It's very important at this point to really think about your plays. You don't want to lose a game. You don't want to be behind.
Yeah, it's like with musical statues there. Both players completely frozen in mid-air, waiting for what Adrian decides to do. Taking back that attack for now. Because, again, the blue leader, unfortunately for Adrian, only has 5 damage. Cannot trade into Han at the moment. He's got 6 HP. If only. Okay, Yoda. Here we go. The Yoda unit from Legends of the Force. A fantastic card. Able to deal. Yes, so it will be... He'll use the Force here. Heal 5 damage from his base. And then he will also deal 4 damage to the Han.
Another Poe coming out here. Poe Dameron ready to crash. Do some extra damage with the discard.
There's going to have to be a claim here from Adrian because he's got no way to answer it on board. Poe will be lethal in 1 swing, so he's going to have to claim. Does correctly see the line, claims the initiative, and now he's going to need an answer straight away because once again, now the Poe has 6 HP. Again, blue leader, Yoda, both with 5 power. There is no way to answer it on board. He needs to have drawn an answer to Poe.
He needs 1 extra damage to get rid of one of the units of Philippe. Philippe has an incredible board right now. And yeah, still only 3 damage on the base. That's almost nothing.
Yeah, huge pickup for Poe last turn for Philippe. If he hadn't have had the Poe there and just played some sort of generic early game units, he may not have had enough to get there.
Did our card spotter spot something we didn't?
Is that Chirrut Imwe in hand for Adrian? I think it is. No, that's he's resourcing a Traitorous. There's a Luke in hand. Okay, so but the Luke can't answer Poe in one action because a unit hasn't been defeated at the start of the turn. Yeah, God, he's really decided what do I keep here. Traitorous, Luke, and Chirrut in hand. The Traitorous at the moment does nothing on board. Looking at his resources, seeing what options he has available. He can play the Chirrut, which obviously would mean the game isn't ended on the spot, but it wouldn't be enough here because he doesn't have the force as it stands. Okay, so that means that Han could trade into the Chirrut, defeat it, and then Poe would once again be lethal. So Chirrut, not enough.
Adrian is not going to resource this turn because he says these 3 cards are, I need to keep those. These are answers to the problems that Philippe is posing here.
Okay, Philippe deciding not. So it's going to be Wrecker. Oh, it's a blue leader. Okay, so he's going to use the blue leader to trade into Chirrut instead of his hand leader. But either way, now again, there's no answer to Poe in hand from Adrian. So I think that is going to be it.
The thing is, he needs to get rid of the Chirrut. Philippe knows it can be such an annoying unit when he's one with the Force and the Force is one with him.
Yeah, I think Philippe knows here. I think he knows that if his opponent had an answer to Poe, he would have played it by now. Adrian, I think just, it's always worth just making absolutely positive that the game is over and there's no way for you to stabilise. But unless I've missed something in hand, I don't think there's anything in his resources that could help here. I don't think there's any smuggle cards in the deck at all, actually.
And this is game. The Yoda crashing into the hand. It doesn't matter that much. And Philippe goes with the Poe Dameron into the base.
Yeah, game 1 to Philippe there. I think very well played from both players. Philippe, I know he is really is a master with this deck. He's played so many games, and I think 500 plus games of this deck, and it really does take that many games to get good with it. It's not a deck you just pick up and play. Because of hand 2, the nature of hand 2's leader ability, there are so many more playable cards every turn, because anything that costs 1 more than the turn you're on, you can still play. So it just means that instead of having, normally for most decks, you have 1 or 2 options every turn, with this deck you have like 4. And then when you have so many options, there really is a divergent path you can go down.
Yeah, you really need to think more than just 1 turn ahead. You really have to start strategizing, thinking what could my opponent play? What is optional here already for in the future to be beneficial for me?
Sideboard options here for... So for Yoda, we've got a Keller and Beck, which, not amazingly helpful here. 2 copies of the Daughter, which are very useful against some of these aggressive decks, so I could probably expect that to come in. 3 copies of Eager Escort Fighter, which they do help against aggression, but usually space aggression. And again, this is one of those sort of few decks in the format now that can play very aggressive on the ground in hand 2 ECL, so not super useful. And then we've got Timely Reinforcements, again, very helpful against space aggro. So yeah, I don't think Yoda's come into this game today expecting necessarily to come up against Han 2 ECL or being prepared for it.
Yeah, the thing is, Han was on the radar, I think, for being a meta. We saw it in Portland already, performing very well. 3 out of the top 8 players were on this deck. So we could have known that this was going to be popular as well here in Europe.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's the same thing as Talzin, honestly, where the deck does really well in tournaments because really great players bring it and do well with it. And then people try and copy it and realize, you know what, I don't have the skill to play the deck. I mean, I'll be the same. I mean, when I tried to play Talzin, it was a mess. So honestly, like, if you're not really good, then it can be really tough to pilot. The sideboard options here for Philippe, we've got Scanning Officers to help with Smuggle. They won't be useful here. Fang Fighters, obviously, for the pilots. Again, not super useful. Sundari Peacekeepers for the aggressive matchup, so nothing hugely useful in this matchup, to be honest with you, but I don't think he needs it. The main deck is good enough.
Exactly. It looks like he didn't really need it. He had, most of the time, he was ready for whatever Adrian was going to throw at him. It felt like he was kind of in the driver's seat of this match from the get-go, I could say. So hopefully Adrian has a better start this time.
Yeah, honestly, the ramping for Adrian, he managed to ramp twice and get Yoda out on the same turn as Han, I believe, which was really good. But obviously, the price you pay for that is that you're not playing things onto the board. You're spending resources on units that aren't really fighting for board presence. Resupply obviously doesn't play anything, and Resupply Carrier, while it puts a ship in space, it's not fighting on the ground, which is primarily where the game is played against Han 2 ECL. But yeah, it's sort of snowballed out of control. It was close, honestly. Adrian was close to stabilising there. If he managed to slam a Luke Skywalker Jedi Knight a bit earlier, he may have stabilised the game. But I think that second Poe was just one Poe too many.
While Philippe was pumping out units, looks like Adrian was too busy with the economy of the game. And yeah, I think that kind of cost him the game, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. That's right. You know, you can focus too much on ramping. While ramping is a great tool, again, there is absolutely a cost to it, and that's key here. I think we've started off with this game now, so we'll have to see if we can have a look and see what's going on. Both players slamming down turn 1 plays, which is good to see. We don't want a game being decided at this stage by nobody having a turn 1 play. That would not be ideal.
Yeah, that's we've seen it a few times on stream. Not being able to play on your first turn is not that great. We saw Tron still come back from that. But yeah, it's Tron, you know. He's just waiting until we have 8 resources.
Absolutely, yeah, that's right. And you know, control decks absolutely can delay here. We can see resupply again, which probably is one of the higher win rate cards in Adrian's deck. But at the end of the day, we've got a real big punish here. General's Blade on Obi-Wan Kenobi. That's now going to be a 6/6 unit that is discounting units in hand by 2 every turn, and it's going to be a big problem for Yoda. One of the issues with this aspect combination is you don't have ways to like exhaust or bounce units, and we see he gets to play this effectively Sabines Masterpiece for free because in combination with the General's Blade and the discount from Han leader, he gets to play basically a 0-cost 3/1 in space.
That's a pretty impressive start here for Philip. And now we can finally say that it's General Kenobi.
Absolutely, yeah. I think the most appropriate lightsaber on the most appropriate unit there, which is nice to see.
I'm here for the flavor, man.
Of course, well, that's a flavor win if I've seen one. But yeah, General's Blade honestly might be the strongest card to come out of Twilight of the Republic. Wasn't the highest power set we've ever seen, and but there was a few key cards that came out of that have had massive impact on the game, and General's Blade definitely one of them.
Yeah, sometimes that's all you need in a set. Not every single card needs to be even better than the previous set. You don't want it to go too far out of hands. Some key cards that can be useful. Woo.
I'm just going to jump in there because Keller and Beck at this stage in the game on 4 resources is just unbelievable. That General's Blade has been an absolute killer. You know, for 3 resources, +3/+3, like we see in Sabine, is just a very good card. You would play it. But here we get to play a 7/5 and a 3/5, 4 resources. And Philip is completely running away with this game now. If you don't answer General's Blade, you're in big trouble.
Don't worry. We're going to see a super laser blast coming down any minute now.
You're my only hope here. Managed to pull Luke Skywalker off the top of the deck, which has got to be one of the absolute only ways that Adrian can get back into this game. He's had a unit defeated this round, which means he can clear the Keller and Beck. And boy, oh boy, when you do something broken, I do something even more broken.
What a beautiful play here. And a bit of luck, if we might say. Philip taking the initiative instantly because he's like, okay, I'm going to answer that. You're
so
not
glad
getting away with this.
I'm so glad to see Adrian get that because honestly, that game was almost about to turn into an absolute slaughter. And I mean, that is one of the only ways he could get back into it. And this card, You're My Only Hope, it was kind of a laughable meme card from set 1 that we just looked at and thought, okay, this card's never going to be good. And then FFG in their wisdom printed a leader that is just brilliant with the card and actually makes fantastic use of it. And it's lovely to see these kind of sleeper cards from early sets get really good play.
Exactly. It's just nice to also just showcase stuff like this on stream because it might have happened a million times already in the venue, but if we can't see it, you guys can see it at home.
Yeah, I mean, some of the best casting moments we've ever had have been You're My Only Hope. I remember once at the Liverpool regional sector qualifier, there was You're My Only Hope for 0 into Endless Legion, and it was just 14 cost for 0, and it was just the most amazing play. And I think, honestly, in this situation, at these stakes, that is this to play Luke there a turn, 3 turns early is just great to see.
Yeah, that's a great deal. I would take that any day.
Here we go. So we've got Luke and Obi-Wan in play now. Obi-Wan for both players. Wrecker coming down. Again, a really, really powerful card in this deck. Once again, being able to play it with the discount because of the General's Blade and using the ECL. I don't remember if Philip used ECL last game, but great use of ECL there. Clearing off the board completely, and that's a really big play for him.
Sentinel here with his shield coming down just to stall out Philip a bit more because it's necessary at this point. Already 18 damage, 10 damage away from losing the game for Adrian.
Yeah, I think what we're going to see here, Philippe is going to deploy. Well, in fact, because there was a bit of an awkward situation there, because Philippe had to use Wrecker as that second action there before he deployed his hand worth the risk. He can no longer deploy his leader this turn. He's defeated a resource. He's gone down to 4. He's at 4 resources. His opponent's at 6, which means that I think there is a route here for Adrian. I mean, the pressure on board is mounting, but Yoda is going to be able to clear off one of these threats.
Yeah, the thing is, he had to play it because otherwise it would have been too much damage, I think, here from Adrian on Philip's board state. So I do think it was the better play from Philip. Like, I'm not going to question the Galactic Champion. Like,
hey, I've played enough games with Philip. He can make mistakes. He can make them. He can certainly make mistakes. Don't worry. He's the same as the rest of us. He just makes fewer than anybody else.
okay.
But yeah, I think, as you said, it was definitely the right play because at the end of the day, it means that he can stop that Luke from getting any value in trading in here. The Obi-Wan Kenobi, the General's Blade, finally getting defeated after such a long time, which means that I think we are going to see Adrian be able to clear up most of this board.
Really a valuable card here, the Obi. The General Kenobi, so to say. He did a lot of work here for Philip.
Yeah, he did. I mean, I think he got a discount 4 times, which means that General's Blade, if you think about it, instead of costing 3, it kind of costs -5 resources, which is just probably the strongest card you can possibly design, and -5 resource +3/+3. So yeah, I mean, General's Blade, they're showing the power level. I mean, really at its peak. I don't think you ever see a General's Blade do much more than that, to be honest with you. Yoda here, again, both leaders deploying on the same turn, which is great for Adrian. It just depends on what Philippe can do. And here it is, it's back again. 6-9 Han Solo now.
It's a bit of the same state that we were in last time, I think. Yoda here having to fight against a buffed up Han Solo.
I mean, who doesn't want to see that in action, right? I want to see Han Solo with a lightsaber fighting Yoda. I mean, at the end of the day, I think we know who
It's
would win
pretty
that
grim
fight.
for Han, I think, in that case.
Absolutely. And again, we see another Obi-Wan Kenobi. When that card was revealed, I thought, well, this is a fantastic card to add to the game. Not only does it have great stats, 3/5 for 3 is pretty much as good as you can get at the second turn of the game, but then also coming down as a Sentinel and regaining Sentinel later on, and then having very relevant traits. Force, Jedi, both super relevant. Republic, not so much. But yeah, I mean, you couldn't really design a more, preferable, a more desirable 3-drop.
22 damage here on the base of Adrian. Only 3. This scenario, we've seen it before.
Yeah, it's all about stabilization. If Adrian can stabilize and get Philippe off the board, he will go on to win. But again, we've already seen one of those Jedi Knight Luke Skywalkers. Don't believe he's got another one in hand. No, it would have been so nice for him to have another one here. It would have cleared off the Han, or the Obi-Wan at least, and then put a restore unit on the board. But I mean, it's second best option probably. Blue leader being able to clear off Obi-Wan. Han, sorry.
Blue leader sliding by. And then the trade comes out. Obi-Wan against Yoda, and looks like it's an even fight.
Yeah, the board's completely clear now. Obviously, there's 19 more damage on Adrian's base than on Philippe's. But again, Adrian does have a stronger top end, absolutely. And Battlefield Marine there for 6 resources is really not what Philippe wanted to see. And again, every deck in the game has things that make them strong, things that make them weak. And one of the things about playing so many cheap units to make sure your early turns are amazing is that sometimes instead of playing something relevant on 6 resources, you play a 3/3.
Your hand gets clogged with those little smaller units, like you said. Meanwhile, Adrian, this is where he wants to be with the Yoda. He wants to be in the later resources, in the late game. This is where he shines. The Force is with him. He has a turret now. It's going to be harder for Philip to get rid of this.
Yeah, there we go. So it's going to point out Adrian needs to expend those resources there and then gather them back, which is great here. Being able to extend Philippe's game even longer, looking at the top 7 cards, finding something, in this case, that cost 4 or less because he has a spare resource thanks to using Han's ability. So he can play a 4-drop if he wants to.
He's counting just to be sure, because he did lose 1 resource there from Wrecker earlier.
Yeah, and there we see Shamsandula, the ideal card, and Philippe there. Some people may have played out the Keller and Beck, and these are the kind of small decisions that I think make him so much stronger on the deck. I think people might have just played Keller for 7 and then looked at the top, just to give him the extra 2 HP points, not use Han's ability. But then you wouldn't have been able to make this amazing play with Shamsandula. You get to play a 5/4, you get to ramp yourself because you've got fewer resources than your opponent by only 1, I might add now. So finally, both players are now even on resources after being 2 apart for such a long time.
That's indeed where the difference is made between a winner and somebody who is going to lose a round. Those small little plays, that small little chip damage coming out, but the restore is now on the side of Yoda. And looks like his life points are going down once again.
I cannot tell you the amount of times in testing with Philippe that he has won games he had no business winning because he makes like these tiny little correct decisions, and honestly it drives you crazy, but it's great to learn from. Yeah, really nice to see him employ some of that here. The Force, again, not with Adrian. The Force isn't on his side for now, which means once again we're going to see a Chirrut get destroyed there, defeated by Shamsundullah without a chance to use his ability. And this is the big difference between Chirrut in Limited and in Constructed. In Limited, you'll have the Force. It's very difficult for you to... You play so many Force units, you usually always have it. In Constructed, with that higher power level, Chirrut often just gets traded before you have it.
Vanquish here getting played to get rid of the back, but the battlefield, he is still there. He is still pumping. He's like, you're not killing me at all.
I mean, it's a big deal, right? That's 3 damage now. It's going to be at least 3 more damage, I suspect, coming out from the Marine as well. So despite the fact that Philip would have wanted anything else when he was on 6 resources than Battlefield Marine, it's still coming in handy.
He's making himself worth it.
Indeed, yeah.
The Battlefield Marine keeps fighting.
He's like, you know what, you paid 6 for me, Philip. I'm going to reward you by actually doing something this game, which is nice to see.
6 damage for 6 resources. That's fair.
That's a fair deal. That's a deal you take any day. Oh, yeah, okay, he is going to use the ability. Oh, okay, here we see the MC-30 Assault Frigate. That's a mouthful. Coming out, and we see getting punished there, actually. 5 HP on that, and gets completely punished by Philip using the ability. He did have to in order to be able to play Cassian alongside it, but it does mean that it was able to be traded away by the Eager Escort Fighter, which I think has come in from the sideboard.
Am I mistaken? But oh no, never mind. Sorry, I thought we already went through the regroup phase and that he forgot to put the Battlefield Marauder in ready mode. But no, that's fine. Exactly, the Cassian coming out here, pumping more damage. 25 damage here on Adrian's base. 3 more. He's in lethal range.
Yeah, speaking of 3-cost 3/5s, when I was talking about Obi-Wan, he's got to be the king to me, Cassian. A 3-cost 3/5 with Rebel was really relevant and very strong, but to be able to play him from resources is just so fantastic. So yeah, I think that's I mean, just great and great to see such great effect here. Able to trade him with Lothwolf, keep himself ahead on board. He's now only 1 attack away. That Battlefield Marine, again, putting a lot of pressure on here. He's only 1 attack away. We've seen this situation before. Will Adrian be able to stabilize?
Once again, oh, another Cassian coming down here. Am I correct here? He's defeating his own Cassian because it's a unique unit.
Yeah, just to try and attack in again. So here we go. This is the Hail Mary for Adrian. Cassian's 1 attack away. Kellerenbeck needs to pull something from the deck that can block up this board and stop the lethal. Did he get something there? Luke Skywalker, I see, can't play that. He did. He got the Lothwolf, and we actually saw that play. I believe it was yesterday as well, where there was a surprise Lothwolf from Kellerenbeck to stop the lethal coming in. Cassian can trade in. He's still 1 attack away, but this means that Adrian's got control over the board.
There is a 5-cost coming out. Beautiful.
Guerrilla attack pod there, and that's going to be game. There's no answer now for Adrian. Philippe has the way to finish the game there, and then goes on to win.
What a beautiful game here. Philippe showcasing once again why he is the galactic reigning champion. But, did you feel that?
What is that?
I felt a disturbance in the force. There's a strong character here.
While we got a little break in the action here, I thought it was time that we brought on some very special guests and told you about the wonder of the Empire and how it really is just making all of our lives better each and every day. Now, Darth Vader, thank you so much for joining us here. What would you like to say about what the Empire is doing for your average citizen?
Okay.
Thank you very much. We appreciate that answer. Now, there's been some criticism, people like Mon Mothma, saying stuff which we all know isn't really true, but I think it's fair to say that we're in an era now of unrivaled peace and prosperity. Is that something you'd agree with? No, I agree with that entirely. I think we get this all sorted out and then we can all just, really revel in the glory of the Empire, the strength, the opportunities of peace, of prosperity. Have you got anything else to say to everybody out there before we let you go?
I'm happy that he's gone. Jesus
I'm glad we're up here
Christ.
and he's down there.
Yeah, wow, and still I felt it.
Okay, well, I thought, oh, what a lovely thing we had in with the droids earlier. I thought, oh, this is so family friendly, and then Vader was.
I felt it. There was something wrong. The dark side was so strong. But what even was stronger is that we got a feature match 2 lined up for you guys, and we're going to jump right into that.
Fantastic. Here we go. The action never stops here. Right, we've got another CAD Tark in town. Again, the most represented deck here, both on day 1 and day 2. And here we go. Han 1 with Data Vault. Now, Han 1 Command, either 30 HP or with Data Vault, I think has been such an underrepresented deck here, underplayed deck. The deck is so powerful. It really has benefited from the Force Throw ban, maybe more than any other deck in the game. And finally, we get to see it on stream. Hopefully do well here.
Yeah, I also can't recall that we've already seen one yet. Cad Bane, in comparison, we've seen him a few times already with the Talking Tough.
I don't know if it's just because the deck's been out for so long that people don't really want to touch it, but honestly, I was expecting more. People generally love Han 1. He's a leader that's very popular often. And
Correct.
paired with Command, like I said, you've got such a boost that I am really surprised to see it not have as many players on it here. But even if you're one of the only players bringing it, we've seen it here reach the latter stages of this tournament. This is, again, the second to final round of the Swiss stage before we move on to the top 8.
Yeah, these are the rounds that truly count. There are at 3 losses, both of these players, so they're not allowed to lose anymore.
They're not. No, this is it's not winning in because they're going to have to win another one after this as well. But yes, absolutely. This is, back against the wall. They're both basically effectively on, if they want to win the event, they have to win 5 single elimination matches. This one, the next one of Swiss, and then 3 in the top 8 in order to win it. So it's a tall order, a tall ask, but I'm sure both players are up to the challenge.
Well, yeah, top 8 is already a great achievement here at the regional championship. And yeah, of course, you're going for the win. Did you see the playmats? Did you see the promos of the Luke Skywalker?
I mean, not only are they gorgeous, but, as a competitive player, I love to see promos that are of really, really important cards. And here we see on screen there, I mean, they are absolutely...
Thank you, production.
Thanks for that. They're absolutely gorgeous. I mean, not only is that Luke Skywalker art amazing, but again, having it on the mat and then being able to play the card is awesome. But honestly, getting top 8, I mean, as a champion and the finalist, you'll actually get 3 copies, right? You get your champion, finalist, top 8, top 4.
Yeah, you got to place it.
You got to place it there. And honestly, I think we want to, we want to stick that in a deck, right? I don't think you put that in a binder. That gets played.
Yeah, they're really beautiful. Some of the champion promos already have some drool on it from me because I was able to have them in my hands for a few
Thank
seconds.
goodness they've got sleeves on them.
Yeah, blessed.
But here we see, so we're going to see a start from Han 1 Data Vault. Not the ideal start, really, at the end of the day, not being able to make use of the Han 1 ability, but at least we've got a 2-2 on the board that isn't going to get immediately defeated by Tarkin Town. We actually saw a similar play earlier when we saw CAD Tarkin Town on stream against the Secretive Sage, which is another 2-2 unit for 2 with Shielded that again didn't get defeated. And once again, from Matthew here, we did not see the... what's the name of that card? I've forgotten the name of it. The 2-1 that allows you to defeat an upgrade. How has that slipped my mind? Criminal Muscle, there we go. Yeah, thank you so much. I said it before you got it on screen, so I'm still the winner. Yeah, Criminal Muscle there would have been really handy for Matthew, but no, he didn't have it. So we'll have to see what Julian can play.
Yeah.
He's back again. Obi-Wan Kenobi once again.
Us.
Yeah, every single game, every single player seems to have access to that card. And Nihil Marauder, a pretty solid 3-drop, but honestly, nowhere near the power level of Obi-Wan in most situations.
Yeah, but as long as Cat is on curve, it's going pretty well for him. He just basically wants to be able to play a good unit every single turn and just overwhelm the board. We saw it with Han as well, the previous Han, that he just wants to spam, and it's almost the same game plan here for Cad Bane.
Yeah, it is. What I really love about Cad Bane is that he can absolutely play a slower game and just control the board against some of the more aggressive decks, Space Aggro, whatever it might be, Sabine, and then pivot to winning afterwards. But he also can just play such an aggressive strategy. Whenever you've got a deck that can play 2 1-drops on turn 1, usually they have a line that they can be really aggressive with.
Yeah, exactly. 100% agree with what you just said. It's like it's an amazing mid-range deck, Cad Bane, but it can be so early strong. It's really a thing that you need to take in consideration when you're facing him. This can go into the mid-range, into the even longer games, and then he can just spam even more units with one turn.
Yeah, when I do set reviews for the new sets, I always think about when I'm grading cards, I give them sort of a rating between 1 and 5 stars. 5 stars are sort of the cards that are not just really powerful, but they are ones that warp the meta around them. Now, just before I get back to that thought, Sanctioner's Shuttle here is a tech that we don't see in many Cad Bane lists, and it's just phenomenal here. Managed to steal the Obi-Wan Kenobi because of the 3 resources, and I'm betting Julian did not expect that to come out from Cad Bane.
Yeah, we've seen the list, and it's some spicy tech that Mathieu is playing here. Mathieu, excusez-moi.
Yeah, there you go. Sorry, I'm going to butcher the name every time, I'm sure, so apologies for that. But there we go. We see Falcon come out here. They jump to Lightspeed Falcon, so solid card there. But I will say Sanctioner's Shuttle, a card that's clearly seen a lot of playing decks that can play double 1-drops, like Vader 4, for example. Sometimes Kazuda might run it as well. And then we see here, I mean, why not? Cad Bane plays double 1-drop on turn 1, plays Sanctioner's Shuttle, get really good value out of it. And we see here, I mean, being able to capture that Obi-Wan is just so brutal.
Yeah, it's a really strong play here for Mathieu, like we already said. Taking away one of the units that could answer all the ground units that Mathieu is pumping out. He's taking the lead here, I would say, in this match.
Yeah,
for sure.
luckily at least for Julien, he does have, like I said, a space unit there to be able to answer the Sanctioner's Shuttle, and he does have initiative going into this turn as well, so there's going to be no way for Mathieu to stop that from coming out, which is great for him. Does mean that the Obi-Wan comes back into play. Now, it doesn't count as being played, so it won't have Sentinel this turn, so it does mean Mathieu can go straight through to base if needs be. Just returning quickly to that point that I was going to mention earlier, I mean, when I said I gave a card 5 stars, it's because it warps the meta around it, and Cad Bane absolutely does that. When you go into a meta, when you expect Cad Bane to even be 1/10 of the field like it is today, you have to have a plan for it because it's just so brutal that every single game you play against it, he can target down turn 1 and defeat your turn 1 play.
Julien here gets his Obi-Wan back, but as you notice, it's exhausted, so it's not going to do anything this turn. Meanwhile, Mathieu can just start running over the base, already at 11 damage here in the 4th turn.
Yeah, indeed. Yeah, that's round 4. That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah, indeed. And we see here just as well, let's point out that both Mathieu and Julien, if you couldn't tell by the names, are both French here. So we're going to see a French mirror match coming in, which is great to see. We've seen a lot of players from lots of different countries in Europe, even some from across the pond in North America as well come over. And it's nice to see not just all Spanish players at the Spanish event, we get to see lots of players from around Europe and the world.
Well, it makes sense, right? It's one of the biggest tournaments that we have for Star Wars Unlimited for now. That's happening. So everybody who's into this game, who's passionate about it, will try to attend at least.
Absolutely. No go to me dead there. A fantastic answer to hand. Probably the biggest answer and the most important card to have at this point of the game for Mathieu, because it is going to prevent Han from deploying a 7 resource cards. We see Cunning out of Aspect. We have not seen this for a long time. But at the end of the day, this is one of the cards for the longest time in Star Wars Unlimited that hasn't played out of Aspect, because even for 6 resources, being able to bounce a unit to hand, exhaust units, just having so much flexibility is just a really powerful card.
A great crowd control card indeed. And it's getting used here by Julien. Which card is it getting rid of?
Yeah, so you can discard a card in hand. It's the Zuckuss that goes, which is a big deal. I mean, Zuckuss would have been useful to have next turn as well. And then we do see the Nail Marauder get bounced back to hand with the Cunning as well. Just getting the order slightly wrong, but that is what happened there. So Cunning showing, I mean, usually you don't use Cunning for the discard hand option, but here, obviously, exhausting unit wouldn't be useful, and giving +4 power also wouldn't be useful. And discarding, honestly, really solid, because now I think that's put Mathieu at 1 card in hand.
Indeed, just a card that he drew getting into this regroup phase. It's kind of sad for Mathieu that from the 50-50 that he lost the 1 card that really could have had a bigger impact on the game, but still he was able to instantly play the Death Star Stormtrooper and going back.
Well, it's the age-old debate. Is a Death Star Stormtrooper this turn better than a Zuckuss next turn? It's a hard debate. Honestly, stats now are usually worth more than stats later. And just past that that slight glitter glare there, we can see that is, I mean, it's gorgeous, right? It's a Prestige Millennium Falcon from Jump to Lightspeed with the Galactic Championship Han Solo pilot underneath as well, which is great to see there. Such a beautiful cards. And you can see Julien here really has a blinged out deck. I mean, he's got the Showcase Leader. He's got all of these Galactic Championship cards as well. The Chewbacca's there's in the discard pile that we didn't actually get to see be played. And I love to see some of these cards.
A Death Star Stormtrooper with a blaster. Is that a good idea? We've seen that they tend to miss a lot, but this one shoots straight at the base. Data Vault going down to 20 damage, only 13 remaining here.
You say Hotshot Blaster, so do I. We see that once again we're seeing a mirror of both players having that card. I mean, that has got to be one of the most played cards as well this tournament. Hotshot Blaster, again, looking rather unassuming as a card when it's revealed, but at the end of the day, even in decks that don't play aggression, just being able to play it from Smuggle just gives you that option to end games, gives it a bit of extra reach. And it turns out smuggling reach is one of the strongest things you can do.
Yeah, we've seen it so many times already on stream. This is a great way to end games.
A lot of 5s on the basis here. We've got 15 damage on the side of Mathieu and 20 on Julian, which means that actually Julian is ahead in the race. He's got 13 base HP left. Matthew only with 10. And Han Solo can absolutely turn the screw and be the aggressive deck here. But unfortunately for Julian, we have still yet to see the Cad Bane deploy, and here it comes.
Cad Bane didn't come out yet, but he will now. Meanwhile, Julian's Han Solo has been out there for a while. Looks like the criminal muscle is coming up here.
Yeah, bounce the Hotshot Blaster back to hand for Matthew, so he's going to be able to recycle that into his resources again next turn. Unless he wants to just play it out from hand, he probably will here actually. Just play it from hand onto the Cad Bane and then get another 2 damage in. So a nice little sneaky play you can make with the criminal muscle there. And again, Hotshot Blaster showing, especially in decks that run both aggression and cunning, it's just got so many uses, right? You can play it from hand here as well.
Great to see plays like this, especially for people at home as well that are also playing Cad Bane, also playing some variant of the deck. We're like, hey, that's a great idea. I should try that next time I'm going to locals.
Of course, yeah. It might be something you've not considered. Criminal Muscle, usually you would use it on your opponent's units, but it absolutely says either player, any upgrade. You don't have to use it on them. Cad Bane now representing 6 damage in 1 action, which is lethal in 1 attack, although there are many ways that Julian could interact with that. We could potentially see just a force unit come down to give the Obi-Wan Sentinel. We could see, a whole number of ways to interact with it, but he needs to have one. If he doesn't have one, the game's going to be over right now.
Julian has the initiative as well, so he will be able to first react to what Mathieu is bringing here on the board. And I wonder what the response will be.
Have to wait and see now. Tons of resources available for both players. I think Mathieu's... Did he resource this turn? I think he may have stopped now because he needs the cards in hand. Yeah, immediately there, Julian, I think exhausting... Or is that his hand? I can't see what's horizontal on the screen there. What it is he's actually going to play. But I'm guessing the fact that the concession hasn't come out means he does have some kind of answer. And again, he only needs 10 damage himself on Mathieu's base. So, he may be able to get the game ended himself here. But he needs to stop this Cad Bane from killing him first.
Yeah, he needs to find an answer to that Cad Bane to make it one other turn, and then he's in the clear. Then he should be fine.
Something else as well that we've noticed here, Tarkentown not got any use this game again. And is that's a Kellerenbeck again. The Prestige Kellerenbeck, of course, coming out, which does 2 things, 2 really important things here for Julian. It will allow him to both give Sentinel to the Obi-Wan Kenobi, stopping the Cad Bane lethal, and then also allowing him to search for another potential threat that could prevent something else. I don't think anything too useful there. Falcon he can't play because it's unique. He's already got a Falcon in play. L337 not really going to have an impact on this game. Blue Leader we see, but it would have to be paid for 3 into space, which again doesn't really do anything in this situation. So nothing super useful, but honestly just playing the Kellerenbeck to give Sentinel to Obi-Wan's enough.
Yeah, a beautiful Poe Dameron was there as shown as well. I didn't really see what he got out there.
Blue Leader.
Oh, yeah, it was a Blue Leader. Yeah, exactly. Also beautiful. Like you said, he's blinked out. He's here. Oh, it's time to go on stream. I'm taking my most beautiful deck here.
Of course, and I think, as far as I can tell, I think they're all foil prestiges as well, which is fantastic to see. I bet that deck cost a pretty penny to put together. But why not? If you're a big fan of the deck, and I know the people who play Han 1 command tend to be really big fans of the deck usually. They're people who've put many hours into it because there's so many ways you can build the deck, especially with Data Vault where you get 60 cards. No 2 Han 1 green decks are going to be the same.
Yeah, it's a leader that's out here for a long time, so probably a lot of hours spent on the leader as well. However you build it, the base and the core of the deck will probably be around the same gameplay. So, yeah.
And then we see Cad Bane, unfortunately, can't attack into the base there for Mathieu, so he does have to trade in with the Obi-Wan, defeats it. And then there's not 1 action for lethal here now. He's 5 damage away, so a surprise strike here would be the end of the game. But does he have it?
Let's see if he does. They're reading here something. How much damage is there?
There's 6 damage on that Falcon. That Falcon's got 3 +1 for its ability, +2, so it is 1 swing away from ending the game itself. And the game is going to end here in one action, one way or the other. So we have to see. Matthew, does he have the surprise strike? I think he would have played it by now. So does he have an answer to the Falcon to stop the lethal for Julien?
Looks like he's thinking. I see the elbows coming down on the table, so he's massaging his temples to find a solution to this problem.
Hotshot Blaster also would be lethal, but again, he would have played it already, so I have to assume he doesn't have it.
Yeah, I would also think he has no out to this, and he's just thinking of every single line he can come up with. But I think the demise for Mathieu is already here.
Yeah, there we go. The token being put on there just to make it absolutely clear to both players that is exact lethal. And how crazy that once again, in a game with so many turns and so much base HP, it came down to 1 point of damage, 1 action. You know, if Matthew has to swing in with the Death Star Stormtrooper, he will be 2 damage away, and then Julien will end it. If Julien had 1 less point of damage here, the game would have been over. He would have lost the game. There's no more resources to spend, only 1. There's nothing more he can do. It all comes down to this last point of damage on Tarkentown.
And that's pretty nice to see, because that means that the meta at the moment is balanced.
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
if there's one thing I love, then it's balance in the Force.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, who doesn't, right? I mean, I'll take balance in the meta over balance in the Force any day. But yeah, absolutely. If we can have both. And I think there, I don't believe. Yeah, that's right. Matthew had no way to stop the Falcon from attacking. Didn't have the lethal himself, which means Julien took that game 1.
Yeah, Julien took that game 1. I do think we have game 2 as well, right? That should be. That's not. We don't see people lining up, so I think our game 2 is coming along the way. Production is working as hard as they can, cranking that tape back so we can watch it all over. And I'm pretty sure that we will see it in a few times. But yeah, very beautiful played.
I mean, it was a great game to watch. But, you know, when games come down to such tight margins, it feels great as commentators and as people watching, spectators. For the players, it must be absolutely nerve-wracking, especially knowing that 1 point of damage is the difference between you maybe making top 8 and not. Right, so it's a huge deal here. Luckily for Matthew, obviously we play best of 3 here. This is there's no amateur hour here. There's no best of 1. We all play best of 3s. That's definitely the best way to play competitive card games, of course. And so that does mean that he does have another chance here, of course, to try and get the win. Although it is going to be tough. You know, you must feel pretty bad at the end of that, just getting just pipped to the post.
Was that comment about best of 1 a sneaky remark because you lost the draft yesterday from the casters? Is that what this is about?
That's what it's all about. And you know what? I think if that was best of 3, I absolutely would have won as well. So, you know, at the end of the day, and who was it that beat me as well?
Who was it? Can you tell me?
No, we'll leave that up to the imagination.
It was me, chat. It was me.
There you go, on stream there officially. Star Wars Limited expert gets beaten. You know, front page newspaper. Sure, I'm sure everybody cares about that. Now,
yeah, you were scared to mention it, so
that's right. Yeah, I wanted to brush that under the rug. Let's pretend that never happened, shall we? So we've got here now game 2, sideboard options. Let's have a little look. I don't think there's going to be anything major here, but we'll see. Lurking TIE Phantoms in the side for Matthew, not going to be super useful because at the end of the day, Falcon eats up those TIE Phantoms for breakfast. So nothing really there. Confiscate, not very useful. Devastator, Cad Bane, mainly for late game matchups, although they could come in. And again, this just harkens back to what I was saying earlier in the day about how when you've got 2 mid-range decks, quote-unquote mid-range decks, I mean, hand 1 is slightly slower, but they are, I think, both safely categorized as mid-range. It just means that your sideboard options are very tricky because you've usually got cards that are great against aggro and cards that are great against control. Again, no pilots here, no pilot leaders anyway, so it means that the confiscates and weapon hate isn't super useful. Let's just have a look here and see what we've got over on the side of Julien, if there's anything super useful in his sideboard. Grogu's, now they could be very handy against some of these turn 1 plays, potentially, so that may be one way to do it, although worth bearing in mind that in hand 1, Grogu is far less effective than in hand 2 because you can't damage it yourself, but just being able to play a 1/6 on turn 1 could be handy. Scanning Officer, you know, it can hit a Hotshot Blaster, but you don't really include them in the deck, I don't think, for that, so unlikely to be included. So again, once again, I think we're going to be pretty much just main deck here.
Yeah, nothing really much to change here. It looks pretty good already. Like you said last time, it came down to just 1 action, so I think they were both pretty in the clear.
Indeed. I mean, I'd rather them than me, honestly, be sat there. As much as I love playing competitive Star Wars Unlimited, I'd much rather be here, stood here with you, with nothing on the line.
I know you like to be next to me,
I
man.
do indeed, yeah. And more than just that, though, you know, the stress these players must be under is unimaginable. The difference here between a win and a loss is absolutely massive. Obviously, Julian can relax somewhat because he is now ahead in a game, and it always feels good to get that game first in the best of 3. And now finally we see the Criminal Muscle on turn 1, but for the first time today, it doesn't get to answer a shield, which just, again, perfect with Julien, really. He gets to start with Grogu rather than L337 and not get punished by the Criminal Muscle.
Yeah, Macho does want to get it out because, again, the game plan for Cat Bane here is to pump as many units out as possible to get that early aggression in to answer and to kind of crowd control as well the ground units that Julien might pump out. And then it's sometimes worth to just sacrifice the when played ability just to get that 2-1 out.
Yeah, one of the advantages that CAD has really had in this meta is that when your opponent plays into all space with some of these pilot decks, or they just play like a defensive turn 1 play or whatever it might, Owen Lars or something, it does allow you to just put a lot of pressure on with 2 1-drops. But if your opponent can play a unit with enough power to defeat them, and you only need 1, Grogu's got it, and then a huge rear end 6 HP, it does mean that that you're able to put stop a lot of that aggression from CAD. And there we go, a card that we've seen I don't know how many times over the past 2 years really. Millennium Falcon, piece of junk, been fantastic. And this is the OG. This is with Han 1, where he actually can bypass the ability using his ability. Yeah. Fantastic card in Han. Not as good as it is in Kazuda, but it is still a great card.
Yeah, we've seen Kazuda indeed abuse this ship yesterday.
Yeah, we did,
How he
absolutely.
flew with it, I've never seen anyone do that before.
I know, right? Han Solo, clearly not the best pilot in the galaxy. It's clearly Kazuda. But yeah, not a surprise here to see Matthew going all base here, putting pressure on. Obviously, there's no reason to trade into this Grogu and lose your units. Grogu is going to start clearing up these units, and actually, as it stands, you'll have to see what he attacks into here, because if he does trade with the Death Star... Oh, okay. He's going into the base here.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think the reason for that... Oh, okay, right. We've got a McClunky here. So I was going to say the reason he's going into base there is because if he trades into the Criminal Muscle, a ping on either the Falcon or Grogu will allow them to be Tarkin-towned. So if your opponent doesn't have McClunky, it does mean that you won't lose your Grogu. But here, again, we're seeing just the power of this Tarkin-town plus Cad Bane being able to clear off Falcon... Grogu,
yeah.
and that means the ground is completely clear now for these units to go on the march.
I would have thought that he would have kept the Criminal Muscle for anything later that Julien might have pumped out, because it's like basically a free bounce to your own hand. But looks like he's like, no, I need units. I need ground units, and I need them now.
Yeah, he would have loved, I'm sure Matthew would have loved for a different unit that turn, but I can only assume that all he had in hand was the Criminal Muscle to play once he'd played the McClunky, which means that on that turn, I mean, all he really did was a kind of play a 3-cost McClunky, which, a little bit clunky, but still
Wow.
managing to clear... Hey, that was a good one. Managing to clear the Grogu was, I think, mission number 1, and he's achieved that.
Yeah, getting rid of that was the play. I think in this case he can't really answer the Falcon right now, so just getting rid of anything that threatens his own ground units is the play at the moment. Getting that field as clean as possible so his ground units can just start charging at that data vault to get that data.
That was worse than mine. Okay, I think this is Chewbacca coming out here. I couldn't... Yes, it's 3 resources. That's Chewbacca pilot. Oh, no. I mean, Chewbacca here honestly isn't the best, because at the end of the day, it's not fighting your opponent's aggression, but at least it gives Julien a way to potentially race and win the game that way. But no good to me. Dead is going to heal for effectively 12 damage this game. It's just crazy. And on top of that, he does... I mean, again, not the best use of resources, but he is still be able to play another unit on the ground. And here we just see swarms of X1 units pounding down on Julien's base, and he's going to need an answer really quickly.
Yeah, a lot of smaller units. He's just spamming to get more out of this, and even bounce on that data vault and get in more damage.
Yeah, so I think we're just getting word there that Matthew did actually go on to win that round there. So congratulations to him. So he actually won. He was 1 game down, right? So he won. He went on to win 2 more games.
Yeah,
with
that's amazing. Wow.
Yeah, well played to him. And congratulations on staying in the event.
Yeah. What else is amazing, because we try to bring as much as we can to you, is that we have another interview lined up right now for you guys.
And I am back in the interview chair, joined by the
Philip
lovely Philip, our current reigning galactic champion. I mean, why don't you go ahead and tell us about, introduce yourself maybe to our viewers who have not been following you for the last few months, and tell us a little bit about that last round you had.
Oh, hello, everybody. I'm Philip, better known as Beton. So last round I was playing Yoda Force. It's a deck that was introduced by my teammate Tim. It's a really good deck. It's a really powerful deck, but it can struggle versus really aggressive starts, and it sometimes doesn't have an answer. So I could abuse the General's Blade, Obi-Wan, especially in game 2. So this was a good matchup for me. It can go like badly because like Luke on 5 with You're My Only Hope is an incredibly powerful play. But I've managed to get it home, and I think I am locked in top 8, so I'm extremely happy.
And of course, yes, I believe you are. We are coming into, I think, the last round now. That was just round 13. It's coming into round 14 when you're seeing this. So, you know, unsurprising, of course, that we see our galactic champion not only basically, I believe, make day 2 yesterday, but in limited, but also in Premier. Fantastic to see. I have to ask, when you say you're better known as Beton, was that because we should always bet on you, or was that a different origin to the name?
There is a different origin to the name. There is a really not that known comic, online comic in Poland called Cops. It's about a comic about Polish superheroes, and there is a guy that is basically a concrete man, and concrete in Polish means beton, and it was my favorite character when I was growing up, so I basically adopted the name, and it's kept with me for all the years until playing and like the YouTube channel, the team. So I kept it. It's like it still is one of my favorite characters. So if anybody is watching, you can check it out. It's finished already, but it's a really funny short comics online.
That's wonderful, and a much better origin name than the nonsense I came up with. And yeah, of course, congratulations on basically guaranteed into that top 8. An amazing result with Han 2 ECL. I know this is a deck you've been playing since, I think, pretty much set 2. And I guess just the one question I want to ask you is, do you think, based on the decks you're seeing doing really, really well right now, the top 8 you're expecting, do you think Han 2 ECL, be it you, it might be Sip, it might be Oliver, I think he's still in it, whoever all these players are that are taking it, do you think one of you might take down this whole regional championship?
I think this is the best deck in the game at the moment, especially in this meta, and I would be surprised if we don't eliminate each other. I would be surprised if we are not the like, top 3, top 4 players. The deck has... We made a lot of changes. We lowered the amount of 1-drops. We put Quarry, which performs incredibly well in this meta. I don't have a single matchup that I'm afraid of, especially when 1-drop cards overtook 2-drop cards, and 2-drop cards is the only truly bad matchup, and it's still like for 60-40. So I think the deck is incredible. The only small caveat to the deck, it's extremely hard to play, like almost every deck we play. So it's not something you can pick up and go because you need to know exactly what 2-drops, what 3-drops to keep on every single matchup. But when you lock on the game plan for every single matchup, you feel like you are unbeatable.
Fantastic insight there, and I'm sure we'll hear lots more from you and your teammates later about this amazing deck. Thank you so much for joining me here. Congratulations once again. And don't go too far. We're going to be getting right back into the action very, very shortly with the next round. So please stay tuned, and we'll see you very, very shortly.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back. I'm here with Ben. Ben has finally joined me, my little buddy here. We're ready to dive into round 14 of Swiss, which is also the last round. So now it's going to be decided who's going into that top 8.
Yeah, round 14, the final Swiss round. All the marbles to play for. A lot of players across the tables will be playing for their only chance to make it into top 8. That win and in matchup. And a win here is huge for not only potentially further progressing into the tournament this afternoon, not only securing that top 8 and beyond prizing as well, but also those important championship points to earn the Galactics invite.
Yeah, indeed. They're not just playing for prizing, not only for the beautiful promo, not for the beautiful playmat, but for indeed to get to Vegas in August probably again.
I believe it's June, July.
Yeah, around that area.
That's summer.
Yeah. Around the summer,
Yes.
exactly.
Yeah, and there's so many different opportunities and decks as well that are still in the contention. But I think one of the biggest stories here of this weekend so far is that Han Solo worth the risk, no matter kind of what way that you build it. It's still a very, very strong deck, even after the Force Throw suspension.
Yeah, we've been seeing that it has a lot of play. A lot of people are on the deck as well. So yeah, I guess it's good.
Who would have thought it? Who would have thought being able to play out units for a resource reduction and just, you know, at the cost of a little bit of damage on it is still enough to make the deck powerful, especially when you've still got that Grogu unit as well that you're able to use to reduce the damage.
Yeah, I was about to say, the Grogu has done so much for these players. We've seen it on stream as well. He just keeps on healing, like you said, or was it Al, that he redirected the bolts of force from healing into the enemy or opponent unit. And yeah, looks like these players are getting ready to shuffle, or are already shuffling and getting ready to play.
Yep, our round 14 feature match here. I love the mustache there.
It's
on
crazy.
The player
I was
on the
about
left.
to say the same
That
thing.
is a very, very distinguished mustache on that gentleman there. Very, very lovely to see that. And both players happy and smiling as well. But they will be knowing in the backs of their minds that they are potentially one game away from continuing on their journey here throughout hyperspace. And look at this. We've got a Sabine Wren Energy Conversion Lab mirror match going on between Maxime and Fabiano.
Production, is this round 14 or is this a round from Lille? Do we have the right footage here?
Well, Sabine Wren, I spoke about yesterday, I think we spoke about it as well, has always been one of those sort of safe pick decks for a lot of Star Wars Unlimited players. This base and leader combination has been in the game since set 1 and is continuing to show its potency and its promise here all the way into Legends of the Force. So is its aggro potential here with some of the newer cards as well that it's picked up along the way. Cards like the Chewbacca pilot, Wrecker, some of the other pilots here around, some lightsabers potentially as well. It's just a very, very good low to the ground aggro deck.
Exactly. It's one of my favorites, to be honest. It's also the one that I played the most. I also have the showcase of Sabine.
Ooh.
Yeah, I'm going to flex here a little. So yeah, like I say, I'm a Sabine fan. I've been playing her for a while as well. And indeed, you have like these cards that just keep on being good, like a Wrecker, like a Podamron. Those are cards that are so extremely strong. And the first ping is already coming out here from Sabine.
Yep, Fabiano going with the first action, Sabine leader action to deal 1 damage to each base. Maxime going ahead and using the Battlefield Marine, a claim of the initiative, so no unit on action phase 1 for Fabiano here, whereas for Maxime, they've got unit on board. They also elected to do the Sabine Wren action to deal 1 damage to each base, so without an attack on action phase 1, both players already taking 2 damage each.
Yeah, that's the thing we're going to see from Sabine. A lot of pinging, a lot of these little chips of damage coming in here. It's really going to be an arms race. Sadly for Fabiano, excuse me, he didn't get a first turn play, which can be crucial here in a Sabine mirror match. You want to have units on the board. You want to be able to go face or even start trading if you see that it's not going your way.
Yep, as we're already seeing an early usage of the Energy Conversion Lab here, ambushing in the Cassian Andor to take out the Battlefield Marine. And in reply, Maxime is going to pivot over into the Space Arena with the Sabine's Masterpiece. We've seen this unit getting flown in a bunch of times, not only in Sabine decks, but also in decks like Han Solo, being able to, on attack, have so many different options that you can utilize depending on if you control a unit of a certain aspect.
Fabiano claiming the initiative once again. A very strong position to be in when you're playing Sabine. You really want to have that first action of the turn because that decides what's going to happen with the damage you have on board. Will you lose it in a trade because your opponent wants to trade those units? You don't want to go face, but you want to.
Yeah, certainly so, as it is going to be the aggression starting off here with Fabiano swinging that damage in to base with the Cassian. And then Sabine's Masterpiece, which at the moment is going to be remaining unchecked in the space arena, but not wanting to attack with it first off, wants to get at least a unit down onto the board potentially to get that Sabine's Masterpiece on attack trigger. We're going to deploy the Sabine Wren leader here with her being a 4-resource deploy and have that aggression unit on the board for Sabine's Masterpiece to deal 1 damage to a unit or base.
Smart of Maxime here to deploy first before attacking with the Masterpiece. There's not really anything threatening here for it, so he's allowed to leave it there for 1 more turn. He doesn't need to be scared to lose it already.
Yeah, certainly. And if Maxime can even use those 4 resources to get a command unit onto the board as well, that means when the Sabine Masterpiece goes ahead and attacks, we can get the double on attack triggers. And look at that, Driss. Speak it into existence. We've got Sundari Peacekeepers coming down here. A great versatile card with its Raid 2 and Restore 2. But importantly, to the point I was making earlier, that means now that when Sabine's Masterpiece attacks this action phase, you'll get the aggression trigger and the command trigger to deal 1 damage to a unit or base, and give an experience token to a unit as well.
And that's the thing that Maxime is doing, instantly flying with the Masterpiece into the base, and now he's thinking about, who do I want to give that experience token to?
Looks like we're going to protect itself here, which you can do. It's give an experience token to a unit, not to a unit other than this. So we are able to go ahead and do so here. And then the damage flying in with the Sabine's Masterpiece. The ping has gone into the base as well, it looks like there. 3 + 1 from the experience token, +1 is the damage of 5. And then more damage flying in with a Sabine Wren leader swing, which Fabiano matches with leader deployment of their own. An attack, and we didn't even mention the fact that K2SO is now also on the board for Fabiano.
Yeah, he sneaked into there while we were too busy with the Masterpiece. Suddenly he was there. Don't even look at me. I'm not here. I'm just going to start dealing damage as soon as I can.
Yeah, it's a dangerous unit. That K2SO has been used in combination a couple of times with a card like Heroic Sacrifice, the 1-cost aggression heroism event that allows you to draw a card, then attack with a unit. For the attack, it gets +2 power, and then when this unit deals combat damage, you defeat it. So the idea here is you buff up the K2SO, attack into the base for 6, defeat it, and then you get the when defeated trigger to choose either to deal 3 damage to that player's base or discard a card from their hand. We're seeing a discard from hand here, but that's because we are ambushing with Poe Dameron in Energy Conversion Lab.
Yeah, I think it's no coincidence that the Heroic Sacrifice is featuring the K2SO. This is what they had in mind when they developed these cards. This is the combo you want to play.
And look at that, we're going ahead and taking care of both the Cassian Andor and the Sabine Wren there in one fell action with the ability of the ambush and then the deal 2 damage to a unit or a base. Very easy to just fixate on that on attack option to deal the 2 damage in the base, try and get you further and further ahead into that win condition for Star Wars Unlimited. But instead here, playing a little bit more of that controlling first action, trying to minimize the damage that is coming on the backswing from Fabiano, especially with that K2, as we've been mentioning, potentially registering 6 damage or even further with 9 on the when defeated if we have that Heroic Sacrifice combo.
Maxime is in a great position right now. He has a lot of board presence. He has a lot of control of what's going to happen. So at this point, he's fine. I can lose some units at this point. I can make some favorable trades for me against Fabiano. He's trampling. He's looking for a way to get back into this game, I would say. There is indeed a nice board play here if he can get the when defeated effect off from K2SO for indeed 9 damage here. But let's see if that's actually going to happen.
Yeah, one of the scariest units on this board state, sorry there, Driss, one of the scariest units that I'm seeing right now on Maxine's side of the board at the very least is that Sundari Peacekeepers, the 1/5 with Rage 2 and Restore 2. The Restore 2 here, obviously important because you're going up against the same deck, an aggro-style deck, so you want to try and get that damage differential as maximized as possible. but also it's not easy to be removed on this board state right now. K2 only has 4 power. We've already burned the epic action of the energy conversion lab, so we can't ambush anything in. We need some kind of damage modification or some kind of way to be able to ambush in and take out that Sundari Peacekeeper, because there's not too much direct damage that Sabine Wren Energy Conversion Lab decks generally tends to run. You might see a couple with like Daring Raid or something in there, but that still would take 2 actions to set up, right? You'd need 1 for the Daring Raid to deal the 2 damage onto the Peacekeeper, and then the K2SO will be able to take care of the Peacekeeper with the rest. But then you're not getting the when defeated of the K2 to swing in. So it's a really, really awkward card that Fabiano's got to find some way to deal with.
Yeah, Fabiano is a bit in an awkward situation right here, but the Peacekeeper is certainly doing work here for Maxime. Like you said, it will take even more than 2 actions to really get rid of it. Meanwhile, there's the threat of the Podemron. There's the Masterpiece. There's the Sabine leader that's already deployed. So yeah, it's looking hard here. Meanwhile, Fabiano's Sabine is already defeated, so she won't be able to come into play anymore. Yeah, it's a pickle. It's a tough pickle.
Yeah, certainly is. Especially with that Masterpiece, like you mentioned there, Driss. Not necessarily the biggest space arena user is Sabine. You have options with it, of course, with things like the Green Squadron and the Phoenix Squadron A-Wings, respectively. But that's Sabine's Masterpiece generating that consistent value with its on-attack triggers for as long as it remains on the board. It's currently a 4-4 with that experience token. We are going to see a commitment to an attack here from Fabiano. It is going to be the K2SO, and we're just going to rush straight in for base, and Fabiano's just going to take 4 damage right back here. Could be even more as well, depending on where these triggers go. It will be, as another green experience counter goes on to the Masterpiece.
Yeah, the Masterpiece is just buffing himself up, or herself, or itself. It can choose from me what the Masterpiece is, but it's getting stronger and stronger and stronger. And like we did before, we counted, it goes to 4, it goes to 5, it goes to 6, and suddenly you have a really big ship with small blasters.
Yeah, but it does mean as well that across the board state right now for Maxime, that they are presenting game with all of the units on board. Don't think we've quite got enough just yet to be able to win on this action phase. 2 plus the 1 from Sabine would get us to 3, and would get us to, what, 22? And then 1, 2, 3 would get us to 25. So we would actually get there, I think, here, as we're going to see an attempt at a 4 cores I believe in. We're going to hit 3 out of the 4 heroic aspect icons. Timely intervention is the one that's forcing us to miss out there. And for Maxime, this is all more information, I think, from my opinion. You're seeing that there's a pilot Chewbacca there. You're seeing that there's Rebel Assault as well that's going to be included and to worry about potentially later on. But 4 cores I believe in, getting 3 damage into the base here. And Fabiano still with 2 units on the side that Maxime that they need to find a way to sort out.
Yeah, I think by now, players who get this far already, who've been playing probably Sabine for a long time, know what's up. They already played the mirror match how many times, probably can't count it anymore. So they probably know this is what's up. This is what I can expect from my opponent to play or to have.
Yeah, certainly. The one thing that Fabiano can take solace in is this is not game in this action phase. We're 1 damage short right now. It's been a long day already so far, though. For those tuning in, apologies for my terrible mental maths. But no, with the 6 damage that we've got across both the Peacekeeper and the Sabine Wren leader unit, there is a 1 action away. And Fabiano says, yeah, you know what? I'm way too far behind at this point in the game. Maxime is going to take game 1 in a pretty sweeping fashion there.
Yeah, and the thing is, when you're playing Star Wars, it's always also important to think about when is the right time to scoop. There you only have 55 minutes. If you see that you're already behind and you won't be able to get over your opponent's board anymore, it's better to just say, okay, you got this game, we go to game 2, and maybe if I win that, we go to even game 3, where you still have the chance. Because when you're in the losing position for a while, and you just keep on trying to keep that head above the water, it might be not worth it. You might run out of time and lose in time, and that would be like the saddest thing ever.
Yeah, certainly so, and especially like on face value when you look at this deck and this matchup and think, oh, okay, it's Sabine Red Energy Conversion Lab. This is an aggro deck. They're both just going to blast at each other senselessly until one of them is running out of laser juice and isn't going to be able to go any further. But actually, the aggro mirrors can become some of the most engaging matchups to be able to watch sometimes, because there is that jockeying for position. There is that time where either player is going, well, I know what my Route 1 game plan is, but I also know what your Route 1 game plan is, because we're playing the exact same deck. So you have this really interesting jockeying for position of, okay, I'm going to take this action phase to put some damage into the base, and then take the next action phase off, or to try and stabilize a little bit if you're attacking into my units instead, and vice versa. And we go through this really, really cool balancing act here that hopefully we're going to get to see a little bit more of in Game 2. Maxime got off to a pretty quick start, with that Sabine's Masterpiece in particular being very, very overwhelming in the skies, and with Fabiano not having a phase 1 action to be able to play a unit at all. Hopefully in Game 2, as the players have finished sideboarding, we'll see a little bit of more of that engagement.
Exactly, like you just said, it's very important in a matchup like this to know who is the aggressor, who is the controller of the whole board, of the whole situation, and knowing that position and abusing it as hard as you can is key to winning these kind of games. It was clear, I think, from the start that Maxime had a really good start. Like we said, that first turn play snowballed everything for Maxime. Sadly, Fabiano wasn't able to answer that. And yeah, you will see the results as planned.
Definitely so, as the players are getting themselves shuffled up and prepared ahead of Game 2. One thing that's also going to be interesting to find out as this game goes on, and hopefully that we get into Game 3 as well, are there maybe differences in the deck building that these players are going through? I mean, I'm taking a look at the sideboards from both these players. They are very, very different indeed. Hopefully we get to see a couple of the cards that are in there. We won't give too much away, but there are some really, really cool command cards in particular that are in one player's sideboard. The other one a little bit more traditional. There is an aggression card in the sideboard for Fabiano that I am a big, big fan, and I've been a fan of since the start of the game. But as I said, we won't spoil too much. We want the players to express their deck building, show off on stream as well. It's round 14. They're hopeful winning in as well to get into top 8. We want them to get there, but we want them to get there with style.
Exactly, Ben. I couldn't have said it better. Indeed, why spoil now if we will see probably one of these players in the top 8, and then we can just spoil the whole deck list, right? Then we just go ahead. You guys can know every single thing. But for now, it's just our little secret.
Absolutely is. So we're going to go and draw our opening 6-card hand here at the start of Game 2. A couple of them are going to go into the resources if we're happy with it. If not, though, we are going to go and send it back away. For Fabiano here, they will be looking for a Phase 1 unit as opposed to Game 1. I definitely see that there is a Phase 1 play there for Maxime. Couple of extra phase plays as well. I don't mind the hand there for Maxime's point of view. I can see like Battlefield Marine in there. I think there's a Fleet Lieutenant as well, which is an incredible card, has been for ages in Sabine Ren. It's a 3/3 for 3 that when played allows you to attack with a unit, and if it's a rebel, that unit is going to get +2 power for the attack. We are underway in game number 2. We've got Battlefield Marine in the Space Arena at the moment. They need to be swapped over on the playmat. There we go. Battlefield Marine has now touched down, and the Phoenix Squadron A-Wing rising up in the skies.
He was floating for a while. But exactly, the hand of Maxime is looking very promising to play perfectly on curve, getting even that extra damage out from the Battlefield Marine with that Fleet Lieutenant. And yeah, let's see if he will actually play it. We also see a Poe Dameron here getting pulled from the deck for Maxime. Meanwhile, Fabiano is keeping his hand a bit secret for us.
Yeah, he's going to have first action, however, in this new phase. Phoenix Squadron A-Wing, there is the temptation to swing this in for 3, uncontested in the air. But if we do have Fleet Lieutenant, that is able to target rebel units in the ground and in the space as well. It doesn't say specifically if it's a Rebel ground unit. It just has to have that Rebel tag for it to be able to get the +2 power boost here. So if there is Fleet Lieutenant in hand, which we are seeing a card being turned sideways here, prepared, it is the Fleet Lieutenant that we're going to play down, and that's going to get 5 damage into the base here thanks to that Rebel boost.
Some early damage, you love to see it as a Sabine player. These are the plays that can tip the game into your favor. The early plays that can't be answered yet.
Ooh, we're seeing Wing Leader come down here in the space arena. A 2-1 for 3 that you'd have a look at on face value and go, that's really, really understated. But when it can grant 2 experience tokens to another friendly Rebel unit, it means our Battlefield Marine now is permanently a 5-5 in the ground arena as compared to the Fleet Lieutenant phase from Fabiano, where that +2 power was only a temporary boost. Really, really nice play there from Maxime to put a big threatening unit onto the board ahead of the 4 resource action phase.
Yeah, that Battlefield Marine will need to get answered. Meanwhile, the space unit here from Fabiano only had this for 1 attack, but the Battlefield Marine will stay juiced up like that and probably will even get more damage out of there with the Fleet Lieutenant. I think that I saw in Maxime's hand.
Certainly so. We've got now the 4 resource action phase, so both leaders have the opportunity to go ahead and deploy on this action phase here. It is going to be Fabiano that has the initiative as well. So whether it's going to be a case of snap deploying or using Energy Conversion Lab to try and ambush in something like a K2SO, but it's just going to be a nice simple start. We're going to fly in with the Phoenix Squadron A-Wing, doing 3 damage into the base. And now for Maxime, looks like we are maybe having a little consideration about a use of the Energy Conversion Lab themselves. Maybe just jotting down by hand the base totals here. I know Al is certainly one that's a fan of going the old-fashioned way with the base tracking. I do a mixture of both, personally. I like the nice visual representation of the dice on the base, but also the pen and paper notepad tracking just helps make sure that everything is correct. As we see a double attack here, and that's because we're using Rebel Assault.
Indeed, Rebel Assault. You can attack with a Rebel unit. It gets +1 for this attack. And then you can attack with another Rebel, and that also gets +1.
Yeah, one of the few cards in the game that allows you to have multiple attacks in the one action. Obviously, with the system for Star Wars Unlimited, that you go, I go action phase style system, you generally have to do one thing at a time. So any cards that allow you to take multiple actions within the one card and within the one action itself, always a big, big value in my book, especially when we're jamming in for a lot of damage here. That's what, 8, 9 damage across the 2 units here. 5 for the +1 for the Battlefield Marine is 6, and then 2 +1 from the Wing Leader is 1 more. So a huge 9 damage punch straight into Fabiano's Energy Conversion Lab and putting him very scarily close to being knocked out of the regional championships.
Only 8 damage left. Fabiano can be reassured that it probably won't happen again. I don't think Maxime has another Rebel Assault in hand for next regroup phase. But yeah, he's getting really close, especially in the Sabine matchup. He's getting super close. The Sabine of Maxime still hasn't deployed, still can attack. But we will see if he will actually ping first. Because you can do that. You can first use your leader ability and then say, oh, and now I'm going to deploy it.
Yeah, I don't mind the decision to potentially go ahead and use the Sabine leader action here, just because you've got the 6 health point advantage already as things stand. You're taking another 3 damage from the Sabine leader unit that Fabiano has gone and deployed here, and you're already so far ahead. So if you ping once here, you go to 18, deploy, then go to 21 with the swing. It means that Fabiano has to essentially double trade into the Battlefield Marine or find some other way of being able to deal with that so that he doesn't just lose in one action on the next regroup phase. And you see here, Maxime is going to elect to use that Sabine Wren leader ping, and I really like the decision to do so there, because Fabiano picking up that hard case enclosed Sabine Wren showcase is decided to go into the base as opposed to going into that Battlefield Marine.
Yeah, going into the base, I'm not 100% sure if this was the play for Fabiano here. I think the cross is getting drawn over Fabiano for this tournament because of this play. This could be have been the tip. We don't know what he has in hand, of course. We don't have knowledge about that, guys. But from our perspective, for the information that we have, I think it would have been better to get rid of that Marine, even though if you lose 2 units to it, at least you don't lose the game yet.
Yeah, the nice thing is that we do still have the energy conversion lab still, at the very least, available to us. So we do still have ambush at our disposal. But because of that 5 power, that 5 HP that the Battlefield Marine is currently sitting with, I'm not 100% sure what, if anything, is that strong enough to be able to break through that HP in the one ambush here. You would maybe be able to sort of Fleet Lieutenant. If you go and ambush with that, it's going to attack with the other Fleet Lieutenant, give that +2, and you're sort of double ambushing and attacking into the Battlefield Marine in that instance. We are going to soften it up at the very least here with the swing. There is a Fleet Lieutenant of our own that's going to be able to swing in, put 5 damage onto the base, and make it even worse for Fabiano. He has to claim the initiative here to try and find himself a one-can answer. He cannot. Maxime Lambert has won in round 14 in the Sabine Wren Energy Conversion Lab mirror match, and looks like should be making their way into top 8 as well.
Yeah, in the end, we did see that Fabiano tried to get the trade in with the Battlefield Marine, putting him on 2 life points left, which was the play, I think. Maybe he had something left or was hoping to draw something from the deck. It just didn't come, sadly enough, for Fabiano. But for Maxime, well, great news, because he's probably in the top 8.
Absolutely. A great Sabine Energy Conversion Lab mirror matchup there to finish our Swiss portions of the Star Wars Unlimited Premier Regional Championships. But we've still got a top cut, and we've still got a couple of surprises as well up our sleeves. So for one of those surprises, let's go ahead and throw it to the interview area, because I think we're joined by a couple of special guests.
Hello there, everyone. Welcome back to the Star Wars Unlimited Regional Championship here in Bilbao. Thank you so much to our wonderful guests who just appeared there. It was so wonderful to see Ben getting such a fantastic interview in with R2-D2 there. Really insightful commentary. And it was great to see that both of our lovely guests are so excited to jump in to the grand final of our limited main event. I'm excited. Are you excited, Al?
I'm so excited here to be here for the grand final. We've had a lot of Constructed now, a lot of Premier. It's nice to just slip in a cheeky little bit of a Limited there and see the 2 best performing players throughout, 3 days now they've been playing this limited event, and finally come and see who's going to take it down.
Absolutely. And, you know, we have 2 exceptional players. Just as you said, we were speaking to them prior to the match, so we do have some interesting insights into the decks that they have played to make it this far. The players are just getting set up. We will be right with you very, very shortly with this final. But let's just have a little discussion over our 2 players. So we have Alvaro, who is going to be playing Third Sister Yellow. That's the Cunning, which is perhaps a pick that maybe we weren't expecting so much until, of course, that day 1 of that first limited main event when we saw a lot of these Third Sister decks doing very, very well. I know certainly it wasn't in your list of immediate go-to leaders, but has your opinion changed now, do you think?
Yeah, I think it's probably stronger than I gave it credit for. I think at the end of the day, as with a lot of leaders in Limited, if you get given a bad pool, those top-tier leaders I mentioned, like Snoke and Obi-Wan, they can help to fix it. Third Sister doesn't really do that, but if you get a pool that supports her, I think she's an absolutely viable leader and can do great. And as we know with Draft, you can actually, craft the pool yourself. So it means that a lot of these leaders that are less often viable are much better in Draft.
Absolutely, and I think we're going to see that as well in Mikkel, I think is his name's deck that he is playing, and that is going to be, and I know this one's going to make Al very excited, Grand Inquisitor with Vigilance.
Yeah, Vigilance, no surprise. We've seen that be I think it's safe to say the best aspect across Limited in this set.
100%.
I mean, it's just so good across so many different... I mean, you compare it with everything and it's great. So many great cards in there. So yeah, I'm not surprised to see that. Grand Inquisitor, as we said, not probably, in my opinion, not a top tier, S tier leader, if you like.
But controversial take from Mr. Al.
But I do think, much like Third Sister, it absolutely can be very strong and very viable. It just depends on what cards you get given. And I think, sometimes you get given leaders that can't support, the really strong deck you've been given. And you have to play maybe a slightly suboptimal Grand Inquisitor. Although, that being said, I do think it's quite strong.
Absolutely. And I think that's where we see the real difference between the sealed format and the draft format. You do have that agency. You are able to read the table, see what other players around you are going for, and make those intelligent decisions that will allow you to potentially get a far stronger deck because you see you're going for the less obvious picks and you are able to lock down some of those really, really powerful cards. Though, of course, that being said, Vigilance, I imagine everyone at that draft was probably fighting to get a little piece of that pie. And just giving you a little bit more background on the route that our players have taken to get here, going back to Alvaro, who's playing Third Sister Cunning. Yesterday in the draft, he played Obi-Wan, which I know, of course, you'll be very excited. I am too. I love Obi-Wan. He's my favorite character.
Same.
Yeah.
Come on.
We're
There's
now
no
best
better.
friends yet again.
We've made up.
Oh, sensational. And of course, that was with Cunning.
Yeah.
And actually, Alvaro said that he felt that that was his strongest deck across all 3 days. So it'll be very interesting to see how his Third Sister performs. And on our first day in the sealed, it was, of course, Mother Talzin with aggression, which I think is probably a relatively common theme, seeing aggression, vigilance, and villainy in these decks that rise to the top just on a statistical basis from that limited sealed environment.
Yeah, absolutely. Mother Talzin, no surprise, they're really, really strong. I think Obi-Wan has, I'm not surprised to say it was he thinks it's his strongest deck because honestly, Obi-Wan, when you get the right cards, just has such a high ceiling. And like I said, all the way back at the beginning of day one, when we were first talking about what I think the meta is like, Snoke, I think, has a much higher floor and a lower ceiling than Obi-Wan, but Obi-Wan can just go into the stratosphere if you get the right cards to pair with him. And something, a really good point you made to me off camera, I think it was last night, about Cunning, because it is probably one of the weaker aspects in probably the weakest of the four in theory. I mean, maybe Command, but it's people tend to go for it a lot less, which means there's far more cards open and available.
Absolutely, and I think that's also going to the sort of the limited aspect, the sealed, I should say, aspect there, where a lot of Cunning's cards are very, very powerful, but you don't want too many of those events. You do fundamentally need units, and what the draft allows you to do is let those events go around, circulate, allow you to pick up those units first, solidify the foundation of your deck before you can then supplement it with those really powerful events that we've seen there, like the Will of the Force and other things like that, which are just so strong. Pivoting over then to Mikhail, who, as I said, is on Grand Inquisitor with Vigilance. Yesterday, he drafted Obi-Wan with Vigilance. I think that should be real no surprise here. This is, of course, one of the most powerful combinations we were expecting coming into this limited environment. I mean, I'm sure you're not surprised at all to hear that.
No, absolutely not. I mean, I think so. Both players were on that yesterday. Is that right?
They were both on Obi-Wan. But one was on Cunning, one was on Vigilance.
Yeah, I mean, again, Obi-Wan, if you get the right pool, and again, draft lets you do that, you can make it work with any aspect, absolutely. Really, really strong leader putting those experience tokens down. What I'm really glad to see here, though, is that we are seeing, it's not just like a Snoke Obi-Wan Talzin kind of final, do you know what I mean? And that's, I'm really glad to see that because at the end of the day, one of the best things about draft, usually, and hopefully, well, this is what the devs I think are hoping for in a new set, is that there isn't one or two leaders that just run away with it, and then if you get that, you instantly win. And I think it's fair to say in this set, there's nothing like that. If you pick Snoke, you're not guaranteed to win that event.
No, absolutely. And in fact, I'm going to absolutely expose Al right now. We saw that last night because at home, you may not know this, but we had a fun little caster and staff draft last night. It was fantastic. And Al, of course, picked up the Snoke and unfortunately didn't go so well for him.
Well, I'll just point out, I only had one loss that night, and that was to, what was that to, Krish?
I think it was to Snoke, but I don't think that matters.
In fairness, I think if you've got 100% win rate against non-Snoke decks, I don't think you can really count that as not doing too well.
Okay, we can agree to disagree, of course. My opinion's clearly more valid because I did go undefeated in that staff draft last night. So
and what did you have?
I had Kit Fisto. I had Kit Fisto. I had Kit Fisto Cunning. And this is actually, I think, going to a point that is so interesting about the difference between sealed and limited and draft, which is actually what we see is some of the leaders that are very, very powerful just across the board in limited formats. But we notice that when you're dealing with that statistical element, okay, I have this many commons, this many uncommons, this many rares, and I'm sort of at the whim of what the packs give me. I have more packs, but it is literally I am guessing what I'm getting.
Yeah.
Some of these leaders do rise to the top. Typically, we're seeing Vigilance leaders you do just tend to have some of the more powerful cards there in the lower costs, lower points in the curve, allowing you to support those strategies.
Yep.
But then when we pivot over into draft, we see these leaders, for example, like Kit Fisto, who relies on Jedi and is less reliant on the Force units, being able to select those as cards get passed around, being able to take advantage of aspects that are potentially less desired,
Yep.
and really allowing you to then see a different power level than you would in the sealed environment, and that sort of goes both ways.
I mean, to me, sealed is great. It's amazing format for pre-release, and I'm so glad that FFG decided from the very beginning to do that. I think it's really cool to see a sealed in a major event, but draft to me probably is the ultimate format because I think it just fixes that balance between constructed being a bit too samey sometimes and sealed being a bit too random. It really merges the two together, and you can really show off your skill in draft, I think. If you know the format well, you can really build a strong deck.
Absolutely, and that's what we are going to see right now as we jump into our grand final for the limited event here, the limited regional championship in Bilbao. These players have battled through so many rounds, 9 rounds of sealed, 3 rounds of draft, and then a further 3 rounds of draft. These players have gone through 15 rounds to make it to this point in the grand, or I should say this is the 15th round to make it through to the grand finals. Incredibly skilled players here and 2 really interesting decks. Now, we spoke, as I said, to the players beforehand to get a little bit of insight into how they are expecting these decks to work, what they're going to be looking for. And if we look over to Third Sister, Alvaro described it very simply, very simply. He just said, well, you know, man, it's aggro. I'm going to turn my card sideways, and I'm going to do good things. And I said, you know what? That's a good plan. I think that's a good plan. And we were flipping through his deck, and I don't know, Al, if you'd like to call out a couple of those cards that stuck out to perhaps me. I don't know if they stuck out to you, but I suspect they did.
Well, I mean, there's some obvious standouts. I'll let you talk about those in a second. I just wanted to make a point about Third Sister. I think part of the reason why she's been so successful here today is because, and over the past few days, is because I think usually into a draft format, limited format, we see players expect mid-range. The games don't really end that quickly unless you have a set that really pushes aggro like Jump to Lightspeed did. Usually the games end up going a bit slower. You know, everyone playing such poor quality cards when compared to Premier, it just means the games go a bit slower. So people, I think, don't respect aggro as much as they can. And sometimes you just don't get the cards that can stop an aggressive push.
Absolutely.
And Third Sister with 5 power and the fact that she can't be traded into when she deploys just allows you to really push a lot of early game damage and then use the hidden to basically, it's kind of like burn damage from hand, right? You play hidden down, they can't interact with it.
Exactly, and I would say the cards I really want to call out in this Third Sister deck is Alvaro got 2 copies of Battle Fury. Yes. I mean, we know this is one of the most powerful cards in the limited environment. Alvaro has not 1 but 2. The thought of flipping a Third Sister and going Battle Fury, and suddenly you're staring down an 11-10 that's going to dome you and probably just delete you from existence in about 2 actions is terrifying. So that is going to be the big threat over from Alvaro's side. Then coming over to Mikhail, and Mikhail had a few thoughts about his deck. He was forced, he said in the draft, to commit to Vigilance Villainy quite early based on the leader pool he had access to. He essentially only really had Grand Inquisitor as a particularly viable option. But then he said that while he didn't feel the deck was too strong, he has had access to some very, very powerful upgrades, actually 2 copies of that Corrupted Saber. So both of our players here having 2 copies of a very, very powerful upgrade. And of course, Corrupted Saber, as good as Battle Fury is with Third Sister, Corrupted Saber with Grand Inquisitor may genuinely be better.
Yeah, honestly, this format, just like, really funny this way, in Jump to Lightspeed, we saw the format being dominated by upgrades in the form of pilots, and they really made a big impact in the format. In this format, once again, we're seeing upgrades be absolutely vital, and you cannot underestimate even things as weak as, you know, like you said, some of these +2, +1 upgrades, they just end up being so good at cheating the combat maths. And once again, in a lightsaber kind of based format, we've seen lightsabers be really important.
Exactly. And now moving into the game, we see that Mikhail does have the initiative. He's Soresu stanced in this Adept of Anger, putting it in as a 1/3 with a shield, which is proved to be quite difficult to deal with. Shield tokens, very, very powerful in this limited format. Alvaro responds with an Aura Sing. We know this is a very, very powerful card. Mikhail then claims the initiative and has a whirlwind of power. This is going to allow Mikhail to get a nice free trade, not even going to lose the shield token to remove that Aura Sing from play. Definitely a really nice start to the game. Also going to be able to get his Force engine started. And we know once the engine starts with Grand Inquisitor, it doesn't really stop.
Yeah, so Grand Inquisitor really reliant on Force, obviously, to activate his ability. Unlike Third Sister, one of the advantages she has is that she doesn't really need the Force. Sometimes you might need it for an occasional use, but it's not essential. Honestly, Suresu's stance into the Gift of Anger, to me, is not the best start. You wouldn't really be that happy with a 1-3 with Shield compared to an Aura Sing, but Whirlwind of Power is the absolute best follow-up you could possibly have. And if Alvaro has to play off curve here, that is going to be really bad for him.
I do think it's interesting that, because I was going to say it's probably coming down with another unit here. Not sure why the Third Sister action wasn't used, but we do see a little bit of two of them. Now there are two of them here. We have two Adept of Angers on the board.
Yeah.
Now, unfortunately for Alvaro, he's not going to be able to use that Adept of Anger action just yet. He does not yet have the Force token. And actually, we're probably going to see a nice little ability to start chunking some damage in, start whittling down these units. Some very, very, a very weenie board, I would say. Nothing too big here, nothing too scary. Just slowly ramping up, and we're going to see where this game takes us, because I've got to say, we had a little look through both of these players' lists. There are some haymakers, I think is putting it lightly.
Absolutely, yeah. We'll have to see which of those come out, and so we can have some really exciting moments when some of those come down. Some of the best moments in limited tournaments is when you see those big rares and legendaries you don't normally see. But honestly, with Star Wars Unlimited, usually it's the uncommons where most of the power lies, and sometimes the commons. And there's some real haymakers at the common and uncommon slot as well. I think this is a really slow start, in terms of for both players actually pushing aggression down. But here we go. Here the upgrade train starts.
Yeah, and we see this now. We now have a 2/6 with a shield, which is getting pretty large. This Adept of Anger is nothing crazy to start out with, but we've put a shield onto it. We're able to remove that Aura Sing. We're able to just keep our opponent off the Force token. Finally now, Alvaro getting that Force token. Not that it is really doing anything for his leader, but we do know there are plenty of powerful cards at that 4-cost spot that are going to be really, really impactful and potentially allow some big swings.
Yeah, so the 3/4 now, Adept of Anger. It's got the +2/+1 from the Corrupted Saber. I saw in the hand there, Mikhail did have the Ascension Cable, so yet more upgrades coming out. And in a format where there is very little hard removal, very little or no upgrade hit, pretty much, except the Probe Droid, there is just, these upgrades can just do so much work. And I'll tell you what, he would have loved it. Alvaro would have loved Will of the Force in that situation, right? You can just get rid of it, defeat the upgrade, bounce it back to hand.
Absolutely. So I actually, yes, I saw the Ascension Cable there. I just assumed that's what he put onto it. Corrupted Saber, much better. Incredibly strong in this position. A 3/6 that is also potentially going to be able to attack it and not take 4 damage back is absolute. 6 damage back is Al's throwing up signs to me.
It's a 3/4, right?
It's a 3/4.
Yeah, there we go.
It's a 3/4. But I'm saying the reduction in the attack is 4 with the Grand Inquisitor ability.
And obviously, not only have you got, the Grand Inquisitor ability on the Saber, obviously the Grand Inquisitor himself, which means that when we spoke to Michael earlier, he did say that he's used that to great effect, where he just keeps spamming out this Grand Inquisitor ability on so many different units. It's like you've got cards in your deck that do it, you've got a leader ability that does it, and it is, as you mentioned yesterday, I think it was, or on Friday, how useful that is at trading on the board.
Absolutely, and we're seeing here, this Dooku is being incredibly threatened by the Karis. It's going to be able to very easily answer the Dooku by throwing itself in, cracking that Force token, and giving the Dooku -2/-2 to finish the job. But we're going to go ahead. We're going to continue to get these free deletes here from this incredibly powerful unit that Adept of Anger has sort of grown into with this this suiting up strategy. Keep bolting on those upgrades, and we see these units become absolutely terrifying. Here comes the leader deploy from Third Sister, and I'm thinking if I'm Mikhail here, I'm going to be worried about something like an Asajj. That's probably what I'm most worried about.
Yeah, absolutely. Asajj will be brutal here, just being able to buff up the Third Sister and then potentially threaten to defeat the Grand Inquisitor. Obviously, it will come down with a shield. Now, the question I have for you is, what, just on the face of it, if ignoring all the leader abilities, what's stronger? Is it a 3/5 with a shield deploy on 5, or is it a 5/4 with hidden? What do you think?
That's a really, really tough question to answer, because I think ordinarily in a Premier format, I would say it would probably be the 5/4 with hidden. But in this format, a shield is genuinely very, very hard to answer. And one of the most valuable things about having that shield is the fact that you get to essentially have guaranteed an action where you can suit up your leader. And obviously that's true also with hidden. but the Hidden is vulnerable to some of this effect damage we see. We do see a Battle Fury coming down there, exactly, I think, according to Albaro's game plan, and Mikhail is definitely going to be concerned about this. That is a very, very scary upgrade. Does Mikhail have the... I think he does have the second. I'm not sure what that is. There's a 1 cost. It may be... Yes, okay. So we are now going to increase the attack of the third sister by 3. We are now swinging for 11. This will push Mikhail up to 18, only 10 damage off of a lethal swing.
Yeah, and Michaela, we mentioned before when we spoke to him before the match, I mean, he's talked about how he's done this to other players throughout the day today, where he's just stuck a load of upgrades on a unit and pushed a huge amount of damage and just couldn't lose the game at that point. And honestly, Alvaro's doing it to him, unleashing the rage on that unit, giving it so much power. And obviously, he's kind of incentivized to dump his hand out right as quick as possible, because the downside of Battle Fury is that you discard the card from your hand. So you do want to empty your hand out. And clearly, we have one player in this matchup who is the aggressor now.
Absolutely. And Mikhail's in a really tough situation. We know that Alvaro has another unit he is able to play down. We do see the Ascension cable coming down onto Grand Inquisitor, but it's not going to be able to interact here with this third sister that is going to come in and just absolutely hammer the face of Mikhail. This is a lot of damage, and, you know, we think ahead just 1 turn. This third sister is going to be 8 damage. This Dooku's 5. Oh, we do see the discard, sorry, so we're not actually going to be able to play out the other units. So not quite lethal just yet, but Alvaro is going to be able to get that initiative, which does guarantee 8 more damage coming in. So all we really need to see now is just units that Mikhail is not able to answer from Alvaro's side.
And I'll tell you 2 things here. One, it was interesting that Alvaro decided to attack with the third sister first to maintain the initiative. He decided to opt out of playing the Corrupted Shade, even discarding it before playing it, just because he wanted to make sure he had initiative going into this turn, which I think is a really reasonable play. I don't know how Mikhail's going to be able to deal with this third sister. And this is the thing we talked about earlier. The one advantage of third sister that she has over all the other leaders is that she protects every unit you play. So Mikhail doesn't just need to have board presence to trade into your units like normal, and control of the ground isn't enough. You need to have actual removal from hand.
Exactly, and this is why we saw Third Sister performing so well. Just as you said, controlling the board in those early games. That was when we saw it with Vigilance, of course.
Yeah.
And then pivoting over to that late game. Here's a big guy, here's a big guy, here's a big guy. Do you have an out? Do you have an out? Do you have an out? No, no, no. Great, I win the game. Alvaro going down to 0 cards in hand, resourcing this turn, going up to 6. He does have a number of 6-cost units in his deck. I assume he just wanted to resource up this turn because he knows this third sister is not surviving. But we do see here now the third sister, when it gets defeated, that's fine. Next phase, I'm going to have that gain hidden ability all over again, and Mikhail is just going to have to sit there and go, well, I need to claim and have a lot of damage on board.
And this is the beauty of Star Wars Unlimited, right? With the action, you take an action, I take an action sort of dynamic. Because Mikhail, yes, he has tons of units on board. He's going to definitely hemorrhage initiative this turn. Of course, Alvaro's going to go into next turn with initiative, which means there's no way to like exhaust it with the Adept of Anger. There's no way to trick away any damage. It's just there's nothing he can do in order to to stabilize there. He's going to have to defeat the third sister, and then he's going to have to end the game really quickly himself before this hidden unit finishes him off.
Exactly, and I don't think Mikhail is in an unwinnable position here. He has some very, very powerful units. He is going to be able to defeat the third sister on board this turn. You know, the Karis is going to be able to deal 4 damage, essentially, in quotes, thanks to that -2/-2. You have the Grand Inquisitor. We have the Adept of Anger with a shield. So we are going to be able to get plenty of damage in here.
I'll tell you what, Mikhail's going to be really unhappy with this matchup, honestly. In hand at the moment, he's got a Charging Phylak, and he's got the Mysterious Hermit, right? So he's got 2 cards in hand that have ambush and could potentially interact with his opponent's board. Against hidden, they do nothing.
Oh, here we are going to see that third path. I think it's called the way of the... I can't remember the name of this card, but it's giving 2 experience tokens, and it's going to play out a unit from your hand. I believe it also generates the Force.
Yes, I think it does. Yeah, that's right.
I remember what the cards do. I just don't remember their names.
Well, this is the thing. There's so many of these like obscure events that see so little play because units are so much better in limited that occasionally they do pop up in a deck.
Exactly. But now we see Mikhail on the aggression side, but still in a bit of a sticky situation, because if Alvaro draws a space unit, we do not see any way in Mikhail's hand for this to be interacted with. Or if Alvaro simply draws a large enough unit on the ground that Mikhail can't just answer in a single attack, which is going to be tough, because basically Mikhail has 0 actions. If Alvaro plays out anything, he has to just claim. It's really looking up to a checkmate situation.
I mean, but the thing is, though, the Mikhail, like, if Alvaro only plays one unit, right? And then Mikhail is able to exhaust it. He can actually like stop the game and prevent. He's got the way to counteract the hidden keyword in a sense, okay? Because you obviously can exhaust hidden units. So he does have a way to actually stabilize it. It's just that if Alvaro sees that and plays 2 units in one turn, then there's no way to deal with both. You can't exhaust both unless you've got removal in your hand.
So we do see the Nile Marauder coming out here with hidden. This is only 5 health. So I do believe on board and actually, no, I don't think there is a way to deal 5 damage on board right now for Mikhail, which is not looking ideal.
Yeah, that's right. There's 3 power on the Adept of Anger. There's 4 on Grand Inquisitor, so we can't even just claim initiative, exhaust it, and deal with it that way. So Alvaro actually didn't need 2 units. He only needed one with enough HP to not be traded into there.
Yeah, well, I mean, this is the difficulty right now. If and we're just going to see the concession. Yep. I was just going to say, if Alvaro has a second unit, even if the Adept of Anger's ability is used there, you know, we're seeing a huge audience, by the way, in the venue. Fantastic to see so much support for this grand finals. But that was just an... and the shrug of, well, what can you do? But yes, as I was just saying, the difficulty with that situation as well, in terms of a checkmate, is even if Mikhail did claim, use that first action to exhaust the unit, well, all Alvaro needs is a second unit, and then it doesn't matter.
Exactly. You don't want to be in the position there where your opponent only needs any 2 units, basically the entire deck, and they'll win the game. Yeah, really tough position to get in there, and this is the power of Third Sister. If you get enough, and this is the trouble with it, especially in Sealed, you need to get enough aggressive units to actually put enough damage on early, but if you get your opponent within 1 or 2 attacks of lethal, and they haven't done a lot of damage to you, you're going to win the game. Exactly. You have inevitability on your side, so really when you're playing against Third Sister, what you have to do is keep up in the damage race, and basically just hope that you've got enough damage. And Grand Inquisitor, honestly, not that good at that, because he's only presenting 3 power himself when he deploys.
Exactly. That is a real issue. And, you know, we didn't even see the tremendous space presence that Alvaro actually has in his deck. I mean, this is genuinely, from looking through the list, it looks like more of the units are in space, and we have some really powerful heavy hitters in there. You know, we have a 4-3, well, it's a 2-3 with Raid 2 for 3. If this comes down, like early game, it doesn't, I mean, there are ways for Mikhail's deck to handle it. We see Shatterpoint in there. We do see some removal, but you're going to see that exact tool at the exact time?
We've seen it day in, day out so far here with the Limited, where players, they will do a lot of aggression through the early game and then just have 1 space unit. That 1 space unit, it ends up dealing like 12 damage each game or something. And this is why I love Forged Starfighter so much, but any space unit will do. You can just keep slamming in your opponent. There are so few space units you have access to, unlike Jump to Lightspeed, the complete polar opposite, where we had so few ground units you could play. But yeah, I mean, it's just kind of crazy that you can use the space as that kind of way to act as burn again.
Exactly. And obviously, while there is that ground race versus space race tug of war, when you fundamentally are forcing your opponent to say, okay, well, I can already see you are the control in this matchup, and I have a tool that I'm gonna twist this knife. I'm gonna keep it going harder and harder and harder into you. You need to find these really specific answers, and they do exist in your deck. You know, Mikhail absolutely has ways to handle this, but it's gonna be challenging. He's definitely not out of the running yet because, you know, I definitely think, you know, Grand Inquisitor Vigilance has a lot of gas.
Yeah, I think Grand Inquisitor, again, the biggest advantage he's got, he fights for the ground so well that usually that can be great. I think it's a very specific matchup where that's not a great advantage, but I will say one thing he can do, he also can put a lot of pressure on early using, as I mentioned so many times, upgrades. If he gets one of his units down and puts 2 upgrades onto it and just slams into base, he can easily win that race.
Exactly. And this is, I think, maybe something that we're going to see a little adjustment in that strategy, really planning to suit up that leader rather than some of those smaller units, recognizing that actually I do need to be able to deal a lot of damage in 1 action. Otherwise, I'm going to find myself falling far behind. But we don't have to speculate anymore. Let's go ahead and jump right into the second game of this grand final for the first ever limited regional championship in the world. Of course, the first ever for Season 1, the first ever for Legends of the Force. Lots of firsts, but the first in the world is the biggest one. And we are going to, in at most 2 more games, crown our first regional champion.
Yeah, just a little bit of insight I just want to point out. Mikhail actually coming from the same city as a player I think you may know. Nikolai Sip, who's also in the now in the I think guaranteed top cut now for the constructed event.
Yes, he is.
So now we've got 2 players doing amazingly well at this tournament, both from the same city, not just the same country, which is great to see them. Clearly, I'm not going there for my locals, I'll tell you that, because I won't be winning a game.
No. Yeah, some of these locals are getting a little bit too strong. Need to, you know, spread
out a bit.
Spread out a little bit.
Moving,
you know,
please?
it's getting a little bit too good. And here we are. We are jumping into the second game. Looks like Alvaro is happy with his hand here. Mikhail putting it right back. And one of the things I've actually been meaning to talk about while we wait for Mikhail to get set up and ready here is there's been a lot of discussion about these two different formats, about Limited, about Premier, and about the fact that we're running two separate tournaments here. But when we think about the end goal, the Galactic Championship of Season 1, you're not going to be forced to choose. You're going to have to play it all. And so I am extremely excited to see players of this caliber getting the reps in now, getting experience with Limited, performing at this incredibly high level, because we know this is going to pay off, I mean, a mere, 7 or 8 months from now?
Yeah, absolutely. You're absolutely spot on. I think a Galactic Championship being both formats is, great for the game. And just like you said, there's one thing being good, when you come into Constructed, even though it shows a lot of skill, you can just bring a deck that honestly like, nobody else is expecting. It can take you a long way. But with Limited, you can't do that. You really need to be able to master both formats, and I'm really looking forward to seeing that.
We are seeing literally the best possible opening for Alvaro here. Not one, but two of Al's favorite cards. Oh my goodness me.
I couldn't have asked for any more than this forward stuff appearing in the final. I mean, not only Snoke can play it, and I think, correct me if I'm wrong, Alvaro only runs 2.
I believe so.
I think there is only 2 in the deck, and he's got them both in his opening hand.
You know what? If I was Alvaro, I would also instantly keep this hand. This is terrifying. If he also has a 3-cost space unit, this is going to be 4 damage in space every single turn. Mikhail is going to struggle to handle these units. We know he doesn't have the best. I think we're just going to start racing.
Yeah, it's going to be a race to the death here. But I'll tell you what, Alvaro is absolutely ahead in this race. Not only does he have 4 damage in space compared to Mikhail's 4 on the ground, but he has still resources to spend this turn. He can still play something else. So far as it stands, he's ahead in the race.
Absolutely. Now, Mikhail is ahead in actions,
Yep.
so that is absolutely worth something. We do not want to ignore that. But yeah, I mean, as we're saying, here comes down the Nile Marauder. This is 4 damage on the board. We are now representing 8, which means we are representing lethal in literally 2 action phases.
It's unbelievable. How quick is this deck from Alvaro when it gets the right cards? And annoyingly for Mikhail, if he did decide to go for a slower strategy and try and trade because he can't win the race, he can't even defeat Nile Marauder. It's one of the only units in the entire set that can't be defeated on turn 2 by 4 power.
Incredible curve here from Alvaro. And again, we're going to see Mikhail going to 16 damage this turn. I mean, this is literally exact lethal. These little chunks of 4 adding up perfectly. Mikhail needs to deal with this Nile Marauder as soon as possible, needs to find a way to at least, crack this Lothcat to be able to exhaust some things, delay Alvaro's aggression. But, he's sitting, he's thinking here, he's like, what do I do? This is really, really tough. We haven't even seen a third sister activation here, but we know that Alvaro is very much in the driver's seat. I am the aggro. I am putting on the pressure. I am giving you questions. I'm asking you a lot of questions right now. 3 of them to be precise. I hope you have some answers.
Yeah, I mean, rarely. I mean, in Limited, we know in Mikhail's deck he does actually have one potential answer to this space aggro. He actually has a copy of Legacy Run in the deck.
He
so
does.
It is theoretically possible. His one space unit might save him, but he needs to draw it, and even then it might not be enough. But at the moment, I can't see it.
Yeah, I mean, and one of the challenges here is, yes, okay, you may see the Legacy Run, but how are you triggering it?
Yeah, exactly. At the moment, as it stands, he can't trigger it.
Oh, and here we go. We are seeing in the shadows. So this is a card that is not going to be familiar to many of you, but this is a card that says, give an experience token to each of up to 3 friendly units with hidden. Now, here's the crazy thing. Because I believe we played out oh, no, we didn't. Okay. I was going to say, because I believe the hidden keyword would have lasted onto the Nile Marauder. So if it had been played out with that hidden, it should also get the experience token, I believe. I guess it wasn't, but it doesn't matter, because now we're facing down even more damage in space. Just absolutely insane aggression here from Alvaro, who is just not letting up. There comes the Battle Fury. Mikhail looks at him like, brother, give me a second here.
I mean, that is ridiculous. Ridiculous. Double Forged Starfight. In the Shadows is a pretty poor card in this set. Honestly, almost no leader can make use of it. But this is one of those situations where it's absolutely bonkers. And then we get Battle Fury as well. This could not have gotten any better for Alvaro.
And then we're seeing here just the sheer power of Battle Fury. I mean, look at the damage we're facing down here. I mean, that is a 3 from the first ship. There's going to be 6 from the second. We got 4 on the ground. I mean, any 2 attacks is going to be lethal. It is literally 2 actions away from Alvaro becoming our very first regional champion in the Limited format.
Yeah, my little point about Legacy Run, it can now pop, but I think it might be a little bit too late.
And we see the shrug from Mikhail. He knows the writing is on the wall.
Yep.
Literally 2 instances of turning a card sideways. There's the first. We are coming up to the second. It is so, so close. We see the Grand Inquisitor leader deploy.
Yes.
And there we go. That is going to push us all the way up to, is this 27?
27,
It's
yeah.
27. We're one off. Sorry, one more action. One more action.
We're going to stall it one more bit longer.
One
You're going
more
to have
action.
to wait for your champion.
And
there
there
it is.
Albano is our first regional champion for the limited format, playing Third Sister Cunning with incredible grace and skill there, seeing everything he needed to. I mean, that was a masterclass in how to turn your card sideways with impunity.
Honestly, I think a lot of that, even though it looked fairly straightforward for him in the end, I think building that deck wasn't necessarily straightforward, right? You do have to recognize that Third Sister is a potentially great leader with the right cards, and honestly, that in the shadows there is just beautiful to end the game there. But I'm happy. Forge Starfighter, forging the way.
Absolutely. Al gets to take home that lovely W, his favorite card in the set, coming home and being absolutely key to winning the game. Of course, arguably the best card in the set as well. Battle Fury, what a phenomenal upgrade, being able to go straight onto any unit in space, and what a match. Absolutely incredible there to see crowned our first regional champion.
People are going crazy.
Look, I mean, you can
us
see
here.
behind. It's incredible. We have so many people who've come out here just to watch the finals. We are going to be going over to interviews with both of these incredible players very, very soon. We are just going to go and grab them and get them sat into the seat. So do not go anywhere, because I think we all want to hear exactly what these players have to say. But Al, what a phenomenal event this has been.
I mean, amazing. I've been so happy to have been able to cast this, and such a pleasure to be able to cast not only Friday and actually see the sealed and see the sort of build up in the action, but to culminate there with, I mean, it was a great match. It was very one-sided in the end, but honestly, like, to see that strategy come out, and not something we've seen that much, you know, I think it's brilliant to see. And to see space play such a big part in such a ground-focused set, I think it's fantastic.
Absolutely.
And, you know, I thoroughly enjoyed it.
No, I completely agree, and exactly. It's a pleasure and a privilege to be here with you all and just enjoying these phenomenal games. And, you know, ever since I got started with Limited only a few weeks ago with this set, I've been having so much fun with it.
Yeah.
And, you know, I hope that enjoyment and enthusiasm is infectious from the both of us.
Oh, yeah.
We love seeing these games. Look, I mean, the players are just coming out there. You can see literally that, yes, well done. Well done. Oh, phenomenal. And how must you be feeling coming off of, I mean, even Mikhail, who unfortunately lost in the finals there, he's still got second place.
Day for him. Great day for him. He's got to be so proud of his performance and how amazing he's done. You know, you're coming into this, I think everyone wants to win it, okay? But at the end of the day, a final, to me, is almost as good as winning it. You feel great, you get great prizes, you get a ton of points for the Galactic Championship
That's going to be the big thing, right?
You know, at the end of the day, winning it is a phenomenal achievement.
Exactly. 400 points to our winner, 300 points to our second place.
That's a lot
I
of
mean,
points.
that's going to be, first off, straight to #1 in the leaderboard
Yep.
for our player, for Albano, who managed to take down this whole event. Of course, we'll be tied with a couple of other players, not least of which will be our champion for Premier, which, of course, coming very, very soon.
I mean, how great is that, right? We get 2 finals in one day. That's
amazing. Absolutely sensational. And, you know, Mikkel coming in there extremely strong. I suspect both players now going to be really fiercely competing for that top 32 finish at the end of the season. And I imagine a good chunk of the way there.
Oh, absolutely. I think I'd be very surprised to see either of these players not make that at this point. I think that's a ton of points. It's going to really help them. And, you know, flights and hotel and travel to the World Championship World Qualification, I mean, what better prize than that is there?
Absolutely. And, you know, I'm personally planning on going to the Galactic Championships. I am so excited to see both of these players there as well. I can't wait to see them absolutely tearing it up in Limited. I believe it will be, what would it be, set 8 format, won't it?
Yes, indeed
So
it will, yeah.
quite a while to go still.
way to
Lots
go.
of new cards
Yeah.
for a whole new world, really,
It
with post-rotation. But that's all to come. We are just getting these players set up for these interviews. I know we all want to hear from them. But just to give you a little update about what's going to be happening once those interviews are over, we are going to be jumping into the top cut for Premier. That is going to be coming next. So we have finished round 14 grueling rounds for our Premier players, starting out with 670 players Premier. Also, not to take away from, of course, our limited 460 players, you know, over 200 players battling it out for coming into these top spots, and we are going to be getting not just the top 8, not just the top 4, but of course the finals. So 3 more incredible matches coming straight to you very, very shortly. So of course, do not go anywhere. These are the most exciting matches of the day. Well, I mean, this was probably the most exciting match of the day, but maybe the Premier Finals.
It's only going to
get
better. It's only going to get better. Absolutely. I mean, Premier Constructed, you know, there were more players for that event. I think most people really look at that event as the absolute pinnacle of competitive play here. So I'm glad that we're going to end the day with those 3 matches. But yeah, I mean, what a treat you're in for, right? For a final, a quarterfinal, a semi-final, and another final. I mean, what more can you ask for?
Absolutely, and we have been absolutely delighted to be here with you for it all. You know, every time I get back in the casting chair, or well, I suppose stand in the casting area, this spot, I remember why I love playing this game so much. It is so exciting. You know, sometimes you just get a little bit too bogged down in the competition and, you know, preparing for these tournaments and testing, and you forget to just enjoy the game. And one of the beautiful things about these events, when you're, you know, in this lovely privileged position that Al and I get to share today, is that we get to just enjoy these matches with all of you.
100%. I mean, as viewers, as players, they're having a great time, but as viewers, we are the real, you know, winners in all this. We get to just enjoy it, sit back, relax, and enjoy it all. See all the hard work these players have put in over the past few weeks and months come to a final culmination and get rewarded for their hard work, which is fantastic to see. But honestly, if after watching these games you don't just want to run away and play a limited game, play some Star Wars Unlimited, I think there's something wrong with you, right?
I completely agree.
Who doesn't, right? I want to stop now. I'm going to stop casting right now. I'm going to go play after this.
Well, no, but actually, so I believe this is your last game for the day.
Yes.
So unfortunately, we will be saying goodbye to Al for today. I'm sure we'll see you again very, very soon.
I might be too busy playing. I want to play in these events.
Exactly. Oh, well, I mean, where can we find you?
Well, I will be at the PQ next weekend in the UK, Stockport, I believe it is. So I'll be there playing in that event. So you can see me bring probably Kazuda, but we'll see. So you can follow me there. Hopefully, I'll be on stream at that time as well. But yeah, I mean, I'm sure you'll see more of me at some point.
Absolutely. Well, fantastic. I'll actually be casting that event, so I look forward to seeing Al there. But now we have an interview, so we are going to go ahead and throw it right over. I'm not done just yet, so you'll see me again very shortly. Stick around. We've got lots more games to come. See you very, very soon.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Well, we are in Spain for our first ever sealed regional championship, and how fitting it is to have a Spanish winner of the first sealed regional championships. Congratulations to Alvaro. How does it feel winning the first sealed regional and doing it in Spain?
Tenía muchas ganas de venir al regional, la verdad que me lo he estado preparando un montón, pero lo último que me he preparado ha sido donde he competido, que ha sido en el limitado, así que nada, yo venía dispuesto a jugar el Premier, tenía muchísimas ganas y se me dio la oportunidad de poder jugar el día 2 del sellado y la verdad que, bueno, estuve ahí pensándomelo, pero ahora no puedo estar más contento de la decisión que he tomado.
Of course, he's so happy, and now he's a little bit nervous, but he's so happy because he was really prepared to play the Constructed Premier event, but as soon as the round passed, he was doing well, and at the end, it deserves the decision to stay.
So obviously, in a sealed event, you don't get to choose your cards. It's all a little bit random. You sit down yesterday, you open up your packs, you see the cards you've got to work with. How did you feel when you saw the cards you had to play with at the start of the event? How good were they looking?
En cuanto abrí las cartas, me di cuenta de que, hombre, podía hacer un mazo con posibilidades, pero es cierto que yo veía mazos de gente que tenía cerca y tal, y era algo de otro rollo. Yo, en cuanto lo vi eso, pensé que iba a tener pocas posibilidades, pero bueno, lo que digo es que me emocionaba mucho el tema de ir al Premier. Entonces, el primer día me lo tomé un poco más tranquilo, más para ir probando el nivel, ir testeando un poco y bueno, pero al final se me dio la oportunidad de hacer un mazo que cubría con todas las expectativas y pude pasar de día.
For the first day, when I started to open the boosters, I have good feelings because the cards were good and I tried to combine everything. After I finished the deck, I checked that that was a good deck, but in comparison with other decks that I see on the other tables, I wasn't really sure about that. But honestly, I have a lot of options to play and different ways to get the victory, and it was awesome. And you know, I'm here.
Okay, so we'll let you go in a moment, but I have to ask. Obviously, you said you were very keen to play Constructed this weekend, to play Standard. You ended up going all the way through with Sealed. Now that you've done the entire tournament, you've gone, you've won. How does playing a regional in Sealed compare to playing a regional in, for instance, your Standard Constructed format?
Bueno, como ya he dicho, yo venía súper preparado para el construido. He estado jugando durante todo el set con el mismo mazo prácticamente. Y en el sellado es cierto que, bueno, este set ha sido el del verano, así que me he aprendido las cartas casi de memoria y es cierto que tengo buena capacidad para hacer mazos desde cero, o sea, para crear mis propios mazos. Pero el problema ha sido en el draft, que nunca había jugado draft, este había sido mi primero y no sabía bien cómo funcionaba. Y bueno, me lo explicaron los jueces y tal, y es cierto que el draft del día 2 estaba un poco más perdido, pero en el de hoy ya me sentí mucho más cómodo y creo que me he hecho un mazo bastante más fuerte.
For him, it's a very good experience because he was really confident about the Premier. He was playing the same deck for Premier during all the season, but as soon as he advanced, he know very well all the cards, and he's the last set. He's a good player, but he's a better deck constructor, deck builder. So he was quite lost in the first day, second day, because it was the first draft that he was playing in their life. After the judge explanation, everything went well, but the second one was awesome because he knows how to pick the cards, what they want, what he wants, and of course, he knows the meta and try to build the different strategies that he needs. So it was a very good experience to only play the first draft and during Saturday.
Okay, last question, nice and quickly. There's a big crowd out there. There was lots of cheering when you won. Everyone was absolutely delighted. Are there any shout-outs you want to give to friends or people that have helped you get to here?
Bueno, muchas gracias a toda la comunidad española porque es cierto que durante todo el evento, a medida que iba avanzando, estaba siendo súper apoyado. O sea, y confiaron mucho en mí, así que muchas gracias. Y luego, pues, al grupo con el que he venido, que entre ellos está mi padre, que, bueno, su papel principal ha sido quitarme toda la presión, porque me hace estar confiado. Y luego a Jorge y a Timmy, que son dos amigos también míos, que, bueno, han estado durante todo el torneo vacilándome y haciendo sus bromas, pero sé que en todo momento han querido que me vaya bien.
First of all, he wants to thank everyone, the Spanish community that was supporting him during all the tournament, asking round after round what happened, supported him, and especially his dad. That is a very special person for him, of course. And he's here, and he was removing the stress and pressure from him during the tournament and giving him more confidence. And he wants to especially thanks Jimmy and Jorge, that are two friends that are here with him, and they were making jokes about him during all the weekend about the constructing situation and everything. But at the end, they were very happy, and this is the way. This is the way.
Well, thank you very much for taking the time to speak to us. Congratulations on being our first ever sealed format regional champion. And don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen, because we've got the top 8, the top 4, and then the final of our premier event coming up very shortly indeed. So grab yourselves a nice cold beverage, but don't go anywhere. We have top 8 action coming in a mere matter of moments.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back. I am back. Don't worry. You're not. Don't let this deceive you. I've come back for a very, very brief moment. I've just popped back in now because we've just got a bit of time now before we get the top cut ready with our players for the constructed event. Thank you so much there for Ross for the interview. And thank you, congratulations to the winner there of the Limited Regional Championship, the first ever Limited Regional Championship.
Impressive job.
Absolutely. You'll never be able to take that away from you now. That you will always be the first ever Limited Champion. So what we've got for you now, coming up shortly, we've got a lovely little feature match. I thought, you know what? We've had competitive play now from the very beginning of the event, all the way up until this point. There's been so much. We've reached a final. We need some less than competitive play. So what are we going to do?
Well, we have two of one of the most famous people in the Star Wars Unlimited universe clashing it out together.
Celebrities?
You could say celebrities, yes. No one more than Ben and...
Very own Ben and Krishiv. Here we go. So we've got two players. I mean, in fairness to Krishiv, I can't give him too much hard time. He's actually a PQ winner, so in fairness to him, very strong player. We'll have to see how Ben can keep up here.
Well, the thing is, Ben was scared for this because yesterday we were already talking about maybe we need to do a caster game. And he was like, no, please don't put me against Chris. It won't come good. And he's like, okay, I guess now I have to do it.
Absolutely. And we see Krishiv, look at his face. He's ready for this. Look, he's nervous. You can see he's nervous. He absolutely wants this. He wants this more than the PQ, and I can tell you that.
Yeah. I understand that. Winning from Ben on stream, it's big.
Oh, Ben was about to rush in there with a play. Oh, no, amateur hour here. Let's see. Krishiv did have the initiative, so he started there with the Pershing on the ground. Looks like we are playing some lovely little premiere. And this is Krishiv finally. We didn't get to cast it on screen, so finally he's getting to see and play with his Kylo Tarkentown, his baby deck, his pet deck. And Ben here, I know he's a big fan of Boba Data Vault as well. Played a few games in the hotel the other day as well, so he's very happy to be playing this on stream, I'm sure.
Yeah, I've been hearing about his Boba deck the whole weekend, so at least we get to see it as well here in action on stream so the people at home can enjoy it as well.
Yeah, absolutely there. So Krishiv deciding not to use the Pershing ability there. He's just going to claim the initiative so we can try and interact with this Super Laser Technician from Ben. A classic ramp strategy. I mean, Power of the Dark Side, they're really doing a lot of work to prevent the early aggression from Ben. He is the aggro in this matchup. He's put no damage on the base of Krishiv as it stands.
Not yet. Don't worry about it, Al. It will come soon enough. Making the trade here. Well, not really.
Whoa, Ben.
What's going on?
Naughty. The Super Laser Technician cannot pop into that Pershing. He's a rubber duck. He's got no power at all. So Ben trying to pull a fast one there, I think, with Krishiv.
As you see, guys at home, we put the level of play a bit towards the lower bottom of the ceiling.
Absolutely, yeah. The bar has been lowered from the very tippy top of a final to the very bottom here. Players don't know how Super Laser Technician functions, but there you go. Ben there, I think he's probably not used to his opponent not having any power on his units, so having to just take back that attack there. Does decide to go into the base instead. And we can see here the droid missile platform, not the best play really here because Krishiv does have the Inferno 4 in space to be able to answer it. And now with an Entrenched, we've seen this so many times over the weekend with the actually strong players where they play the Entrenched on their own unit and actually fight for space here. And now Krishiv's got a lovely little trade set up.
Yeah, Krishiv has been learning a lot, so it seems, from this weekend, actually mimicking the plays that he saw on stream. He never thought about this himself, I swear, guys.
Yeah, he didn't come up with it off his own back, I can tell you that. So there, Krishiv looking very confident here, look quietly confident. Every turn we tick over, he's getting closer and closer to that Kylo Ren. Disabling Fang Fighter, though, brilliant to take off this Entrenched.
Yeah, a great play here to get rid of that upgrade that Chris just put in a lot of resources for that turn.
Yeah, he does still have 2 resources left as well on Ben's side for the General Allegiant Pride, so he will be able to do something else if he can find a way to pop this Super Laser Technician. Unfortunately for him, he hasn't had any indirect damage, which, I mean, he did have the option. He could have played the Fet Spray and popped his own Technician, decided against it. deciding to play the Fang Fighter instead. And it's kind of crazy at this stage in the game to have a Super Laser Technician that's not been defeated.
Yeah, I think it's worth here to play the Disabling Fang Fighter here because you don't want to get too much damage into your base from Krishiv here. He does decide to go for the trade there, so...
He's got some indirect damage, so he can deal it to himself.
But where is he going to put it?
Surely you pop your own Super Laser Technician here. We'll have to see.
Would be nice to get 3 resources instead of then the 2 that you can still use this turn.
Yeah, Krishiv just deciding what to do with this Inferno 4. Does he keep putting both back on top? Must be some cards that he wanted there. Ben deciding to put all the damage on Krishiv there. Not popping his own Super Laser Technician, so he's not going to be able to ramp up to Boba this turn. Although he does have a Disabling Fang in space. Although, what have I just spied in Krishiv's hand? That is a delightful little Confiscate that will be, for 1 resource, a way to answer Boba Fett leader when he does deploy.
Do you think Ben is nervous?
I think he's absolutely nervous. Sure, he's used to being on this side of the camera, not used to the fame and the glory of being on stream. Now, what are we deciding? Does it the winner of this get the other player's deck? Is that what we're going with?
Is that the thing?
Yeah, we'll go with that. So the showcase is on the line here.
I'm not sure if they know about this.
They don't need to know. There we go. Look at that. So
beautiful promo Ray here.
Absolutely, yeah. Ray coming down here. Right. So what are we going to do for Ben is to decide what action is he going to take. Now, obviously, for those who don't know, you can play the Ray out of aspect because you do control Kylo in the form of the Kylo leader. So it is nice that that card is seeing a bit more play. Didn't really come up too much. Deciding against playing the General Legion Pride there for Ben, just claiming the initiative, really wanting to get that Boba leader deployed onto the Fang, I think. But he's going to be heavily punished when the Confiscate comes out.
Yeah, he will get punished indeed, but yeah, at this part he doesn't know, right? So that would be the more optimal play, leaving 2 resources out, but I don't think he had anything in hand that could really utilize the 2 resources to full extent.
He had the Pride, yeah, so he could have played General Legion Pride, but yeah, I mean, it wouldn't have been the most impactful thing, and he possibly would have lost initiative, but yeah, indeed, the more pressure you put on, the more chance you've got to win in the game here, and he's only dealt 5 damage to Krishiv's base.
I think the pressure for Ben is already pretty high just from playing here on stream against Krishiv. So
now, Ben, are you Krish's father? Let's find out. He's got to read the card. He's got to read the
card. Do you actually play this? He's like,
yeah.
No!
There we go. So giving Ben 3 card draw there. So refilling his hand does mean, though, that the Ray is going to stick around. I think that's the right play from Krishiv at the moment. You need to make sure your opponent doesn't get ahead on tempo. Although cards in hand, it is going to mean that Ben is able to prolong this game for longer now. Something I just want to point out as well, the little flag at the top left there. Ben, Australian, as you know from listening to his voice. Although I feel like he's an honorary Brit now. He's been in the UK for a long time, lived here for quite a while. So, yeah, I think that could easily be a UK flag as well.
It's very nice of you to say, Al.
I'll accept him as one of my own. I'll allow him. If he stops talking with that accent, I will.
Fun fact, Krishiv just yelled so loudly no that I could hear it through the headsets that we're wearing, actually.
It's a good job we don't do that, or the players would be able to hear us through the white noise. I don't know if Ben and Krishiv are getting the white noise pumped into their ears. I think they probably do. We're taking this very seriously here. We don't want to give anything away.
There's a showcase on the line in the end.
Of course, at the end of the day. You've got that lovely showcase on the line. Timely intervention. So, what is he going to play with it? Inferno 4, I'm going to throw a hazard a guess at. Oh, he just showed him the Confiscate there. Did Ben see that? This is amateur hour, truly. So we see the Inferno 4 come down, able to trade with the Disabling Fang, which does mean now Ben is not going to have a target to deploy his Boba leader onto, which honestly might end up being a bit of a gift for him because Krishiv, we know, still has that Confiscate in hand.
Yeah, Krishiv, he did look a bit happy from the cards that he saw, the top 2 cards, but he's still focused. He's here. He really is here to win.
Yeah, you've got to be happy with this board state, I think, here. Pershing's still there, drawing cards, filling up your hand. The leaders haven't been deployed yet, which is great for Kylo because, again, you are going to win in the late game here. Kylo's amassing a huge number. That's a legal authority there into the discard pile. Huge number of upgrades. And the more they grow, the bigger he's going to be when he comes down. So I think Ben is in a lot of trouble here.
Yeah, not having the option to jump into a ship for Boba is not optimal to see. Ben, Krishiv here really controlling the air space because he knows this is what the Boba is going to do. We saw Ben play in the lobby more than once, so he's prepared.
Absolutely, yeah. He knows. We all know at this point what Boba does, and I must say as well, Khrushchev is going to be absolutely delighted if he does go on to win this game because he's mentioned so many times on the stream now. It's gone beyond a meme that he absolutely despises Boba. Boba jumped to light speed anyway, not as a character, but just this leader in particular. And we see Ben wasn't even able to deploy his leader, so he's really focused on getting this leader deployed out as a pilot. And it's going to be, instead of attacking on the round 5, he's now not going to attack this leader, I think, until, even if he deploys, it's like round 8.
Yeah, so the Doctor should be dead, right? Yeah, exactly. I was thinking, so one to destroy the shield, and then the other damage that comes from the leader to kill him.
So what can we do here for Khrushchev? So many options available in his
he
hand.
has so many cards. He has air units to answer the threat that Ben is
He's got 2
putting on board.
reinforcement walkers in hand as well. So he's just going to be able to slam those down in a turn's time and heal up so much. Anakin there triggering, as we know. I mean, fantastic Anakin in Kylo because you can sift through your cards in hand. You can discard them. So he drew that Ray. I mean, he actually played the Ray, it turns out. But you can just get those cards discarded into your discard pile and activate Anakin really easily. And we see that, there's the lovely Galactic Championship Anakin. Beautiful artwork there. Completely clears off the Fet's Fire Spray. And, every threat that Ben is putting down, Khrushchev is dealing with it. It's the hunting aggressor in space as well. Card you don't often see in Boba.
Yeah, I think Khrushchev also had to read it for a second just to be sure what it does. And Ben was like, yeah, go ahead, read it.
Yeah, you read my card. It doesn't change what it does. Even if you read it and don't like it, it still does the same thing. And,
sadly.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's the Darth Vader from Spark of Rebellion being discarded there from Khrushchev. Yes, indeed. Yeah, okay, there we go. And there's the confiscate. It finally comes out. Ben resigned at that point. He's like, oh, okay then. But in fairness to Khrushchev, he's had that for so many turns. He's held on to it the entire time. And yeah, Ben, unfortunately, having your leader defeated with 1 resource. We actually mentioned earlier today we had a situation where we had basically what was a 3-cost Rivals Fall. And then we had No Good to Me Dead, which was basically a 2-cost Rivals Fall. Well, we've seen the best there. We've seen a 1-cost Rivals Fall in Confiscate.
Yeah, Ben here drawing into an overwhelming barrage, but I don't think it will do that much for him.
No, I mean, the thing is here, Barrage is usually such a powerful card. I mean, it's fine. I mean, we'll defeat the Anakin if he plays it, and he is going to. But at the end of the day, that Kylo is still looming over him. And he's not actually dealt any damage to Khrushchev's base for, I think, like 6 turns now. It's been so long since any damage has come in.
Yeah, which is not what you want as Boba, right? You want to be able to get ships in the air and just start nuking them into that energy lab that is Khrushchev.
Absolutely, yeah, that's exactly right. Anyway, we do see the Hunting Aggressor. It does get to deal 2 indirect damage there, which is nice, putting a bit more pressure on Khrushchev's base. He is over a 5th of the way there, so, it's good for him. But here we go. Here's the big power play. Now, how many upgrades is he going to get? Devotion, Legal Authority, only 2, but it does mean he's going to capture the Hunting Aggressor, deal with Ben's final threat on the board, and the Devotion means that Kylo Ren's not only a huge unit on the ground, but it's also going to restore.
Yeah, it's smooth sailing here actually for Khrushchev. He basically is ready to tackle anything that Ben throws at him.
Yeah, I think really as the aggressive deck against Kylo, what you've got to do is you've got to put pressure on early. If you let your opponent get to the Kylo deploy and you haven't dealt enough damage to base, you're going to end up falling too far behind in the base race situation. I think Khrushchev's got to be absolutely over the moon here with the state he's in.
Yeah, exactly. That's a little bit of the downside of playing an aggressive deck is when you get behind against other decks that are more into the control area of the play field, it's really hard to get back into the game state that you prefer into that aggressive lane.
Yeah, absolutely. We see that Khrushchev had a second Confiscate in hand. How dirty of Khrushchev to keep Confiscates in the main deck for Ben. I don't know if he's pre-sided. I hope he hasn't pre-sided because honestly, if he hadn't had that Confiscate, Ben would have had definitely stood a shot in this game. Now, how much damage is that? We've got 5 on Kylo, 6, 7. That is enough. That's Kylo down. And Hunting Aggressor now pops back up, which is great for Ben. He's so pleased with that. Look at that.
Yippee!
You can almost hear it. Yippee, mate. He's so pleased with that Hunting Aggressor coming back now.
Whoa.
It's as if he's here in the casting group.
Yeah, exactly. Who gave him a mic?
But honestly, Khrushchev, he's not that concerned now because we've still got 2 reinforcement walkers to come down, and that is going to stabilize very quickly.
I just noticed as well that time is infinite, so I guess we're actually going to see everything.
Oh no, don't make time infinite for these, please. Somebody get a clock counter on there, please. 5 minutes, no more. Don't subject us to it anymore.
Please, Potter.
Please, Spotter, get the time changed there. We see the Darth Vader pilot being deployed onto Hunting Aggressor. Maybe Khrushchev regretting not keeping that Confiscate in hand now. If he would have had, he has the spare resource, so if he would have not rushed into resourcing it, it would have been really useful here. So I think a little bit of a misplay from Khrushchev there.
Yeah, but I think at this point of the game, he is still allowed to have some misplays. We're getting into the 7. How many resources is that? Almost 10?
10
So,
resources.
big stuff is going to happen now with 10 resources on play. And that is actually where he wants to be as a Kylo player.
Yeah, very appropriate there. No glory, only results of Khrushchev. He's not bothered about the glory. He's certainly not going to get any win in this match, but he is going to get the result. He's after that result. He wants the win. He wants the W
Ben
more
gives
than
no
anything.
glory. That's basically what you just said.
That's
Al.
exactly
Very
right,
nice.
yeah. That's like you defeat a unit in an MMORPG and you get no experience from that. Ben does not give any experience.
He's a grey unit.
Your level's too high. Oh, I'm sorry, Ben. I'm sorry.
Ben is going to watch this back and he's not going to be happy.
Yeah, we'll have to hide all recordings of this. Can we make sure Ben never gets to see this footage, please?
The moment he leaves the group's chat, you know that it's that he checked up
Absolutely,
the stream.
I think I'm not sure. Ben, I think he's trying his best. He's trying to push some damage. He's actually got less damage on his opponent's base than he has on his own here. Daring raid. Oh yeah, I think that might turn the tide. A bit of 2 damage on this 9 HP Walker.
Yeah, a little bit of damage getting in here to Khrushchev's Walker, but not really enough to do much unless something is going to crash into it from the hand, but I don't think the option is there for Ben.
No, but Ben recognises he does have to deal with this, and you see Planetary Bombardment, 2 of them in the resource row there, so no way there to try and sneak a win, anything like that. What I will say is that what it warms the cockles of my heart is that Khrushchev playing the classic OG best green base energy conversion lab. I've always been an energy conversion lab lover. I love that you get to give up 4-go HP. Ben on that dirty data vault. 33 HP. We don't need extra HP. We want fewer HP and more impact on the board.
Well, yeah, that's what Khrushchev is going for, and it's working out for him.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Donating Gunship here. General Legion Pride. I think this is the most units Ben's had at any point onto the board. So I do think that he's trying to put a bit of pressure on, but again, Khrushchev is going to, I think, stabilize pretty safely here.
I have some sad news here, Al.
Oh no.
Sadly enough, production is pulling on us to wrap up this amazing caster game. I know you guys at home were like, please, we want to see who's going to win.
How is it going to end? We'll never know.
And we will see what we are actually want to see here. We're going to a little break here so the players of the top 8 can set up, and then we're going straight into the top cuts for you guys at home.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the lovely city of Bilbao and the lovely country of Spain, where we are getting ready for the top 8 of the first regional championships of the season for Star Wars Unlimited. Taking you through this top 8 game is going to be myself, Ross, and my friend, the lovely Ben. How you doing, Ben?
I'm doing well, thank you, Ross.
Even after that game?
Even after that game,
Okay,
yes.
carry on.
I was in a good position. I was in a good position until Prishiv confiscated my leader, and then things got a little bit scary at that point. But what was important is I didn't lose. The game ended in time, so it's a draw. So I'm taking that under my belt.
Yeah, we all watched it, you lost, mate. But we were also watching Anna. That confiscate was coming a mile off. He's holding it for turn after turn after turn.
Well, I didn't know that, did I?
Yeah, we knew it. So anyway, so we got our top 8. It's pretty set. What we got is, in terms of decks, we have ourselves 3 Han Solo, all worth the risk. No Han 1, I'm afraid. 2 Grand Admiral Thrawn, and then we've got a Mother Talzin, a Yoda Sensing Darkness, and 1 Cad Bane sneaking in. But here's the interesting thing. The Cad Bane that snuck in was one of 5 11 and 3s. Now, our friend Al was right. There was an 11 and 3 that got in, but there was 1 11 and 3 that got in, 4 missed out. So missing out at 11 and 3, we had both the Sabine Wren.
Ooh.
Sorry about that. And then we had a Kira and an Iden Versio. Those were the 4 decks that finished 11 and 3 and did not make it. Cad Bane sneaking in as the lone 11 and 3, making it to there with that record.
That's really interesting there, Ross. And what we can also see is the breakdown of how these players are going to match up in top 8 as well, because we have our bracket to show you. So that lone 11 and 3 of Alec Drinkwater on the Cad Bane Town. He's got a very, very big battle on his hand up against Mikolai Wendowski on the Han Worth the Risk Energy Conversion Lab. Philip Skudelrek also on the same deck, part of the same team. He is going up against his fellow Polish player in Jakub Sokowiak. Will Ambler on Thrawn Data Vault up against Franciszek Sivak on Yoda with the Command Force base. And then Yonas Fredriksson also on Han 2, but with the Vigilance Force base this time up against Sasan Ababsi and that Mother Tolzin.
And I'm delighted. I ran into Cezanne before the last round and they told me they'd won 1 more. They think they might be in. Well, it turns out they ended up at 10 and 2. Could have guaranteed their way in with a win, but actually it looks like there was a tie there, which then got them into the top 8. So they're delighted. I'm delighted for them. 2 Han with ECL, 1 Han with Blue Force, or Vigilance Force, we should probably call it. So looks like Han 2 is the big winner, as a lot of people did predict coming into this event. 2 Thrawn, though, the only other deck that doubles up is interesting. And I'm not going to go and play any Star Wars Unlimited planetary qualifiers in Poland.
Yeah, that Han Solo worth the risk is a very capable leader. It was before the Force Throw suspension, and it looks like it's continuing to be post it as well. But that Grand Admiral Thrawn, how unfortunate. The double when defeated leader, one of the biggest winners, it looks like,
Absolutely.
coming out of this weekend with 2 of them in the top 8 there. We've got so many cool extra when defeated abilities from Legends of the Force, things like the Night Sister Warrior, things like the Owen Lars as well.
That was good.
Really, really nice abilities that you can double up with. And we're starting to see a couple of other kinds of different variations with them as well. I think we saw one yesterday where we saw a double when defeated trigger of the Cobb Vanth from set 2, which we haven't seen since Boba Command from set 2. So it's really great that cards like that are seeing a comeback in a brand new leader and a new concept.
And as someone who got to reveal that Cobb Vanth, I can assure you, I have not stopped thinking about it since it came out. But I'll be honest with you, Crate Dragon, huge amount of play. Cobb Vanth, shall we say, quite a bit less. And, you know, let's give a shout out to our Polish contingent here. Half of the top 8 coming from Poland. We got a couple of Brits in there, so that's looking pretty good. But 4 of the top 8 spots going to the Polish community. That is, I mean, clearly turning into the country to beat at least this weekend. So Yeah, if you're going to go and play over in Poland, you would better bring your A game because half of the top 8, that is impressive. We got to mix the countries here, and for one to take half of the top 8 spots, that is telling.
Yeah, very, very talented player base over there. One of them, obviously, the reigning galactic champion as well.
That too, yeah.
We'll say it time and time again, but he deserves his credit there with Philipp Skudlarek. But absolutely, definitely a scary community to watch out for with their talent and potential.
So basically, we've got half of the top cut being Polish players, and one of them isn't the reigning galactic champion. That might tell you about everything you need to know. So we have got our top 8. They are set. Turns out going with 2 losses was going to get you in. That was, as we suggested, and anytime we say this, it's never guaranteed. We are not judges. We are not tournament organizers. We are given our opinions. But it turns out 3rd loss could get you in if you were very lucky. Well, here we can see, and this is a matchup I want to see in top 8. We've got Yonas there on the left. Now, Yonas was not the top seed. They ended up as a number 3 seed, but bearing in mind they did start the tournament 11-0. I think you can kind of slow down a bit after that. And then we got Sasan there on the right, who, of course, well, the lone Mother Talzin player. And how fun would it be if Mother Talzin wins the Galactic Championships and then at the Regional Championship where everyone thinks Mother Talzin is absolutely past it, not a valid deck anymore, Sasan comes and wins the whole thing with Talzin.
Yeah, Talzin a really, really powerful leader, of course, and paired with that aggression force base. We'll get to see it plenty of times throughout this top 8. We are underway with that Grogu coming down from the Han Solo leader action and Secretive Sage out first action for Sasan, so an early force generator for some of those impactful force usage abilities.
Not too bad at all. When it attacks, it's got the force, it's got shield as well, which is great on a 2 cost. And of course, we get Grogu coming out, but with the damage, Han can play, of course, units a little bit cheaper, but you have to put damage on as they are played. Well, no worry. Grogu can take damage from your units and pass it to your opponents. So it looks like we're already getting ready for the second action phase here, and we are just moving the damage from Grogu onto Secretive Sage. Take off the shield, but it is that fallen lightsaber coming down here. That's not too shabby.
Wow, this is a card I have not seen and not played all the way back in the Grand Inquisitor with Security Complex days. I used to love this card. Put it on your damaged third brother after you've reactivated it with the Grand Inquisitor leader action. But in here, it's just making a huge 5/5 Secretive Sage that on attack is going to be able to deal 1 damage to each ground unit the defending player controls.
That is lovely. Bit of a shame you had to lose a shield, but it means that although Grogu took off the shield, isn't really threatening to take that unit off the board anytime soon. That is a big, beefy unit. I'm seeing a lightsaber theme in the last couple of hours, Ben. But it turns out we've got a love... Is that an entrenched?
It is.
It is an entrenched onto Grogu. Grogu's not really much for attacking bases anyway. Why not just give it more health and... maybe even make it a legitimate attacker.
Potentially, but I think this is more a case of provision here from Yonas as opposed to being able to do anything with attacking here. Sasan, in combination with that on-attack action, would have ordinarily been able to defeat that Grogu. Swing the 5 normally, and then on attack, you get the trigger to deal 1 damage to each ground unit the defending player controls. Grogu only has 6 HP, so it would be gone in one fell swoop there. So with Yonas stacking on the entrenched, it means it's a 9 HP unit now that's going to be able to eat a fallen lightsaber attack and eat up quite a few of these damage pings from the fallen lightsaber as well here.
Absolutely. So here we do see a swing with the Secretive Sage, but it is going to go into the base there. Still gets the damage on Grogu, so it damages all the ground units. And you got to think, how much was Yonas expecting this? Now, Talzin, with aggression, was seeing play in planetary qualifiers. There's plenty of lists out there. Oh, and it seems like we got a prediction. The people are ahead of us. Owen Lars coming down here. Such a good card here. Searches out those force units and has restore just for a little bit of good measure.
Yeah, this is a unit that absolutely Yonas will not mind having damage on. In fact, might even be able to manipulate that when defeated ability of their own here, because that Grogu with that healing and damaging effect, it's damage a unit, not damage your unit. So if in combination here with the Fallen Lightsaber, deal 1 damage to all ground units, if Sasan isn't careful here, Yonas will be able to, on the next action, move the 2 damage across from the Grogu onto the Owen Laz, defeat it, and then triggering that top 5 search for a Force unit.
Sometimes you need to search. If that's the best way to do it, then that is what you're going to have to do. There is a Chua in hand, we're seeing, that really nice Sentinel that can use the Force to lower power. But here we go straight away. It's Talzin's Assassin. And this is a fun one because when played, you can use the Force to give -3/-3, and obviously has to go on to the Grogu. You don't want to defeat Owen Lars and give your opponent the when defeated skill.
Yeah, certainly trying to put it in range within that combination play that we mentioned about earlier. But here is Chura Imwe coming to sit in front of the Grogu, playing Mandalorian cosplay for this action phase here. Protect the child, sit in front of it without a Force token, so no reduction of this incoming damage. But at the very least, it protects Grogu to be able to use that action economy with the Owen Laz on this phase.
Well, he was one with the Force was with him, but not very long, I'm afraid. Secretive Sage did take him... Oh, no. Did not take him out, it seems.
Looks like Sasan's wanting to have a little bit of a rethink on whether we're going to go ahead and attack on this action phase, or whether it's just better to actually claim the initiative here and make sure that they've got first action phase next up. Try and find some kind of hard removal of some description, another Talzin's Assassin to maybe link up to reduce the Sentinel, maybe something like a Hotshot Blaster and resources that we've been seeing for ages, Force Lightning as well, not even maybe just for a damage potential, but just to strip the Sentinel keyword away from the Chura Imwe. There's a couple of really difficult decisions that Sasan has to make here already in these early action phases. And that's top 8 action for you.
I was very surprised. I thought that action was already concluded, but apparently it was able to be rewound. It has been rewound here, and I'm not sure how much it's going to change. Now, we will see, of course, we are not untimed here. I believe it's 75 minutes we've got. So we have a longer clock. We have more time to play with, but worth noting that we are on a longer clock here. Now, we are just doing exactly the same as before. The Secretive Sage will be taking out the Chura Imwe and doing 1 damage to each of Grogu and Owen Lars, which does open up the Grogu play you mentioned a minute ago to activate the search.
Yeah, and I think you might as well go ahead and do that here as we see the restore coming in just to get that restore value.
No, it's on to Sage. Using it to take out Sage. Oh. We're not getting rid of Owen Lars. We're using it to take out Secretive Sage. It's too much of a threat right now. So now you've got your 9 health Grogu nice and clean. Sage has gone away. I like this play, Ben.
Yeah, this is really, really nice actually here. Like you say, just being able to take care of it because of the damage that was dealt in the attack with the Chura Imwe. Just being very, very conscious of the fact that while Owen Laz is undefeated is valuable, so can do the restore that the Owen Laz can provide you. We're into the phase now where Mother Talzin is going to be able to deploy on this action phase, and we know that when she does, she can cause a lot of havoc with those -1/-1s on attack. So Yonas here, damage limitation to very good value.
Absolutely it is. Hasn't been able to generate the Force yet, unfortunately. Lots of... Well, you know, Chirrut never came in and actually attacked. It just was a Sentinel and ran away again. Owen Lars, of course, not a Force user. Grogu, technically not a... Oh, it is a Force user, so you could use Grogu. But, of course, it's entrenched. You'd have to attack a unit. It's not really what you're looking for here.
Believe it should still be the Force token generated, though, for Yonas, because the Night Sister Lair allows you to generate the Force token when a friendly Force unit attacks. So... I don't believe that there's been any usage of the Force.
Oh, now here we... Well, I don't believe a Force unit has attacked, have they?
Grogu's a Force unit.
But he hasn't attacked yet, I don't believe.
Did it not? Oh, no, it used the action.
He used the action.
There
now,
we go.
However, it has attacked.
There we go.
Taken out Talzin's Assassin, and now we have the Force generated for the first time, which is important because actually Chua is in hand now, and a Krennic has hit the board for Sasan with a shield, and that's going to reduce the cost of every turn the first unit with a when defeated ability by 1.
As we're going to go ahead and see Sasan activate the Mother Tolls in leader action for the first time in this game, putting the -1/-1 onto the Grogu. And then Yonas, with the next action, looks like might just be getting in for a little bit more restore here. Might as well. It's essentially a free action with no power on the Owen Laz, and we're getting that healing off to be able to give us a little bit more time in this game, especially with Tolzien leader unit able to deploy on this action phase. Yonas will also be able to deploy Han here as well. But here, oh, maybe the Force Lightning. Yes, it is.
Oh, Force Lightning. Oh, no.
Deploy first, okay.
We are instead deploying Mother Tolzien as a leader unit before we play the Force Lightning. Of course, that does give away to your opponent what you're thinking. So if you're thinking of playing a Chewit here, you might go, well, you know what? Not sure I'm going to play my Sentinel right before a Force Lightning comes down.
Yeah, there's a couple of other options that we've got here as well. There's Power of the Dark Side available. Would just be an opportunity for Sasan here to just sacrifice the Krennic to that, not lose out on the Mother Tolzien. We do, however, also have the Poe Dameron in hand. This card has been a powerhouse since its release in Shadows of the Galaxy for aggression and heroism. On attack, being able to discard up to 3 cards from your hand, and for each card you get to choose once, just deal 2 damage to a unit or base, defeat an upgrade, or an opponent has to discard a card from hand. Oh, and by the way, it's a 6/6.
It is a 6/6. Now, you cannot double up on those effects. It is very important. You cannot, for instance, deal 4 damage or defeat 2 upgrades, but you can have up to 3 of those. You can have 1 of each if you so wish. Looks like it's mostly here just come in as a 6/6 body, though. It's awkward because it's such a good card, but rarely do you see players coming in and kind of dropping all 3 cards because you just don't have the cards available a lot of the time.
Yeah, it's very, very rare that you'll get this 3 cards and all activations of the effect. At most, you'll generally go 2 with a deal 2 damage to a unit or base, and then the opponent discards a card from their hand. Occasionally, it will be defeating an upgrade if you're going up against something like Gar Saxon that relies a lot on upgrades of those shield and experience tokens. Something like Kylo Ren as well, ECL or Data Vault to try and ping away one of those upgrades that the leader unit deploys with. But the most often you'll see is just the 1 card discarded to deal an extra 2 damage to a unit that Poe might be attacking into, or to burn the extra into the base.
Absolutely. So here we come with a very interesting card, one we don't see very often. No disintegrations. Deal damage to a non-leader unit equal to 1 less than its remaining HP. So basically, it brings something down to 1 HP remaining. Bit of a shame you don't have that Fallen Lightsaber anymore. But it does mean that any damage ping, or, you know, for instance, a Mother Tolzien giving a -1/-1 as an example.
Yeah, you took the words right out of my mouth there, Ross. I was just about to say, we have a -1/-1 already ingrained on a leader unit here. So being able to swing with the Tolzien, get a little bit of damage into the base, and deal with that very, very threatening Poe Dameron that we've just been talking about. I love the inclusion of no disintegrations for that exact combo line.
Not a card we see very often, but you can see that combo with Mother Tolzien works absolutely wonderfully. So, are we using Grogu here? Is this a Grogu turn?
We're going into the regroup phase first, so we're drawing ourselves up to 6 resources.
We were just sorting out tokens on the board. They were a bit close to Grogu, but no, we're just sorting them out and going to the regroup phase. However, it looks like are we attacking with Grogu?
No, we are going to use the healing action, it looks like here. Flipping the 3 into the 1 and doing with it. No, we are attacking.
No, I was going to say, it just did 4 damage. It wasn't Don't make me think I'm wrong here, Ben. That was right. It was an attack with Grogu. That entrenched, turning Grogu into a legit little attacker. And look, we all saw it take down the Horn Beast. We know it can when it really needs to.
Yeah, it's a really, really potent little attacker in this situation, of course. Entrenched, making it so that the unit can't attack into the bases, but it doesn't stop it from taking care of a little bit of damage onto the Mother Tolzien leader unit. Unfortunately, though, Director Krennic is going to come swooping in and ruin all of the fun. Grogu is down, but for Yonas, Tolzien now down.
Yeah, using the Han leader unit to take down the Tolzien leader unit, so lots of trading there, but essentially the leader unit's gone down, And Yonas did finally lose that Grogu, who put in a shift, quite frankly. But now we see Grand Inquisitor hitting the field. It's got Hidden and it's got Raid 1, so it cannot be attacked this turn. We saw a lot of Hidden in the final of the Sealed event just a moment ago. Well, now we got Hidden coming into Premier event, and it's a second Poe Dameron.
Oh, this is aggri for Sasan here to try and deal with a second Poe Dameron coming down when he worked so hard with that no disintegrations combo to be able to deal with the first one. Thankfully, we do still have the -1/-1 on the leader side now that it's been sent back into the leader zone. So if we can find another copy of no disintegrations, we can do the same kind of play line into actions here. Do believe maybe that the Force Lightning could also still be in hand for Sasan. We'll have to figure out through the next action phases whether it was elected to go into the resources or not. But if we do, we're getting quite high up in the resource count, and a Force Lightning to zap away a Poe Dameron doesn't feel too shabby.
That could be none too shabby. Well, we saw Owen Lars heal a bit of damage from the base there. And of course, the Grogu attack in a minute ago has left the Force with Yonas for the time being. So everything is going to become active. We're going to head on over to the resource phase, or the regroup phase here. But this is a nice start here, just with a lot of different options.
Yeah, and this looks like it is going to be the Force Lightning. Stayed in hand there from Sasan to be able to use its ability. We do control a Force unit, so we can pay the extra 3 resources, deal 2 for each chosen, and for 6, fry away Poe Dameron.
Absolutely, we can. Krennic goes down to an attack from your leader Han Solo unit, so that's off the board now. Grand Inquisitor, however, who I believe was played last turn, so shouldn't have the token anymore, is no longer hidden.
Yeah, it's not hidden any longer, but what is going to go hidden is the Han Solo leader unit, the Mother Tolzin leader action being used, burning the Force, and now Power of the Dark Side out of Aspect being played down to deal with the Grand Inquisitor, one of my favorite cards from Spark of Rebellion because of its general 3 printed cost, but here being played for 5, dealing with a dangerous unit on the board, and also, later on in the game, keeping an eye out for that Anakin.
Yeah, we'll activate the second -3/-3 from Anakin that we have already seen on stream this weekend, so it's not just an out-of-aspect removal card. It is actually a fair bit more than that. Power of the Dark Side is going to come in handy later if Anakin, Champion of Mortis, does hit the field. Right now, however, someone needs to get a big unit down, because it's a Krennic against Owen Lars right now. Oh, and just for the record, Krennic obviously won that fight and didn't even lose its shield, because Owen doesn't have any power to begin with.
Yeah, Krennic took one look at the Imperial official and said, yep, you know, you win that fight. But do you win that fight, though? Because Owen's found himself an Anakin.
And this is going to -3/-3. Who cares about shields? This shield will do nothing with an Anakin because, of course, they are eyeing up a Luke as well. But Luke,
we're going to go for it. Yeah, we're going to go with the more senior Skywalker here in Luke to get the -6/-6 when defeated. There's Power of the Dark Side.
And it comes out, takes it down. The problem I had there was that Anakin would have taken out the Krennic. We now see Chamson Dulla coming down. Thinking like that might get popped into the sideboard when we go to game 2. It's not. So it's great against decks that ramp, like we talked about earlier. It is not great against decks that don't ramp.
Yeah, interesting Chamson Dullas in the main deck here for Sasan in this event. Like you say there, Ross, generally more of a sideboard card that you'll bring into the deck when you're facing against either heavy command ramp decks that utilize Resupply and Super Laser Technician, or maybe Sasan was just expecting to see a lot of Han Solo Audacious Smuggler, which does provide that temporary ramp on its leader action there.
Well, here we go with an Anakin, Champion of Mortis. That is going to take that.
Yeah,
it does
just
take
confirming.
down Chamson Dulla. Just double checking that it is enough. It's another Power of the Dark Side.
I love this card. Vigilance Villainy is calling my name and is beckoning Anakin Skywalker over to the discard pile in that experience there. Itinerant Warrior coming down now, a really, really useful common from Legends of the Force. When played, can heal 3 damage from a base if you use the Force, but For Yonas, this is just coming down as a shielded unit here. No damage on the base, so we can keep that Force token around.
I mean, it's pretty good as a shielded unit regardless. And like you say, it's a Force unit, it's a Jedi, so you can just use that to refresh yourself with the Force token every turn, which is quite nice.
Really nice indeed, as Yonas thinks that going 4 damage into the base is pretty nice to get things moving a little bit.
Night Sister Warrior comes down. Of course, that's going to get you a card when defeated. Far more of like a turn 1 play, though, most of the time.
Yeah, Sasan really wanting to try and find some of those higher cost units like Yonas is right now with that Anakin Skywalker Champion of Mortis, the second one coming down of the game for them. The -3/-3, doesn't matter whether we have both when played abilities here. One instance we'll be able to do. The card gets drawn and we go into an Acolyte of the Beyond.
Yeah, one we saw again in that sealed final quite a lot, but here we go, no disintegrations. Going to bring Anakin down to 1 HP remaining, and, well, you don't have Talzin's ability. Oh, wait, no, you do have Talzin's ability here. So, yeah, that's what we're going to do. We're going to see the same thing we saw before.
No, we don't. We don't have the Force token, so we can't use it. On the leader side, you have to have the Force token. And this is one of the drawbacks that you find sometimes with these decks and leaders that are a little bit more Force reliant. I was speaking about it to a couple of players at the Sheffield Planetary Qualifier, the limited event last weekend, and they said that while some of these leader units are amazing, like Obi-Wan Kenobi, Grand Inquisitor, for example, you need the Force to be able to activate them. So if you're in game states where you just don't have either a Force unit in general or an active Force unit on the board, you're sort of playing an action or two behind because that leader is essentially just a blank piece of paper.
And that is unfortunately where we are right now. There's no way to generate the Force on Sasan's board right now. We're not going to do it. You know, even Acolyte of the Beyond, it's on attack and when defeated. Oh, but it has been defeated. And that's during the... So now it presumably could. We could see Mother Talzin using the Force and getting rid of Anakin. I was worried that the Acolyte wouldn't be taken down for that exact reason, but it has been. Force is generated. Now a Grand Inquisitor hits the board. It's hidden, but a Cheward comes down, and we've got a Sentinel. Things happening thick and fast here in our top 8, Ben.
Yeah, going really, really quickly here. And Sasan looking like maybe motioning that there's a answer to that Cheward in where it's going to be to give a Fallen Lightsaber onto the Grand Inquisitor, but that walks straight into Fell the Dragon to remove it. Sasan now activating the Talzin leader action, getting that -1/-1 like they set up for, and replacing Grand Inquisitor now to make sure that we have at least some presence on the ground arena going into this new action phase.
Absolutely. It's so awkward. If you don't put the Fallen Lightsaber on, you don't actually become powerful enough to be a target for Fell the Dragon. But it's just one of those things. You get a second one down, you don't have the Fallen Lightsaber, and that means that the Itinerant Warrior is able to just trade with it. They both go down, but that's all right, because Grand Inquisitor went down, and that was what you were hoping for.
Oh, we've got the sun coming down. The beautiful prestige version. The 7-cost 6/8 that while the Force is with you, each friendly unit gets +2 power. So the Force not with us right now, so the sun is still just a 6/8, but as soon as the Force is generated, it will pop up to an 8/8 as Yonas here utilizing the Force with the Kiadi Mundi to draw 2 cards.
Yeah, Kiadimundi here, drawing 2 cards. One of the best cards, I think, around right now. But the sun has already set. We don't have it. Fell the Dragon took it down. Now we get an Owen Lars coming in, being played with your leader skill. Yaddle has also hit the board. And look at the board disparity here between Yonas and Sasan. It is not close.
Yeah, Yonas has gone very, very wide here now and gone the more traditional game plan for this Han Solo Force Vigilance-based deck. Gone very nice and wide. A lot of scary units on the board right now, especially with that turret as well. The Force is back with Yonas, so we'll have access to that power reduction effect that you can activate with the turret when it does go ahead and get attacked here. But Sasan gonna play down the General Grievous here. But just a 4-4 for 3 right now, and ignoring the aspect penalty on each lightsaber upgrade that you have on this unit. I'd love to see some lightsabers attached here and be able to get that on attack ability active.
Downside, there's only 2 fallen lightsabers in the deck, and they've both already been played. There will be no lightsaber. There will be an Anakin Skywalker Champion of Mortis, but of course, Sasan isn't getting the double hit off the ability like Yonas is, so all we get is a -3/-3 to Chilwell, who does survive for the time being, and then Poe Dameron comes back. That's Poe number 3, right?
Yeah, that is all 3 copies of Poe Dameron and a Cassian Andor out of the resources as well with Smuggle. And with that, Sasan says, yep, I've had enough. Yonas has gone far too wide in those late game stages. Game 1 to Jonas Fredriksson.
Yeah, Yonas takes game 1 just like he took the first 11 games of this tournament, and now up 1-0 in this top 8, and it's going to be very interesting to see if anyone can take him down at this point. Yes, I know he took, you know, a loss or 2 late on in the tournament, but you're getting to the stage now where, you know, bearing in mind, Yonas won our previous regional in Lille. We've had 1 regional, Yonas won it. I kind of love the storyline of having 2 regionals and they're both won by the same player, and everyone else in the room is like, regionals are impossible, and Yonas is walking out at the end of the day being like, I don't know what everyone's worried about. These regionals are so easy.
Yeah, it would be some serious feat if Yonas was able to take a victory here. Let's have a look at the decks now as well. This is Yonas here. We're going to focus predominantly on the side deck here while the players are going and sideboarding. Chamsindula for the ramp star matchups, like I said earlier with Sasan, not necessarily going to be helpful here. The extra crate dragon?
Get it in.
Maybe.
Get it right in there. Get it straight in the deck. Free crate dragon. Let's go, Ben.
Well, we've got 2 in there as well, so the third maybe a little bit on the greedier side.
You know what's better than 2 crate dragon?
A third?
Free crate dragon. Carry on.
Well, we'll see. As Avenger also in the sideboard, not necessarily for me, in my opinion, either. We had enough 1-for-1 removal throughout the course of that game. Confiscate, you have seen upgrades in the deck, so I don't mind the idea of bringing in the Confiscates to help deal with those fallen lightsabers. And then Grenade Strike is a really cool one. Deal 2 damage to a unit. You may deal 1 to another unit in the same arena. Might be able to just help you fix some of that Grogu maths in the game.
Also, fun little combo there with no disintegrations. I know we have the idea of Mother Towels in to get that last kind of HP removed, but certainly if you bring something down to 1 HP remaining, then Grenade Strike, you know, the residual damage there could go and get it. So, not saying you will, I'm just saying it's a fun combo I would enjoy.
Certainly so. Well, let's see if we can take a look at what Sasan might be working with as well.
Sorry, I was in the wrong deck there. Ignore everything I just said.
Or don't, because there's Grenade Strike there as well. So you're actually an incredible predictor there, Ross. We do have that opportunity for Grenade Strike to, like you say, fix some of that Tolzin and no disintegration maths.
And in this deck, I like the idea of bringing it in for the reasons I just said when I definitely was talking about the correct deck. So, we've also got 2 more, just 2 Kiadimundi there, which of course is out of aspect with it being a heroism card, but the draw is absolutely fantastic. A third Anakin. I do feel very confident that 2 Chams and Dilla are coming out of the deck. They are not that good in this matchup. Question is, what do you bring in instead? Because there is an argument, well, it's still a decent 4-cost unit. What have I got in the sideboard that's better at that cost? Maybe nothing.
I like Fang Fighter here because you've seen Entrenched being put on the Grogu to try and deal with that Fallen Lightsaber Secretive Sage combo in the first couple of action phases of Game 1. So I like the idea of bringing that card in. There's also the possibility you could run into some more upgrades. We know that Hotshot DL44 blasters are running everywhere in the format right now. Whether you can play them on aspect or not, the ability to be able to attack with a unit straight away in one action after attaching from Smuggle is just far too valuable. So I really like the sound of that.
Well, it looks like we are off and rolling in Game 2. We've got Yonas with Han Solo from Shadows of the Galaxy on the left. We've got Sasan with that Mother Towzin from Shadows of the Force on the right. And now we are in that precious phase where you draw 6 cards 2 become resources, 4 go into your opening hand. Now, Yonas has decided and put down the resources. For Cezanne, looks like they're going to go for a little bit of a mulligan.
Yeah, you could see the little facial reaction that they made as well as Sasan weren't too happy about what they saw off the top 6 cards. They're going to take that once a game at mulligan to reshuffle, redraw your 6, but you are stuck with that for the remainder of game 2. And for Sasan, this is a big, big game here. They need to win this to bring it down to a deciding game 3 and keep that dream alive of qualifying and advancing into the semi-finals tonight.
And then weirdly, there's a Crate Dragon just kind of sitting there in front of those soft cases. I'm not entirely sure why. Because
I think they knew you were on the microphone. I think that's what it was.
I mean, I'm loving it. I want to play a deck with 50 Crate Dragon, honestly, and then lose because I haven't got anything till my 9 resource turn. But never mind. We are off and rolling, and both players have, well, they've copied each other. We got Secretive Sage on both sides here. But it looks like Yonas is showing an Owen for some reason.
I think he's trying to see here about whether they're going to be able to continue into the first action phase. I think there was just a quick double Secretive Sage between each player, then a claim and a pass to ready to move on to the regroup phase. I think Yonas is just trying to confer whether there was the opportunity still to play the Owen Laz with the Han Solo leader action, or whether it is now too late and we've entered into the regroup phase. So I think there's going to be a little bit of a discussion here on the table with some of the judges while they try and figure this out. But Secretive Sage mirroring Secretive Sage, that's a pretty cool opening there.
It's a pretty cool opening, but I did see Yonas then turn that Han back. And now it seems like there's a little bit of a conciliatory discussion happening.
Yeah, we'll figure out exactly what the situation is between those two players here. I think it is going to be about whether we've got the opportunity to use that action. But while they sort that out, we're going to be back here and can maybe just try and bemuse a little bit about post-sideboarding, how these decks are going to interact with each other here.
I think the thing here is, if you're Yonas, you're feeling very, very, very confident. You had a blistering start to the tournament, you won the first regional, and that game 1 went how you liked it. Sasan and the Talzin deck didn't really do all that much in the end. It was quite one-sided when we got down to it. You did play the control game a lot better, and, you know, you've got your aggression, but it seems like we are done. I'm not seeing an Owen Lars on the field, however, Ben. So I think that does mean we might, unfortunately, be skipping that. And here we go. We're into the second phase. We got a fallen lightsaber, and it lasted less than 1 second.
Yeah, I called it perfectly in that sideboard chat. The confiscates do make their way in from the sideboard. You saw those fallen lightsabers in the early action phases out of Sasan. So let's immediately ignore that value that you can generate, get rid of it, and make our Grogus and other units later on that will come in damaged from the Han Solo leader action have a little bit more life to them.
And we have lost the shields on both the Secretive Sages, unfortunately, but that's okay. They are still sitting there for the time being. Owen Lars finally does hit the board from Yonas. Maybe a turn later than initially planned, but at least it's there for now. And now we're seeing what else we got there. Talzin's Assassin giving -2/-2 to the Secretive Sage, which will, of course, remove it from the board.
Yeah, Talzin's Assassin, such a fantastic card in both Sealed and in Premiere as well. That ability to give the -3/-3 when you use the Force, and so easily earnable when you lead off with that first action phase of the Secretive Sage. But now for Yonas, they're going into that advantage game already at 4 resources. Poe Dameron hits the board thanks to the Han Solo leader action.
And again, you got that choice of whether you want to discard cards from your hand, whether you want to activate any of those skills. Of course, 2 damage would be enough to take down a Secretive Sage, but keeping cards in hand for the time being, just attacking into base for nothing, but does get the restore at the same time. So that means we can head on over to the regroup phase. You draw 2, and if you want to, you can put one down as a resource. Have you seen something, Ben?
Yeah, I have seen something. It's just been pulled to the front of the hand for a second there for Yonas as well. Leading off on the point that you made about the cards in hand being really important for that Podameron effect, it looks like Yonas has found a Chiadi Mundi that he'll be able to play, use the Force, and draw 2 cards. There's also, it looks like, at least one copy of Power of the Dark Side that we want in the discard pile to be able to funnel into Anakin, Champion of Mortis, in the next action phases of the game. So we've got a really easy discard outlet, and we've got a really easy refuel outlet there as well in the form of Power and Chiadi Mundi.
Well, the Chiadi Mundi is important because Sasan last game didn't have a way to get the double Anakin, Champion of Mortis. Does now with Chiadi Mundi if that gets into the discard pile. We do see that the Thousand Assassin is able to take out that Poe. So Poe's down, which is good. Thousand Assassin, unfortunately, also down, which is less good. And now we are resting a bunch of resources for Power of the Dark Side, played out of Aspect, taking down that Secretive Sage. But again, it's not just playing it out of Aspect for the regular effect. This is how you double up on the Anakin later on. So Yonas already should be able to get the double -3/-3. Sasan is going to be able to try and discard that Chiadi Mundi to get that work in.
Yeah, well, Podameron's now in the discard pile as well now from the trade in with the Tolzon's Assassin. So you do have the heroic aspect and
Yonas
now the
is good. Yonas has pair of them.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's what I was saying. Yeah, we're good. You've got both of them there. Sasan is hoping to try and maybe match that in a moment. For now, Owen's just kind of like wandering around the board by himself, farming a bit of moisture, but there should be some big battle going on around him, and right now, just a quiet moisture farmer going about his day.
Yeah, he's just living his peaceful best life in Tatooine right now, and then all of a sudden, Director Krennic is going to come knocking on his doorstep.
Which he does, to be fair, which is a bit mean, but maybe Han Solo can come and save him. We've got Han Solo coming out here, and looks like we're going to go straight into Krennic, but of course, the shield saves him.
Yeah, really nicely worked here between the two players as we have the opportunity to use that -1/-1 Talzin effect now on the leader side. We now can go ahead and get ready to deploy Mother Talzin at the 5 resource action phase. One of the most interesting aspects about this matchup is that you do have that matching resource phase there between the two leader units, as it's not going to be Director Krennic that's going to scare Owen Laz away. It's going to be the Mother Talzin.
And that means that you get to search the top 5 cards of your deck for a Force unit. What are we getting? One of the absolute best Force units in the game. It is your Luke Skywalker.
Yeah, this is very, very scary here. Almost quite sort of can't remember what the word I'm looking for is, deceptive here in terms of the aspect combinations that both players are playing here. With the way that Yonas has been approaching this matchup, it's almost felt like that he's the Vigilance Villainy player and being the one that's a bit more controlling here. He's been throughout these phases just picking away at Sasan's units, keeping control of the board while trying to get a little bit of value engine and still going up towards that late game. Whereas Sasan has tried to go a little bit more wide here, and even wider still, with Karis hitting the board to end the action phase.
Well, Karis has come down here. This is the -2/-2 when defeated, as long as you use the Force, of course. So things like Karis, Mother Talzin, and Talzin's Assassin all coming down, given that reduction in stats. When you start combining some of those, it gets pretty tasty indeed.
Certainly does, as we're going through into the regroup phase right now. Yonas has the initiative token, so is going to have first action going into this next phase. But Sasan has the board presence with Talzin leader unit, Karis, and the Director Krennic on board. First action, though, is going to be using that Chiadi Mundi to draw 2 cards using the Force. And we've drawn double legendary here for Yonas with Champion of Mortis Anakin and the Grogu.
Very nice indeed. Of course, this one is just a card we see generally in Jonas's decks, not played out of Aspect. And if you're playing aggression and heroism, I personally think this is one of the best cards around right now. The draw power is hard to turn down. Krennic here is just going to swing into base for 2, finally stopping the fact that both bases were actually completely undamaged for a minute. And then it's over to Yonas, who is eyeing up Grogu, but there's other stuff there. We've got Luke, we've got Anakin. who are we gonna have a play with here?
Well, Yonas looks like he's declared the pass action here, and Sasan is immediately going to pounce.
Darth Tyrannus comes down with ambush if you've got the force, which you do, and shield. So you take down the Kierimundi, but you don't take anything back. You just lose your shield.
Yeah, such a great combination play that you can use with that Darth Tyrannus in pretty much any villainy deck, as long as you have that kind of force package included. Grogu, that was being eyed up earlier on in the phase, is making its way onto the board via the Han Solo leader action. But it feels like here in Game 2 that Sasan just has a little bit more control of the game here. We're seeing the Mother Tolzin taking care of the Grogu thanks to its attack and the -1/-1 on attack ability as well. Karis getting in for some damage, and still Sasan now with a wide board. But Anakin, Champion of Mortis, looks like it could be very, very tasty indeed.
It does. Now, we've actually ended up with a kind of a reversal from what we saw in Game 1. Right now, Sasan is ahead in terms of damage on the base, and Sasan is ahead in terms of board position here, getting a bunch of units on the board. To right now, Yonas actually has nothing out there ready to go. So trying to turn this around, making a good go of it for now, but we know the swings we can see with things like Poe Dameron. And look, if we get to 9 resources, Ben, that's when my boy Crate Dragon comes out. And if we see Crate Dragon hitting the board, things are going to change. I know we're way away from that yet, but when you're playing against these aggression decks, anytime we go a tiny bit long in the game, that is rearing its head. I want to say one of the best game-ending cards in the game, but I think that might be unfair, might be the best. I went there.
Yeah, okay. I mean, well, I'll make a point in a moment as we're getting back into live action here with the top 8 quarterfinal as well. The difficult thing that you can have, especially with this deck for Mother Tolzin, is that there are some really easy workarounds against something like Crate Dragon. There's so many low cost and value units in the deck that you can just pile out things like, say, Krennic, Karis, Night Sister Assassin, and you're not taking too much damage from the Crate Dragon effect. It's not like you're then going ahead and dropping, oh, okay, here's, the Sun, here's a Devastator, here's, a Crate Dragon on my own. There's going to be a handshake extended here, though, between the two players.
I don't believe we're talking end of the game scenario here. I think that was whatever we just cut away for. So something is happening. There is discussions going on. We will get confirmation. When we know backstage what's going on, we will let you guys know. Clearly no bad blood between the players. They're very friendly. They're shaking hands. That didn't look like a end of game concession, though. That looked like kind of a friendly kind of like a handshake, high five,
camaraderie.
Yeah, that's what's I can't remember what it's called. It doesn't really matter, but I want to know.
Dapping it up.
Okay, literally anything but that will do. But either way, yeah, we had a little show of camaraderie there. We are trying to figure out what's going on. When we get word, we will tell you. And you don't think Crate Dragon's going to stick. I'm looking forward to a couple turns when it could come out. But right now, Sasan is in a much better position than they were in Game 1. Game 1, they never really looked like they had much of a shout. And yet in Game 2, things are working far, far better.
Yeah, and that could be for a mirage of reasons. That can simply be because you've had one of those awkward hands and one of those awkward starts to kick off a game. Your opponent has just raced away. We've said already throughout the course of the day about the pure advantage game that Han Solo worth the risk can generate because you're paying out these units for a lower printed cost thanks to the leader action. So that could be just one of it. A second could just be that we had an opportunity to draw every single answer that we needed from Yonas. But ultimately, card games are card games. There's that element of unpredictability about it. You have to be able to draw all the right things at all the right times. And at the moment, Sasan has been able to draw enough and engineer those cards enough to make sure that they are in the driver's seat in this matchup at the moment. It could all change by the course of 1 or 2 action phases, but right now, Sasan feels like he's in a comfortable position.
And let's not forget, the sun came down in Game 1. Now, when the sun came down in Game 1, it got removed very quickly, but also it didn't really do very much. When the sun really shines, I didn't mean that, but I'm quite proud I did that. When it's really good, it's because you've got a bunch of units on the board, the sun comes down, you've got the force with you, which is important, and all of a sudden you've got 2, 3, 4, 5 units that are all buffed up by 2 power, which is an extra 6, 8, 10 potentially thrown into the base right now. The sun can actually be another really good game-ending play when you can play it and immediately get a lot more damage on the board. So that's where we are right now. Looks like we're having a little bit of a rewind in the game. We're going to rewind the game state just a little bit here, get back to where we're comfortable. Some things happen. It doesn't really matter what, honestly. We will figure it out and get back to the game as soon as we can.
Yeah, absolutely. So while we're doing that, let's maybe see if we can take another look at the top 8 bracket for those of you that missed it tuning in earlier and see what other decks are still currently in top 8. So we've got Mikolai Wendowski up against Alec Drinkwater, Han Worth the Risk with Energy Conversion Lab, as opposed to what we're seeing from Yonas with that Vigilance Force base. They're up against Alec Drinkwater on the Cad Bane Tarkin Town. No result from that one there. Philip Skudelarek, the reigning Galactic Champion, also on Han Worth the Risk with Energy Conversion Lab, up against one of the 2, yes, that's right, 2 Thrawn Data Vault decks that are in the top 8 at the moment. That is Thrawn How Unfortunate, the Vigilance Villainy leader. We've got Will Ambler and Franciszek Sivak there. Another Thrawn Data Vault up against Yoda with a Command Force base. And then our feature match at the bottom of the bracket stead there, Yonas versus Sasan. A couple of really, really interesting matchups as well that looks like it could point towards in the semi-finals. I'd be very interested to see Thrawn Data Vault up against Mother Talzin on an Aggression Force base. That could be really, really cool.
That could be very, very cool. We could also end up with a mirror match up on the top half there, because if we have, you know, Mikolaj winning and we have Philippe winning, well, all of a sudden, now we've got both the Han 2 Energy Conversion Lab going straight into that top 4 bracket. And there's always a chance if Yonas comes through, we could have a near mirror match in the final with the 2 different versions of Han 2. I don't think it's quite like it was when we casted the sector qualifier in Liverpool, and that was right before the suspension of the Django Fett leader, where there was a lot of Django.
There was a lot of Django, but importantly, that event wasn't won by a Django. It was won by Alistair Grant on Bosk Vigilance, which came out of nowhere.
That was a very fun tournament, everyone. And to be fair, it was horrendous in terms of the amount of, you know, Django we had, but it was wonderful in terms of the ingenuity of some of the players to go around that problem of, okay, it's just going to be this over and over. So it looks like we are getting ready to go back to the game here then. We are ready to carry on, and we've got Sasan on the right with Mother Talzin, and we've got Yonas on the left with that Han 2 and the Force Vigilance base.
It is indeed. So it looks like everything is back and ready to go. We have the Grogu back on board now as well. And it's going to first action immediately heal itself up for 2 damage and take care of the Director Krennic with its damage redirection action.
Always nice when you can use Grogu to both heal and take out your opponent's units. Double duty feels good. Darth Tyrannus here is going to attack just into base for 4, which is not too shabby. So now we're up to 11 on Jonas's side, but it looks like we're getting ready for an Anakin, Champion of Mortis, with the double -3/-3, and that's going to be enough to put Mother Talzin back on the back line where apparently Yonas thinks she belongs.
Yeah, getting both of those abilities activating. They are, of course, separate of each other, so if you wanted to target 2 individuals, you can go with one -3/-me on one and the other onto a different unit, but here, stacking them on top. But it might have gotten a little bit worse here for Yonas because the sun is rising again.
It is indeed. So a quick rundown of what happened. Turns out Grogu should have been hidden and was attacked, and then players drew and resourced for the next round. But it was actually quite easy to take round. There was only one. There was no legal unit to attack. So what happened was the damage just got redirected to the base, and then they put Grogu back into play, and we carried on with the game. The Sun, however, has set again. Instant removal there, just like in game 1. That is too good of a unit to leave in play, and Yonas is not going to leave it there.
Yeah, it looked like Fell the Dragon there to be able to take care of it, and it needed to be dealt with as well because Tyrannus and Karis both having that force keyword, so both being boosted by the banner +2 power effect of the Sun. So priority number 1 there, correctly identified from Yonas, remove that unit from the board, and the Fell the Dragon able to do so.
Worth pointing out, the Sun boosts all of your units. As long as the force is with you, all of your units get that +2, which is, I mean, I wouldn't leave it on the board, frankly, Ben.
Yeah.
My opponent played it against me. I would be looking for any excuse to get that right back out the door. And, you know, credit to Yonas. In both games, the Sun has come out. And in both games, Yonas has been like, nah, mate, I am not letting you get away with that.
Yeah, it's very seldom that we get to see those banner effects, I call them, because they provide a blanket banner of a boost across units in Star Wars Unlimited. One of the most popular that springs to mind is Victor Leader in the Darth Vader pilot deck that you get to see the opportunity for. So here, rightfully identifying that there's too much value in it and dealing with it, similar to the Karis, it looks like here, because that is now going to go ahead and go down. So Sasan here, from that wide board state that they initially had, once again, Yonas has wrestled some control over it.
Has indeed. Force Lightning has just come down and taken out Anakin Skywalker, which honestly very fitting canonically. And now here comes Owen coming to do some moisture farming, played with the Han Solo effect. So that means that it comes in with damage on, but that is, of course, now just a pool of damage that Grogu can use to, well, turns out, throw onto...
Well, we're using the -1/-1 here.
Ah, on the Talzin. There we go.
Yeah.
Thank you, Ben. So now that goes away, and that pool of damage never got used.
Yeah.
Well, kind of did, I suppose.
Well, it got used for the better, I think, in all honesty here. I think that's the biggest reason why Yonas has decided to play Owen Laz for the free resource cost as opposed to being able to use the Han Solo, as their Power of the Dark Side from Sasan dealing with the Grogu here. Yonas valuing the Chura Imwe that we left open resources for from the search of the Owen Laz here. That was the line that I was going towards there. Being able to play it for free means that you give the opportunity to say, okay, use your Mother Talzin leader action on this Owen Laz. I've still got 4 open resources open here, and if I can hit a Chura, an Itinerant Warrior, something like that, I'll play it down and get immediate value this action phase.
Absolutely, and it did work out rather nicely indeed. So it seems like we've got Darth Tyrannus on the right. We've got Chira Imwe on the left. We've got 19 damage on Jonas's base, none on Sasan's base, but Chirrut there straight away goes and takes out that Darth Tyrannus. Takes 4 damage back, but that is not enough to remove it from the board. Will, however, open up a potential Mother Talzin play next phase.
Yeah, it has to be next phase with there no force token being generated, or we can just champion a Mortis and take care of it. We don't need 2 -3/-3 stacks for it. 1 will simply be enough. Power of the Dark Side in response there from Yonas, though, to go again with this 1-for-1 removal that is very unheroism-like, if I do say so myself.
It's very unheroism, but it is working beautifully. Now we see a Yaddle and a Secretive Sage go and hit the board, and it seems like, I don't know, you kind of feel like the game might be turning here. This might be the point where Yonas starts going, look, I can restore with Yaddle for what it's worth. All my other units also get restore now with Yaddle, or, you know, each of my Jedi units, which honestly aren't that many of them, sadly, but still there's some of them. And then you can start building up your board and going from there. Sasan needs to establish something because the control has been working from Yonas.
Yeah, and this is sort of how things worked a little bit, minus the little fight back in the mid stages of the games that the Sasan has had here in Game 1. Yonas was very deliberate in making sure that Sasan did not have units on their board for more than 1 or 2 action phases before finding some kind of answer. And here now, with the Yaddle attacking into the base, getting that first damage on to the Fortress Vader, getting some restore, but here comes a very big size trouble in the space arena, the Devastator coming down, and this is important because all the indirect damage from the when played Sasan can assign.
Yeah, that's what's good. It's here. If you're playing indirect damage, it's wonderful. You get to assign it all. But you do get 4 when it comes in, and then it can be immediately assigned. So it does 4, and it looks like Sasan is going to take game 2 there. He gets too far ahead. We're at 1 game each. Look at the emotion from Sasan. Was not happy about dropping game 1, but comes back, takes game 2, and now we're heading into game 3 in our top 8 of this Bilbao Regional Championships. And Ben, it kind of feels now like it could go either way.
Certainly so. We always love to see these game 3s, these deciding factors between the 2 players. The passion there from Sasan, but the control from Yonas. Look at his body language. He looks just completely unfazed here, thinking, okay, I've dropped 1 game in the set. I've dropped games in the set throughout the entire weekend, but I believe in my capability. I believe in myself as a regional champion from season 0 that I know my lines. I can get through this Mother Tolzin and I can advance on to top 4.
And worth noting, of course, we'll be starting game 3 with the initiative, which is a pretty big deal. If you're going to lose, if you're going to go 1-1, win game 1 and lose game 2 so that you get the initiative going to game 3.
I do just want to stop here because it does look like there are, okay, well spotted from the judge there. There were cards that were flipped the wrong way round while Yonas was shuffling there. So very well spotted from our table spotter there, because that could have been a very, very scary thing to have run into. But just being sorted now before we get too far and prepared for game 3.
And worth noting that sideboarding is not just an after game 1 scenario. You can sideboard again. Now, a lot of the time, you'll see a lot more sideboarding after game 1 because essentially you know your sideboard, you know your matchups. So game 1 happens and you go, right, okay, what do I not have for this matchup that I wish I did? But that doesn't mean something can't happen. And certainly it looks like Sasan might have had a little bit of a cheeky sideboarding now, or at least been considering it.
Yeah, always worth just a little consultation at the very least. Between games 1 and games 2, there might have been some extra information that you've picked up, some extra cards that you didn't see in game 1 that you see in game 2 and think, okay, I have an answer for that, or I think at least I have an answer for it in my sideboard. Let me just double check. Let me take the time to do my diligence and make sure I am happy with the 50 cards that I am about to do battle with for what will, in this tournament, for one of these players, be the last time.
Yeah, one of these players will be exiting with a top 8 finish, which, let's face it, is still a phenomenal finish. But one of our players is going to be heading on into the top 4 of the regional championships here in Bilbao. So we draw opening hands. If there's no mulligans, we can get going well quick. If there is a mulligan, well, maybe we have to wait for a minute, and that's okay. So, looks like Yonas is happy. We have an opening hand with which we can work. Sasan there is just going to have a little bit of a think, try and figure out, is that what I want to be rolling with, or do I need to take a few minutes?
Yeah, and the beauty of the top cut stages as well, with that time extension up to 75 minutes to complete the best of 3 as you head to the top cut stages, is you do have just that, Ross. You have time on your hands. You have the little opportunity to take a couple of extra moments, really think through everything that you want to do. And now, with that consideration made, we are underway in game 3. Double shielded units on action phase 1 with Sage and Krennic, but using the leader effect here to get that Owen Lars down as well on action phase 1.
So both players get a shielded unit coming in, but we get the second unit from Yonas because we've got the lovely leader skill. Worth noting, if we were playing in Swiss here, we would be all but out of time. So the extra clock really coming in clutch here. Looks like we're on the free resource turn now, and we are heading into the action phase. And Sasan is going to play that Grand Inquisitor. That came out pretty early this game.
Yeah, very, very strong card, especially if you can find it in these early game stages. It is a force unit as well, so it's a way for Sasan to be able to generate that force token for the Talzin leader action, turn after turn after turn. But here, most importantly, it's got that hidden keyword, so Yonas can't immediately just crash into it with the Sage and or with the Owen Lars. And it's got Raid 1 as well for when Sasan wants to try and turn it sideways.
We did see it. It seems like Krennic there went into the Owen Lars, and that, lost its shield but did take out Owen. But that is going to activate that when defeated skill to look at the top 5, find a force unit and reveal it. always worth remembering that the rest of the cards from a search like this go to the bottom of your deck. What that means is they are probably not coming back, so whatever you don't pick, you know is largely unavailable for the rest of the game. What isn't unavailable, Cassian Andor.
Yeah, and importantly as well, to follow on from that point, the cards go back in randomly. So it's not like you can reorganize them into a situation where if you do see those cards again, you can put them in an order that you would like to see them or what you think would be most to least impactful as the game progresses. It is completely random. You have to give them a shuffle up before they return to the bottom of the deck. So while you may see those cards again as the game progresses, not in the order that you would maybe be looking for.
No, absolutely. Well, Secretive Sage is going to be taken out here by Grand Inquisitor over on Sasan's side. And that's, you know, one less unit to worry about. I was going to say, if there's 4 on there, we've got bad news for you, Sasan. He's going down, but it's not. It's just 2, or it was just 2 until Cassian Andor, who, of course, when played with Smuggle, comes in ready.
Yeah, it was played in the last action phase just for the printed 3 cost here. And Yonas saying, I'm not letting you have that raid go unchecked for action phase after action phase, as well as that easy generation of the Force. And what it does here as well for Sasan is it puts him in a difficult predicament here. You can either go in with the Krennic or, in fact, go and completely ignore the point that I was going to make about either going in with the Krennic or using the Tolzien leader action here and finding 1 more damage. Tolzien's Assassin comes down to completely deal with the remaining HP on the unit.
That'll do nicely. Use the Force, give a -3/-3. That'll do. And now we see Poe Dameron being played out here using Han's skill. And that has been, well, it's been a bit of a menace this game. But by the same token, Sasan has been dealing with it pretty quickly and pretty readily. It's not been sticking around for very long.
Yeah, that combination of no disintegrations and the leader action being one of the best ways that Sasan has had. Also on this board state right now with the initiative token and with only the 1 unit on the board, we could just go ahead and use the power of the dark side, but instead taking the trade in 1-for-1. Tolzien's Assassin takes care of Poe Dameron. Now here comes the Han Solo leader unit, and all of a sudden that power of the dark side looks even scarier if we've got it. We don't. We've got the ability of the Night Sister Warrior, which will be played in for 1 thanks to Krennic.
Absolutely it will. It's got to when defeated, so it comes in a little bit more cheaply. And of course, Poe Dameron, because it was played in with Han, it came in with 4 HP rather than 6, which allowed Tolzien's Assassin to make that trade as a 4/4. So we've got Night Sister Warrior for Sasan. We have got ourselves a Poe Dameron leader unit, having been deployed by Yonas here. Still no damage really coming down on either base. And in game, both the games so far, whoever started having the space to build damage on the base was the player that ended up going on to win. For now, we're still in the, no, I'm going to get your unit. No, I'm going to get your unit phase of the game.
Yeah, that 1-for-1 trade phase, and it's the point at which player starts getting rid of those 1-for-1 trade abilities is when we start to see some aggression. There is, as you say, that 1-for-1 trade with the Darth Tyrannus. Chirrut is going to come down and sit in the ground arena. We do have the Force token here, so that damage reduction ability is going to be live, and Sasan on 5 resources hasn't deployed the Tolzien leader unit yet, and could have the opportunity to if they want to. We're going to go with leader action first, go with the -1/-1, and potentially try and set Chirrut up to be removed here.
And that's what we're trying. Are we going to use the Force to get the -2 on there? Looks like we are going to use the Force to get the -2, so it's not taking down Chirrut, unfortunately. But it is getting some damage on there. There's some damage on Mother Tolzien. But we go to the regroup phase, and yeah, neither player either to really take out the unit they wanted to at the end there.
Yeah, Yonas had to use the Force token there to protect the Chirrut Inway. Otherwise, there would have been the opportunity for Sasan to have removed this Chirrut Inway. -1/-1 with a leader action. Deploy, put 3 damage into the Chirrut. That's 4. And then the on-attack -1/-1 would have been the 5 necessary to send it out of the way. So Yonas had no choice. Use the Force token and make it so that Chirrut had at least 1 more action and 1 more phase, potentially, to be around.
It was, but unfortunately then Darth Tyrannus came down and was just like, no, I'm not letting that happen. went straight into the turret Imwe, took it down. And Sasan is hoping that game 3 is going more like game 2, where you can start keeping some units on the board. We know that Yonas plays a lot of control because, I mean, it's Vigilance. That's what Vigilance loves to do. But right now we get the Kiri Mundi played out of aspect as a heroism card. But that is going to draw 2 for next turn. But look, Luke Skywalker takes that Mother Talzin.
Yeah, the Luke Skywalker, as Ross, you said earlier on in the game, one of the strongest Jedi in the game right now. That -6/-6 if a friendly unit was defeated this phase. The ability to target leader units with that reduction as well. Be an immediate answer in this deck. Played out for cheaper thanks to the Han Solo leader action and a 6/5 body right now, if you're counting the damage, with Restore 3 seems pretty nice to try and help swing this game a little bit further in your favor.
And now the question becomes, what has Sasan got as an answer to Luke Skywalker? You had a really nice answer to everything else so far. Poe Dameron went down, the Han leader went down. What have you got against Luke? Well, right now it seems nothing. So let's go to the regroup phase. And just to be clear, nobody cares about the Space Arena in this matchup. Maybe like a Devastator comes down at some point, but right now we are just ignoring it entirely so that we can have a lovely little play in the ground arena.
Yeah, the best answer that Sasan could have potentially had here is just simply power of the dark side against Luke Skywalker. We have the initiative, but the fact we didn't just immediately see that snap down tells me that that isn't available to Sasan at this moment. So just gonna burn an action here without completely throwing it away. Gonna deal 2 damage into the base with the Night Sister Warrior. And now the onus back on Yonas here to see what they want to do. Do they want to burn an action similarly to the way Sasan did? Yes, they do. We're going to swing 6 into base with Luke, restore the Night Sister Warrior damage. And again, we're in this game of cat and mouse. Tyrannus comes down. Not going to quite deal with the Luke just yet with that ambush, but it's going to put it very, very close.
And when you get very, very close, we generally have an answer, but it is Anakin, champion of Mortis. Comes down, gets a -3/-3 on the Darth Tyrannus there. That is going to be gone. And yeah, I was going to say, we need to use Mother Tiles in here. Use that to get rid of the Luke. The -1/-1 being from the leader skill, everything you need to take out the Luke. But we've now got Anakin now, who's another big body. Owen? Less so, I'm going to be honest with you, Ben. But at least it's there for a little bit of draw in a moment. Maybe some restore as a Karis comes down.
Yeah, and great sequencing there as well from Sasan. Playing the Director Krennic down first so that that's available and online to make the Karis come down cheaper, halving its resource cost from 2 down to 1. Really, really nicely played there from Sasan as Yonas digging for some answers with this Owen Lars search. Itinerant Warrior searched out. Going to be some more restore and healing with that Force token when played, and also a shielded unit to make it harder for Sasan to try and attack into.
Always a nice option this point of the game. You want to be trying to play as many things like Luke and Anakin as you like, but Itinerant Warrior can still absolutely help you out. So, we're sitting here with very little damage out there, but there is 6 on Sasan's base. That is starting to build up. Few smaller units on Sasan's side to the big Anakin on Yonas' side. Who can start throwing those big haymakers first? Well, Yonas has the initiative, so I think we're going to see a swing from Anakin.
Yeah, this board state, though, is looking eerily similar to the one that Sasan had in Game 2 during those mid-game stages with that 4-wide ground unit board state. And Sasan did obviously end up being able to win in that matchup here. So I'm liking Sasan's position in things at the moment. Yes, he's taking 5 damage to base here with the Anakin Skywalker, but we have so many different one-for-one removal options. I don't think we've seen a power of the dark side out of Sasan so far this game, so they should, in theory, still be in there and available to Sasan to be that easy answer. We've also got so much removal for some of the things that we know about. The Itinerant Warrior, for example. If Yonas wants to play that with the Han Solo leader action, we can crash Karis into the Anakin Skywalker, let it get defeated, and then use the Force to give with -2/-2. We might set up for a similar line here, though, with Kiani Mundi going and dealing some damage into Anakin.
Yeah, Kiani Mundi there goes and does 4-2. Anakin does go down in response. Got some cheering going on. The players enjoying it. Sasan seems to be having a great time here on top 8. You love to see it. It doesn't happen a lot for a lot of players. It's very hard to get to top 8. No matter how good a player you are, you need to enjoy it while you're here. Right now, yes, we see a -1 for Anakin again. But it's not quite enough. There's still 2 HP needed, but Night Sister Warrior will do it. That is the perfect maths, I believe. And that should take it down, surely.
It will indeed,
There we go, yeah. The maths works out perfectly, and Night Sister Warrior draws a card.
Yeah, good work there from the Night Sister Warrior being the one to go in with the attack, saving that Karis around for the extra -2/-2 ability when defeated if we do need it later on in this phase or in this game. And Yonas here, who's just been declaring pass action after pass action, trying to encourage Sasan to play something down as opposed to just burning these actions in with the swings. We finally do get a true game action from Yonas here, playing the Itinerant Warrior down. That's what Sasan was waiting for. Champion of Mortis of your own. It's not as fun when the shoe's on the other foot.
But a foul, the dragon comes down and immediately takes out Anakin. Excuse me. And the players knew this was going to happen because Sasan was clearly... He saw the Itinerant Warrior get searched. He knew it was in hand. So he was clearly holding Anakin, and Yonas was going, look, if he's got an answer to Itinerant Warrior, I'm going to foul the dragon. So both players going a fun back and forth there, and everyone's back where we started.
Pretty much
with less
so.
resources.
Pretty much so, but Sasan has more units on the ground arena right now. Does have more damage on their base at the moment, but not one seriously to be able to be playing too much burn damage in the deck. We do have Cassian coming out of the smuggle at the very least. That's going to provide some readied damage potentially for this next action phase.
We've got Krennic and Karis still sitting there from Sasan. They are both available to be used. They are both active. I would like to see some more units coming down. Now, has Sasan... Oh, yeah, they did. They played the Anakin, so they've not got very much to work with here. It is a shame when you lose an Anakin to a foul the dragon, so... Looks like Cassian is going to come down. Now, the Mother Talzin leader did put it down -1/-1, so it's only 2 damage.
Yeah, it's not as much here to be able to go in with that -1/-1 effect being able to be applied. We do still have Sasan going to be able to put some extra minus abilities on here. Karis going to go ahead and attack in. Unfortunately, is going to survive the attack for Sasan here, which is one of the rare times
it's another Itinerant Warrior, Ben.
Yeah, Itinerant Warrior here. Looks like we're not going to elect to use the Force. Makes a lot of sense. We are 9 damage ahead at the moment compared to Sasan here, but a lot of resources being turned sideways here. It is going to be a new Anakin, Champion of Mortis.
So Itinerant Warrior comes down, Anakin takes it out. Second Itinerant Warrior comes down, second Anakin takes it out. Do we have a foul the dragon? Well, we have an Anakin, but Anakin won't actually be enough. Because even if you've got both the heroism and villainy aspects, it's still only 6 HP you are lowering. And there was a cheeky Grand Inquisitor played at the end of the turn as well. So Sasan is behind on damage, but look at that board.
Yeah, it's very, very big here. Confiscate going into the resources. That's not going to help out right now for Yonas. There's no fallen lightsabers to be able to steal away like we saw Yonas do in the early stages of Game 2. I think there is a turret that's in hand there that's going to at least be able to sit in front of either the Inquisitor or the Anakin. We're just going to power of the dark side, but just defeat the Krennic here or the damaged Karis? Yeah, Krennic makes sense.
Krennic does make sense. Karis is a bit of a better attacker for the time being. If you've got when defeated skills, then you do still want to keep the Krennic on the board, though. Sasan must not have them in hand. Chewat does come down here.
And Chirrut will just be able to eat an attack at the moment from the Anakin Skywalker. Despite how powerful it is, it's only a 5/7. And with the Force being with Yonas in this action phase, we will have the opportunity to reduce the damage that comes forward. Devastator, though, is going to work out those maths a little bit better. And with the -1/-1 from the Tolzin, is actually going to remove it completely. Sasan, all of a sudden, is playing with pace.
And that's it! Sasan is going to be going on to the top 4 of our Bilbao Regional Championships. Devastator being that final devastating play, taking out the Chirrut Imwe, and just like in Game 2, look at my board, look how much damage I am threatening. You can't come back from that. And Yonas may have won the 11 games to begin the tournament, but it's Sasan who goes and wins our top 8 match.
Yeah, what a game there. What a best-of-3 set as well. You'd expect nothing more from a Season 0 regional winner in the form of Yonas. And then Sasan as well, who we saw a couple of rounds ago in feature match action, play brilliantly through that set. And now take it one step further. They are in top 4 of the Season 1 regional championships.
And it's really impressive. Like, I've been in a position like Sasan has been, and I've been playing many card games for many, many years, Ben, right? And you get into top 8, you know you're the lower seed. You know your opponent had a better Swiss round than you did. And then you lose the first game, and you're like, well, hang on a second. My opponent's playing, you know, the deck that everyone knows is the best, and I'm playing the deck everyone thinks is past it. My opponent did better in Swiss than I did. They're a higher seed than me. I'm one game down, and then you're saying, you know, that is not an easy place to come back from, because you feel how on the back foot you are in that situation. And I love the passion we see from Sasan there when he wins Game 2 and Game 3. Sometimes a game ends and you're like, so just to confirm who won there, no confirmation needed in that game, Ben.
Absolutely not. Sasan moving on to top 4. And we've got to find out as well who other 3 players made it as well into top 4 and what those semi-final matchups are going to be. So do not go anywhere, because when we come back here at Bilbao, we will have all that information and, of course, semi-final live action coming up for you. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I think we can all agree we chose the correct top 8 game to show you on this stream. It was also the last one to finish, which means we're ready for top 4 action. I'm back, I'm Ross, and we had to get rid of Ben, but we replaced Ben with the guy that beat Ben on the casting table.
You know, I had to do it. I had to get the casting three-peat on him. That's 3 in a row. My luck is definitely running out. And yeah, super happy to be here up again with you, Ross. Of course, those of you who may not know me, just tuning in now, my name is Krishiv Desai. You can usually find me online as Ibo. And I'm here to talk about Star Wars Unlimited. And I'm very excited for this top 4 game, which is looking like a bit of a corker.
It could be a bit of a corker, because, you know, sometimes somebody goes and wins a galactic championship.
Occasionally.
Yeah, it's happened once, actually. And then they come back to the first regional championship of the season and they end up in top 4. And I think at that point you're like, maybe we should show them in top 4. That seems like a sensible option. So that's what we're going to do. Our defending galactic champion is going to be featured on our top 4 here. And of course, it's interesting. Oh, and actually, here is the bracket. We have a Polish standoff in top 4. 3 of the 4 Polish players won. And it's worth noting, we physically couldn't have had more. Poland is really taking over this tournament.
I mean, this is showing just the sheer strength of Poland. I don't think it would be controversial to say they probably are the best country in the world right now.
Look.
I mean, the standings are unbelievable. I mean, you know, as British, both of us, very happy to see 2 of our lads out here in the top 8. Did an amazing job. And of course, we have a local all the way through into that top 4. But yeah, I mean, Poland coming in with an absolutely phenomenal finish here. And obviously, 2 of those players, Filip and Mikolai, you may better know as Beton and Sip. One of them, of course, as you were saying, the Galactic Champion, on the same team, playing the same deck.
Indeed. You know, I like to open the players' deck list so I can have a little bit of a gander as we're going through the game. Yeah, I'm only opening 1 deck list this game because it is both players playing this. And what's really interesting, of course, with them being, you know, teammates and playing the same deck, they are going to be locked in. They are both going to know the mirror and the playing tendencies of their opponent. So this is going to be a very interesting game to try and figure out.
Oh, absolutely. I think we are in for genuinely some of the highest quality gameplay anyone will ever see. These are 2 incredible players. I mean, personally, I've been following both of these players for a long time, but Sip, I know, has been just teetering in on getting to that top 8 time and time again, just missing out. It is incredible to see him not only make it here, now he's in top 4. He's got to overcome the Galactic Champion to make it through to the finals. And of course, Beton probably going to defend that title as well. 2 just phenomenal players. I am extremely excited to see this matchup.
It's going to be an absolute corker. And are we ready already? We are already going down to the table here to see our 2 Polish pugilists who are going to be fighting for that spot in the final. And we have got Mikolaj on the left. We've got Filip on the right. And, well, there's going to be a lot of mirror-y kind of action going on here. So opening hands and whether to mulligan going to be very important.
So I want to highlight one of the things I was talking to Filip about off camera earlier today. And this is where we're seeing players starting to put in Hot Shot Blaster just in anything at 1 copy. And so you may have caught this actually on my little caster game. I think I recall on one of the last turns, I drew the top card of my deck off of the Reinforcement Walker, saw that Hot Shot Blaster and said, I think I'll draw that, actually. That'll be quite nice. And the reason these players are doing that is because you don't actually need it for most of the game. You only need 1 copy, but often we find ourselves in these lethal situations when that 1-2 extra damage is just what gets you there. It lets you have that extra bit of aggression, win before your opponent, and so we're seeing both of these players on 1 copy of that Hot Shot Blaster. I also, Ross, if you don't mind me giving a brief diatribe right now, want to also talk about one of the most powerful interactions now that we have entered this post-force throw world. I'll give you a moment there while we get into the gameplay.
We are rolling. Here is your top 4 between 2 Polish players. We've got Filip and Mikolaj in a hand mirror. Both players starting off with exactly the same play, using Han to play a Grogu. Right, carry on with your diatribe.
No, I just want to give a brief prediction. I think we're going to Grogu ability, put 2 damage onto the other Grogu, and then Grogu ability, put 2 damage onto the other Grogu. That's going to be my hot take. No, but so General's Blade. Both of these players are on 3 copies of General's Blade. You may be wondering, why is General's Blade so powerful now? Well, now that we have all of these cheap Force units, we can slap a General's Blade onto one of them. Now, General's Blade, if it's on a Jedi, it gains... exactly what happened. General's Blade, on a Jedi, it's going to discount the cost of events. Oh, we're seeing another fantastic play here in that Poe. The player's just slapping cards on the board right now.
We're going fast, and we see a Poe coming down with a ship, and we see an Obi-Wan coming down as a Sentinel in the other area. So this is very, very interesting. Of course, Poe, you can play as a ground unit, create an X-Wing, and then immediately pilot it, which is how we played the ground, and it ended up in space.
Absolutely, and we do see the General's Blade in Philip's hands now. Personally, I have not played this mirror match very much, so I'm not sure if this is something you want to just be slamming the absolute second you can onto that Obi-Wan. It's a very powerful interaction because that General's Blade discount does work with the Han. And here we go. We are going to go ahead and see that blue leader come down immediately. 5-5. Take out that Grogu, which is now Mikolai's Grogu is going to be a huge...
But on the other side of the board, we see blue leader coming down, taking out Mikolaj's Grogu. So we are seeing a lot of very, very similar plays, and we are going to see this. It's not just the same deck list, it's players who play together. And when players play and test together a lot, you tend to see a lot of similar lines because they work out between them the best lines to go for. But at least we got 4 damage from Poe's X-Wing onto the base.
Yeah, now I do think an interesting point here is, I mean, you might be tempted to just trade this Obi-Wan into that blue leader if you're Philip, but we do see that Poe Dameron sitting in Philip's hand, the juiciest ECL target in the world, and we know that you're going to be able to potentially take it up for free. Philip does decide he wants to trade. He knows that Han leader is going to be coming out from Mikolai anyway. Not going to be too hard to find an ECL target here, and I think when you choose to use that ECL is really going to be one of the big inflection points in this matchup. Where are we getting the most value? How are we going to be able to put ourselves into that winning position? Right now, Mikolai ahead in the damage race, does currently have initiative. Philip does have a 5-attack unit on the ground, though.
It does indeed. So we've got the blue leader there, and then we got the other X-Wing over there in the space arena being piloted by Poe. And we had a really fast and furious start to the game, but it seems like we slowed down a little bit here. More resources, more options, more problems maybe.
Yeah, I think that's a Grogu that Mikolai is flicking. It's either a Grogu or an Obi-Wan, and it's just very, very tough to know what you want to do in this situation. Mikolai will be keenly aware of the different options that Philip has in his hand. It looks like he just passed. Really just doesn't want to take first actions here. Oh, maybe realize that actually, oh yeah, they have to add the damage there. Doing a little bit of just back and forth damage trading, but really just trying not to commit resources to force their opponent to actually do something first. Because you really, with ECL, it's reactive.
Absolutely.
Right? And so you want to be able to get as maximum value from that as possible, and that means necessarily forcing your opponent to do something first that you can punish them for.
And that's the thing, you know, with Star Wars, we are taking alternate actions. You don't get a whole turn to act like you do in some card games. It is very much, I go, you go, I go, you go. But sometimes you're like, well, I want you to go so you can play a unit so I can then play something to counter that unit. But then, well, I'm not going to go because I know he's going to counter whatever I try and do. And we end up in this weird back and forth stalemate, especially when you've got that so much knowledge of your opponent's deck list and, of course, their playing tendencies. I think that leads to more standoffs, and both players kind of laughing. It's a little bit absurd sometimes.
100%. I'm sure this is something that they have genuinely tested, and I'd actually wager they probably haven't played this mirror match that much. They'll know each other's playing tendencies through and through, I think, through other matchups they'll have tested. But this is an incredibly hard deck to play, this Han 2 ECL, and, you know, we saw that because these two players, two of the unequivocally the best players in the world, seeing success with it, but lots of players maybe not as experienced with the different matchups, with the different lines that need to be taken, not seeing as much success here. And you can tell these players really know what they're doing, but I'm willing to bet they genuinely are just not 100% sure. They know in theory, but they haven't done hundreds of these games in practice.
Well, yeah, generally speaking, you don't expect to be playing against your teammate very much. And when both players pass, that means that we end up with, going to the next regroup phase. And I think stalemate is a good way to describe this, but at some point, one of these players is going to draw something they can use to really make a difference, or too much damage is going to end up on a base, and a player is going to have to do something, because that was a weird phase.
It's a very weird phase. Philip, I think, probably feeling quite vulnerable moving into the 6 resource phase, not only because he's a little bit behind in the damage race right now, he'll catch up in 2 turns at the moment, but because an ECL Wrecker right now is going to come in and overwhelm for 5. That's a lot of damage, and Philip is going to suddenly find himself in a lot of trouble if that is what comes down. I think seeing that, Philip goes, all right, let me just put down this Obi-Wan. It is going to Sentinel up, and hopefully now I'm not going to lose to it, though. Of course, well, I guess the Wrecker ability would still work. You'll be able to pop that resource, delete the Obi-Wan. We are going to see something potentially coming out the smuggle row. I'm not really sure what Mikolai is looking for here.
Sometimes players are just having a look what's in resources, double-checking what they can draw into, what they've already taken out of the game. Sometimes they just double-check and wait, I did put that in there, didn't I? And then I'll get to that one a little bit later. Something like a Cassian Andor or a Hotshot Blaster. One of these things that we like smuggling out. For now...
ECL Wrecker? Surely.
Got to be ECL
yeah,
Wrecker.
There we go. Blow up that Obi-Wan. Go straight into the blue leader. Overwhelm for 5. Setting Philip up to 17. Flip the leader up to 20. And that is looking very, very close to game on board.
And it is looking very close to game on board. You ambush it in, so you get the when played. So you defeat a resource, deal 5 damage to a ground unit. That takes one of them out, but you still have ambush and overwhelm. Speaking of mirroring here, both of the leaders are getting deployed here at the same time. And now, I mean, does Philippe have a Wrecker of his own he can ambush in? Because that would be all right now.
It wouldn't be too bad into the next action phase. We do see a Poe in this hand. And I think in that situation, so Philip is, so thankfully, Philip is 8 damage away.
Yes.
If it was 7 damage away, I think he would be forced to claim here. Otherwise, Mikolai will simply claim and be threatening lethal with the Wrecker.
Yes.
Now, Philip having this Poe in hand means he can ECL in that Poe on the next phase. The Poe will be able to attack into the Han, defeating the Han, will be able to deal 2 damage to the Wrecker, defeating the Wrecker, and will be able to discard that Poe pilot off of the X-Wing in space. Now, he's still in a dangerous situation, but it is almost a board clear, and it is getting a little bit further away from that lethal. And right now, Philip is sitting here with a 6-9 leader. We are going to see that claim. I think we are going to see this ECL Poe in, because it's only the only real thing that's going to keep Philip in contention here, I think.
Yeah, Philip is far away at this point. He's got double the amount of damage his opponent's got, and we do have the game ending there on the board with Wrecker. I believe we've not got the game, or is it 4 from the Poe's X-Wing, or is it, I think it's 4.
It's 4, it's 4, yeah.
That's not quite
there
from
we
there.
go.
Here comes the ECL Poe. That is going to go straight into, and we are actually using a couple, so we're getting rid of an upgrade, and we are dealing damage. So pretty much a board clear there from Philippe. Really nicely done. Gets rid of the Wrecker, gets rid of the Poe doing the piloting, and now game is not being represented on board, and there's no obvious answer here for Mikolai to go and actually win the game next turn.
Yes, though it is still, I mean, well, so we look at the board right now. Philip is representing 14 damage. So Philip is 1 off lethal on the next action phase. But Mikolai, if he has a Cassian, does have lethal here because he can swing with the X-Wing. And if Philip chooses to attack with the Han, then that he can smuggle out Mikolai can smuggle out the Cassian and hit for that last 3 remaining damage. If Philip chooses to pass here, Mikolai probably says, well, thank my lucky stars, I'm going to go ahead and take the initiative, and hopefully I can still get another bit of chip damage in there from the X-Wing. So still a very dangerous situation for Philip here. Very much okay, well, if he has it, he has it.
Well, and that is going to be, if Andor does come out, that is going to be the game. We're close. We got a bunch of stuff being played. There is the Andor, and Mikolai is going to take game 1 off of our galactic champion here. 1 game away now from the final of this regional championships in Bilbao. We know that Han with ECL is going to be in the final. We don't know who it's going to be, but right now, Mikolai there, you know, on the front foot.
Absolutely, and seeing some really, very similar cards played by both players, and definitely seeing on that leader deploy turn the incredible stalemate where both players are just sitting there going, I don't really want to do anything right now because I think I might lose if I do. And obviously the correct call there from Mikolai. I think really what was allowed him to win the game there was having that Poe start was just so much more powerful than an Obi-Wan on the ground. And Philip there then also playing an Obi-Wan to the ground, still losing to that Wrecker line. I suspect not really having anything better to do. It's certainly not his fault. And very much, often in these situations, you do just have to say, well, if my opponent has it, my opponent has it.
Yeah.
Unfortunately for Philippe, Nikolai had it, and then he had it again, and then he had it again, and then he had it a fourth time. So what can you do? But definitely a very, very close set.
And I mean, there were two real points for me, and I think you laid them out there. It was the Poe coming down early, because that was being unchecked in space for a while, popping for 4 damage a couple of turns. That made a big deal. And then the other one was that Wrecker coming down. And that gave kind of a big swing turn that we didn't really see from Philip there. I suppose we saw a little bit towards the end there with the ECL Poe, but I don't think it was as impactful. And when you're that close to losing and Andor is potentially there as an option, well, that's a little bit of a problem.
Absolutely. And looking now through the players' identical sideboards and identical deck lists, I think there are some options here that are relatively easy sideboards in. I mean, the first I'm going to say is going to be those disabling Fang Fighters. I've sort of briefly explained why General's Blade is just so powerful in this deck. A card we didn't get to see, but that is also extremely powerful, is Bounty Hunter's Quarry. This is a card that it puts a bounty on your opponent's unit, and when you defeat that unit, you get to search either the top 5 or the top 10, depending on whether or not the unit was unique. Grab a 3-cost or lower unit and just play it out for free. So this is going to be a very efficient way of cheating out lots of units and playing a wide board. The disabling Fang Fighter is going to come in and obviously counter that. I think the other option that we're definitely going to see is going to be the Sundari Peacekeeper. This is a 1/5, but it has Restore 2 and Raid 2. So good stats and very, very important in those aggro mirror matches.
No, I 100% agree. They were the 2 cards I had my eye on as well. So, yeah, I think that could absolutely be coming in. And, of course, if you can cheat out those free cost units, we've got things like Battlefield Marine, Cassian Andor, Grogu, Gungi or Gungi, however you want to pronounce it, Obi-Wan Kenobi, R2-D2, less good but still, Blue Leader. There's just so many that can be brought out there. So I agree entirely. Disabling Fang Fighter coming in to stop that play. Get rid of your own upgrade. So it looks like we're getting ready to go with game 2 here. Mikolai wins game 1. How are we looking for game 2?
I mean, this hand looks incredible. I'm seeing an Obi-Wan and 2 Poes over on Philip's hand. I'm not quite sure what that final card... Oh, there we go. Oh, Wrecker. Okay. What if I had every bomb in my deck? That is Philip right now. Just a phenomenally powerful hand. Having both the Poe and Wrecker in the opening hand is so strong. We're going to see the 3/3 come down here for Philip. Met by a Grogu. This is, I think, a stronger start for Mikolai because we are going to be able to just throw that damage over onto the Grogu. And I don't think Philip has an amazing way to stop that, especially looking at the cards he drew for the turn. I think that is a Sundari Peacekeeper in his hand, though, so we did see that come in.
Absolutely. So Grogu then popping the damage onto Obi-Wan is going to be quite a nice little play here. And it seems like we are ready to go. So it is going to be Obi-Wan attacking into the base while he still can, getting that free damage down. Mikolai here, not in a real rush now to take out the Obi-Wan. You can do other stuff first because you're not going to stop it attacking into your base. That's already happened.
Absolutely. And I think Mikolai knows the power cards that are available here, and I feel like you really actually want to be in space in this mirror match because you can turn off your opponent's ability to have really, really powerful ECL targets. And I think that's why we saw Poe being quite so powerful. Potentially, we'll see the MC-30 Assault Frigate that both players have at 1 copy in their sideboards coming in. It's a 5/5 for 5 in space that also that has Overwhelm and Raid 1, just allowing you to get over those big units. Here we go. We are seeing there's a Disabling Fang Fighter. Definitely, well, it's in the main deck at 1 copy, but I suspect both of those have come in.
I suspect, but here's the thing. Philip tried to do what Mikolai did last game with the Poe and all of that, but it didn't work because Disabling Fang Fighter came in and immediately got rid of it. We did see the Grogu moving damage as predicted onto the Obi-Wan, but that was a really nice play there. Immediately going, look, you can have your X-Wing, you can do your 2 damage a turn, but I'm not going to let you do what I did last game, and that's very, very different.
So,
and it's not 2 damage a turn, it's just a trade with your spaceships.
And I think that was absolutely the right call there, because what we saw, it was a Sabine's Masterpiece as well in Mikolai's hand, and that is a card that gets extremely scary extremely quickly. If Mikolai was able to play out a command unit, this Masterpiece would be coming in, dealing a damage to a ground unit, which would allow it to snipe out that Obi-Wan, and then gain an experience token, and then defeat that disabling Fang Fighter over in space. So definitely a really scary possibility. I think Mikolai now thinking, probably I could just get rid of this Obi-Wan right now, right? Only 4 resources, not too scary.
Maybe. I mean, right now you can trade with the Grogu. Grogu doesn't do much. Grogu doesn't need to do much. And it wouldn't actually be a proper trade, of course, because Obi-Wan doesn't do enough damage somehow to take out the Grogu. Grogu's got an impressive 6 HP rocking.
And there is the blue leader coming down. We know just how powerful this card is. We've seen it time and time again in these command heroism decks. It's particularly powerful in Han when it can come down on this 4 resource turn. I mean, every single one of these resource turns is incredibly powerful. So what does Mikolai come to? A Poe! I would say that might be better, because it is basically going to force Philip to trade in some way.
I like this. You can discard a card from your hand to deal 2 damage to take out the blue leader if you like. You've got to think at least that is going to be done here. So then you're getting rid of... We're not.
Yeah, we are just going to get that trade.
Okay, we are just going to trade. Don't mind that. I kind of like the idea of just discarding a card and taking it out that way, but then you're losing cards in your hand, which you can't always afford to do.
Yeah, and I think if Philip let that Poe survive, it would have been a real misplay on his part. That Poe is, I mean, we've seen just how powerful Poe has been across this tournament. And Mikolai thinking here means this, I mean, as we saw last time, this inflection turn, this leader deployed turn, there's no easy answers here.
No, absolutely not. And we could end up in a little bit of a stalemate again like we did previously. So we saw the Poe played down, forcing that trade with the blue leader. And now we're going to be heading into, like you called it, the leader deploy term. And now there's a lot more options. We see another Poe. I like having another Poe coming down.
Now, this is tough for Philip. We've seen the Wrecker in his hand, but that means he will just have to claim, which will allow Mikolai to go ahead and just flip that Han and sink a little bit of damage into the base. And more importantly than that, really, just get ahead in those actions and be able to have that leader out and that leader ability ready to be used multiple times. We are just going to go ahead and see the Han leader come out here. Philip basically saying, I'm okay if you have the initiative here, I think, to Mikolai, which is interesting. We see a pass, then a Poe.
Oh, we see a Poe coming down from Philip. So if we were to see a leader deploy from Mikolai, then all of a sudden we have got completely opposite boards again, like we've seen so much during this matchup. And Mikolai here just going, there's so many things I kind of want to do, but I'm not sure exactly what's going to work. And we see him counting a lot, kind of essentially going through the next few actions. If I do this, they're going to do this, I'm going to do this, trying to figure out exactly how it is going to come down. Well, right now, we are deploying, and then leader's going to go into base.
Okay, interesting. So both players valuing that extra damage on the base rather than immediately taking the initiative. Of course, we know that Philip has this Wrecker in his hand. I think he just drew another Poe, which has been sitting there for quite some time. I mean, we're seeing an amazing hand there. I think that's a Kelleran, a blue leader, a Wrecker, a Poe, and this Bounty Hunter's Quarry, I think, is probably going... No, the blue leader goes away, which makes total sense. Either of those are great options.
Maybe it doesn't.
I mean, there's 3 insane cards in Philip's hand. I think he's very happy with whichever one of those he gets to play this turn.
No, the blue leader has been saved. It is not going to be going down into the resources yet. So it seems like both players going up to 6 resources here. The initiative is with Philip, so he's going to get the first attack or other move this turn. What's he going to go for?
I mean, it is a brutally difficult decision because once you commit your resources here, your opponent knows what the right play is. They know how to maximize that value. Right now, we are in this awkward situation where it's just not clear to either player what the right call is. And so Philip is going to say, you know what? I'd quite like to do 8 damage to your base. And to be honest, when I'm only at 25 HP, getting chunked for pretty much a third of my health is a little bit scary.
Yeah, that is quite important. We see 6 from the Han, from the Poe, of course, and then that on-attack skill, discard a card from your hand and dealt 2 damage to the base. So that came down quite nicely there. And right now, Philip pretty far ahead on base damage. You know, 14-3 is quite the difference right now.
Absolutely. I mean, Philip coming out a little bit ahead there in the early game, and now with this Poe, you know just how scary this card is and how easily you can transition just one Poe into huge amounts of damage. It's also the pressure that it applies in terms of the versatility. You're sort of locked out from doing these upgrades. And so things get very, very challenging for your opponent. And of course, both players representing Poe here, but Philip, I think, really taking comfort knowing, well, you know, I have this Wrecker in my hand. I am going to be able to overwhelm for 6. I need to do 5 more damage, and the game is mine.
No, absolutely. So that's a pretty nice position to be in, quite frankly. We could be seeing this mirror match sitting at 1-1 very shortly. But now we are going to see a Poe swing from Mikolai here. He is going to... But do you swing into another unit? Do you go into base? It's clearly not an obvious decision. If it was obvious, he would have just done it immediately.
I think if you are going to swing into a unit here, swinging into the Han does get your Poe down below that 5 HP threshold, which makes that Wrecker less devastating if the Wrecker chooses to go into the Poe. It just means you're going to take a little bit less overwhelm damage because the Wrecker, for efficiency purposes, is sort of forced to go into the Han. We did see actually not Crafty Smuggler, we did see scanning officers coming in from the sideboard. Makes sense. These players do play a few very powerful smuggle cards, but Mikolai, of course, they're going, it's not going to be very helpful to me this game. And also, just going to base. I'm going to hit you quite hard right now.
Absolutely. So now we're up to 9 over on Philip's side of the board for 14 over to Mikolai.
Oh, it seems like he's still deciding whether or not he wants to go into... He is deciding to go to base.
Okay.
I think the decision there is, all right, am I going to go for base or am I going to go for your leader? He's going for the base, and I think a Wrecker is imminent. We are going to see the... no, we are just going to see a Kelleran instead.
That's not a bad play. We like Kelleran back coming in here, that little bit cheaper. And of course, Kelleran has friends. He likes to bring a friend along with him. When you play search top 7 cards of your deck, play a unit, reveal it, and it comes in cheaper. Eyeing up that Sabine's Masterpiece, it looks like.
I think that's the only option, but definitely a good one. We do know there is a weakness in space here, and being able to just have this nice unit, which is going to gain an experience token if this Kelleran survives the turn, and is going to be able to do 1 extra damage if either the Han or the Poe survive this turn. So this Masterpiece is threatening 5 damage, and we can see here that all Philip needs to do is 11 more damage. That's pretty much half of the way there. We have a Kelleran with 7 attack. Things are looking very, very scary for Mikolai right now.
Yeah, Philip does seem in control of this game in a way he never was back in game 1. Sabine's Masterpiece comes down here, and now we're over to Mikolai saying, what have you got? Well, we have a bunch of resources available. What are we going to use them for? A lot of decisions being made here where he's really having to think about this. But where are we? Counting things out like we've seen so many times before. More thinking, more counting.
ECL
we are
Wrecker?
ECLing. And what are we
ECL
ambushing
Wrecker.
in? It is an ECL Wrecker like you've been predicting. And that means that we are coming in, defeating a resource. You get to deal 5 damage. You get to take out the leader. You get to get a bunch of damage on the base at the same time. Now things are looking a little bit more even in this game.
Yeah, and it doesn't seem like either player right now has lethal in a single action. Well, Mikolai does with this Wrecker. So Philip needs to answer the Wrecker. Even if Philip has that Hotshot Blaster in the row, it's only going to be 9 or 10 damage. 9 damage from the Kelleran, 10 damage from the Poe with a discard. He is 1 off. So Philip is going to have to answer this Wrecker, and ideally this Poe, both of which can be done by ECLing in his own Wrecker, which will be able to defeat one of his resources, deal 5 damage to the Wrecker, defeating that, and then crashing into the Poe, defeating that and overwhelming for 1. So
Well,
exactly
we are
what we're
immediately going in, and you've laid it out
and
perfectly.
Mikolai knows exactly what's happening, packs away the relevant cards.
And that was exactly as you predicted. So ECL Wrecker comes in and wrecks Philip's board. So Philip takes the initiative and then has his own ambushed in Wrecker, taking out, well, basically everything on Mikolai's side of the board. And now we don't have a way to threaten lethal this turn. But we've got Kelleran back. And we've got Poe Dameron on Philip's side of the board. So we are... The game could end here with Philip attacking now. We have gone up to 21, and now we attack, and it looks like Philip is going to be taking game 2. We're going to be on 1 game apiece, and we're going to a game 3 in our top 4, just like we just did in top 8.
Absolutely fantastic stuff there. We see just how tight this game is. Both players knowing, well, you need this exact piece here in order to answer this. This is what I'm worried about. These players know their opponent's deck lists intimately, and they know exactly what the big threats are. It is amazing watching them navigate these different challenges. And I am really excited to see who takes game 3. Of course, Mikolai will have the initiative going into this final round, and that may prove to be the difference maker.
Oh, absolutely. I said this to Ben when we went to game 3 in top 8. If you're going to win a game and lose a game, win game 1, lose game 2, so you end up with the initiative going into that pivotal, all-important game 3. I would, and this is the point where traditionally we'd say things like, well, they've learned a lot about their opponent's deck. They know how to... No, we knew all of that coming in. Now it is just down to who can draw the cards and make the plays first. Both. Now, game 1 was a bit more one-sided. Game 2 really came down to it. But it does seem like ECL Wrecker has been what has been the big turning point in both games so far. So... I don't know, maybe we'll see that again in game 3.
Yeah, I think very good odds, Ross. And this does feel somewhat like a Sabine mirror match in many ways, without quite that inevitability and just a little bit slower. But, we are seeing the sheer speed that these games are playing out and using a lot of those same tools in the matchup. So it's not a surprise. Philip seems very happy with this opening hand. I do believe that is a Grogu at the top of the hand there. So a Grogu, a Masterpiece, and I think is that... an Obi-Wan as well as a Bounty Hunter's Quarry, I believe that is for Philip. Definitely seems like a pretty solid opening hand. I think Mikolai debating on whether he wants to throw in a couple of cards from the board. We already discussed most of them. Some other options are there is 1 copy of Kelleran in there. We did see just how powerful that was for Philip in this last game, although I think the Wrecker was probably the big difference maker there rather than the Kelleran. We also see an IG-11. For those of you who don't know what IG-11 does, if it would be captured, the unit defeats itself and deals 3 damage to each enemy ground unit instead. Now, I don't think that's going to be super relevant in this matchup. Really what it is the fact that this is a 5-cost 6/5 that says on attack you may deal 3 damage to a damaged ground unit. So you usually are going to be able to 2-for-1 when this ECLs. I just think we have better ECL targets in this mirror match.
Yes.
So probably not, but they're definitely, a huge number of very relevant cards in both players' boards.
And it is worth noting, IG-11, when you're playing against Han 2, there's going to be an awful lot of damaged units there that have been brought in a little bit cheaper at the cost of that 2 damage. So you can, I think you're right. Bringing it in as with Ambush of ECL, it's not going to outvalue your Wrecker, but it can still be a decent card as you get a bit later on in the game. But right now, we have got a game 3. We have got to decide who is going to be going on into our final. Now, in the final, it's either going to be against Hassan's Mother Talzin or Francis's Yoda. Right now, I'm having a quick look. We don't have a result reported.
Oh, here we go again.
Oh, look, it's Grogu. Game 3 is off. Both players, quick Grogu, and then let's go to the regroup phase.
Absolute Grogu maxes, both of these fine gentlemen. They love this little gremlin, and who doesn't, to be fair?
Yeah, I do. I've been wearing a Grogu hat a lot of this weekend, honestly, mate. I'm a big Grogu fan. Who isn't?
He's an absolutely adorable chap, and I do love every scene in The Mandalorian that he's in, which is, of course, all of them. So I, as you can imagine, love The Mandalorian. We are coming into the second turn. It looks like Mikolai's having a little bit of difficulty making this resource decision. I think that's a Cham he's probably throwing away. It is a 5/4, which is a lot of damage, but it doesn't seem like you're getting a huge amount of value out of that ability. So I could, makes total sense that you'd want to get rid of that. There is a Poe in Mikolai's hand, and I'm trying to peek. I think it's both Poes, actually.
Well, then that's going to be helpful as we get later on in the game. Right now, we've got Grogu moving damage to Grogu, and then Grogu moving damage to Grogu, and everyone is back where they started.
It's game one all over again.
But, well, speaking of game one all over again, Poe coming in with an X-Wing to pilot. Does Philippe have a disabling Fang Fighter to immediately deal with that? He doesn't. He puts a bounty onto the Grogu. Puts 3 bounties onto the Grogu. 3 bounty hunters quarry in one go. And it is a unique unit as well. So it's going to be free search the top 10 cards. That is something I was not expecting to see. Yeah, that was a play I was not expecting here. That could give a phenomenal consistency boost here.
That is terrifying. The thing is, it's a little bit slow, right? So right now, Mikolai's feeling okay in the sense that, all right, I'm winning the damage race. I have cards in hand. And there is some element of, well, it's going to be random what Philip rips off the top here. But I feel like when you spend 3 resources and you get 9 resources worth of units, that's generally going to be quite good.
And I mean, you know, Grogu just became, just public enemy number 1 in Philip's eyes. You want to take that thing out as fast as you can, and then you're playing free cost to lower units. And like we said earlier, there are a lot of options in the deck. That could be a Cassian Andor, Battlefield Marine, Grogu, Gunji, Obi-Wan Kenobi, R2-D2. It could be Blue Leader, Disabling Fang Fighter, Sabine's Masterpiece. There are a lot of options. The point I'm making here is you're going to hit on all of them almost guaranteed.
Absolutely. Now, one thing this play from Philip is telegraphing is that he doesn't have Blue Leader, because if you did, you would 100% throw that damage right back onto the Grogu.
You mean like Mikolai just did?
It's exactly
Okay,
like Mikolai just did. Because right now, that would be the absolute strongest thing Philip can do. Philip has a Disabling Fang Fighter. Pretty good there. He's able to remove that Po'd up unit in space. Mikolai didn't even get to have the value with it there by choosing not to attack first, which is unfortunate for him. But right now, this Grogu is sitting relatively pretty, is threatening this Disabling Fang Fighter in space. With that ability, you can go ahead and just sling it right on up there and heal up this Blue Leader. It's very, very close here just because Philip has so few cards in hand, and until this Grogu is defeated, that incredible value will not be realized from these 3 Bounty Hunter quarries.
No, absolutely. You need to get rid of Grogu, and then you get the thing. I mean, maybe Mikolaj can find some Disabling Fang Fighters of his own, start removing them. The problem is, it's really easy to go, well, I'll use 1 to get rid of the 1 Bounty Hunter's quarry. When there's 3 on there, you're like, well, I get 1, but then there's still 2 on there for my opponent to use. You don't feel like you're getting as much value out of that.
Absolutely. I think here, Mikolai is probably really sitting there going, do I crack the ECL this turn? I don't get it for Rekka if I do, but I do immediately answer this Han. I can probably get rid of one of these Bounty Hunter quarries, and I can probably ping 2 damage onto the base, as well as establishing a very scary unit. Now, unfortunately, there will be 3 damage on that Poe if he does, but this is a problem for Mikolai that Han is out here, because it can throw itself into the Grogu, put 3 damage on, and then pretty much anything in Philip's deck will be able to finish off that Grogu, and we'll start seeing this very wide board become realized.
And the thing is, the way to think about it, when you're using your Poe Dameron, you discard a card, you get rid of 1 upgrade, but the alternative is you do 2 damage to a unit. Well, the stuff that's going to come out with the Bounty Hunter's quarries generally got more than 2 HP, so it is a good trade-off leaving a card to get rid of 1. For now, Obi-Wan Kenobi comes down on Mikolai's board, and Philip goes, you know what? Excellent idea, mate. This is why we're teammates. I agree with you. I want an Obi-Wan Kenobi as well. So we have a Sentinel from both players and a Sabine's Masterpiece coming down on Philip's side of the board, but with a command and an aggression unit ready to take advantage of that skill if they last through into next turn.
Yeah, Philip is in top deck mode right now, and as Mikolai, I'm feeling really, really good right now because I can defeat that Obi-Wan unit with my Han leader. Now I'm going to lose my Han leader likely on the next turn to Philip's Han leader, but I'm also going to be able to sink 5 damage into my opponent's base. I'm keeping this Grogu around for now, and Philip is literally just going to have to rip something relevant off the top of his deck, a Poe, a Rekka, something scary, in order to actually defeat this Grogu and flip this game on its head.
And that's the thing. Right now, if Grogu stays around, Philip has used 3 resources and, incredibly importantly, 3 cards in hand and got nothing back. and Mikolai's in a great position. But if it goes down, then all of a sudden Philip gets 3 units for free, goes super wide, and is an incredible position. So we see a Battlefield Marine from Mikolai, and honestly, this entire game, which is game 3 of our top 4 here, seems to be coming down right now to keep Grogu alive.
And honestly, you know, we just have to protect the baby. That's all we need to do.
We are all the Mandalorian right now.
This is unbelievable right now. Philip, I think choosing not to resource here, which at least tells us it's not a 6 cost. It's not a wrecker, right? But it could be many, many things. We're seeing the ECL. I think it's the Poe. Oh,
It is the Poe.
he's just that good.
And Poe comes in top deck mode, and you see head in hands of Mikolai here. It was top deck mode, and that's important. Philip had to have luck on his side. No one's ever had a good tournament run without a little bit of luck. And now this is where things really start coming down. We get a free Sentinel Obi-Wan Kenobi coming down. We are not done yet. Now we get to the next card. And get settled in, ladies and gentlemen. This is going to happen 3 times. So now we get our second look here. And again, there's so many cards in there that fit the requirement. I'm expecting a hit off all 3. It's not mathematically guaranteed, but I am expecting 3 hits here. And that is going to be a big deal. What is it? It was
a scanning officer. This is going to be really big. So this will all be resolved once these bounty hunter quarries are finished. Oh, I guess we're going to do it right now. But if this hits a smuggled resource and Mikolai loses access to any of these resources, he could find himself without the ability to ECL in something to contest this board. Philip has chosen his 3 resources. Let's see exactly what they are. And thankfully for Mikolai, he has not hit any smuggle resources.
That's good. That could have gotten even worse there. And the fact that Mikolai's smiling here tells me there probably was something in there that could be hit. If you ever want to know if there's an option, look at the players' faces. Oh, what have we gone? We've hit a second scanning officer here. Oh, it's not the best attacker, but apparently the people backstage are telling us that there is a hotshot blaster in here. That's why they've thrown it up on the screen. Mikolai has avoided it once. Philip's avoided it once, depending how you want to phrase it. Is it going to happen again? Philip's looking for it.
5 cards in Mikolai's deck. And once again, Mikolai manages to dodge this scanning officer.
That's lovely. Nothing to see here, officer. Move along.
And I think now Mikolai feeling probably a little bit safer. He does need a wrecker here, ideally, to just break through this Obi-Wan, because right now that 3/5 blocker blocking the way is really, really putting a spanner in the works of this aggressive game plan that Mikolai's trying to achieve here. Philip has completely turned the tables with this huge board he has amassed.
He absolutely has. And this is what we've been saying. If they get rid of the Grogu, this is a kind of thing that's going to happen. For what it's worth, Mikolai's actually got a pretty nice board with the Battlefield Marine, the Obi-Wan Kenobi, the Blue Leader, and your leader Han Solo. But it's not as impressive when your opponent just gets a triple Bounty Hunter's Quarry. That was a risk from Philip. If he didn't top deck the Poe or something similar, that might have been the thing that lost him the game, but he did top deck it.
I think this is absolutely... I'm not sure whether the top deck Poe in top 4 for Philip or top decking the Force Lightning in the finals of the Galactic Championship to secure the win are more remarkable moments of just seeing exactly what you need to do. Here we go. We are actually going to see ECLing in that IG-11. It's not ideal, but it does get the job done, and it actually survives the attack as well, presenting a 6/5 body on the board. And now Philip sitting there going, oh, do I really want to lose my Han leader right now? Do I want to get rid of my opponent's Han leader? Generally just a slightly difficult point to be at.
It is a difficult point to be at. Well, we do see the trade there, and the Han leader survives over on Philip's side of the board with 3 damage on. Both players got a nice little board of units here. Very little damage being actually represented on the board as a whole. Only 5 on Philip's base, but there's a lot of units there that are kind of getting ready. We're essentially doing that thing right now where we're just waiting to see at what point does one player get the initiative, pun intended, and then start really being able to hammer that damage down.
So now Mikolai has a question he needs to ask himself, and that is, do I just claim here? Because if I do, I can swing with this IG-11, and I can go 6 damage into that base, deal 3 damage to a damaged ground unit, which is going to defeat the Poe, and maybe I'm feeling really good at putting my opponent to 16, not really facing down any particularly scary threats. I think that is exactly what he's going to do. Take the initiative there. Philip, no cards in hand, no resources open. Once again in top deck mode, hitting a Cassian off the top is pretty good.
Yeah, that's not too shabby here. Of course, when you are in top deck mode, you can say, well, I've got enough resources. I'm just going to have 2 cards drawn a turn. And the other thing to note is that Sabine there is getting full value right now, the Masterpiece, because of having an aggression unit in terms of, well, both your leader and Poe Dameron and the command in Scanning Officer. So you are getting as much value as you can out of that every time it swings.
Absolutely. I think absolutely this IG-11 is swinging first. Whether it's into base or into the Han leader, I think is really the question. No. I think...
it's into base and then does the 3 damage to Poe to take it out because of the on-attack ability.
I suspect so. I mean, the other choice is you put 3 damage onto the Han, but that's not going to defeat the Han thanks to the Masterpiece throwing an experience down over there. So I think what Mikolai is deciding here is, okay, do I want to attack the Han and defeat the Poe and get rid of all those aggression units, get rid of the ability for Philip to cheat out any units? Or do I want to just sink some damage into base? He is going to play slightly more conservative. Let's delete a couple units from Philip's board. My board is better right now, I say, as Mikolai, and I think I'm feeling okay. 3 resources coming down.
What's it going to be?
5?
Not got much. 5, maybe 6, 5, 6.
Oh,
it's a Poe
just a little bit of
Dameron.
trolling. Just a little bit of trolling from Philip there. At the record? Not really. It is still incredibly bad, though. The second Poe there, Mikolai sitting there going, oh, man, not another one. This is getting out of hand. Now there are 2 of them.
And now there are 2 of them. And that's the thing, like with deck like this, if the Poe and the Wrecker and cards like that keep coming down, they can become incredibly difficult to deal with. And you deal with one, you have that sigh of relief, then another one comes down, you're like, I just did this!
Absolutely. And to be fair, I do think Mikolai has the capability to remove this Poe very easily. The question is simply going to be, how many resources is he willing to commit to it? How many of those units on his board is he willing to sacrifice here? We are going to see the Han ability coming down, looking... Oh, well, maybe not. We're having a little bit of a think. There are a lot of options here. I think Philip has like 3 or 4 cards in his hand. So, compared to Mikolai has 3 or 4 cards in his hand. We are seeing the Gungi come down here for full cost. And now we are going to see a experience token, I suspect, going onto the Scanning Officer. And we are going to ping a damage over onto that blue leader, which can now be defeated by the Scanning Officer that has that experience token on it. So basically forcing Mikolai to now make a decision. Okay, are you going to throw 5 damage into this right now, or are you not? He's going to actually swing 3 damage into the base, and Philip is going to swing 3 damage into the Obi-Wan.
Very nice. Don't mind
this.
this.
Because the Force unit has Sentinel.
Yes, there we go.
Yep, there we go.
Now we get the 5 damage coming down from the blue leader onto the base, putting it up to 18. Of course, like you said, the Obi-Wan Sentinel did stop the attack coming through. Now we are getting very, very close to the end game here. We got 21. We're playing a bunch. It looks like Cassian Andor's coming down. We got 24. Is there any way we can get 1 damage from Mikolai to put him into the final
and
here?
That's the game.
It looks like that's the game. That's Mikolai, right? He's going to be in the
Mikolai's in the finals.
He's in the final of the regional championship. And the Galactic Champion is going to end his run in top 4.
Absolutely phenomenal set there. And, as I've been saying on stream throughout the day, Mikolai or Sip has been deserving a result like this for such a long time. And of course, to queue into one of your teammates, one of your best friends in the top 4, same deck, Galactic Champion, you've got to be sitting there going, oh man, if I lose right now, he's never going to let me hear the end of it.
No, because your teammates already got that Galactic Championship trophy sitting at home. You know he's shown that off to his teammates. And now, this was your opportunity to go, look, my friend had this phenomenal run at Galactics. They are one of the best players in the world. But guess what? I am also one one of the best players in the world, proves it by taking down their teammate in top 4 here, heading on into the final in what turned into a really tense game 3.
Absolutely. I mean, how close was that? Seeing the triple bounty hunters quarry, what an amazing, I mean, you know, that almost never happens.
I've never seen that before, mate.
Phenomenal.
Never.
And the best part was, you know, I would say that across the 3 games, we saw an average number of bounty hunters quarries, about 1 per game.
It all came down at once onto the Grogu.
Which was phenomenal. I mean, you know, and we saw just how powerful that was. Philip there, you know, exactly as you were saying, sometimes you need a little bit of luck on your side just so we can secure the ability there to draw that Poe and go, okay, great, I can do something now. Unfortunately, just a little bit shy there in the mirror match, but absolutely phenomenal. Just so good to watch.
No, it really was. That was a very entertaining game. And sometimes you can look at it and go, well, hang on a second, why are we watching a mirror match on stream? But other times we can look at it and go, well, look, we got 2 of the best players in the world who are teammates, who know the ins and outs of the matchup fantastically. And I think that gave us a more fun matchup because both the players were so good and knew the deck list so well that they kind of knew what they were going for. We had plays and counter plays and wry little smiles from the players as they were pulling off some of these tricks. It really was an absolute joy to behold as we went through that game.
Absolutely. So many tense moments there. But Ross, I have a question for you.
Go for it.
Are you satisfied right now?
Not ideal, frankly. I mean, like, there's 2 top 4s, and we just watched the top 4, and that was awesome, but it feels like maybe we go live to the other top 4.
I think that's a
and
very
then
good
carry
idea.
on.
What a smashing idea. Let's do that.
Okay, cool. Let's go into the other top 4, where unfortunately, Fran, now I'm not 100% on the pronunciation, I apologize, but Francis here is up by 1 game against Sassam, and it doesn't look like we're that deep into game 2. Now, time-wise, we've been here for a long time, but it doesn't look like that much has happened. We've got Mother Talzin on the right with that force aggression base, and then we've got Yoda on the left with that command aggression base.
Yeah, and it looks like what's just happened as we're joining this game is the Yoda player had the initiative, played down a Keller and Beck, and has ripped a Village Protectors from those cards. I have to say, probably one of, if not the best cards to see in this situation, putting Sasan in a pretty awkward situation here, where he now has to waste 2 of these attacks into that Village Protectors, allowing a little bit of time here for that Yoda deploy to come down. Yoda, we know, an incredibly powerful leader with that Restore 2, is going to come down, basically immediately delete a unit from existence on the opponent's side of the field. Just a real powerhouse if you're able to get to that point in the game, which of course we are seeing here has happened. Seems like we're seeing some passing from Francisco. Again, I apologize if I'm butchering that.
We are doing the best we can. That's the best we can do. So it looks like we are going to be, we got a Yoda skill coming down here. We got a Yoda deploy coming down here.
I suspect it's a skill because now a friendly unit has been defeated. And I imagine that Yoda player here really wants to make sure that they are getting that value out of the Yoda deploy. Now, for those of you who maybe don't remember what Yoda does, of course, we can see here on the screen that when he's on his leader side, you can exhaust the Yoda if a unit left play, draw a card, and then put a card from your hand on either the top or bottom of the deck. But when Yoda deploys, you may discard a card from your deck, and it's going to be the top card of your deck. And if you do, defeat an enemy non-leader unit that costs the same as or less than the discarded card. So here, you're going to be looking for something that's a medium to high cost to just be able to target something on Sazan's board.
Absolutely. Well, right now, the only units we've actually got there are a Secretive Sage and a Chamson Dulla. So Secretive Sage is just going to go into the base, ticking it up a little bit. We are now seeing the Yoda skill activated, drawing a card and then returning a card to the bottom of the deck. Of course, you leave it on top if you want to redraw it. You leave it on top if you want it there for your leader skill when you deploy. Otherwise, you put it on the bottom of your deck. So you're cycling your deck, you're seeing more cards, you're drawing into the things you want a little bit more consistently than you otherwise would.
Absolutely, and there was real potential for a high roll moment here for the Yoda player. If he had drawn into a copy of Rey from Legends of the Force, would have been able to snipe out that Chamson Dulla, as well as going back on top of the deck to be there to come out. We are going to see an 8-cost Yoda. I mean, that is going to defeat anything that this Yoda player wants.
And it is going to be that chance. And Darth Tyrannus, of course, did come in and get a little bit of a trade going. But now we've got that Yoda unit, a 4-9 with Restore 2. And already taken out one of the biggest threats. Now Darth Tyrannus has gone down as well. And, of course, we get that Restore at the same time. But Yoda takes down Darth Tyrannus, so turns out we do know who won that fight. It was Yoda in the end.
Absolutely.
And not even a half to do so.
Yeah, I mean, just a really strong play there, being able to tighten up that board, just keep things equal, not falling too far behind. Both players having their leaders out on the board right now, both pretty healthy, not really in a huge amount of danger. Of course, we saw this Talzin deck on stream in the last round, so we do know roughly the kind of threats that are present. The top end is not absolutely massive. We're really looking at something like the Sun and Anakin, of course, incredibly powerful cards, not to undersell those, but we're not looking at really big bombs, talking of 7, 8, 9, and 10 resources. Conversely, if we look at this Yoda's list, we're talking about real big boys. We got our Luke Skywalkers, we got our Yodas from Legends of the Force, we've got a lot of big units, and of course, post-sideboard, looks like there's some Kellerans that may have come in.
Yeah, absolutely does. Of course, we missed game one where we were off with our lovely Han mirror match. We are joining this live. A lot of the time today, what we've been able to do is show you one game, then show you another. But of course, the second this ends, we're ready for the final. So we have to bring you this live. So as soon as this is done, we can go straight to the final. No mucking about, no stopping, ladies and gentlemen. We want to head to the final. Here comes Luke Skywalker taking out that Mother Talzin leader unit with the -6/-6.
It'll be -3/-3.
Oh, it is only was there no friendly unit to feed in this phase?
I don't believe so, because this was the start of a new action phase, and the Yoda was the only unit that was on the field. But it's fine, because the Talzin had 4 damage on it already,
well,
so the Luke was going to get
good.
that. We're absolutely fine.
Okay, I'm so used. You always never see Luke being used for less than full value, but here, turns out you got exactly what you wanted. We do see Talzin's Assassin coming down here, using the Force, -3/-3. Unfortunately, will be enough to take out that Yoda leader unit. And
it was a power of the dark side.
Oh no, that's
going to
get rid of Luke.
That's going to get rid of Luke. Suddenly, what was feeling like a very confident board position for Yoda over here has completely evaporated. Of course, certainly very far from any kind of conclusion to this game. I think we are in for a probably bit of a long one. Lots of back and forth. Neither player having a huge amount of very aggressive things. Both players playing a lot of these things that go, okay, well, I play my thing and I remove your thing. Okay, well, you play your thing that removes my thing. Well, how about this? I play my thing removing your thing. I think we're in for a lot of that sort of back and forth.
Oh, speaking of one of those big bomb units, here comes a big Yoda. And that is going to immediately just take out the Secretive Sage. And now we got a 5/5. And did it heal the base as well when it came in? I believe it did. Oh, no.
No disintegrations. Such a powerful card in Talzin.
Such a good card. And, of course, all we're going to need is one activation of that Mother Talzin skill. And we're going to see that Yoda going down. It should not be that easy to take out a 9 cost.
I don't think the
health.
Yoda should have been able to use that skill, because I believe the Luke and the Yoda leader were defeated in the last phase. So, strictly speaking, it probably doesn't matter because it's happening out of order, but yeah, that should have been a pass there, I think, from the Yoda, followed by the Yoda leader ability, then presumably followed by a claim.
Okay, I'm going to take your word for that one. We got a Chamson Dulla coming down here. The game does continue, and what we've got here is we're just, wow, not much, honestly.
Yeah, it's just a matter of, at one point, one of these players is going to run out of answers to the threats the opponent is playing down.
Yep.
Right now, of course, Talzin has these threats on the board. Lots of damage, a 5/4, a 4/4. Just being able to keep on slamming things in. Historically, Command has not had the greatest amount of healing. Of course, that's changed quite significantly with Legends of the Force, and obviously
Yoda
being paired there with Yoda in that vigilance aspect. So as much damage as Cezanne looks to deal there, only takes one Yoda to heal off half of it.
No, absolutely it does. So here we come with, oh no, we got those big ships starting to come down from Yoda here. That is going to be
a Relentless, which is coming from the sideboard there, which is going to heal 3 damage across, coming in as a 6/6. And so we're going to see Kiadi Mundi come down for 6, draw 2 cards. I think Sazan probably very, very happy to see this here. Hand likely looking a little bit low, a little bit anemic. I imagine a claim, playing down some units. Big board here for Sazan on the ground.
Yeah, that Mundi coming down and drawing 2 is phenomenal. Acolyte of the Beyond also came down here on attack, and when defeated, the Force is with you. Despite not being a Force unit, you don't need the base here. The unit itself will actually go and get the Force. Of course, if we see, and we're a while away from here yet, if we see Sazan winning this game too, we might have to start talking about tiebreaker scenarios, because we could legitimately run out of time here, but we are not there yet.
Absolutely. Definitely a good ways to go. Yoda, not out of this just yet, but I think we are seeing one of the challenges when we are playing Heroism Command Vigilance, which is that you don't have things like Super Laser Blast. We don't have these really powerful board wipes. We do have incredibly powerful value cards like Home 1, which I was literally just about to mention, which this Yoda deck plays 3 copies of in the main deck, which is going to come in, slam down a Village Protectors. These are now sufficiently scary that lethal is getting closer and closer for the Yoda player. I mean, you know, when you have a 6/6, a 7/7 restoring, this is a lot of damage.
It's a lot of damage, and also it's in the space arena where, unfortunately, Mother Talzin doesn't have much to do. There's like Devastator, and that's about it. So
yeah,
maybe that can come and help. But these big ship units, they're very hard to deal with for a deck like Mother Talzin, and that's why you put your Village Protectors down there. Go, look, you guys go protect the ground. We'll go win the game in space.
Absolutely. And one of the challenges also is this Relentless is a 6/6 with Sentinel. Of course, 6/9, but it's got 3 damage on it with Sentinel. So we are seeing a little bit of difficulty there in potentially getting over it. It'll take a lot of actions for Sazan to be able to defeat this unit in space. And that Devastator, even if it is seen, not really going to be doing a huge amount.
Unfortunately, it's probably not. Like I say, you know, that's about all that Sazan's got here, and I'm not saying it's the best option.
That's a really good play, though.
Yeah, we have the Owen coming down here. That has got both Restore and will search out a Force unit when defeated. That is a very tasty combination that we see.
And the later we get into this game and the more resources Yoda has, the scarier things get. One of the unique things about both Home 1 and Keller and Beck is they don't actually force you to play a unit that only costs 3. They simply reduce the cost by 3.
Yes.
So as we have more and more and more resources, we start to see sillier and sillier and sillier plays. You know, it doesn't take that many resources. In fact, it only takes 12 for you to go Home 1, grab Kelleran from the discard, and put it right back onto the board. And every resource we have more than that, things get even more scary when it comes down to the Yoda's ability to just grind out a game and just keep seeing these huge heavy hitters.
Absolutely, it does. We just saw the Darth Tyrannus coming in there, taking care of those Village Protectors. So that Sentinel is now gone, and Sazan can start getting some damage in. First, as Mundi is going to go down and take out Owen Lars. That's not a fair fight,
I believe
frankly.
that is a Yoda right at the top there. And
There
I think
we
that's
go.
about the easiest pickup in the world.
Yeah, I would have gone for the Yoda, frankly. So that's going to be potentially coming in. You got enough.
Oh, no, we are seeing a church.
Oh, so it's not the easiest pickup in the world.
I forgot that the Yoda player did not have the Force token, which makes Yoda slightly worse.
It does make it slightly worse, and that means you need to get an attack off with a Force unit. We've talked about this before. Sometimes it can be hard to continually generate that Force unit. Oh, we do see Power of the Dark Side taking out one of those big ships there, which is frankly a little bit sad. Redemption goes down here.
Absolutely, and this is getting really, really scary for Yoda here. Sazan has just got such a wide board, and there really isn't a great way to deal with it. The way that Heroism Command Vigilance does things is you get these 1-for-1s where I slam down a thing and I also answer your thing, and I slowly accrue my advantage throughout the game. It's very, very hard for the deck to deal with loads and loads and loads of units coming down at once. While there is pressure coming down here, unless we see something like another Relentless, which I don't think there's any other copies in the deck, I don't really know how the Yoda player here is going to heal his way out of this.
No, unfortunately, there's one redemption in the sideboard. I'm not seeing any in the main deck. The one copy has gone, so I don't think that's coming back. And now this is where Mother Townsend can just start using all of those units and just swinging away and going, oh, you've got a ship in space, how cool. So I'm just going to sit here and attack with all of my units and really force you to have something. We know that we do have a Chilwell coming down soon, which is going to provide a Sentinel. But, oh, maybe Blue Leader. That's going to take out Townsend Assassin. This could help.
It's definitely going to help a little bit, but, I mean, there's just lethal on board here. We know there's a Chirrut coming. To be fair, annoyingly, it's not going to be able to be dealt with in just one action, but we are going to see 4 damage still going through. Probably going to throw the Dooku in, throw the Acolyte of the Beyond in, get rid of that Chirrut, sink 4 damage in from the Kiadi-Mundi, and then it is simply one more attack to secure the game for Cezanne. I think it's really looking in Mother Townsend's favor right now. I'm not sure how I get out of this, I'm Yoda.
Well, we're not getting out of it if we Yoda. We are picking up our cards. Cezanne is going to take game 2, and there's a cheer from the crowd, the home favorite here. And let's be clear, the crowd are cheering for Cezanne. We are in Spain. This is a Spanish player. We had a Spanish player winning the sealed event already today, and Cezanne is the home favorite, now evening it up at 1 game each. But there's only 24 minutes remaining. So at this stage, I've got to ask you, how do you feel about the tiebreaker scenarios if we go to time?
I think that's a really good question. Now, if memory serves, the way it works is the first consideration is damage on base.
Yes.
And if that is tied up, then I believe it goes to who has the initiative, I think. So I believe there was changes this recently. I will double check. But of course, if it's based on damage on base, a deck that's able to heal quite a lot of damage does seem relatively advantaged in that situation. We are probably going to have about 20 minutes for this game once the players are all set up, once everyone is ready, mulligans are done, all that sort of stuff.
Yeah.
So probably have quite a good amount of time. And I think there is some amount of overtime as well.
There
but
is.
Definitely the Yoda player may be finding themselves quite advantaged because 75-minute rounds, we've got about 25 minutes left. It's been 50 minutes, taking about 25 minutes per game, so it's getting pretty close.
It's getting pretty close. We don't usually see Star Wars Unlimited go to time. There were very, very few ties in the main event until we got to the end, and there were intentional ties because players were already locked into top 8. It's not a game where people tend to tie naturally very much. The games tend to be fast enough, but I think we need to pick up the pace of play maybe a little bit here because we are potentially getting to the point where we need to think about this end-of-game scenario and overtime and tiebreakers and all of that. So just, you know, something to bear in mind as we go through. We are not unlimited here, and now that it's 1-1, it's going to be interesting. And I do just want to point out, Cezanne lost game 1 in top 8, and then won game 2, and then came and won game 3 despite not having the initiative. So maybe they're a player that doesn't mind losing game 1 because that gives them the knowledge and the practice they need to come in and win the next 2.
I think entirely possible, and it may well just be that it's really these cards in the sideboard that are flipping the matchup on its head. And if we look through the sideboard, we see a 3rd copy of Anakin Skywalker. We know just how powerful that card is for Cezanne. We're going to want to be throwing that in immediately. We do see those 2 copies of Kiadi-Mundi became very relevant in that game, allowing Cezanne to refill that hand, flood the board, apply that pressure, and simply get there when they may not otherwise have been able to. And Owen Lars, again, that annoying unit, just he's farming the moisture, but he's so irritating. He just sits there menacingly, healing every single turn, and then when you do finally send him packing back to Aunt Beru, you know, he goes and he fetches you an Anakin.
Yeah, he absolutely does, which, to be fair, you know, that is in keeping. He does tend to fetch Force users. It's happened before. It may well happen again. Worth noting as well, as Ben and I pointed out in the previous round, of course, the Kiadi-Mundi has actually played off aspect here as a heroism card, but that just means that once it's in the discard, it activates the double ability of Anakin Skywalker, Champion of Mortis. So there's kind of pulling double duty there. Yes, you got to pay the aspect penalty for the heroism, but you don't mind so much.
Absolutely. And, you know, when a card is so strong that, yeah, we're getting the benefit, we're getting the little bonus, we're getting that nice little Anakin Champion of Mortis activation, but also, I kind of want to draw these 2 cards. It's a pretty good card. Oh, the handshake comes down. The players are ready here, both mulliganed into this 3rd game. Let's have a little look at these opening hands. We're seeing some good stuff, I think, over on the Yoda side. We're seeing a Lothwolf, which is very nice. It's going to allow the game to be stalled out, but we're also seeing a 3-2 in space. It's going to allow for some potential early aggression. But it looks like 2 of them, and potentially both of them going away. We do see a card I should have mentioned earlier, a big ship in space, the resupply carrier for 6. So this is a 4/5 with a when played to put the top card of your deck into play as a resource. Now, typically, we've only really seen this in Piet, but here it is in Yoda.
It's here in Yoda, and we are here in Game 3. We got a Lothwolf coming down from Francis. We got Cezanne playing that Krennic with the shield, and now we are back up. It's a Grand Inquisitor coming down on the 2nd phase. We are going fast through these first couple of turns. Did someone tell the players that we are running out of time?
I think the play here for Yoda, very, very nice. We're just going to go ahead and blue leader. Let's get rid of that Grand Inquisitor. It's going to defeat my Lothwolf. I don't want my Lothwolf to be defeated. He's a good boy. He's a very good boy.
Absolutely. We did also see a resupply, so if anyone's wondering how Yoda is up to extra resources, well, there we go, ladies and gentlemen. There is your answer. But Lothwolf does bear repeating, cannot attack. It just sits there. It'll hit your back. But Lothwolf's a good boy. He is protecting you. He's not going to go and attack anyone.
Absolutely. Looks like we're having a little bit of debate here, just clarifying that, well, what happened there was we went into the next turn. Yoda had the initiative, played resupply. Talzin plays down the Grand Inquisitor, and Yoda says, okay, I'm going to go ahead and take the initiative. Just confirming that. Here we go. As expected, that blue leader is going to come down, protect the good boy Lothwolf, come in, be quite a threatening unit as well on the ground there as a 5/5.
How many times have we seen Pivotal play some blue leader just this afternoon? Now, Chamsindula comes down, and in this matchup, phenomenal card, because that is going to get the ramp. So Yoda paid free to get a resource, and Talzin played 4 to get a resource and a 5/4 body on the field as well. That seems like a very good deal indeed. And we said it several times, any deck that is ramping is prime for Chamsindula. And here comes Mother Talzin as a leader unit. Cezanne here is looking to try and get some board control going early. Taking out the Lothwolf nice and simply, takes 2 back. It's not, say it's like 3 back. It is 2 back.
It is 2 back because we're going to give that -1/-1. I also want to issue a formal apology. I can't read. Yoda is when any unit leaves play. So I'm sure lots of people in chat correcting me. My bad, guys. It's not a friendly unit. It's when any unit leaves play that you can use that ability. I'm sorry. Will not make that mistake again. But a really nice board clear here for Cezanne.
Yeah, and you've still got your Krennic on the board. You've still got your Chamsindula sitting there ready to go in the future as well. So I am liking this from Cezanne's side of the board, and it's got to be borne in mind. We've got 17 minutes remaining. We're going to be watching the clock. This is going to come down to it, frankly. So this is something we need to be prepared for as we get later on in the game.
Absolutely. I'm not sure what I would be looking for here. I am trying to answer this board in some way. We are just going to go ahead and Rivals Fall the Mother Talzin. We saw this Rivals Fall in the opening hand. Does mean we're going to take 7 damage from the Cham plus the Krennic. And there are 6 resources open for this Mother Talzin to just start playing some big units. We are going to be able to use this Yoda ability as well, which is nice. Potentially keep us filtering. We want to hit these rays, which I don't know why I keep saying rays. Ray is aggression. It's not going to be in this deck.
Not going to be in this deck, unfortunately. We've seen it before. We're not going to be seeing it right now. We do have aggression, but I'm afraid it's on the other side of the board, other with Mother Talzin. So now we see some swinging from Krennic, and Cezanne here is going after that base early. We see a Darth Tyrannus coming down here, shielded with ambush, and we see an Acolyte of the Beyond. So that's actually, once again, going wide, as Cezanne likes to do, and threatening a lot, and I mean a lot, of damage coming down nice and early here.
This is 13 damage on the board right now. It is a huge amount. We are seeing the Kellerin coming down here. This is looking eerily familiar to when we joined the game, but my goodness, looking at the cards that are going to the bottom, I don't think I am happy to see a single one of these going if I am the Yoda player. We do see the Obi-Wan, which is going to go some way to just stalling us a little bit. We're also on that Yoda flip turn. We're going to be able to defeat a few of these units. We're going to start restoring. We're going to hopefully begin to maintain control of this board, but things are getting a little bit scary for Yoda here.
And I just have confirmed here that it is, as you said, it is remaining health. And if the health is tied, it is whoever has the initiative at the time the game ends. So actually loving what Sasan is doing here, getting a bunch of damage down, because there's an argument here. You don't even have to win the game. Honestly, you just need to get ahead, and there is no extra time per se. We just finish the final action phase. So when time runs out, if we're in the action phase, we finish that action phase however long it takes. We are then done, and it comes down to base health / initiative. So getting ahead on damage here can be crucial. Maybe we got enough time to finish. We'll have to wait and see.
My vote is we do, because I think No Disintegrations has got to be the most incredibly powerful card in Mother Talzin. I don't know if this saw play in the Galactic Championships. I don't quite remember. But the amount of work this card has done in just allowing Mother Talzin to remove anything. You get that bonus 1 ping for free thanks to that leader ability. This Kelleran is not long for this world. Such a powerful card we're seeing here.
It is a free cost that can basically remove anything from the board. It is absolutely absurd. Now, it is only non-leader unit. You can't use it against leaders. But other than that, it's pretty good. Now, we do see Chamsandula coming in here, taking out that Obi-Wan Sentinel. And now we see Yoda coming in with Village Protectors as the top card. So that allows you to get rid of Director Krennic with that leader skill. And now we've got some threatening there with the Yoda and Kelleran Beck. Well, they're not going to last too much longer, I'm afraid. But hey, you've got your Yoda, and actually, can we use Talzin? Yeah, Talzin's still on board this phase, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, Kelleran Beck's not lasting.
Yeah, exactly. And unfortunately here for the Yoda player, they would have liked to have hit probably literally anything else than a 3 cost. A 4 cost would have gone so far to just allowing you to actually answer the most scary card on the board here, getting rid of that Darth Tyrannus with the shield. Now it's going to stick around, going to be able to sink more of that damage, and going to be so hard for you to answer as well. And we'll see now, are we entering? We are going into straight board control mode. We need to clean up this board. We need to start restoring. We need to stabilize, and hopefully we can win in the next 12 minutes.
Well, the good news is we have restored 2, and the good news is Chamsandula has been taken off the board. That's a win on both counts. The bad news is Acolyte of the Beyond has just gone and thrown that 2 straight back at ya, and now Talzin's Assassin has come down combined, and that has then taken out the Yoda as well with that Acolyte of the Beyond throwing some damage in. And yeah, and of course, because of the -3/-3, the Acolyte of the Beyond only actually took 1 back because of the Talzin's Assassin. So this is going well for Sasan here. Very much in the driver's seat. 12 minutes remaining. Remember, if we run out of time, we finish the action phase, and whoever is ahead on base damage will win. But here comes Yoda using the Force to heal 5 and then taking out that Acolyte of the Beyond.
Definitely incredibly nice there. We were seeing Talzin with such a powerful turn, very well sequenced. No need to pop that shield on that Darth Tyrannus, because we can get back that Force token, use it multiple times in this turn. We saw it get used twice in that turn for the Mother Talzin leader ability, as well as the Talzin's Assassin, as well as then ending the turn with the token in play, so that Talzin's leader ability is set up 1 more time. Unfortunately, Yoda here is basically just having to play these haymakers, tap out and go, I really hope you have no way to do anything good here. Now, this Yoda does have potential to be so scary if it can just stick, but it can't. There's the Force Lightning to just delete it for, I believe that will be 6 resources for that Force Lightning.
Yeah, it's not ideal. It will be 6, 1 to play, and then 5 times 2 is 10. That's what you're going to need, 6 resources, but it will get rid of it. It's not quite as good as No Good to Me Dead, but it does mean that it does get it off the board.
Yeah, just, I mean, Cezanne seeing every phenomenal out he just needs to in this matchup. And, you know, it looks like the home favorite is really favored right now. It's hard to see how Yoda can come back from this board disadvantage. You know, we need to be seeing more of these early huge units from Yoda. We didn't see these Lukes on curve. We didn't see any of these really, really big, scary things. And it's just falling so far behind. We
Well,
do finally
here
see
is
a
a
Luke.
Luke, and it is going to take down Darth Tyrannus, which is nice. So, you know, you've still got the attack with Tarzan's Assassin coming here, and it does mean that Cezanne will have to find a way to get rid of Luke. Is there a no disintegrations or a Force Lightning or something else that can come in and remove it? They're both players are free of in the deck, as you might expect, but we do need some way to get rid of it. The sun is going to come down. Now, it never stuck in the top 4 game. We never saw the sun actually staying around. Could we see that happening here?
I mean, this is so strong. We are just seeing 6 damage thanks to that buff from the sun, from the Talzin's Assassin going straight in. Okay, we're actually going to see the Talzin's leader ability being used first, because then when the Talzin's Assassin attacks, is going to gain back the Force, and so the buff is still going to be there,
Yes.
and the Force token is going to be maintained. You're not going to lose it in between turns. Got to be sequenced the right way.
There we go.
But this extra damage, of course, being very, very important there. Oh yeah, it looks like just making sure that the Yoda ability can be used, because that was the action. Things can proceed as normal, but yeah, I mean, Cezanne just in such a great position, because that sun is an 8/8, and that's really scary.
And when the sun comes out, it is going to lead to a bright matchup for you, unless something goes terribly wrong. Now, in top 8, sorry, every time it got played, it got immediately countered. So Francis here is going to be looking for some way around this. Right now, we're not seeing anything on the board. Finally, some damage comes down from Yaddle with that Restore 1 as well. But, yes, Cezanne's going to be able to do 8 back with the sun, going up to 19 on Francis's base. We've got just under 9 minutes remaining, but Cezanne is very much in control. Lothwolf is going to come down as a Sentinel, though.
Yeah, I'm interested in why... Well,
For about
there's
5
the Anakin.
seconds.
I was going to say, I was wondering why the attack with Yoda happened first before the Lothwolf. Sorry, with Yaddle before the Lothwolf. But here we are seeing this Yoda come down. It's going to sink a good amount of damage into the sun. It's going to heal up. All we need here is Yoda to just stick. If this Yoda can simply just stick, and we can start getting some uses of the Force token a couple of times in a row, the power of Yoda to just keep the board clear is so immense that, I mean, the second Yoda of the game, all Yoda needs here is it for just to hang around.
I mean, the bad news is the sun can hit for 8, and then the Mother Talzin ability will take out the Yoda, and then it has gone. Now, the good news is it can potentially do some real damage before that happens. You know, hitting for 5 while doing 4 damage onto a unit, which, would that be enough to take out the sun? It would, if you had the initiative counter, which you unfortunately do not.
Yeah, and really unfortunate here, because we do see that Chirrut in the Yoda player's hand, and Chirrut plus 8 cost Yoda is phenomenal. Every time your opponent attacks, oh yeah, I'm going to reduce it. Also, I'm going to deal like 4 damage to your stuff. Really, really, really scary there. Unfortunately, not a combo that the Yoda player currently has access to. We will see what Cezanne chooses to do here on their turn. Definitely a lot of interesting options, as you were just suggesting, Ross. You could throw this 8 damage in. We are just going to go to base instead. Why not push our opponent to 22? It's quite a lot of damage. It's also very, very close to that lethal range, literally 1 off with the Anakin.
Yep.
Looking at this list, there is 2 copies of that Hotshot Blaster in the row. So if there is in the deck, so if there is a blaster in the row,
we're looking at the resources. We're counting them out, though. I'm like, is he okay? We're counting out. We're not grabbing a Hotshot Blaster from the resources yet. If we do, that is going to be the game for Anakin. Instead, it's a Force Lightning to take out Chirrut.
Yeah. That is very unfortunate. To me, I'm pretty sure we... Oh, no, because of the sun, the Anakin has the buff anyway, so it's just lethal damage on board. So we are having to answer the sun here in order to make sure that Anakin doesn't have lethal damage. But if there is a copy of the Hotshot Blaster in the row...
and there's a second copy of the sun coming. No, there isn't.
No,
Okay.
I think he's just double checking.
Okay.
Yeah, just confirming.
I got excited then. I'm like, he doesn't have enough resources for that. He just played Force Lightning. Okay. That's good. That confused me for a second there.
The blast is coming. Surely the blast is coming.
The blaster's coming. Surely the blaster's... I mean, he's looking at the resources. What are we doing?
No, we're one
We
off.
are swinging with 1 damage too little, which means now we can start potentially restoring with Yaddle, and then you're not 1 away anymore. And it also means that if Anakin goes down, you don't have a way to swing Filifo at the beginning of next turn.
My gosh, this is incredibly close. Yoda is so close to stabilizing here. Being able to stick this Yoda here is so big. We're seeing Cezanne play some resources. Here comes General Grievous.
I love the Grievous here because that is also representing lethal next turn. You don't need much. You only need, well, 1 damage at the moment, 2 after Yaddle has attacked. Do we have a Sentinel to come down to ruin the plan here?
So I'm a little confused why Cezanne didn't take this opportunity to just use that Talzin leader ability, remove this Yoda from play. I believe with 8 damage on it, the Yoda would be defeated. I mean, the one thing I'm scared of right now is something coming down here, using the Force, being able to just clean up the board. This is a home 1. I don't think that's going to do it because,
it's a turn too slow. It's not doing anything until next turn. We see a Village Protectors coming down with the home 1.
Might let us stall just enough.
I mean, we can still swing with Grievous, swing with Anakin. That is going to be enough here. Go through the Village Protectors and then do that last little hit.
So close. We just need any way here for Cezanne to out this Village Protectors. It's looking very scary right now on board. There are so many ways. Talzin's Assassin, another Force Lightning, power, something like a No Disintegrations, just ping the shield off. There is the Talzin's
Assassin. That is going to take out the Village Protectors. Now there is no Sentinel there. So Francis has got this 1 action. They need to get rid of both the Grievous and the Anakin. Either of those swinging is going to be there. I don't think there's enough restoring that we can do. So either of these units swinging in will give the game to Cezanne, send our Spanish favorite soaring into the final. It is an itinerant warrior.
Okay,
that is going to heal up.
And going to deal 6 damage. So it's going to heal 3. It's going to deal 6 damage over onto... unfortunately, but it's not going to be able to defeat
That's not going to be enough because Grievous can still just swing for 4 and win the game, even if Anakin goes away. So now it seems like surely we just swing with one of our units if we're Cezanne. We swing with Grievous. Grievous does the last 4 damage needed, and that's going to take down the base. And Cezanne is going to be going into the final of the Star Wars Unlimited Regional Championships here in Bilbao. The home favorite is going to be in the final, and you hear the crowd roaring. They are loving it over there. There's quite a little crowd of them.
It's phenomenal. The players have been out here supporting the whole time in this top cut. What a set! Exactly as you said there, Cezanne. Losing that first game, going straight through, managing to make it past those Game 2 and Game 3 with those sideboard cards. I mean, playing so well there, just developing that board, having the threats, having the outs, and we're about to see an amazing final, I think.
I'm looking forward to the final. I think Cezanne might lose Game 1 of the final.
Something tells me he may.
They did that in top 8, and they did it in top 4. And the thing is, I mean, they might lose Game 1 in the final, and I'm not sure it's even going to matter, because both games in the top cut so far, both matches, they've been able to come from 1 game down, get back up there, and Mother Talzin won the Galactic Championships. And then the Force Throw suspension happened, and everyone went, Mother Talzin's no good anymore. Oh, no, it is good. How good? Well, we're going to throw to a break for like 10 seconds, not for long. I can't promise the amount of time. Do not hold me to that, but grab yourselves a nice cold beverage. Do not go anywhere, because ladies and gentlemen, we got a final coming up, and this final is gonna be a beauty.
Hello, everyone, and we are here at a very, very special time at the Star Wars Unlimited Regional Championship here in Bilbao. We are mere moments away from crowning the premier champion. 670 players have battled it out over 2 days, and we are almost there at this final moment. The players are just getting set up now. We will be going over to that final very, very soon. But before we did, I am, of course, should have introduced myself. I am, of course, Krishiv. I've been with you over the last few days, as you will, of course, no doubt have seen. You may know me online as Ibo. I am joined over here, my right-hand man, Mr.
Ow.
That's what you may call him. And we are going to give a little bit of analysis before we get into this game, into these players, into the deck lists, and just talk a little bit about the storylines that have been developing over the course of this event. I mean, let's start off by taking a look at the bracket. We see here, first of all, I think a main point that's come up many times, but Poland coming to bat. My goodness me. 4 players in the top 8, 3 in the top 4, 1 in the finals, but 2 of them queued into each other in the top 4, and we are really about to witness a phenomenal battle. Now, I'm going to pass over to Al here because I think you know some of these players a little bit better than I do.
Yeah, indeed, yeah. So, I mean, what a tournament we've had. It's been absolutely amazing. And I think it's very fitting to have, you know, a well-known player who's had lots of success over the years. Not as much success as I think as he's deserved, as we've mentioned. But Mikolai here, one of the best Star Wars Unlimited players of all time. I think it's clear to see. And it's awesome to have in the final against a local boy. I think Sasson, we've seen him a couple of times today over the stream. He's played amazingly. He's had some really close games, some really intense matches. And it's fantastic to see that we've got such a great final coming up. And I think, you know what, like, it's great to see some that, you know, we're in Spain. You always love seeing a local lad do really, really well. But to come up against, you know, Mikolai, it's going to be a tough challenge.
I absolutely agree. And though you may be the hometown favorite, and we've heard the adoration of the fans every single time Susanna's managed to clutch that victory, it's been an uproar in this venue. It's going to be an uphill battle for both players. And I think one of the interesting things about this matchup is Mikolai, made better known as Sip, worked with Beton, the current Galactic champion, on the Mother Talzin aggression deck that saw so much success at the Galactic Championship, but now is playing an old favorite here in the Han to Energy Conversion Lab deck. Now, there is a huge amount to talk about here. I'm going to pass to Al. Why don't you give us this overall pass? What are the cards you think are going to be most important in this matchup?
I mean, I think you're absolutely spot on to mention about the storyline there of Talzin. I mean, isn't it poetic justice that the deck that they brought up, the Galactic Championship, is now the deck that Sip needs to beat in order to win this regional championship? Yeah, great storyline there. This deck, it is a well-oiled machine. They've spent many hours putting it together. Every single card has been painstakingly decided over. And I think in this matchup, there's going to be a few cards that are going to be very, very important. Having the Gungi on turn 1 and being able to follow up with a General's Blade, depending on how much upgrade hate we see, could just win a game. It can end a game on the spot. And we'll have to see if that does end up playing a role. R2-D2 looks very unassuming, but the amazing thing it lets you do in hand 2 is it lets you protect yourself against Power of the Dark Side. So on turn 1, you can play a Gungi, you can play any 2-drop Battlefield Marine, and you still can protect yourself against that all-important Power of the Dark Side, which is a huge card in the matchup. So R2-D2, an amazing tech card here. And then also another card that I think we've seen with some great moments today, Bounty Hunter's Quarry. I think that card could be very, very big in the matchup as well. If Sip can trigger 1 or even 2 Bounty Hunter's Quarries, or even 3 on a unit, then I think that will give him a good chance of winning the game.
Absolutely, I totally agree, Alan. You know, I don't think we saw him use a single Bounty Hunter's Quarry in that top 4 match, so I think he's due for some. That's not all, though. We got some more heavy hitters in this list. Cards like Keller and Beck, I think, are going to prove to be incredibly powerful. Very, very large units, very, very hard for this Mother Talzin deck to answer, especially because it's going to insulate itself from Power of the Dark Side, exactly as you mentioned there, Al. We've also got some other really, really cool choices here. One I want to flag is going to be this copy of Hotshot Blaster in the main deck. This is something that potentially our Mother Talzin players not going to be expecting. A little bit of extra damage. We've seen just how often that 1-2 little bit of damage is all that separates between winning a match and proceeding into the next stage of the tournament and losing. And then, of course, I don't think we could talk about this matchup without mentioning probably 2 of the best cards in the game in Poe and Rekka. I mean, one of the issues we saw there for the Yoda player on stream was just a real inability to interact with those wide boards. And once that Force engine started, got rolling for the Mother Talisman player, it was really, really hard to stop. I can think of 2 cards that might make it a little bit difficult to maintain such a wide board, and I suspect we'll be seeing them used to great effect in this final.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the Poe and Wrecker, as you mentioned there, I mean, huge cards in almost every single matchup. Those cards have just been dominating the game in a sense for so long. The pairing with ECL is just amazing. And look at this. I mean, I know it's just the on-screen graphic, but look how blinged out this deck looks from the start with. I hope the actual thing is as blinged out as this one. Yeah, I mean, there's the whole deck is a really well-oiled machine. And I think it's fantastic to see here Talzin going from being a deck that everybody brought, well, some people brought at the Galactic Championship, did really well. People started copying it, bringing it loads. Force Throw got banned, and now someone's found success with it yet again. And it just shows the power level of this new set. Some of these new cards, Anakin Skywalker, I mean, just does amazing things, super powerful. Nova Disintegration is a card that we really haven't seen that much. I think you said earlier on the stream, I'm not sure if it was a Galactic Championship. I don't remember seeing it really at all there. So honestly, I think it's a pretty new tech as such, and obviously pairs amazingly with Talzin's ability. And there's that Hotshot Blaster. How many games have we seen over this tournament be ended with that one sneaky Hotshot Blaster from the resources? Such a powerful card.
Absolutely agree with you, Al, there. I mean, we're just seeing so many valuable, powerful cards. Now, Talzin not going to have quite that same level of aggression in the early game. Of course, not having that energy conversion lab to just really swing tempo in that player's favor. But we are seeing some real heavy hitters. It's not as if we are not without any abilities to ambush here. We have cards like Darth Tyrannus, which is going to be able to come in and do some real work. We also have cards like Anakin Skywalker, so phenomenally powerful when it comes to immediate board interaction. There is so much in this deck that is really, really scary. And of course, it's not as if the deck has no top end. We do have a pretty devastating ship that could come in to close out the game. I'm going to have to ask you the really difficult question now, Al. Which deck do you think should win this matchup, and which player do you think is going to win?
I'm going to be honest with you. I think if you were to ask Sip himself, he wouldn't know the answer to that. When you sat down and asked Beton, he doesn't know the answer to that question, so I'm not going to pretend to have the answer. I will say that just a quick little thing I saw on the deck list there, no Disabling Fangs or Confiscates in the main deck, summon 2 in the sideboard, which means game 1 there is a real opportunity to run away with it with a General's Blade. And Sip, both players, they have access to the deck list. They will see that, they'll know that, and Sip has an opportunity here to win that way. But I will say that if I'm going to have to pick a winner, I cannot go against my teammate. Like I said, he's due a big win. I am going to be backing Mikolai. I think he can have this, but it's going to be really close.
I think a very, very diplomatic answer there from Al, which is unusual, not keeping with his usual style in answering my questions. I'm glad to see he's learning how to be impartial. Clearly from me, as I've been very impartial this whole weekend. If I had to ask myself the same question, I'm rooting for Han 2 ECL. I just love that deck. I think it is so fun, and the incredible potential when you combo General's Blade with that Han leader ability, playing out a Keller and Beck on that 4-resource turn, all the cool plays you can do. There's just so much ability for skill expression and technical, fantastic gameplay, but I'm forced to root for the hometown hero. There's just something beautiful about 2 Spanish players taking down 2 back-to-back regionals here in Bilbao, but I think that's enough pre-match analysis. Why don't we go to the actual match? I am so excited to watch this alongside with you. We're going to bid you adieu for now, but let's go ahead and pass it up to Driss and Ben for the grand final.
Thank you, Krishiv. Thank you, Al. Yes, welcome here. Ben and Driss with you at the caster's desk, ready to crown the premier regional champion for Star Wars Unlimited's Legends of the Force regional event. I cannot wait for this, Driss.
Yeah, we've been waiting. We've been working towards it the whole weekend. Finally, the match of the weekend is taking place now. Who will be the first winner of the Regional Championship Season 1?
Yeah, it's really, really exciting here. Mikolaj Vendowski, the #1 seed, coming out of the extended Swiss rounds that we had ending halfway through today, up against Sasan Abassi, who has had multiple appearances on stream by this point now across both days, has played fantastically throughout them as well, and is now just one best-of-3 set away from being a crowned regional champion. He's got a very, very difficult task, though. though. Mikołaj Wendowski, top 4 at a sector qualifier in Season 0. Obviously, a member of the fantastic team Enigma, which contains Philip Skudlarek, who he had to beat in a semi-final in order to get to this place. The stakes do not get any bigger than this, though.
Yeah, exactly. Being able to say that you won a regional championship is already such a big thing. Being able to say that you did it by beating the reigning galactic champion, I don't know what gets better than this.
Well, winning the regional championship for sure is how you can cap this all off. We are going to waste no more time. Our players are set. We are ready. I hope that you are as well, tuning in either here at the venue in Bilbao or at home around the world. Here are your finalists for the regional championship in Bilbao. Mikołaj on the left-hand side. You have a Sasan on the right-hand side. Han Solo worth the risk with the Energy Conversion Lab base up against Mother Tolzin with the Aggression Force base.
We already saw that Mother was already extremely good in the sealed environment, and I guess Cezanne was like, no problems. I'll just take it to a premier event as well. I already made this deck, so why not continue playing it?
Absolutely. She was certainly one of the scariest decks in the Legends of the Force format, pre-Force Throw Suspension. And post-Force Throw Suspension, a lot of people thought, okay, it's probably still decent, but whether it's still going to be at that tier 1 to tier 1.5 kind of range was still left to be decided. Han Solo worth the risk. Probably not as many doubts about that leader going into this weekend's event. Was probably more so what that base combination was going to look like. Whether it was going to stick with the Force Vigilance base that it was running pre-Force Throw Suspension, or whether, in the case that we've seen here this weekend, we'd see a little bit of a change-up in base and indeed aspect pairs as well.
Exactly. Compared to our friends from over the ocean in America and Portland, he did get played here as well a lot. I think he had 3 spots there in the top 8. Meanwhile, we see him already here, already at least claiming 2 spots that we saw in the top 4 of this event already, which means he's such a good leader and such a flexible leader as well. As we can see, we can play him with command or vigilance.
Certainly so. Well, it looks like the players having themselves a good chat here about maybe their experiences throughout the entire weekend, throughout the day, and the games that they've had to play. Sasan has certainly had to play some really nail-biting games to get to this point, having beaten Yonas, the Season 0 regional champion in Lille in the quarterfinals. Then having to come from a game behind to beat Franciszek Sivak on the Yoda Force base with that Jedi Temple. Now is going to have to go against another top European player here in Mikołaj Wendowski.
One thing is certain, Ben. If Cezanne is winning as a Spanish player here in Spain, we're going to have to duck. The roof is going to get off. The people in the venue, we've already heard them screaming and shouting and cheering for him, so it's going to get wild out here.
Yeah, the reaction to Alvaro, who was our winner of the sealed regional championships a couple of hours ago, winning that game 2-0 up against Mikhail on Third Sister Cunning, up against Grand Inquisitor Vigilance. Everyone had an amazing reaction for that. Undoubtedly, if Sasan is the one that's going to be walking away here as winner, there will be just as big, if not as big, a reaction. The players are drawing their opening 6-card hands. We have no time limit here as well, so we are playing to a finish. One of these two will be crowned the first Premier Season 1 regional champion. Will it be under the banner of Han Solo for heroism, or will it be under the banner of villainy for Tolzin?
Ooh, what are your predictions here, Ben? Please tell me.
Ooh.
You, as the guy that I know, knows true and true what's happening most of the times. I'm adding most of the times here, chat. Who do you think is going away with this? Who do you think is taking that win home?
I think if we're talking about recency experience, and from what Sasan has seen across this top cut stage, I favor Sasan in this matchup. He's already faced up against Han Solo worth the risk on the run to the final here. The slight difference being that that was obviously the different build of Han Solo. It was with that Vigilance Force base as opposed to Energy Conversion Lab here. This one is a little bit more aggressive in its nature, having access to things like obviously the Keller and Beck, the blue leader as well that you can ambush in combined with the Han Solo leader action, either into the ground or just play it with an ambush into the space. You've also got the Bounty Hunter's Quarry, the General's Blade, Keller and Beck as well that could be played with Han Solo leader action and get you that search going. There's so many great command cards that this deck has in offer for it, but ultimately it's still the same kind of strategy. You're still playing all of those units out at action phase prior to when they should be able to be. They are coming in damaged, so they are looking prime targets for any of those power reduction effects of the Night Sister package. So I'm thinking maybe it's going to be Sasan, but Mikolaj is a very, very strong contender. He's been in that spot before where he's been 1 or 2 steps away from being crowned a major event champion. So he will want to right those wrongs from Season 0 and start Season 1 off to a fantastic start. It's going to be close, but Sasan has my vote very, very narrowly. The resources are set. The first action phase is going. We are underway, and it's Obi-Wan Kenobi being played out up against Secretive Sage on action phase 1.
The players are playing really quickly. You see these guys, they're warmed up, they're ready to clash. The cards are already flying over the table, and looks like we're in for a really great match.
Hopefully should be as well. Obviously that Obi-Wan Kenobi getting the opportunity to gain Sentinel throughout phases as long as you play a Force unit. Does include itself, which is quite nice in the later game to watch out for. But here on Action Phase 1, it's just sitting there as a 3-3 for 2, thanks to the Han Solo leader action. Whereas Sasan, with that Secretive Sage, nice first action play for them. With that Force tag on the Sage means that Sasan is going to be able to generate that first Force token from this action phase and start activating those Mother Tolzin effects.
Yeah, we've seen that Mother Tolzin really relies on getting that Force out, getting the Force token and utilizing it to the max. And that's a great start indeed to have Sage here for Sasan. Probably just going to crash into the base, or yeah, that will be probably the play, right? The Obi-Wan still has 1 left of HP, so it wouldn't be very worth it to pop your shield on that. So I think going into the base would be the play here to generate that Force token for later plays to set up.
Yes, certainly. As long as Mikolaj doesn't find a Force unit that they can play down to re-grant that Obi-Wan Kenobi Sentinel, then Sasan will have no choice unless he has some kind of removal option. We've seen things like no disintegrations, Power of the Dark Side, Force Lightning in this list, as well as removal in these early and sheep's game stages. So it'll all be about what Mikolaj decides to do on this first action here. Looks like it might be a pass action that was declared. There is the Force Lightning that I mentioned about being able to be utilized. No Obi-Wan Kenobi now for that potential of a Sentinel.
Yeah, getting rid of it instantly is a really great.
Oh, and this is really great as well. One of the command cards that we didn't mention in the build-up that's in this list, the Poe Dameron Pilot, especially strong in Han Solo Worth the Risk because you deal the damage to the unit when it's played into the ground arena with the Han Solo leader action. That ability then triggers on Poe, creates the X-Wing token, puts the Poe Dameron into the token, and wipes away that damage from the Poe Pilot as well. It's a really, really nice combo.
Exactly what happened here, but we saw that Mikolaj did it in 1 smooth movement. He didn't do all the necessary movements here to speed up the game, right? Because these guys know what's going on, they know what combo got used. It's not necessary to go over all the steps.
Certainly so. It's going to be Mikolaj again here that's going to have the first action, and we will see just a return swing into the base. This is going to be for 4 damage, however, because of that +2 power boost that is on the Poe Dameron Pilot. And now Sasan has to look into their hand. No immediate slam down of something like Power of the Dark Side to immediately clear the piloted X-Wing token. We are paying 3 resources, though. We have no disintegrations that's going to come down, reducing the unit to 1 less than its remaining HP. And with that force token available as well, Sasan is going to have the opportunity to remove that piloted token with the Talzin leader action the next time things pass back to him.
Sasan doing a great job here at controlling the field a bit, making sure that Han, as we know, that likes to pump out units, that likes to overwhelm the battlefield, to keep that to a minimum. And Mikuláš will have to find a way to start pumping out some more units at this point, because if he goes too far into this game, it's really looking better for Sasan the farther we get into the resource.
Yeah, Vigilance Villainy, so apt at being able to take that control kind of position. We do see the R2-D2 make its way out from hand from Mikuláš here. When played, is going to look at the top card of the deck, can either leave it on the top or put it on the bottom. Mikuláš happy to see what it was, so it will remain on the top of the deck. There is the Talzin leader action as forecasted, removing that X-Wing token away. And now Obi-Wan rejoins the battlefield with that Sentinel tag for this action phase, meaning Secretive Sage isn't going to be able to take an easy attack into the base here. Sasan might be tempted to claim the initiative. Instead, we're going to give the Secretive Sage a Hotshot Blaster to be able to boost up its power by 2. Still not quite enough to get through Obi-Wan in one action, though.
Yeah, buffing up the Sage here is a nice play to do, but indeed, in the longer run, I think right now, it's not really doing anything to adapt the board, to change the board. You still can't kill the Obi-Wan. You can pop your own shield. Oh, but that's actually what's going to happen. He's going to crash into it to already soften up that Kenobi. And yeah, maybe he got something else lined up for us to kill it next turn.
Well, we do have the Force token being regenerated from the Secretive Sage attack as we're in the regroup phase right now. So we will be able to immediately answer Kenobi with the Mother Talzin leader action, give it the -1/-1, and be able to drop its HP to 0 in that form. We're at the 5 resource action phase as well, so both leaders are going to be able to deploy on this action phase. Give Sasan another activation of a -1/-1 on attack when the leader unit is deployed. And then we do have the Obi-Wan as well, as we are just going to go ahead and see the Obi-Wan go away.
Yeah, Mikuláš knows what's going to happen. He knows this is the setup that Sasan is looking for, so why not already trade the Obi-Wan that he has to at least get some value out of it, get rid of the only unit that Sasan has left, and putting Sasan into a position where he clearly has to think.
Yeah, and this is where Sasan found himself in an awkward position, as Sasan looks like he's declared the pass action in that one. But yeah, this is where Sasan found himself in an awkward position during that quarterfinal matchup, when the Han-2 player, Yonas, was being a little bit more controlling, playing Sasan at his own game, and being able to pick off systematically all of those units that they were being able to deploy. So Sasan here is really having to go into the think tank as the R2-D2 attack completes. The card that is being seen there from the when attacking ability is going to be left on top, and now back onto their action here, either with the opportunity to deploy the Mother Talzin leader unit, or just try and play something out, stall for the time a little bit, and see what Mikuláš does without just needlessly passing and passing.
Yeah, he still has all his resources left, so there must be options there. Like, I would be surprised if he has no hand cards that he can use at this point in time. So deploying the leader already kind of makes it vulnerable, because you rather want it to stay on board as long as possible.
Oh, wow. It was just a pass and claim between Sasan and Mikuláš. Mikuláš in no rush whatsoever to advance this board state with a Han Solo leader deployment or anything else right now, saying, no, you know what, let me take that first action. Let me get an extra damage into the base. Let me get an idea of the next cards that I might be drawing into with either the regroup phase or something like an Qui-Gon Mundi, rather. I'll get through my Jedi list in the meantime. While R2-D2 does make that first action attack, card going to the bottom of the deck for the first time here for Mikuláš, so clearly not happy with what he has seen there for this matchup.
Yeah, probably a unit that, or an event that he rather not have yet, because there's not much on the board, so there's not much that Mikuláš can know that, oh, I need an answer for this, or I need to grab or search for that. It's just like mainly a guessing game here for him. He knows I'm 1 unit up, I'm already did some damage, but that's it, right?
Yeah, it might have been something like a Bounty Hunter's Quarry, which isn't going to be of use right now with Sasan not having any units. Yes, you could attach the Bounty Hunter's Quarry to your own unit, but then you're giving your opponent an opportunity to search the top 10 cards of their deck to get a 3-cost or lower unit to deploy out for free. So not wanting to go ahead and see that. Maybe it's also something like a Cham Syndulla as well. There's no ramping going on in the Mother Tolzin deck, so that card pretty unnatural in this ability for its when played. We are going to see a deployment of the Han Solo leader unit as Sasan is continuing to just use these pass actions throughout the early stages of this game.
Yeah, Sasan really weighing his options here, but finally committing to a 2-cost unit.
It's the Karis that's come down here, the 2/4, which when defeated can allow you to use the Force. And if you do, you get to give a unit -2/-2 for this phase. So that's what I was talking about earlier in terms of that Night Sister engine that you have within the Tolzin deck. You've got her, you've got Merrin in some builds as well of Mother Tolzin. You obviously got the Night Sister Warrior as well as the Tolzin's Assassin of cards with that Knight tag that are very, very strong. What's also very, very strong is this Han Solo that's going in and getting some more easy, effortless damage into that Fortress Vader base.
Yeah, while Sasan is passing, Mikolai is just blasting, and it's actually what's happening. And we see the Assassin coming down here, targeting the Han Solo.
Yeah, and this is nice as well, actually, here. The Han Solo only has 6 HP on it, and we do still have the Mother Tolzin leader to be able to utilize here. Can't quite defeat it with all of the minus effects, unfortunately, which I think is what Sasan would really, really like to have happened here. You do have to use the Force in order to activate the -3/-3 when played reduction from the Tolzin's Assassin. But it does mean that we could say deploy the Mother Tolzin leader unit, swing into the Han Solo. You'll reduce it down -1/-1 again, meaning that 1 damage will be enough to be able to deal with it. And Tolzin will take nothing back in response because of the power reduction as well. And seeing that maybe, Mikolaj is having to live a little rethink there. Exhausted 5 resources, then quickly readied them up, and now visually is doing some calculations, trying to figure out, okay, what are your next actions looking like in this phase, in the next phase? It is a joy to watch the physical reactions of Mikolaj Vendowski, I do have to say.
Yeah, I think Mikolaj is going through the million timelines and the million lines that are happening, actually, like Doctor Strange. And he's looking for the one that's actually going to grant him the victory.
Well, it is going to be the commitment to the 5 resources. It is going to be Poe Dameron, not burning the energy conversion lab just yet, so keeping it around for now. There is the predicted Mother Tolzin leader deployment. Mikolaj Vendowski is just going to claim the initiative, so that means that we are going to have that play line with the Tolzin into the Han Solo leader unit that I spoke about. And all of a sudden, Sasan, looking like with the Night Sisters, is getting a little bit closer into this game. There is the Poe that we've still got to worry about, though.
Yeah, Sasan is collecting the whole family here in the ground units area. But indeed, the Poe is a big threat here. A 6/6 that actually burns. If we can say burn, he can also make you discard. Sasan doesn't really have to worry at this point. He still has some cards in hand. I think 3. He's shuffling at an extremely fast pace, so it's hard for me to guess. But I would think he has 3 cards left. So he can probably miss one. He's been passing a lot, so maybe not the cards he really want to have. But still, the more options you have, the better.
Yeah, that's the biggest scary thing about Poe Dameron, isn't it? Is that while on its printed stats it is a 6/6, but in actuality it's realistically an 8/6 because of that on attack ability, being able to deal 2 damage to a unit or base in exchange for 1 card discarded out of Mikolaj's hand here. It's a very, very scary unit indeed, and Sasan's list with Mother Tolzin not really one too known for playing Sentinels to be able to help clog up the board and prevent that Poe Dameron from doing too much damage into the base. We are going to see Poe go ahead and swing, committing to the attack, and now Mikolaj trying to decide how many modes of this on attack we want to activate.
Yeah, I don't think anything will be able to... Oh, he's going actually discard 2. Oh no, he's showing that he's actually going into base with Podemron. I think he discarded 1, the Grogu, if I'm correct, Ben. And we're going to see which one is going to trigger. It's going to be the damage that's going to be added to the base as well. Putting Cezanne here on 17 damage from 28. Meanwhile, Mikuláš still at a comfortable 2 damage here on his one.
Yeah, very, very easy decision, I think, there to make from Mikuláš. We want to push the tempo a little bit more. We want to push that initiative. We are on the action phases here where things like Wrecker become a real threat to not only the base health, but also to ground units as well, with its when played ability to deal 5 damage to a ground unit if you defeat a friendly resource. You also got things like the Kelleran Beck that you could play out for a reduced cost with the Han Solo leader unit. That's 7 power as well, that could represent alongside whatever the Kelleran brings with it on its when played search. We are going to see a response from Cezanne, though. We're going to see the Darth Tyrannus go ahead and ambush in here using the shield token to advantage because we have the Force, getting the 4 damage in as well, and maybe just trying to set up for some kind of Karis kill here with the when defeated, maybe something like the Mother Tolzin just to be able to trade in and deal with it as well. There's a couple of lines that we can go. All I do know is, or I have a feeling at the very least, Poe isn't seeing the end of this action phase.
Yeah, I think Cezanne also realized that Poe is a danger here on the board. It's something that he needs to deal with as soon as possible. He already took 8 damage to the base from it. Another 8 would put him up to 25 damage. Only 3 damage left. That could be fatal in this position. I wonder if Mikuláš has anything that he could just ambush in with his base, but looks like it's just going to be R2 who is screaming into the base.
R2 going to go all sirens blazing here with another little peek at the top of the deck. Mikuláš again not happy with what they have seen, so maybe again setting up to try and filter away some of those cards that aren't helpful in this matchup, or even could potentially be digging deeper to try and set up for a Kelleran play here and make sure that he is hitting something that he really, really wants to see. I think Cezanne there just having a confirmation from Mikuláš about whether you've used the energy conversion epic action. We have not, otherwise that big cross epic action marker would also be on the base as it is on the Han Solo leader unit right now. And Cezanne with 3 active resources open here to work with as well, might have declared a pass action once again, trying to see if Mikuláš has something like a Cassian in Andor that you can maybe come out of the smuggle.
We see that Cezanne is passing a lot in this game. I think it's a strategy you don't really see that often. Most of the times,
we're sticking Talzin with a lightsaber here. Fallen lightsaber, +3/+3, and the Talzin leader unit is a Force unit, so we are going to get the capability of that on-attack trigger to deal 1 damage to each ground unit the defending player controls, and in actuality, just doing my maths, no, it's not going to quite be allowing us to swing the Talzin leader unit into the base, use the on-attack Fallen lightsaber trigger to deal 1 to each ground unit. In fact, no, it is. I'm counting my maths wrong completely. Ignore what I said about not doing this. Definitely do this. Swing Mother Talzin leader into the energy conversion lab. On attack trigger of the lightsaber will ping each unit for 1, and the Talzin leader action will be able to go -1/-1 to deal with the Poe. Are you doing the same though for the Wrecker, dealing with the Talzin's assassin here and representing a big 7/6 overwhelm on the board now as well?
Yeah, 7 damage suddenly out of nowhere is really big here for Mikuláš. Cezanne still being very threatened with the damage on board here. Even if he can clear the Podemron, it will still be a dangerous zone that he's in. But yeah, he doesn't have any resources left. So it's anyone's game. Or he got 1 left?
It looks like there's 1 active resource that we've got left here. We're on the 7 resource action phase. We've paid 6 for the Wrecker, but because we have to defeat 1 on the when played action, we still have the one left over here. So Mikolaj still has maybe one trick up their sleeve. Unlikely that it's going to be something like a Hotshot DL44 Blaster without a readied unit. We want to be able to attach it from hand onto something readied so that we can attack with it, as opposed to just going, oh, look, here's this really threatening unit that you're definitely going to want to fell the dragon or Rival's Fall or some other kind of way of single target removal to be able to deal with here.
I wish that you guys could see how Ben is moving in the behind the caster desk. It's amazing.
I certainly wish you could not. It is not a sight that anybody wants to see when I'm pacing back and forth here, trying to figure out and follow exactly what journey that these wonderful players are taking us on here in Bilbao. Sasan picking up the Karis here and maybe being tempted to crash it into something and prepare it for a when defeated ability here. We are declaring the attack. Sasan just laboring now about where this attack is actually going to get declared into. Is it going to be into a unit to trigger the when defeated ability, or is it just going to go into the base and try and get a little bit more chip damage in for Tolzin as well?
Into the base could be an option, but if you look at the board state, you really don't want these big units to survive, right? These are threatening lethal on board right now, so he has to kind of get rid of the Poe or the Wrecker, and that's exactly what's going to happen. He's going to crash into the Poe and use the ability of the Karis to
when defeated, reduce the power level and the HP of the Wrecker. Now the Karis is going to go ahead and go into the Wrecker itself. So going through the removal the old-fashioned way, still surviving with quite some HP on it as well. It's 7 HP at base printed stats, +3 makes it the 10. So she's still got 6 HP on the kit at the moment, and she's hitting for 6 with that Fallen Lightsaber. Also with the 1 attack trigger to be able to deal the 1 damage, which I believe does need to be put on the R2-D2 here at this point, because the on-attack is each ground unit the defending player controls, not just a specified 1 damage ping.
Yeah, I think you are correct, and I think that's something the casters are the spotter is forgetting at the moment, but we're sure that someone will take care of this.
Well, we'll make sure we try and get it cleaned up, or at least get an answer for maybe why that 1 damage isn't on the ability there from the Fallen Lightsaber. Nevertheless, we are continuing on with the regroup phase here. Both players regrouping, readying up their resources here at this point. And there is the 1 damage counter now being put onto the R2-D2 unit. Great job, team. High fives all around from a distance. And for us here in the caster's desk, actual high five.
Let's go.
So new action phase kicking off here. Mikolaj yet again has the initiative to start off with. Mikolaj has had control of that initiative token, I think, the entire game so far. But Sasan has been able to do well to just make sure that Mikolaj isn't getting as much advantage from that token. Yes, this R2-D2 is causing quite some trouble. It's hit in for 1 damage ping quite consistently here throughout the course of this game 1. But at least it's not something like 3 damage that's flying in. At least it's not something like an ambush of a Poe Dameron or a Wrecker that could be really ruining Sasan's day here.
Yeah, indeed. We've been saying that Mikolaj has the initiative token for a while, but that's exactly what you want, right? Ashan, you want to have the initiative. You want to be able to be the first one that decides what's going to happen to the board, so you can make the more favorable trades.
Certainly so. We saw the Owen Laz make its way down onto the board there as the first action for Hassan there. And now we are going to see the Energy Conversion Lab get played, and it's Poe Dameron that's going to go ahead and ambush in. We do have to target a unit here with the ambush, so this is going to either deal with, well, any of the units that are on the board right here. But I would not be surprised if this goes into the Tolzin leader unit. You are able to ambush straight into that. We have the 6 power on the Poe Dameron, which is exactly enough to be able to deal with another Tolzin. We are instead going to go ahead and it looks like defeat the upgrade here of the Fallen Lightsaber. Yes, we are. And then what are we doing? Oh, we're discarding the last card from hand, which was a General Grievous. And then because of the removal of the lightsaber, that means that the ambush damage is enough to deal with Tolzin at her base printed stats. That's really, really nice there from Mikolaj.
Yeah, very clever play here. And looks like both players have no cards in hand at the moment. So it's going to be a top deck battle as well.
Well, this is a really, really scary place to be here because Sasan can take this value trade in with the Darth Tyrannus here. Sasan going into the resources. Lom Pike out of the resource row here. The crowd go crazy as well, seeing the Lom Pike being smuggled out. 4/6 for 4, which on attack allows you to give a shield token to an enemy unit. If you do, you get to give yourself a shield token as well. But in this situation here, it's big because it's just a 4-power unit that's on the board that might just be able to help outrace Mikolaj with that Owen still on board as well.
Like we said, Han Solo really wants to get that dominance in the early game, and we saw that Mikolaj did that. There's already 19 damage here on the base of Cezanne. Cezanne having to pass a lot, but it looks like the tide is turning into the favor of Cezanne.
Yeah, and unless Mikolaj has an answer for that Owen Laz in particular to stop the Restore 2s coming in, Sasan is going to be able to continue to claw back that differential between the two players. Currently a big 17 damage disparity between Mikolaj and Energy Conversion Lab and Sasan on Strangled Cliffs. I'll correct myself from earlier from saying Fortress Vader. Apologies for that, ladies and gentlemen. But either way, the point still stands that it could be a really, really important moment for Sasan here to try and keep that Owen Laz alive. Mikolaj is just going to continue to chip in with this one R2-D2 damage, the little astromech that could, putting Sasan 8 damage away. No longer now make that 10 thanks to the Owen Restore.
Yeah, Owen is going to do a great job here if he keeps on the board, and that's what we've already seen a few times. Just a few Restore units being able to turn the tide totally here, like almost healing up the base from almost being destroyed to almost full health. Yeah, the time is ticking here for Mikolaj because we're getting into the later game. We see already 8 resources. This is the ballpark where we will see Mother shine.
Yeah, especially if something like Devastators drop down as well, especially in the next action phase if something like a Crate Dragon finds its way burrowing up from the ground unit to surprise everybody and make a really, really big potential dent into Mikolaj's future game plans. But for now, Mikolaj having to try and deal with this board state that's being presented at the moment. Just the 2 cards in hand that were drawn off of the action phase and the regroup phase, and using the Han Solo leader action here to play out one of these 2 cards. What's it going to be? It's the Obi-Wan, which is going to gain the Sentinel keyword because it includes itself as a Force unit. Lom Pike not going to be able to get damage in unless out of one of those 2 cards in hand, Sasan has an immediate answer.
And looks like he knew what to play. He instantly was like, okay, I don't even have to look at my hand. I already know the play that I'm going to do.
Ooh, but IG coming down now here for Mikolaj. 6/5 for 5. If this unit would be captured, you get to defeat him and deal 3 damage to each enemy ground unit. Capturing not really going to have a factor in this situation, but on attack, you are able to deal 3 damage to a damaged ground unit. So the idea here and some of the synergy here that I think is being included is when you combine this with something like the Grogu legendary from Legends of the Force, it can move the damage from other units onto something else. IG can then swing in either to base or into another unit and immediately finish off whatever is being damaged by that Grogu. Oh, Anakin!
Anakin coming down here, really clutch. It looks like Cezanne really is taking this game into control, and even he's going just to clear the board. The board is getting cleared for Mikolaj here, and I think he also knows what time it is of the day.
Yeah, because now we're going to get the -1/-1 of the tiles in leader action. That deals with the IG-11 crowd in here at Bilbao. Very, very happy to see that Sasanabashi is drawing all the right answers from what was, I need to remind you, ahead of the previous resource phase and regroup phase, a 0-card hand. Both players played their hands down entirely, and out of one of the 2 cards, Sasan was able to find that champion of Mortis, Anakin Skywalker, one of the most impactful legendaries out of Legends of the Force. And now not only does it have the when played value, it now has 5 power that it's going to be able to attack in with.
Yeah, we've seen him do a great job this weekend. Anakin really putting in the work here for the players who are playing him. Owen there once again restoring, and looks like he's getting closer and closer to a fully held base.
Yeah, that's 17 damage now, just being able to essentially +1 each time. There is the Keller and Beck that I had a funny feeling we were trying to build towards with that R2-D2 constantly attacking in. Big top 7 search that we're going to look for here. Going to be able to grab a unit, reveal it, and play it. It's going to get a hefty resource reduction to be able to play down. And it looks like we've got 1 more active resource available to us. So pretty much everything in the deck, unit-wise, at the very least, is live here to be able to play off of this Keller and Beck search. What are we going to go ahead and grab? We're paying 1 more resource. It's going to be for a Poe Dameron pilot that we're going to grab here. That will jump up into the skies in an X-Wing customly fitted for Poe. And now Sasan has to worry about the space arena as well as the ground.
Yeah, the thing is, if he doesn't really have an answer for the space arena, it means that he will just be flying by, getting in that damage, and a lot of little chunks of damage also have a high impact on the game. He may be controlling the ground at this moment, but I hope he has something to answer that Poe Dameron as well.
Well, actually, you say about little chunks of damage. 4 damage isn't that little when it's in this board state right now with Sasan already on 17 damage. It's 2 more than the Owen Laz can continue to restore, as we are showing a lot of love to this R2-D2 right now, giving it a shield token so that we can give ourselves a shield on attack and try and do some damage. There's the Tolzon's assassin at the very least to deal with the Keller and Beck. 5 damage now flying into the base from the Anakin Skywalker, champion of Mortis. 1 more card. It's a Grand Inquisitor that we find as the 2nd card from the regroup phase into the new regroup that we go here. And these players playing with a very renewed pace throughout the later stages of this game 1. This has been high energy, high octane, and we are only, Driss, in game 1. We could have 2 more games of this.
Yeah, exactly. I see that there is a counter. It went down from 75. So we're almost more than 30 minutes into this game already, and this is still game 1. 6 units in the Cezanne base, in the ground unit base. That's incredible. It's so overpowering.
And it's a lot of power as well that Sasan is presenting if they can continue to survive through this action phase. You've got the 4 from the Grand Inquisitor, thanks to the raid 1. Another 4 from the Tolzon's Assassin, so that makes 8. You've got the 5 from the Anakin that is now looking like it's going to swing in here. Another 4 from the Long Pike. So we are potentially representing game on board in the ground arena if Sasan is going to be able to attack in with all of these units. It's about whether Mikolaj is going to allow that to happen. We're going to see 1 damage go into the base from the double shielded R2. Card goes to the bottom of the deck again here from the when attacking ability. And Sasan, does he just continue to pile damage into base? That's exactly what he's going to do here. Mikolaj with 2 cards in hand, all resources active, as well as the Han Solo leader action. Although, scratch that, here comes Cassian. It's not quite the Obi-Wan that maybe we were hoping for to stop this aggression coming forwards.
Yeah, Obi-Wan was really what would have been nice. That Sentinel really stops Sasan in base for a second. Meanwhile, he could put in some more damage to it. Oh, and a wrecker!
It's a wrecker, and that might have just helped out with being able to keep Sasan alive here. The 4 damage is going to put Mikolaj up to 22. The Acolyte is going to put up to 25. 4, I believe. So I think from my quick maths, we are 1 damage short of being able to take game 1 in this action phase. If Sasan has some kind of damage modifier in hand with Mikolaj all exhausted of resources, no Sentinel on the board, if Sasan has a Hotshot Blaster handy or a Fallen Lightsaber maybe to modify damage, Sasan should be able to win in this action phase and be able to go up a game in the grand final. It's a big 2 cards here, but also a big resource stack that we have to worry about, with the Hotshot Blaster having the potential to be in there as well.
Looks like Cezanne is thinking for a while, so...
No disintegrations.
Okay. Softening up the Wrecker.
And then the Tolzien leader action to be able to deal with the Wrecker, meaning that there's not an opportunity for Mikolaj to have 1 damage modifier to be able to take the game. Remember, Sasan is on 20 damage on the Strangled Cliffs base as well, so they are also would have been presenting lethal into actions there for Mikolaj, and instead it looks like that Sasan is just going to deal with some board clear here, make sure that they are certainly not losing the game in the next action phase. Cards coming out from hand. Shamsin Dullah purely coming out here to make sure that they are a 5 resource leader. And now into the next regroup phase that we go. Mikolaj doing some calculations, having a little look in the resources, teasing us. No, he is going to scoop it up. And Sasan turns to the crowd, pumps everybody up in Bilbao. He is 1 game away from becoming a regional champion in Season 1. That was such a cool game there to watch.
Yeah, it was amazing. Like I said, the Han Solo had the advantage in the first half, I would say. They got us in the first half, but but Cezanne, with the passing, I was like, oh, it's not looking good for him, but it was exactly the strategy that he needed to get the game going, to keep on getting the cards that he actually needed. Coming back from 0 cards in hand, we can't forget that. He had nothing left.
Both didn't.
Both didn't, and then he top-decked the Anakin, which was exactly what he needed to regain the tempo in this game.
Yeah, it can be very, very scary as well. There is an art form to utilizing the pass action, particularly in Star Wars Unlimited. It's certainly not uncommon for players that utilize the vigilance and villainy aspect to extend that pass option. Say, okay, I want to see what action that you take in case that I need to react with some kind of removal, or if I'm safe to chip some damage into base. But Mother Tolzien one of those strange kind of, it's not quite full control. There's a little soft control element in the deck, but it's more kind of like mid-rangey almost, with a slight control lean maybe. It's really, really interesting to watch. And for Sasan, he is banking on it, carrying to victory. He's 1 game away from being able to do it. Players going into the sideboards here. So let's jump along with the Mikolaj Vendowski here, having a little look. Disabling Fang Fighters for me, I think, have to come in. As I said in the top 8 matchup, you've seen the fact that there are lightsabers in the deck, so that's Disabling Fang Fighter. We saw with the Poe on attack action, disabling and getting rid of the Fallen Lightsaber to the Tolzien. We want to try and keep more of that happening and have another body and card in hand for it as well. Any other cards that you think are maybe sticking out there to you?
Well, it kind of depends, right? Maybe, in my opinion, the Peacekeeper could come in just to get some more restoration as well here on the side of Mikolaj. Yeah, we will see if he will actually do that, right?
Yeah, I like the idea of the Sundari Peacekeepers as well. Not only does it have that Restore 2 for the point in the game where Sasan is potentially trying to start avalanching and climbing into that advanced position, but it also has Raid 2 as well. So being able to push a little bit of extra damage, push a little bit of extra aggression. Think in those mid to late game stages where Mikolaj was only pinging in for 1 with the R2-D2, imagine if in that stage you're picking in for 3 and you're restoring 2 at the same time as well. Could have been very, very different in that case.
Yeah, exactly. The Peacekeeper is also a pretty heavy body, so it takes some time to get rid of it as well for Cezanne.
Certainly so. Well, the players pretty quickly have gone through and into their sideboards. They are all shuffled up in for game number 2, which what could be the final game of this Star Wars Unlimited Regional Championship weekend here in Bilbao. We've already crowned one Spanish regional champion with Alvaro in the sealed portion of this weekend's festivities. Could Spain do the double in the home nation with Sasan on Mother Talzin Aggression Force being able to take it down against Mikołaj Wendowski, one of the finest minds in Star Wars Unlimited in the European region?
Cezanne instantly happy. He didn't do a mulligan, so he's like, yes, this is the hand that's going to give me victory of this regional championship. And meanwhile, while we're talking, the crowd is going wild, really. They're so happy, they're so cheerful. And it's more than just the Spanish players.
Yeah, there is a lot of support here behind Sasan. It's definitely the Spanish contingent that are making the most noise for their hometown hero. They want to see him be able to get through and take this crown. Mikołaj here taking an extra little bit of time to try and figure out what these resources are going to be. Do we even keep this hand? Mikołaj, however, is set. We are ready to go. Battlefield Marine on action phase 1. Krennic for Sasan. Claim and a pass. A free Owen Lars because it has a when defeated ability, so we'll get the resource reduction there from the Krennic, and Sasan now starting off going wide compared to Mikołaj.
Yeah, exactly. You would almost think that the strategy got switched up here. Cezanne here pumping the units and Hunt trying to get into the late game.
Certainly so. It also means that all of that early game damage that Mikołaj was able to put forwards on to the Strangle Cliff space in game 1 is going to be minimalized slightly here. Obi-Wan Kenobi, though, does come down in action phase 2, utilizing the Han Solo leader action to bring it down with 1 resource spare as well. And now over to Sasan's action right now. Importantly, and unfortunately for Sasan, how good that first action phase was, we don't have a way to generate the Force token right now. So the Mother Talzin leader action is not online for Sasan to be able to go ahead and say, put 2 damage into the Obi-Wan Kenobi, popping the Krennic's shield, and then going Talzin effect, -1/-1 to remove the Kenobi. We don't have that online right now, but if Sasan can find some kind of Force generation for next action phase, that certainly is looking pretty good.
Yeah, I saw him turn or like activate 1 resource and I was like, oh, is something coming up here, but not yet.
We do
still questioning.
Yeah, 1 resource exhausted. It is going to be the Night Sister Warrior. Again, also has a when defeated ability, so he's going to get that reduction from the Director Krennic here. We've got Bounty Hunter's Quarry going on to Owen Lars. Owen is a unique unit as well, so that means that if Mikołaj is able to defeat that Owen Lars, we will claim the bounty, search the top 10 cards of the deck, and get a 3-cost or lower unit into play for free. Force Lightning, however, is going to come down, and this is just going to be, I believe, no, Night Sister Warrior is Force, so we are going to be able to deal the damage here into the Obi-Wan Kenobi. Immediately, Battlefield Marine goes after the Owen Lars, and we are going to get the Bounty Hunter's Quarry going.
Yeah, it looks like Mikołaj is like, yeah, you have to resolve first or something like that, but that's not the case. They can go at it at the same time. I guess it's a difficult position here for Mikołaj to be in. He's questioning what he's going to play.
Okay, so Sasan is going through the Owen Lars effect right now, and then Mikołaj Wendowski is also going through in the Bounty Hunter's Quarry effect. Sasan is going to grab Darth Tyrannus. That's going to be a very nice play from next action forward phase onwards. Mikołaj here, though, looks like they have a few more options to try and decide with its 3-cost or lower that we are looking for. So maybe we can grab something like a Grogu, a Gungi, Cassian Andor is live as well as R2-D2, the little astromech that could, from game 1, put in a lot of consistency work for Mikołaj. It's going to be disabling Fang Fighter, so it did come in from the sideboard, and it will immediately defeat the shield token there. Sasan, for the first time this set, is going to take the initiative token, and Mikolaj is going to pass.
Yeah, I think it's a smart idea to play the Fang here just to get rid of that token so he doesn't really get a free damage on the unit, because that's exactly what Cezanne wants. Now he needs to trade losing his own unit, and he doesn't want to be in that position right now.
Yeah, great call there, Driss. It immediately rules out the opportunity for Sasan to go in with the Director Krennic for free. However, it does allow you to use the Night Sister Warrior with the damage already on it to take an easy one-for-one trade into Kenobi. We get the when defeated ability, netting us an extra card in hand, which at the moment for Mikolaj is unknown information. The only thing that he does know, or at least believes, is that the Tyrannus is still going to be in hand from the Owen Laz search.
Yeah, we've seen the Jedi arts that Dark Tyrannus has put down already last game. It was a very impactful play he did with it last game, so probably he will keep it here for a while until it's really necessary to ambush him and get that free damage, because he will be shielded when he comes into play.
Well, Tyrannus certainly doesn't earn the nickname and moniker of one of the finest saber wielders in the galaxy for nothing, and here refining his play here in this grand final. The Battlefield Marine does go ahead and just take the damage into the base for 3, leveling things out in that starting damage differential between the Energy Conversion Lab and the Strangled Cliffs. And Sasan here, instead of going with the Telegraph Tyrannus from the Owen Laz search, is going to go with the Tolzon's Assassin and clean up that space arena that we have a general idea until the later game Sasan can't really contend in.
Exactly. I think that this was the better play here to get rid of that, to just clear out the board there. Because once again, a 3 power, not that much, but it adds up. If it turn after turn after turn, it can just fly by, put in some damage. In the end, you only have 28 live on your base.
Yeah, certainly so. Prevents the Disabling Fang Fighter, of course, from being able to attack. It was ready as well to try and swing in. So it's 3 damage that has been prevented on this action phase at the very least. Mikolaj here with 4 resources active as well. Han Solo leader action still live, so we can play up to a 5 resource unit here in combination with Han Solo. We are seeing all 4 exhausted. There is going to be the 5th one. It will be the ambush blue leader play that we have seen a couple of times in this Han ECL list. Comes down with the extra when played ability with essentially 1 resource reduction, ambushes in, takes out the Tolzon Assassin, and trades.
A great trade, if you ask me. The blue leader is not doing that much next to this ambush. It's really made to get rid of a card that's in your way at the moment, right? And that's exactly what Mikolaj does with it. Yeah, the ball's in the park of a season right now, and he's going into base. Fair. Also gonna put on some damage there. I hope they change it into a dice, because I'm going to freak out.
Yeah, just a simple 2 damage there, getting onto the base. Sasan trying to continue on with that tempo a little bit while they can, while still also trying to maintain control of the board state as they have done throughout the course of the game. The blue leader play with combination of this deck and the Energy Conversion Lab is just such a great combination, because essentially what blue leader kind of represents is almost like a second use of Energy Conversion Lab when you think about it, especially if you're playing it on the ground with that when played ability, being able to ambush a 5/5 in to the ground arena. Those are the kind of stat lines that you're looking for as Energy Conversion Lab ambush targets. So it's just such a strong card in this deck. And of course, getting to play it for 1 resource cheaper, thanks to the Han Solo leader action, just adds the cherry on the cake.
Yeah, Mikolaj is no issue in the Krennic being there, so he's just going into the base. He needs to start getting some damage out, because we're getting into the later phase of the game. We're getting into the 5, 6, 7 resources area, so it starts to get dangerous. That's also why we saw that Cezanne tipped over the game into his favor. So Mikolaj needs to start doing something here to have more impact of the game, or more control at least.
Well, we are at the stage where both leader units are going to be eligible to deploy here as well. All 5 resources also still ready for both players. Sasan with the action is just going to burn it, quote unquote, dealing the 2 damage into base. Mikolaj immediately with the snap deployment of the leader unit here as well, and going to go ahead and fire some damage into the base here, it looks like as well, or at least not right now, because it is actually Sasan's action here. So we are going to get the opportunity for Sasan to go ahead and respond to the deployment of that leader unit. Instead, it looked like it was a pass action that must have been declared, and it's going to be punished slightly here because General's Blade now goes underneath the Han Solo leader unit. While it's not a Jedi, it does mean that it's going to be a +3/+3 boost to Han Solo, which can be very susceptible to the Tolzin reduction-related removal.
Yeah, Mikolaj here going face anyway. A bit scary to if you see that your opponent is passing to still equip an upgrade to your unit, because you never know. Maybe he's just waiting for you to do that, right? But that was not the case here right now at this moment. Sasan also just deployed his leader and is going to kill the Battlefield Marine, who's been there since turn 1. And
and now we're going up to the skies once again. Sabine's Masterpiece making its way down onto the board here. We are going to force Lightning, though, to be able to take out the Han Solo leader unit. That might have been what Sasan was waiting for, that window for Mikolaj to maybe overextend slightly there. And Sasan, once again, has been able to answer that leader deployment pretty quickly here in Game 2, while keeping his leader unit around, albeit it is quite damaged with the 3 that it has taken, but a fallen lightsaber or something like that will be able to easily respond to it. Mikolaj, though, with the initiative, with Energy Conversion Lab available, is going to go ahead and ambush into the Director Krennic, deal 5 overwhelm damage, and with the when played, burn the Mother Tolzin leader unit back into the leader zone.
Sasan was like, I'm sorry, Mikolaj, I really don't want your leader to be on board. And Mikolaj says, no problem. I also don't want your leader on board. Let's just get rid of them. But Mikolaj right here, right now, is in a great position. He has air control and he has ground control. Not for long, just as I'm about to say it. He gets rid of it the same way like he did before. Sage coming down here for Sasan. A really great unit to have at this moment with the shield.
Yeah, that Tolzin's assassin being able to make sure that Sabine's Masterpiece wasn't going to be able to attack in the action phase. We also control an aggression unit, obviously, so we would be able to deal an extra point of damage either into a unit or to a base, whichever Mikolaj wanted to decide. More than likely at this position would have been favorable to go into the base with that damage, put another 4 flying in, and would have put Sasan to 21, and within game-winning range if that Wrecker was left unanswered as well. As we are right now, that Wrecker is still dangerous at the moment, puts Sasan to 24 damage on the base, and 4 away from being taken down. Something like a Cassian plus Hotshot Blaster would be enough if Wrecker is able to connect.
I see Sasan shaking his head. I don't think he's so happy with the situation that he's in right now. Even though it's not looking that bad, it's like a bit dangerous, but not to say inevitable to win from here.
It's not unwinnable, but it is looking very, very scary. We don't have the Owen Lars on the board in this mid to late game stage like we did in game 1 to be able to help restore the damage that Mikolaj is trying to push in. We are going to see the takedown there of the Wrecker from the Secretive Sage, using its shield to very, very good advantage here. And now Mikolaj scarily checking the resources there, or is just waiting for Cassian Andor to make its way out of the resources. Instead, it's going to be the MC-30 Assault Frigate here, the 5/5 for 5, which swings in for 6 thanks to its raid 1. And Sasan, we've seen him being able to answer units in the space with things like Tolzin Assassins throughout this game. Does Sasan have another answer? And does he have an answer to a unit that is this big?
Yeah, the issue is I don't think he has an assassin that can jump that high to kill that assault
frigate.
No, we do see the immediate claim of the initiative there from Sasan, trying to find 2 cards more of an answer and 1 action to try and deal with this Rebel capital ship. It presents game on board in the space arena for Mikolaj. Sasan is going to pay 4 resources. We are going to Tolzin's Assassin. That is at the very least going to be able to give us a little bit more time here, swinging in for what would be 6 with the raid 1, so half it, put us to 3, put Sasan to 27 damage on the base. There is the Poe pilot now coming down and into the space arena, jumping in to the MC-30 assault frigate. That's such heads up, because you can attach the unit as an upgrade to a friendly vehicle without a pilot on it. It doesn't just have to be the X-Wing token, and Sasan is going to scoop it up. Fist bump from Mikolaj. We are tied in Bilbao.
And we're going to game 3. What a great play here for Mikolaj. Very unbelievable.
Every single time that I am fortunate enough to cast and be in attendance to one of these Star Wars Unlimited events, I'm always taken away and blown away by how good that all of these players are and continue to get to be as well. The skill and the ceiling continues to rise and rise and rise in these major tournaments here. This is an amazing set so far. And the worst part about it is that one of these very deserving players has to walk away as a runner-up.
Well, that's the thing, right? The great thing is already they got into the final. They got to get to this place already from a tournament coming out of 14 rounds of Swiss. That's so big, and that's already something to be so proud of. We're going to game 3, so it's clear that these people are matched. These players go head-to-head in level, in ceiling, in game knowledge, in almost everything. And I'm really looking forward to what's going to happen now.
Absolutely. Well, we started this morning, on Saturday morning in Bilbao, with the Premier Regional Championships with 664 players. Out of all of those daring Jedi, brave, hungry power Sith Lords, as well as dastardly bounty hunters, we have got down to these final 2 players and one last Sabres duel to be able to see who is going to be crowned as the first Premier Regional Champion of Season 1. Both of these players already, even though one is going to end up as the runner-up, can walk away from this weekend with their heads held high. They're both going to the Galactic Championships, earning more than enough points to qualify for their invitation and being able to top one of the first regional championships there. The big handshake between the 2 players. We are underway in Game 3. Karis on action Phase 1. Grogu on action Phase 1 for Mikolaj. We haven't seen this unit all set so far for the Polish International. Now we've got it, and now a big value engine could start to take hold for Mikolaj Wendowski.
Yeah, 20 minutes left for the last game. They have some time, but
all
not
power of the
much
dark
time.
side first action to deal with the Grogu. That is huge to be able to remove that opportunity. Cassian Andor now getting played as raw cost here, not being smuggled out. We're too early in the game for that kind of action to happen. Sasan immediately just going to push 2 damage into the base, creates the Force token. Mikolaj claim of the initiative, pass there from Sasan, and these players are going at a real pace here. They know what's at stake, and they know that one wrong action could be fatal.
Yeah, the speed on these players are playing is really remarkable. So great, so fast. They know what they're going to do. It's the first turn, so it's kind of like an old machine, right? At this point, they know, oh, I can do this, I can do that, I go to play into this. But yeah, they keep on surprising us on how fast they can actually play.
And now a little bit of moment for pause here as Mikolaj just tries to compose himself. Sasan with a big grin on his face, happy to be a part of such a fantastic grand final here in Bilbao. Darth Tyrannus going to go ahead and ambush in, popping its own shield token and setting itself up for the -1/-1 of the Tolzien leader unit here to immediately be the answer. Mikolaj does have all resources open though. Here comes the assault frigate that was able to win Mikolaj Game 2 and be a real potential menace in the space arena. There's the Tolzen leader action to deal with the Cassian Andor. 2 into base with the Karis. Onto the regroup we go. And again, Sasan has to worry about that space arena.
Yeah, I think he is ready. He's doing the setup already to get rid of it. Probably already has an assassin in hand, we could think. So chances are big that he's going to has some way to get rid of it in this phase, right? In the next action phase. So he's not that worried about it, I would think. On the other hand, Mikolaj will be ending up with 0 units again on the board, so he will have to start getting something out to match the answers that Cezanne is giving.
Yeah, the big answer here that Mikolaj is looking for on this first action of the 5 resource phase is to have that Poe Dameron pilot that helped Mikolaj win game 2. Because right now, like you say, Driss, that assault frigate is in range of the Tolzen's assassin. We are activating the Poe effect. It is the Poe Dameron that's coming down. It's going to jump into the MC-30 assault frigate once again and bump it out of the range for the Tolzen's assassin to be able to come down and be an immediate one-action answer for that Rebel capital ship. It's back up to 5 HP, so we can't quite deal with it in one action.
Yeah, buffing up the space unit, knowing that Cezanne is almost playing none in the early game, is a real smart move here, because he knows if he's a bit stronger than he is printed on the card, he has some time to survive, he has some time to put in some damage, and I don't really have to deal with what's going on in the ground area where Cezanne is thriving.
Yeah, certainly so. And Sasan now, it's going to be their opportunity and their turn to take a moment of pause, try and figure out, okay, what's the best way that I'm going to be able to solve this board state that I'm being presented. We do have 5 resources still active. We have Tolzen's leader action and the leader deployment still live here for Sasan as well. And the Karis and the Darth Tyrannus. We're going to use no disintegrations here to be able to get the Rebel capital ship down to having 1 HP remaining. That does indeed set it up ready for the Mother Tolzen leader action to remove it. Mikolaj, you'd have to imagine next action here is just going to be swing with the capital ship, do as much damage in this action that we possibly can, and like you say, get the value.
Yeah, 100%. Sorry that I interrupted you there. I was
No, it's perfectly correct. It's perfectly correct, as there goes the M30 assault frigate with Poe Dameron going down with the ship as well. But a lot of the damage is done here. That was a hefty amount. 8 in total with the Raid 1 and the +2 boost that was granted from the Poe Dameron pilot. 11 damage into that Shadowed Cliffs now base for Sasan, as we're going to see leader deployed here from the Mother Tolzen. Mikolaj just waiting hold for a second about whether to go and deploy with that Han Solo leader unit now.
Yeah, that MC-30 really did his work there, especially knowing how many resources and turns Cezanne had needed to get rid of it. I think it was really a valuable unit here for Mikolaj. Wow.
all the excitement, sometimes we can forget where we are as casters. It's very, very easily done. We are engrossed in this game right now as Owen Lars now hits the ground arena as well for Sasan. This was a huge tool in game 1 to help Sasan try and be able to level things out a little bit. But now the Tolzen leader unit going ahead and attacking into the Han Solo here, reducing its power level and its HP down. Only 1 HP remaining at the moment on Han Solo. Here comes Grogu again now with the Han Solo leader action. And now with Sasan is going to immediately just crash into the Han Solo leader unit. Karis will survive on 2 HP thanks to the power reduction that was put on there from the Tolzen leader. We see Tyrannus can't attack into the Grogu. Hidden. It does have the hidden keyword, which is active in this action phase. So we're just going to put the damage into the base and double the damage on Energy Conversion Lab.
It makes sense that Cezanne wants to start trading now. He's in a great position. He has the overhand here in the ground unit area. So it makes sense that he just wants to clear Mikolaj's board, make sure he doesn't have any good or long-term plays. And that's what he's trying to do. maybe too soon already, trying to hit the Grogu, who's still hidden behind some bushes.
Yeah, still being able to be concealed up quite nicely by the Mandalorian while he went and did some business. But now Grogu is ready to step into the limelight here with that hidden keyword wearing off as we enter into this new action phase. Mikolaj is going to go ahead and have the initiative here. And first things first is going to go straight away and move the damage onto the Karis, defeating it. But it means Sasan can trigger the when defeated ability, remove the X-Wing token that Mikolaj had left over in space from the Poe Dameron pilot a couple of action phases ago.
Yeah, the token was bound to get removed in the anyway because we've been seeing Sasan do it the whole game, the whole games actually, the previous games as well. He does not want Mikolaj to have any space units because he doesn't play many space units himself.
Yeah, certainly not. Especially right now in this board state, it wouldn't have been the scariest thing to have to worry about with that Restore 2 essentially nullifying the damage. But here comes some damage that we can't nullify. Wrecker coming down, being ambushed in with the Energy Conversion Lab. We are going to deal the when played damage into the Darth Tyrannus here, crash into the Owen Lars in order to overwhelm for more damage. It is going to trigger the when defeated action, though, of the Owen Lars. So we are going to get the search here from Owen, which is going to be reminded here, I think, from Sasan, because it isn't a optional action. It is mandatory, so you do have to search the top 5 here.
Yeah, it's important that you keep track of stuff that is mandatory or optional, because when it's optional and you forget about it, so to say, then your opponent can be like, yes, I'm very sorry, but you can't resolve this anymore.
Yep, certainly so. And not the worst pick here either from Mikolaj that we found. It was a Karis back into hand now for Sasan. So not super impactful like it could have been with another Darth Tyrannus per se, and Anakin Skywalker. We do see Force Lightning, though, to come down and answer the Wrecker that ambushed in with Energy Conversion Lab. We have a couple more resources left open. It's going to be utilized for Director Krennic here. And Mikolaj, having claimed the initiative a couple of actions ago, we'll see things pass over up into the 7 resource action phase between these two players, and time is starting to become of the essence.
Exactly, 12 minutes left on the clock. Krennic, a really great card here in the Mother deck, because there's so many when defeated units that get played to get those minuses onto the units of the opponents. That is just a great card. It gives great value for your own units. And we see the Grogu getting tapped again to heal and to deal damage, right? Yeah. I was checking just to be sure, but yeah.
Yeah, so that means that 1 damage counter should be moved off of the Grogu, I believe, if it is being used to utilize its action here. Might actually be attacking here as well. That is also a possibility from the Grogu, just getting the 1 damage onto it, maybe setting up for some other form of ambush that Mikolaj has access to. Mother Talzin leader unit is going to swing back into the Grogu here, so taking some umbrance with the fact that the Grogu dare lay a finger on one of the Night Sisters of Dathomir. And now Mikolaj with 6 active resources here, as well as the Han leader action, could have something like a Kelleran Beck come down here to maybe look for something like Obi-Wan Kenobi. Could be looking at maybe Poe Dameron to come down here. There's a few different things that Mikolaj is going to be able to have access to within this action phase here. It's just going to be about in what order are they best suited. Check of the discard pile, check of the resources, see what stuff is already gone and unable to be returned for the rest of this game. And we're going to use 1 resource to Bounty Hunter's Quarry onto the Mother Talzin.
Yeah, that basically telegraphs your leader will be gone as soon as I can. And trying to get even more units out of it.
Disabling Fang Fighter to remove the Bounty Hunter's Quarry away from Mikolaj there. The versatility of the unit being able to defeat unupgrade. But now here comes trouble. We've got Guerrilla Attack Pod that's coming down. It is being played with the Han Solo leader action. So we've got 2 grit stacks on it. But most importantly, there's 15 damage exactly on Sasan's base right now, so it's entering into play ready, and it's going to be able to do 6 damage into Sasan's base if he doesn't have a 1-action removal for this Gorilla attack pod.
Yeah, the attack bot is ready to blast. Probably the first intention was to get rid of the leader unit here of Sasan with the attack bot, but looks like the bounty got removed instantly with the few units that Sasan plays in the sky. It's of course the disabling thing that we say here.
Yeah, disabling Fang Fighter being able to maybe stop the plan A from Mikołaj Wendowski, but instead pivoting to plan B, saying, well, I've got a pretty healthy damage advantage when it comes to the base totals right now, so we're going to try and race. Good reduction here, though, from the Tolzin's Assassin. Not going to be able to remove the threat just yet. Although we do have the Krennic with the shield still active here, so with what is now 1 HP left on that Gorilla attack pod here, Krennic is going to be able to take essentially a free trade into the unit because of the shield token it's still got.
Yeah, we've been discussing this before, but Mikołaj will not allow this. He's like, you're not controlling what units I will lose. I am myself. It's worth to now just crash into the leader. You want that leader to be gone as soon as possible anyway. So better to get rid of it than to get that like few extra damage that you could get onto the base.
And now Mikołaj all of a sudden playing the role of the controlling player, maybe playing a little bit more of catch-up as well, which seems weird to say when you see the damage differentials on the bases right now, but the board state is telling. Tolzin's Assassin disabling Fang Fighter up in the sky, that Krennic that still has the shield token on it right now as well. So it's a very dangerous combined board state that Sasan has. Mikołaj, though, with the initiative token, once again, is going to have first action with 7 resources ready here. Energy Conversion Lab is burned, though, and there's not much natural ambush besides something like Blue Leader that is available to Mikołaj here to try and deal with one of these units.
Yeah, indeed, like you just mentioned, damage doesn't really mean that much on the base if you don't have units to back it up to actually finish the game. And that's what we see once again here for Mikołaj. I feel like we're a bit in the first game that we saw today of these two guys. It feels like it's tipping towards Sasan once again. We're getting to the more resources area. We're getting to the 7, 8 now. And yeah. It's going to be tough for Mikołaj to get back from here, because this is normally the time that you want to be closing out the game with Handel.
Certainly so. Mikołaj here just declaring a couple of pass actions to kick off this new action phase here. So Sasan just going, okay, I'll tentatively put 3 into the base. I'll tentatively put 2. Here comes a Battlefield Marine now from Mikołaj as Sasan is going to check the resources, smuggle out a hotshot blaster that's being smuggled out of aspect here. Means that Tolzin Assassin is going to be able to attack in here for 6 damage in 1 action on this attack, and Mikołaj just claiming the initiative. Here comes Grievous now, and Karis that's coming in cheaper because of the wind
and this handshake.
Sasan Abbasi is your regional champion in Bilbao, and the Spanish community in celebration, in jubilation, a 2-winner weekend for Spain in the Bilbao regionals. What a final. What a scene that it has been. Sasan, your winner.
Yeah, it was crazy. Like, I was like, oh no, the first few actions, it's looking really good for Mikołaj. Can you hear the crowd? It's really big here. People are really shouting, and we're very happy for a new winner from the regional championship.
A standing ovation for those that have held around in attendance here in the Bilbao Exhibition Centre to crown Sasan as our premier regional champion for Legends of the Force in Season 1 here as well. It's an amazing scene, an amazing sight. It's being carried as well over there. I don't know if you can see that just in camera shot as well. Getting the lift of faith. A massive congratulations as well. It has to be extended to Mikołaj Wendowski.
For sure.
Played so well throughout this tournament, beating his teammate and galactic champion to get to the final as well.
Yeah, he did an enormous, great job. It was crazy, especially the second game where he took it, making it really sit on the edge of our seat for us. And we don't even have seats right here.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's an amazing matchup between the two decks. Two decks that a lot of people would have expected to be a little bit weaker, post-force throw suspension as well. But Mother Tolzin coming in here, I mean, it is the deck and it is the leader that won the Galactic Championships for a reason. That Vigilance Villainy aspect already inherently is very, very strong. The aggression for space to keep generating that force token, as well as all of those impactful when defeated abilities that you called during that game as well there, Driss, with the Karis, with the Night Sister Assassin, and utilizing the Krennic as well to bring them down for cheaper.
Yeah, but if you then look at the matchup, with the Han ability already damaging your own units, it's kind of getting in a tough situation for the hand player, because he knows any ability that gets thrown at me will just reduce my life points of my units to 0 and just get rid of it.
Yeah, certainly so. I think one of the biggest things that maybe Mikolaj was missing out on there throughout those games was the Grogu. Grogu came down a couple of times in Game 3. The first time was immediately answered pretty much. And the second time, there weren't really as many units that Mikolaj would have liked, I'd imagine, to be able to benefit off of that damage redirection capability.
Exactly. We see that Grogu did a lot of work for these hand decks throughout the day and the previous day, and just not having access to it, not being able to heal the units that you get into play, basically making it free to get that cost reduction, it wasn't a thing for him here. So he had to really struggle, if we can say it like that, not optimally play how he wants to play the deck. And yeah, I guess that's what's getting shown here right now, and that's why he's not getting to the interview room.
Well, absolutely. I mean, credit as well the ingenuity and the deck building to pair it with Energy Conversion Lab. There were so many lines of play that were opened up with things like the Poe, things like the Wrecker as well, that just would not have been possible. Even like Blue Leader and Poe Dameron that helped win Game 2, or Game 2 for the Mikolaj.
Yeah, it felt like he almost tried to make the Han deck into a Sabine deck a bit. You're seeing the overlapping units that they're using and the ECL.
Absolutely. Well, it's been an amazing weekend here in Bilbao. We have got the opportunity now to hear from our regional champion and our finalist as well in just a moment. So do stick around before we cut down to them. But quickly, where on earth do we go from here in terms of now with the game? We've got Secrets of Power releasing in just a couple of weeks' time. Where on earth is this game going to take us?
Yeah, that's a super good question. I think we almost saw every card. I think there are a few more that need to get released. I've saw that there are some amazing, cool new cards coming out here, so I'm really looking forward to start throwing them into piles and seeing what we can we can make once again of a special brewery. But there are many different ways that I bet we're going to see more mothers now. We see that she did great in Sealed and in Premiere now. So I guess we're going to see more mothers now into play. I think we're going to see Hans again. But yeah, who knows what the Secrets of Power is going to change in the power dynamic.
Exactly. Well, I, for one, cannot wait to find out what is next for the future of Star Wars Unlimited competitive play. What is the future now? What is the present? Is Sasan Abashi, your regional champion for Season 1 in Premiere. And he's standing, I believe, with Ross in the interview area. So, Ross, take it away.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, for the final time to the Star Wars Unlimited Regional Championships here in Bilbao. After a thrilling final, we have crowned our first regional champion of the season. It is Sasan. He is joining us along with a couple of folks from Fantasy Flight Games. So I think the first thing we need to do, we have a champion. I think it's time we gave out some prizes. Congratulations, great final, brilliantly played all weekend, fantastic games. And now apparently we have a whole bunch of swag for you to celebrate your victory. Pile it on. and wait to see when he kicks it off.
It's okay, it's okay. I will.
Those are all your wonderful prizes you get for winning a regional championship here in Bilbao. Very first one of the season, and a very impressive victory with that Mother Talzin deck, of course, which, you know, a lot of people said that deck wasn't a good choice for this weekend. I think they have been proved thoroughly wrong up to now. Oh, and look at that shirt. Now you're all matching. This is wonderful. So, before we have a quick chat with our winner, I think we have a quick message from our lovely friends at FFG. So I'm going to hand it over to you guys.
Amazingly played. We really, really enjoyed everything, every part of that final. We were biting our nails the entire time. And I was just talking with the other judges as we were watching the match, and we're like, you know, it would be amazing if that 5-cost blaster came out right at the end there, and when we saw it, we were cheering, and we knew that was it was fantastic. So I truly, truly just want to say congratulations. I am so amazed by your run. I'm so amazed by the deck. It was a fabulous weekend, and we are so, so happy to see a new regional champion for Europe. It is very cool. So first, I wanted to present you with your champion card. And at this point, I will pass the mic off to Pablo here.
Yo voy a hablar un poco en español, aprovechando que estamos en España, que tenemos 2 campeones españoles, así que no puedo estar más contento y emocionado de cómo ha respondido la gente, de cómo ha respondido él peleando hasta el último momento, empezando las partidas torcidas, y darle la gran enhorabuena. Estoy muy orgulloso de toda la comunidad, estoy muy orgulloso de todos los jugadores, han sido partidas increíbles, los hemos visto con los pelos de punta y es algo que vas a disfrutar cuando lo puedas ver en casa.
And we'd like to present you with the championship playmat. Hold it high, regional champion.
Thank you very much. Beautiful promo card, beautiful mat. Richly deserved. Firstly, congratulations on an amazing final, an amazing tournament run. That was absolutely fantastic. I won't take very much of your time. You've had a very busy weekend, but you're clearly feeling some emotions right now. Tell me how it feels to finally be a regional champion.
Thank you. First of all, sorry for my English. Normally it's bad, but now it's worse. But my feeling is like in the cloud. Now I'm in the cloud. I don't mind this be really real. So now it's real. Now I will try to go to the worlds and show how Spain, how the Spanish people can do in there.
I think you're going to represent very well. I only have one more question for you, but I think it's an important one. We're here in Bilbao. We're here in Spain. The crowd was loving it. The cheers every time you won on stream, the cheers were huge. We have more cheers coming from outside our little booth here. The community is loving you. How special is it to win, not just winning, but winning in Spain in front of all of your Spanish fellow competitors?
Can I speak in Spanish?
Please do.
Básicamente, esto ha sido increíble. Ganar aquí en Bilbao es ganar en España es ganar en mi país. Que sea el primer campeón de Europa de aquí en España es la polla, así de claro. Perdón por la palabra. Y nada, gracias a todos los chicos que me han ayudado, gracias a mi familia que está ahí viéndome ahora mismo, lo sé, gracias a mi chica, Silvia, te quiero. Y thanks to Sip and Beton, because without them, without the data of their matches, I'm the winner. So thank you to Sipambiton.
Let's hear it one more time for your champion, Sasana Bassi. Congratulations. Thank you very much. I believe we are just got a minute to have a quick chat with our runner-ups. I'm going to ask you to pop off to the side here with your goodies. I think we can maybe pick them up at the end. Just grab, don't lose your promo. Don't leave your promo, sir. Take the promo with you. That cannot get lost or broken. We'll hook you up with the rest in a minute. Congratulations again. That was absolutely amazing. And I think we got a minute to have a quick chat with our regional runner-up. So let's just swap you guys out quickly. Thank you very much. Oh, congratulations. Second place is amazing. First question I have, can you please tell me the correct name, the correct way to pronounce your name?
Okay, so in Poland, it's spelled Mikołaj, but it's so tough for anyone like outside of Poland to pronounce that. So like everyone calls me Sip, and that's perfectly fine for me.
I think we'll go with Sip for the time being then. Of course, your teammate went and won the Galactic Championships a couple of months ago. Now you've come with your second place finish at regionals. So the first question, does this mean that Poland is the country to beat when it comes to Star Wars Unlimited?
Yeah, I mean, not gonna lie, like Polish community when it comes to Unlimited is like, yeah, really experienced with the game. Like they do so well, like any tournament, like the round before, like the Top Cut, I was joking that like almost every time like someone from Poland is like in the finals or something like that of the sectors or regional. So yeah, like Poland's doing great, but yeah, like we need to keep it up, I guess. So.
Absolutely. I mean, 3 of the top 4 were from Poland. The only person who lost in top 8 from Poland was to another Polish player. Yeah. Now, you had an interesting deck choice. You came with one of the favorites, that Hantu with ECL. Do you think it makes a difference when you've got the testing community that you have, being able to bring the best deck, knowing that you are one of the best players in the room?
Yeah, I mean, for sure. Like, testing group helps a lot. Like, I definitely wouldn't be here without Beton. Like, the amount of games that we play together is so crazy. Also, like, the whole Enigma team, like, the whole team is, like, putting a lot of effort into, like, making all the best decks possible. But, yeah, like, Hantu ECL is that. My favorite deck. Like, I don't even know what to say, but yeah, I love the deck basically.
It's a great deck. It served you very, very well. Any last shout outs or thank yous you want to give before we let you go?
Well, thank you to whole Enigma community, Enigma team, Beton especially, and yeah, that's I think it.
Super. Well, I say let you go. What I really mean is bring Pablo back because we've got some prizes for you. We cannot let you walk away without your finalist prizes. This is Sip, came second with that Han ECL deck, getting the finalist mat and the finalists card, and a great cheer from outside as well. Another very popular player. Congratulations, a fantastic tournament run, and apparently another bag of goodies as well. Absolutely, go ahead.
Congratulations. There is only one champion here, but you are a champion. You must to know with that. And you made awesome. You start really, really well. We spoke when you started the tournament, if you remember. For me, it's really special because we are in Spain. But maybe, and just maybe, we are at the beginning of a beautiful competition between Spain and Poland. The 2 finals were Spain and Poland, so we will give you back the hospitality probably in your country one day, and maybe the chances are different. Thank you so much.
Of course, thank you. What? Oh, no, it's a card. Yeah, like, it does a card, but like, who cares?
Thank you very much. Congratulations one more time.
Thank you.
I'm just going to pop off there for a second because unfortunately, as much fun as we have had this weekend, we have had all of our games, we have crowned our champions, we have given away prizes, we have had interviews, we have had plenty of cheers, and I'm afraid we are out of fun for the time being. But if you are a fan of Star Wars Unlimited and you are in Europe, I've got wonderful news. We are only a couple of weeks away from Munich on the 1st and 2nd of November. I'm thinking I might pop over to that one. Hopefully, I will see a bunch of you there. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. Have a wonderful time. Thank you very much for joining us at the Star Wars Regional Championship in Bilbao. So until Munich, thank you very much. Enjoy the rest of your weekend.